What's in my heart? The team leader wished that the other party was here to step in. That way, there will be a good show to watch. Today, I haven't played a good trick, and I need some comfort. Moreover, this museum is too ostentatious. It is a complete show-off of wealth. It makes people jealous. They can see it but not get it. Congested. Depressed. In this case, the team leader is very happy to have a silly guy come to try the method himself. That's right. No matter what, he couldn't see the possibility of this museum being stolen. Anyone who dared to come here was looking for death, bringing humiliation to oneself. Amen. Go ahead. Pick up. I will mourn for you. In front of the showcase, Dorn was already immersed in the glittering gold. Gold. Mammoth. 6 tons. It made him want to possess it unconsciously. He had been dealing with treasures for half his life. He had passed through countless good things, but he was still shocked by this golden place as if he wanted to. Certainly, they definitely won't give it. Purchase? Joke. Don't need to buy something I like. Besides, they don't sell it either. As for stealing? This question, you need to think long-term. After all, if you want to steal, you must first have a careful plan. So, here comes the problem. First, equipment. How to transport it in. Smuggling? Yes, but only for entry. In Myanmar, it is not that difficult to transport equipment into Xiamen City. There are inspections along the way. Bribe? Oh, it works well in other countries, but it is useless here. In recent years, there are not many people who want to steal the original transcription technology. However, where do they go in the end? If you're lucky, you'll get a chance to leave. No luck. Evaporated. Missing. Rarely seen in public news. But, in the underground world, Myanmar is like a dangerous jungle. Hunters who can get out, except for those with a big background, can be released on bail. Most of the ordinary greedy hunters disappear here. Anyway, just bringing a large number of people into the country is not easy. Second, breakthrough. If you're lucky and all your men and equipment are here, how do you get in? There are dense security personnel here, at least 3 in one exhibition hall, and as many as 5 or 6. They are very cautious. Come the evening, the number of security guards will not be less than 200. Even, I came here well equipped, and at first glance, I saw that they were fully armed and had fierce firepower. This was not impossible. The things in the museum were of great value, and behind them was the largest force in the country. Myanmar Bank Group. There's a grab. Not surprising. If one is not careful, it is possible that all members of the team will be attacked on the spot. Thinking of this, Dorn looked at the security guard around him with a strange look in his eyes, as if these people could transform in an instant and be armed to the teeth. Horrible. Third, retreat. This is what troubles Dorn the most. These things are not tens of kilograms, but several tons, or even more than 10 tons. It is impossible for one person to move it, and it is only possible for a dozen people to move it. So, how to take it away? Just leaving the museum is difficult. At last, departure. In other countries, most of the things stolen belong to private collectors, and many museums are private. Even if something is stolen, there will be no big siege. But in Myanmar, the power of a country can be mobilized in an instant. Dry. It's definitely impossible. Run. Roads across the country are blocked. Where can I run? It was so obvious that they were foreign faces. The combined difficulty of all aspects is more difficult than going to the Louvre to steal the Mona Lisa smile. Finish calculating. Alas, Dawn sighed. How to fix it? If you don't have a clue, the first step can be a difficult one, and the subsequent steps are more difficult than the last. Perhaps it takes at least a year of planning to pry something away from this treasure house. It's so hard for me, but there are challenges. He likes it. Done. If this deal succeeds, we will be the world's biggest thief. Also, we must develop more Asian members in the future. Otherwise, it will be impossible to get in alone, and many things will be difficult to do. A decision was made. Dorn had the purpose of setting foot on the spot. Look left, look right. Check it out. Take a look below. At last, saw the situation. Name, Muse Denier. Dorn used a pseudonym. Age, 46. Occupation, farmer. I don't know. You enter the non-exhibition area, and took pictures, and 3 warnings failed. According to the museum's rules, you have violated the law. Now, we will fine you 1,000 Asian dollars in accordance with the law. Okay, Don didn't care. He is also testing the bottom line of security here. 3 times, only 1,000 yuan, come again next time. And you're not allowed to enter the museum within 3 years. What? Dorn was stunned. 3 years. Did you make a mistake? The penalty is much more serious than 1,000 Asian dollars. This is not fair. I just made a mistake out of curiosity. Shouldn't you give a person who made a mistake the chance he deserves? These words, sonorous and powerful, right speech. However, twice after you made the first mistake, we gave you 2 opportunities and stopped you twice, but you didn't cherish it and went your own way. Therefore, your appeal is not valid. Dorn was speechless. Here, is this how times are calculated? Nothing wrong with it either. But it's too deceptive to restrict admission like this. Don refused to accept it. I think it was just a misunderstanding. Now that I realize my mistake, can I cancel this restriction? Don didn't care about the 3-year admission limit. Don't let him in. He still has many subordinates, but they just feel that the punishment is too severe and they can fight for it. Can't. The words were absolute. All right, you win. You can't afford to offend. Little things. It's nothing more than invalidating a passport. It's not a big deal. We have a lot of passports. Apart from making him lose his face temporarily, such a restriction does not cause much harm. Moreover, it strengthens his determination to steal. Snort. Wait. I will come back again. Signature. Fine. Go out. It was already noon. The sun was shining brightly, and Dorn's mood recovered quickly. He was just entering the situation. It was a small scene. He was a big shot, wanted by many countries. This was completely childish. Cut. Small place. That's all. Come on. What else can you do to me? After finishing his speech, Dorn took to the streets. I have to say that the city construction is really beautiful. For a country with unified power, backwardness will only be temporary. Certainly, in Myanmar today, no one will feel left behind. Follow this momentum. 5 years, 10 years. Maybe we'll be able to enter the ranks of developed countries, provided that the original transcription solution is not cracked, 0 is not dead, and it is still in that position, and Western forces do not intervene forcefully. Otherwise, unexpected. Dorn knew the appetite of those people. They were greedy and ruthless. Any outsiders or countries that may rise up and threaten them will not stop until they are trapped. I'm a free bird. Humming. Don was walking on the street as if he didn't recognize his relatives. Evening. Name. Muse Denny or Hiss. Dorn's mouth twitched, his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen. Age. 46. Occupation. Just one day. Enter the palace twice. Don wanted to cry. I didn't mean to come back here when I said I would come back. God, did you misunderstand something? It's true that people are wandering on the street, and trouble comes from the sky. Who did I provoke? Afternoon. Tired of shopping. He was going to find a place to eat. Which material? I accidentally bumped into a big black man, and for no apparent reason, his wallet fell to the ground. Without any explanation, I slapped him, making him lose his ability, and his head was dizzy. Then, just a good beating. While beating, the man cursed. Thief! Thief! How dare you steal from me? Asshole! The first slap blinded Dorn. What followed was a complete scene of torture. Those who heard it applauded. Those who saw it took pictures. In the end, the patrolling security guards came and they stopped. Then, the man was slandered. Then, he entered the palace for the second time. At this time, Dorn was so angry. They had been beaten like this for so many years. It was such a shame and humiliation. If this was posted on the internet, it would hurt my face. He must have been laughed at by his subordinates for a long time. Did you steal the wallet? No. Dawn gritted her teeth. Maid, it is true that labor and capital are thieves. But what I stole were all high-end goods. Is your broken wallet worth it for me? Then why did his wallet fall to the ground? This question, Dorn was immediately shocked. How do I know? God knows what happened. He was blaming him for not pretending. Anyway, he had never done it before, so it was definitely the other person's fault. Oh, this way. We can't get rid of your suspicion. Where's the surveillance? Don asked. We checked, but we can't clear your suspicion. However, the victim said that since there was no actual economic loss, he can forgive you. He only needs you to apologize to him. Hearing this, Don's whole body was in bad shape. Forgive? Apologize? Victim? Hold the grass. I am the victim, okay? I was going shopping and was beaten for no reason. Although the other party complained first and had a good reason, you didn't see my nose and face were bruised and swollen? Phew, take a deep breath. Calm down. Calm down. It is better to do less than to do more. Don tried the price of impulse. That time, he almost met God. Several life-threatening accidents in his life were all caused by impulse. I tolerate it. I tolerate it. With my worth, how can I steal something? Don wanted to show off his wealth. Which material? The sheriff opposite shook his head. Sorry. There is no absolute connection between personal wealth and moral character. Many rich people feel that life has lost pursuit and is not exciting enough. Over time, it may lead to various irrational behaviors. Therefore, you are considered a billionaire. I'm sorry. This cannot be used as effective evidence that you have not stolen. After listening, Don's face was full of excitement. That's really what happened. Okay. Gritting his teeth, Don agreed. But my injuries can't be in vain, right? There are also mental damages. If there are any sequelae in the future, I want him to be responsible for all the expenses. This request is very reasonable, but you'd better hire a lawyer, because the other party may not agree or even directly refuse to settle. In that case, the lawsuit may be protracted. These words. Another example is a sharp sword. Stabbed Dorn in the heart. Congested. Depressed. A lawsuit is bound to make the matter bigger. In Myanmar, where the public security is astonishingly good, it is likely to become a hot topic. It will not be a small-scale joke, but a large-scale onlooker. At that time, Satoko. Face. It is estimated that everything will be taken to court. Woo, it's so hard for me. You have to apologize to the other person for being beaten in vain. You dare not disclose. It because of your status. Worry, if you were in a country where you were carrying your back, your employer would find someone to take you to see God in a matter of seconds. Here, don't dare. Okay, I don't want anything anymore. Dawn blushed. Well, then go and apologize. Tolerate. If I had the chance, I would definitely do it. Soon. I'm sorry. Dorn squeezed out these words with difficulty. Opposite him, the big black man clenched his fists loudly, looking like he wanted to beat you up. Dorn stared at that face, trying to remember it firmly. Good luck to you. I'll break your legs in our country. Be careful and don't steal anything again. Otherwise, if you encounter someone with a worse temper one day, I will send you to see God directly. You're welcome. Goodbye. You must be a good person. After saying that, Dorn was left with a handsome back. Thanks. Thank you, uncle, and be a good person. Are you qualified to say this? Hit someone if you disagree. Just wait for me. I won't let you. Forehead. Suddenly, Dorn's face turned bitter. In the blink of an eye, it seemed like I couldn't remember what the big black guy looked like. Black. Tall. Strong. Thick mouth. White teeth. Curly hair. Then, what other features are there? He suddenly remembered that he had faced blindness towards the big black man. A huge sea of people. It was very difficult to find the other party. As for obtaining the other party's information from the Public Security Bureau, it was also difficult. He had heard that hackers and computer masters from all over the world were being tricked here one after another. Purchase? There has to be a place. I want to go back to America. This place. It's only been a day since I arrived, and I've already been treated like this, with a bruised nose and swollen face. How can I still think about walking around? People will probably be onlookers along the way. This kind of fire in Mianxi probably won't come out. Suddenly, got a tap on the shoulder. I saw. The sheriff looked at him sincerely and said seriously, "You are still young and could do some serious work. Don't let yourself be fooled. You say you have money, so do more meaningful things. There's an old saying in China, one mistake will lead to eternal hatred. Remember, Don't go further and further down the wrong road. At this moment, Don was unable to complain. My face. Just like that, bad guy. Goodbye. No. Goodbye. If I come back again, I will be your grandson. With a lot of anger, Don returned to the hotel and lay on the bed. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He went to the palace twice a day, which was a record. It is said that everything must turn against itself when it reaches its extreme. So many crimes have been committed this time. So, does this mean that his actions towards the museum may go smoothly? Thinking of this, Dorn became energetic and his depression was reduced by half. Well, sure enough, it is a spiritual victory method, a magical skill. Perhaps this is an advanced skill passed down to mankind from God. All of a sudden, Don perked up. Just watch TV. This afternoon, in front of a hotel in Exinen City, a foreign thief was caught stealing on the street. He was beaten by the victim in the street. The following is the video information provided by the enthusiastic people. Other side, hotel. After taking a shower, the team leader, who was getting ready to go to bed, has the habit of watching TV for a while. He can speak Chinese, and the station in Exinen City has both Burmese and Chinese, so he can generally understand the general news. Then, turn on the TV. Then, stunned, finished reading. The team leader's mouth could almost fit an egg. His face was clouded. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he poured the freshly opened mineral water into his lap, but he didn't seem to feel it. Now, he was at a loss. Am I dreaming? Otherwise, how could Dorn be in the news and be beaten in the street? In the picture, he was punched one after another, beating Dorn until he screamed. He didn't have the image or temperament of an international bandit leader at all. Forehead. Could it be? Are you really dreaming? Lower your head. His legs were wet, and under the air conditioner, a cold feeling entered his mind. This made the team leader sure that it was not a dream, but real. Dorn had indeed been beaten into a pig's head by a big black man. That picture. Ouch. The team leader's mouth twitched, and it hurt to look at it. Talk. It's only been a long time since we last met. What did he miss? Steal your wallet? Joke. Who was Dorn? How could he be a big thief? What happened? The more he looked at it, the more he wanted to laugh. A big thief was beaten like this on the street for stealing a wallet. Wonderful. It's so wonderful, a hearty feeling. Dorn also has what he is today. You must know that Dorn has committed too many crimes, but there is no evidence, so he has no choice. When there was evidence, he was bailed out by a big shot. As an official force, he was not happy. But people speak softly. Accurate. It can only be buried in my heart. Now, seeing bad guys being punished, although not being arrested, is still a very satisfying thing. It is estimated that this video will become the biggest stain in Dorn's life, and he will never be able to get rid of it. The team leader burst out laughing. No, he had to keep it in his collection and check it out often. The hotel was well equipped with mid-level computers and high-speed internet. Soon, he found a video download source and clicked to download. Tonight, I'll definitely have a good sleep. Hotel. Now, Don was confused. The mood he had just comforted had turned extremely bad. He really didn't expect, that such an incident would actually be broadcast on TV, attracting many followers. This time, I can't even hide it. Oh, thief. Oh, enthusiastic people. Oh, Myanmar. Dorn's resentment almost reached the sky, but he couldn't express it at all. He could only say to the air that this unreasonable disaster had hit him hard, like a heavy punch, and he fell to the ground and could not turn over. Excuse? Who believes it? People who eat melon don't care about the truth. They only care about the excitement. Apparently, he has become a lively person. Even if the attention is only today, everyone may forget it in 3 days. However, for him, it is imprinted in the memory and cannot be erased or washed away. So angry. The more I think about it, more and more angry. Holding the remote control. Whoops. He threw it out directly. Crack. The TV screen was broken. Don didn't care. It was just money. Xiaoi looked at the ashtray at hand, picked it up, and smashed it hard. This time, directly smashed through. This time, feeling better. 10 minutes later. Name. Muse Denier. Dorn responded to the interrogator with a lifeless expression. He sat on a cold bench, with cold handcuffs on his hands, and his heart felt cold. Who I am? Where am I? What did I do? Right? Because he destroyed public property of the hotel and behaved badly, he was suspected of having some kind of mental tendency, so the hotel called the police. In just one day, he was taken to the police station for the third time. As for why the hotel security came up, just ask. It turns out that there is a sensor in the TV. If it is simply destroyed, it will not trigger the alarm, but if it is hit by something as heavy as an ashtray, it will trigger it immediately. Don did not expect that it has this hidden function. What the hell? Is God kidding him? Now, it's not just a matter of losing money, but I feel that he has violent tendencies and may affect the safety of other guests. Even so, I can't stay in the hotel. I can only spend a night here. Tomorrow, the sheriff's department will take him to the airport. Age: 46. Occupation. Don answered mechanically, in a terrible mood. Want me quiet? After asking, he was arranged into a room with a hard bed, no TV, and no computer. All of this seemed to be mocking him. Don wanted to destroy the place, but he didn't dare to do it for fear of being detained. That way, deporting someone back home is even more disgusting. Wait, I'll have to settle this debt with you one day. Dorn gritted his teeth. He blamed all of this on the fuss made by the Public Security Bureau here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the palace 3 times. Shame. 2 days later. What? Naibidu. At the U.S. Embassy, Bloomer looked at a document, which was sent by Myanmar. It was a document about the deportation of American citizens to the country. The content detailed the illegal behavior of a man named Muse. First, trespassing into non-exhibition areas of the museum will result in a fine of 1,000 Asian dollars. Second, steal on the street, apologize to the victim, and make the news. Third, he smashed hotel facilities and was suspected of having violent tendencies and was detained. Fourth, that night, he attacked a police officer of the Public Security Bureau and was detained. To sum up, Myanmar demanded that this person be deported and banned from entering the country for the rest of his life. After reading this, Blumo curled his lips. He committed 4 crimes in a row in one day. He is such a talented person. It is really embarrassing to stay here. Agree. Swish. Bloomer signed. Snort. Call you mean. All right. Fuck it. Made. It's embarrassing enough to just make trouble for the labor and management. Those useless agents often let the labor and management pick up people. I also have to deal with you guys who enter the palace 3 times a day and commit 4 crimes. Am I free? Roll. Let the labor and capital go back to the United States and bring trouble to others. At first, come to Myanmar. Bloomer was quite ambitious and felt that his predecessor, Ainsley, was incompetent. Only when he arrived did he realize how deep the water was. Now, he is living a life like a salted fish, much like his predecessor. It's been a week. Idle. The only foreign-related work I encountered was when an American citizen was deported. You say it was bad or not. If this is an annual work summary, write it down, and you will not be despised as a scumbag. Day. So difficult, right? Tomorrow is March 1st. Oasis concoction. When the shares were sold in the new year, Myanmar invited him by the way. Why was it by the way? Because he was not invited to speak. Not even a public relations person came. Other countries, such as Saudi Arabia, a treat, travel, give gifts. Although they all cost a small amount of money and there is no rebate compared to my pitiful appearance, it is already much better. I really don't know who gave Meon AI the confidence to ignore the position of the United States. Annoying, depressed, congested. Bloomer also wanted to be quiet. Hey, why do you say that? Never mind. Too lazy to think so much. The sale will be held tomorrow afternoon, and the Zinei Highway has been opened to traffic early. We will leave in the morning and arrive at noon, and we can still catch the welcome party. As usual, the United States has no interest in this Oasis sale. As for the prepared liquid, most of those interested are companies. I have to say, the fruits and vegetables grown in the prepared liquid are undeniably delicious. After eating, I felt as if everything I had eaten before was fake. No wonder I could brew fruit wine that is popular all over the world. Only, at present, no one knew the location of the plantation where the fruit wine was made. However, because everyone had announced the reason why the wine tasted so good, all parties gave up looking for the plantation and turned their attention to the preparation liquid. March, destined to be extraordinary. Oasis. The management area of 100,000 square kilometers is worth nearly 1.5 trillion Asian dollars. Preparation liquid. The quantity is unknown, but Bloomer estimates that the total amount will not be less than 200 billion. This is considering the output of the original transcription solution. If it is easy to expand, then doubling it again is not difficult at all. In this way, if you go higher, 2 products, 2 trillion. If so. Bloomer shook his head. Can't think. I tend to get headaches, feel depressed, and unable to eat. Exine City. Sheriff's Department. Detention room. Dorn squatted in the corner, his eyes no longer filled with hatred, only hatred. Confused. As things have developed to this point, he is really in trouble. Even the word unlucky cannot describe his experience. Enter the palace 3 times. For deadly sins. At last, I got a big gift package of repatriation. Gift package contents. 1. Enter the blacklist and be permanently banned from entering the country. 2. Free air tickets back to the United States. 3. Family members come to receive benefits. Everything. These were all things that Dorn had never encountered before. For a moment, he wanted to laugh. Now, on the road of crime, he was a little more perfect, just like collecting medals. From now on, go out. Can also blow. We're people who have been deported, so I ask you if you are afraid. Your sister, what kind of medal is this? Whoever wants it wants it. I just want to be a good person. At least. Files are clean. All right. This identity is completely ruined. Outside the window, the sun is shining brightly. Inside the window, it's him, Dawn. Good poem. Dorn just wanted to leave this country as soon as possible. As for the thought of coming back to Rob, he never gave up. Wherever he fell, he got up. This shame must be washed away with victory. Mess with me. It is the biggest in your life. Bang! Dawn was knocked to the ground by his roommate. What are you thinking about? There are no rules when it comes to singing. A fierce-looking man shouted loudly, raising his fist as if to strike. Dorn was startled and wanted to cry. This roommate. Sleep often. Wake. He was asked to sing. Unfortunately, the skills he learned to hook up with girls were actually used on a man, but he was forced by fists and didn't want to cause any further complications, so he had to put a smile on his face. Okay, brother. The darkness of life will eventually pass. Dawn. It will come eventually. Dawn. I endured it. The next day, morning, with complicated emotions and a hoarse voice, Dawn boarded the plane back to the United States. At the cabin door, he looked back and looked at the country that had left deep scars on his soul. I remember. Then, step into the plane. Come to your seat. I'm in. Please give way. Dawn said in a hoarse voice, his ticket next to the window. One listen. The man said in surprise. Are you a singer? Paralysis. If you don't lift any pot, if you have a hoarse voice, you must be a singer? By the way, have you forgotten home? I might have a cold, or I might be born with it. Why does it have to be singing? Sing your uncle. Before leaving, he even got fed a bunch of siang. This land must be poisonous. However, Dorn's gloomy face did not let the young man's enthusiasm subside, but continued to sprinkle salt on him. I'm also a singer. I have loved singing since I was a child. Singing every day. If I don't sing for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. Because of singing, I was punished to sing in the classroom for a long time. That time, my throat hurt so much when I sang. It took many talents. It's really a good memory. A handful, another handful. Don almost went berserk, but fortunately he had headphones, so he put them on quickly and said, don't listen, I won't listen. Suddenly, the whole world became quiet. At this moment, Don was actually a little moved. Thanks. Headphones are such a great invention. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Tang Qing is designing the interior of the first commercial helicopter. The exterior design is completed. As for the various internal equipment, It has been divided into dozens of subtasks and issued. There's time. Tang Qing will help. After all, at the same time, Tang Qing was working on more than one project. He served as technical support and went wherever needed. His IQ and knowledge reserves made him invincible. In the team directly under the subordinates. Little difficulty. A small hurdle. The warrior solves it. Disaster. Big hurdle. Everyone worked together to solve the problem and brainstormed, but Tang Qing only played a certain role. More often than not, they are involved in some truly cutting-edge major scientific research projects followed by scientists. Put out, with the total level of science and technology mastered by Tang Qing. Low end. It is rated as mid-range. It can't go any higher. The top technologies from the outside world have long been updated by scientists day and night, generation after generation. New technologies emerge endlessly. This is Tang Qing's main daily life. Now, design a helicopter. On the difficulty, it is no exaggeration to say that it is not much more difficult than the average person trying to build a bicycle. Getting on the plane. Suddenly, Tang Qing smiled and murmured, "Thank you." It was not a big deal for this big thief to enter Myanmar. It was only after he met with the investigation team that he noticed that the subsequent series of events were, needless to say, carefully arranged by the soldiers. Trick people. The fighters are professionals. That night, even if Don doesn't smash the TV, he will still go in. Don't have too many plans. Just create something and get him involved. Don't make it too simple. I just didn't expect that Don has quite a bad temper. Then, the backup plan is saved. Open the door. Take away. Done in one go. Kill. No need. Dorn can't make any trouble. Sometimes, if you're too busy, watching the ants move is also a fun thing to pass the time. Considering the difficulty of entering, it is estimated that it will not be possible in the near future. Then, Tang Qing continued designing. Commercial helicopter. Big. Trench. When sitting on a helicopter, everyone feels the same way. It's noisy and you have to wear a headset, otherwise you can't stand it. The biggest feature of this commercial helicopter is its low noise. Close the door. Sofa. Cinema. Drinks. You can read, sleep, and hold meetings without the need for a headset to reduce noise. In short, it has the experience of a luxury passenger jet among helicopters and a private jet, specifically designed to meet the needs of close and comfortable flying. Half an hour later, suddenly, Tang Qing stopped what he was doing. Quick, get up, get out of the office. Turn right. It is his special elevator. When people arrive, the door opens and there is no need to press the floor. The entire process is automated. As soon as he left the building, several luxury cars drove up not far away and stopped steadily in front of Tang Qing. Don! In the car, a young man in white robe came down. That's right. It was Ayman, the Saudi prince whom he had not seen for almost a year. The last time he saw him, Ayman got married. Tang Qing went to Saudi Arabia and visited the capitals of Dubai, Egypt, and Algeria. Welcome. Tang Qing greeted with a smile. Shake hands. Embrace? Don't. We don't like hugging men. This time, Ayman took advantage of the opportunity to purchase the Oasis and came to see him. As the boss, Ayman did not come to the scene in person, but only sent his men to Exinen City, doing business and making friends. After listening to Tang Qing's fooling, after returning, an agricultural company was established. Vegetable, fruit, breeding, do it all. Catch the launch of Oasis. It cost a lot of money. Half of the land in hand has been transformed. In almost a year, grass has grown on the Gobi Desert that I bought at a low price. Now, the second batch has been put on sale, and I plan to renovate the remaining half. Be a landowner. Now, Ayman thinks it's good too. Alas, I'm inside. I really don't know how Tang Qing's brain grew. If this continues, there will be one richest man in the world who is a technological genius. In terms of IQ, he may be able to catch up with the top scientists in history. Einstein, Tesla, Da Vinci. Bad. It's just an achievement. But don't forget that Tang Qing is only in his early 20s and have a long life ahead of him. As long as such a person maintains the spirit of exploration, his future is unimaginable. have ideas, have the ability. There is money. The combination of the three is enough to promote the progress of human civilization. No exaggeration. Pity. A mortal like himself can only serve as a witness and become friends with Tang Qing. Iman feels that it is a great blessing in life. In Hawaii, the glass was smashed well. Otherwise, it is difficult for the two of them to meet each other in this life. Go upstairs. Come to the office. It's so big. Iman praised. This place. It's more than enough to hold a basketball game. Sit down. The soldier poured a cup of tea. Thank you. Taking a deep breath, the tea was rich in aroma. After learning that the prepared tea could cultivate this kind of tea, he directly planted an acre of tea garden on the farm. But in terms of taste, it was still not as good as the one given by Tang Qing. But, as a daily thirst quencher, it's pretty good. Take a sip, a look of enjoyment. Then, Amin got down to business. Hummingbird's construction in Saudi Arabia has been approved and can be tendered at any time. I really look forward to the day when Hummingbird is put into operation. Yes, Amin is Hummingbird's Saudi partner. As a prince, the grandson of the former king and the son of the de facto prince. Apparently, very suitable. At first, during the phone call, Tang Qing only mentioned one thing. Without saying a word, Iman agreed to all the conditions. After that, he started to take steps. The land was purchased more than half a month ago, and the design work was advanced. Now, with the approval of the Saudi government, construction can begin through bidding. I will ask the other side to follow up. Tang Qing said. Okay. Amin nodded. He added, as for Ali, there may be problems. You also know that my grandfather is only the former king after all. Many existing policies cannot be directly affected. I will try my best to live up to my friend's trust. Sincerely. These days, Amin has understood it. Tang Qing's partners in other countries all have huge influence in the country, and even influence the presidential election and influence a country's policies. But what about him? Just the grandson of the former king. Therefore, he was grateful for this trust. Don't force it. Tang Qing smiled. Hummingbird. The biggest feature is that it is fast and reduces the number of transportation times. Therefore, the countries that are really suitable are those with vast territory and dispersed population. Only they have this kind of logistics pain points. What about Saudi Arabia? Everyone's first impression is of oil. The second is the Gobi. Therefore, it's similar to the Yu family in Switzerland. I didn't expect it to be big here. As long as the population is concentrated, it will be difficult to have a threshold for next-day delivery business. So Tang Qing doesn't care. Switzerland, Saudi Arabia, all are looking for friends. It's done. Everyone is happy. Defeated. The loss is not big. Of course, a complete failure will not happen. After all, there are also self-operated cooperation projects. But Ali is a bit uncertain, because how can there be so many sellers in a wealthy country? Ali's significance to Saudi Arabia has greatly diminished. So, you can imagine how difficult it is to get support. The Saudi government will consider that there are no sellers in my country. They're all sold by foreigners, and all the money has been made. I still can't collect a cent of tax? What else is there to do? In comparison, it is much better to be self-employed, as you can tax domestic companies. When will your aircraft be launched? After chatting about business, Iman turned his attention to a large model with a four-rotor, streamlined shape and an appearance that looked like a crouching leopard. Very beautiful. Just one glance. He just fell in love with it. Next year, Tang Qing said. It's so slow. Tang Qing spread his hands. No way. The design can be completed in the second half of this year, but the assembly, test flight, and later modifications combined will have to be postponed until at least next year. At this speed, in terms of aircraft projects, it is already considered fast. Okay, how about I order one when it goes on sale? I thought about it. It's not too expensive either. Civilian. It's not for military use. Of course. Tang Qing said that so far, 6 people have wanted to book this helicopter. They're all friends. Chai Run and the others have one for each person. As for the price, they didn't even ask. But it is estimated that they will be shocked when it comes out. Cheap machine? No. Tang Qing never thought that the things he made would be sold cheaply. They were not targeted at the consumption field of ordinary people. Those who could afford them were wealthy people who were not short of money. Small profits, but quick turnover? Oh, there's no way to sell this thing. Subsequently, following Tang Qing, Iman experienced the park and wished he could build one himself, but thinking about his own assets, he could only give up. This model did not have billions of dollars to burn. Don't even think about it. He couldn't come up with so much money. Other side, Myanmar, Xianan City. The exhibition center in Xianan district was very lively, with fluttering flags and strips of carpet. Tourists wanted to go in and have a look, but were stopped for a simple reason. They were not sold to individuals. To this, after understanding what the exhibition sells, visitors can only leave. Oasis. Preparation liquid. Too expensive. It is completely a luxury product, and they have never thought of selling it to individuals. The main customers are countries and large companies. At this time, delegations from various countries and hundreds of large agricultural enterprises from various countries all gathered here. Now, opening the belly. Eat like crazy. Delicious. Delicious. Great food. Paired with fruit wine, it's perfect. Most people are already immersed in the food, and the plate in front of them is everything. It stands to reason that the prepared liquid has been sold before, and many people have bought it, so they will not be so rude. However, this time is different. Before, most of their companies buy it back for experimentation, but nothing like this, where all kinds of ingredients and seasonings are grown with the highest concentration, and the chef's superb cooking skills are used to improve it again. Suddenly, it fell. Many people want to. Is this what is cultivated by the best prepared liquid? It's so amazing, as if it's a new ingredient. The feeling that hits your taste buds every second can't be described in words, just one word. Tasty. No, I must buy more this time. Future. There is only one kind of high-end food, and that is cultivated in a concoction. The others, no matter what kind of aura they had before, are just like wine that was almost beaten by fruit wine and almost abandoned. Revolution. A revolution in food. Coming soon. The most amazing thing is the trick of different concentrations. If you only sell one kind of super expensive one, you may only monopolize the high-end fruit and vegetable market, but there are actually various concentrations, which are completely universal. Before, same vegetable, low-end, high-end. In the eyes of ordinary people, the taste difference is really not big, but in the future, there will be a huge difference. As long as the taste buds are normal, they can distinguish it, and the Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group controls the source. No solution. Envious. Envy. Want to grab, but I can only think about it. If the tree is still in the forest, the wind will destroy it. But the tree is already towering into the sky. It is not a strong wind of level 12. It is difficult to do anything about it. No one except national-level forces can touch this group. And it will take a big country to take action. It seems that it is really ineffective. A position. Blumo had a great time eating. He went out in the morning and was just in time for the welcome lunch. I have to say that the meal was delicious. If this is the future, then this future will be controlled by Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Through communication, he learned. Many countries with deserts have chosen to continue to purchase Oasis and have increased their purchases. They have not been affected by the disappearance of the German substitute and the 3 scientists. Just ask. Turn out to be. What a cheating person. First, there are discounts for old customers who bought last year. It is human nature to pick up bargains, and the same is true for countries. When all countries took a look, they first came to the exhibition with an attitude of taking a look. Second, as soon as people come, just promote special loans. No money? It is possible to pay on credit. Too many are impossible, but for goods worth tens of billions, it is still possible. Of course, you can't pay a dime, and you must pay 10% of the payment in one go. This is the bottom line. And the repayment period cannot be too long. 10 years, at the latest. At first glance, you can see that it's good. There is no interest, and it doesn't take up much of the current year's budget. Moreover, the Oasis is improving the public natural environment, and people will not collectively protest against the business community. These years, desert, Gobi, but the people of those countries have had enough. Third, Bundle sales. What? Your country is close to the sea, but far away from the desert you want to transform? Fine. I have a project loan here, and I will directly build a pipeline or canal for you, and add filtering equipment to ensure that you will have no worries in the future, and it can also solve the drinking water problem of residents. There are many benefits. Fourth, lobbying. You see, you have many deserts. There's a shortage of food, but as long as the cultivated land is transformed, it can be turned into fertile land and reduce food imports. Moreover, even if you don't farm, just selling land is a considerable amount of income. Very good deal. It can be said, what was originally a matter of state subsidies has turned into revenue generation. No matter how bad it is, tens of thousands of acres of fertile land have been created. This is something that will benefit future generations. If we don't do this, how can you say that the government is effective? Then, in this way, Bloomer heard that many countries were deceived and lamed. Once the accounts were settled, it was really morally just, and in terms of interests, it was possible to make money, and it was really a good deal. Stupid, stupid, stupid. To them, Bloomer secretly complained in his heart that he had been fooled like this. Well, he admitted that these articles were indeed very persuasive to those countries and difficult for people to refuse. He was born in the United States. The land is huge. Wubwa. Deserts are landscapes, not disasters. However, for some countries, this is something they're eager to disappear. Once this thing not only costs money, it can also create stable benefits. So, balance. It will definitely go the way it should, unless someone comes to help and forcefully change the result. However, the United States has no intention of stopping it. The development of the situation so far does not seem to be surprising. Only, Bloomer looked at a man not far away. Sun Jiang, Chinese envoy. Last time, China was the largest purchaser of Oasis, with orders of 20,000 square kilometers and nearly 300 billion yuan. This time, I don't know if it will buy it, and if so, how much it will be. Bloomer didn't know. It tastes really good. Sun Jiang praised. Welcome party. What is on every table is not the same dish, but the home-cooked dishes of that country, according to the country. Unfortunately, it is too expensive, so I can only try it occasionally at such banquets. Future. Eat. The proportion of consumption in people's lives will definitely increase, which is unstoppable. The grading of consumption will become more and more obvious. Of course, he has no objection. Good things can never be cheap. Eat. Drinking. In less than half an hour, everyone had finished eating, and they were still not satisfied. Thinking that they could have another meal in the evening, they couldn't help but feel happy. As for the meal, just now, if you have to deal with it yourself, it won't cost you tens of thousands. And, even if you have the ingredients, your own chef may not be able to create the flavor. Drink tea. Digestion. Since we are in the exhibition hall, we can also go and take a look at the various transplanted fruits and vegetables. From the display, we can see that the prepared liquid is the protagonist today. The display plate of Oasis is less than 1/10. 2. The efficacy of the Oasis has been proven, and there is nothing to show for it. Afternoon. 3 o'clock. Subscription begins. The president of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company took the stage. Welcome all guests who have come from afar. Over the past year, the effect of the Oasis has been obvious to all. In 2 years, the world will reduce nearly 100,000 square kilometers of desert and Gobi. And, if everything goes well, this number may be reached every year in the future. It all depends on everyone present in your country. This year's Oasis will still be 100,000 square kilometers. The renovation price per square kilometer is 15 million Asian dollars. You can place an order with the tablet in your hand, and the results will be displayed on the projection behind me. If you place an order today, you can enjoy an additional 0.1% discount on top of the original discount. Now, start. Go straight to the topic. Nonsense. I said it before the welcome banquet. Before coming. All countries have made decisions. Therefore, no on-site discussion is required. Lower your head. Everyone found out. The originally locked submit button has become clickable. It It was also a bit high-tech, so I didn't hesitate. I want to buy it, so I carefully filled in the numbers and clicked submit. Moment. On projection, the numbers skyrocketed. 3,000, 5,000, 7,000, 13,000, just 1 minute. It exceeded 30,000 square kilometers, and many countries watching the excitement were also stunned, because it also showed the countries that placed orders, some familiar, some unfamiliar, but the orders were not small. Mali, Niger, Chad, Iran, Oman, Pakistan. Now, as if they thought of something, they looked at the chairman. I thought to myself, how many special loans have you released? Some countries can still afford it if they have some money, but some countries are extremely poor. It is difficult to have enough food and clothing. Buy Oasis? Joke. Apparently, these countries have received special loans from Myanmar. All right, although I want to see a joke, I guess I can't. In just a short time, 30% of the share is gone. At this rate, even if it can't be sold out, as long as it exceeds 50%, it will be considered a success. On the screen, messages flashed by, slower and slower. The Egyptian government purchased an oasis management area of 2,000 square kilometers. The Saudi government purchased an oasis management area of 3,000 square kilometers. The United Arab Emirates purchased an oasis management area of 5,000 square kilometers. Looking at the projection below, the eyes of all major companies are red. 15 million per square kilometer, 1,000 square kilometers is 15 billion Asian dollars. 2,000 is 30 billion, and 3,000 is 45 billion. Worry, even if you are prepared. But when you see it with your own eyes, you can't help but be shocked. Such sales can easily reach tens of billions, which is difficult for ordinary companies to achieve. In addition to envy, you are still envious, and you can only envy it. Egypt seems to have bought more than last year. The total amount is less. Poor. Egypt is poor. Of course, last year's GDP was only over 150 billion US dollars. If it weren't for the tourism industry, it would definitely be able to live a life of smell sad, see tears, and keep resting on its laurels. Estimated. Egypt did not receive a special loan. Someone broke the news. I heard that it seems to be a matter of saving face. Silly. In the crowd, after hearing some remarks, the Egyptian representative rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear. Indeed, Egypt did not receive a special loan from Myanmar, but what the hell? Mian Yao didn't even ask. For those poor countries that barely have enough to eat. Come to your door. Have a heart-to-heart talk, sending warmth and being very enthusiastic. But they didn't mention anything about their family's foundation. Perhaps they thought they were not short of money, and the Egyptian authorities wanted to say, how do you know that I am not short of money and have the ability? Ask me. Ask. Maybe we are bad. However, when the exhibition started, Myanmar didn't even ask. Egypt also wanted to save face and didn't ask for a special loan. However, they still had to buy the oasis they should buy. They had been troubled by the desert for too long. Egypt, a country that lives by its rivers. Nationwide, more than 95% of the population is distributed on both sides of the Nile River. The other places are either deserts or Gobi. During this year's transformation, they found that they really won't lose money. First, plant. Second, sell land. It can be said, after the government spends money on governance, most of the money is paid by the people. Therefore, you won't lose much, and you can still gain support. Saudi Arabia is a bit stingy. Yeah, it's only 3,000 square kilometers, and the United Arab Emirates has 5,000. Slap in the face. Huh. These words, the Saudi representatives did not hear it, but one can imagine it. I didn't pay much attention to this. 3,000 is 3 times more than last year. This is called caution. Besides, there will be more next year, and the sale will not be stopped. The United Arab Emirates has 7 emirates with a total area of more than 80,000 square kilometers. 5,000. It already accounts for 5% of the country's total area. It is not certain whether it will be purchased next year. There is no point in competing for the moment. Staring at the screen, the Saudi representative is waiting for 2 pieces of information. Same. Other countries are waiting, too. The Algerian government purchased an oasis management area of 1,000 square kilometers. Yemen purchased an oasis management area of 500 square kilometers. The Indian government purchased an oasis management area of 800 square kilometers. Saudi Yemen Agricultural Company purchased an oasis management area of 200 square kilometers. After the big order, there are countless small orders, and companies from some countries have also seen business opportunities. If the land is purchased in the desert and managed well, whether it is for planting or developing into villa areas or commercial housing, there will be a market. It's a good long-term investment. Suddenly, a new message popped up. Suddenly, the entire scene was quiet for 3 seconds. Then, God, oh my God, hold the grass. 17,000 square kilometers. That's so rich. Is it real? On the projection, the name of the O Foundation was extremely prominent. What is even more eye-catching is the huge number at the back. 17,000. That's right. It was close to 20,000. Suddenly, the shares soared to 63,000, leaving less than 37,000 square kilometers. How long has it been? Is it available in 10 minutes? Will it be sold out in 1 day? It should be true. Terrible. Rich. Look, the official website of the O Foundation has been refreshed. What? Many people took out their mobile phones. When I opened the website and read it, I was stunned. On the home page, there was a title at the top. On March 1st, 2009, the Green Planet Fund was successfully completed. Click to open. It's the content. As of February 25th, 2009, the Green Planet Charity Fund has received a total of 235,671 donations from around the world, and service reservations have been completed as required. Project Desert Oasis. Area 17,320 square kilometers. Countries involved 67. Specific list. After reading, what remains is shock. Green Planet, a project established by the O Foundation last year. It mainly receives donations from around the world and manages deserts in designated areas, such as India on a large scale. Overseas, there are a large number of Indians. I want to contribute to the country. But if you are afraid of misappropriation by the Indian authorities or not investing in the designated areas, you can use the O Foundation to first designate countries, secondly designate provinces, or even designate smaller areas. In this way, there's no fear of being misappropriated, and there's no need to stand up for yourself. Convenient. Save trouble. Ever since, after the Oasis sold out its shares last year, a large amount of donations went to the O Foundation's Green Planet project, ranging from a few hundred to hundreds of millions of dollars. And before it's done, the total amount and donors are not disclosed. But rumor has it that the pool of this fund is very large. I didn't expect it to be so big, with more than 17,000 square kilometers and a total value of more than $35 billion. Is it much? Many. But it makes sense, too, for global donations, however. This is too much. More than 60 countries, each with $500 million, excluding some soy sauce. The average is $1 billion. Depend on, are there so many kind-hearted people in the world? All right, they believed it for now. Otherwise, to question, if their donation is swallowed up, they can still question it, but they are the donors. If you question them for donating too much, isn't that just out of your mind? What is it? Countries are desperate for more. Suddenly, another exclamation. What? What's wrong? Asked the person next to him. Don't tell. The man just handed over the phone and waited to see the content. What? He looked shocked. In is a table, a ranking list of donation recipient countries. From high to low, the number 1 ranking is China. With a total donation of $5.6 billion, it ranks first, accounting for 17%. Do a rough calculation. Nearly 3,000 square kilometers. Soon, all delegations from various countries also knew about it. One word, envy. There is not much that I can afford. Who donated it? It's not written. You can choose to remain anonymous in the Foundation's donation list, and only part of it will be published. However, it is normal if it is China. It is the most populous country in the world. It is not fake. That's right. There are many Chinese people. Donate a lot. I can't envy you at all. Before, some countries also want to set up such a fund, but they have tried it, but the effect is poor. Many overseas donations do not come, and even the donations from their own countries go abroad. The reason is very simple. Management fee. In theory, charitable foundations have the right to pluck their hair and charge management fees ranging from single digits to double digits. But the O Foundation does not charge a penny. It is completely out of conscience. Learn from them. Oh, learned, but still no use. When people think about it, there seems to be no difference between donating to a country and donating to a conscience foundation like the O Foundation. In the end, they both buy Oasis, and the latter is more credible. On site, after reading the list, many national delegations laughed, because there's also their country in it. Less than tens of millions. Hundreds of millions or more than $1 billion are completely free, which makes people happy. In the crowd. That's a good number. Sun Jiang smiled from ear to ear. 56. Good luck. Domestic media will definitely be able to write about it. The white oasis of nearly 3,000 square kilometers can be said to be an unexpected harvest, because China did not know how many there were before. 5.6 billion. Great. Well, it would be great if we could leave from China. Sun Jiang thought to himself. No hair plucking. Rather, most of this money is in US dollars. If it advances to China, it will be China's foreign exchange reserves. After that, China can use Asian dollars to buy from Myanmar and get a discount. Now, this foreign currency belongs to Myanmar. Pity. How much did you buy? Zheng sighed. Aside, the polar bear envoy asked curiously. Sun Jiang smiled. He was similar to Blumo. Polar bears were just here to make soy sauce. With such a huge land area and forest area, how could he buy an oasis? Won't buy. It was also bought for scientific research. Guess. Sun Jiangpi paused. The polar bear ambassador rolled his eyes. Guess? I'm just making a guess. How do I know? Well, since you asked me to guess, I'm not polite. Last year, it was 20,000 square kilometers. This year's words. 200,000. Sun Jiang was speechless. You are too stupid. We'll find out later. Sun Jiang did not reveal it immediately and looked at the projection. See this? The polar bear messenger shrugged. Look up, looking at the projection. Now, most of them are purchased by some foundations. Although the O Foundation is the only one, it doesn't have a monopoly yet. There are many people who are trying to follow the same example. The big ones can't eat it, but they can still eat some soup. 65,000. 66,000. 68,000. Suddenly, the numbers jumped. Became 98,000. Something went wrong? Of course not, but Huaxia took action. Huaxia purchased the Oasis Management Area, 30,000 square kilometers. At this moment, most people present felt their breath stagnant. 30,000. 30,000. That's 10,000 more than last year. Depend on. The largest buyer is China again. Ow! Where did you get so much money? Seal. I can't afford it. Those who can print money and use it to buy other countries' products are the big guys. At present, the currencies of most countries can only circulate in a few surrounding countries, but they do not have high currency credibility. I can't envy you. Currency value depends on country credit. No strength. Everything is empty. Who could appreciate the previous chart? However, the current chart is valuable because the Myanmar Bank Group owns commodities that the world needs. If the chart is valuable, it is valuable. The same goes for China. Have strength. Be confident. You can print money to spend. Now, countless eyes looked at Sun Jiang's position with unabashed envy. For some countries, 30,000 plus 20,000, 50,000 square kilometers is enough to solve all domestic problems. Huh, Sun Jiang smiled in his heart. 30,000. Huaxia is well thought out. Is it much? Many. The full price is 450 billion yuan, but after discounts, it's just over 400 billion yuan. If this money was a pure expenditure, China would never place such a large order, but would weigh it. Late last year, Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce loans total more than 500 billion. In More than 150 billion Asian dollars flowed into China. Later, a total of another 500 to 600 billion was released in commodity loans and project loans, from which China still obtained a large amount of Asian dollar income, plus general trade. Therefore, China has huge Asian dollar reserves. No flowers. Stay for what? Once you get the money and lend it out, a lot of it will flow into China. This is a cycle, an economic cycle, and a currency cycle. When it flows, it is a thing that is good for everyone. It's a loss. Myanmar Bank Group was the first to bear the brunt. Its profits. Taking out a loan is equivalent to using your own money to bear all risks and subsidize the whole world. Such an operation can be said to be walking a tightrope, but before it falls, the effect will be wonderful. 5 minutes later, on projection, the number stayed at 100,000. Half an hour. Sold out. It is completely a record. It was unexpected and expected. At the beginning of last year, countries were relatively conservative. Moreover, there was very little private capital participation, and the early publicity was not in place. This year, 1 year to ferment, 1 year to prepare. At last, such a result is not unimaginable. Subsequently, the chairman of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company expressed his gratitude for 3 minutes. To all countries, to each enterprise, to donors around the world. Below. But there are countless complaints. If you are really grateful, why don't you disclose your technology and contribute to the world's environmental protection cause? You are hiding it and blatantly making a lot of money. I'm jealous. Second floor. Behind a single pass glass. Control room. Quite fast. Tang Qing looked at the people from various countries below with a smile. It was sold out in half an hour, which was a surprise. The assistance of the O Foundation was indispensable, with a donation of more than 35 billion US dollars. Oh, of course there are not really that many wealthy people. More than 10 billion US dollars were obtained by the soldiers from various sources. Now, due to live broadcast by many national media. Moment. Spread around the world. God, what did I see? Sold out? I remember that last time it took more than half a month to buy out an area of 100,000 square kilometers bit by bit. But this year, it only took half an hour. I don't believe it. Cheating. There must be a scam. Yes. The turnover in half an hour exceeded 200 billion US dollars. You are kidding. This result. Many people cannot accept that Walmart, the largest company in the Fortune 500, only has annual sales of more than 300 billion US dollars. While Oasis accounts for more than half of that in one day, no, in half an hour. This is because Oasis is limited, if open. So, is it possible to surpass Walmart in one day? I wipe it. That picture is so beautiful that I dare not think about it. If it really comes true, it will evolve into a speechless situation. A company only does business for 1 day a year, but it has become a number one in the Fortune 500. Too exaggerated. Therefore, many people question it. But there are many rational people. Although it is unbelievable, it is a fact that it is sold out. You cannot deny it because it is too unbelievable. Take a closer look. Who are the people who bought the Oasis this time? First, China, 30,000 ordinary kilometers. Second, Owei, more than 17,000 square kilometers. Third, the United Arab Emirates, 5,000 square kilometers. There is no doubt about the first one. China must be rich, and the same is true for the second one. We have money. The third UAE alone accounts for more than half of the share. Is it difficult? But don't forget that Myanmar also has special loans for Oasis, which will consume at least 10,000 square kilometers. Wealthy countries. It's not a problem at all to eat up the remaining quota. Among them, the only one suspected of cheating is the special loan, but it only accounts for a small part of the total and has a limited impact. To sum up, Oasis. It's a normal sellout. When more information was announced, the doubts began to decrease. So that's it. Sure enough, good products must have a market. Before, I was worried that substitutes and kidnapping cases would affect the sales of Oasis. Now it seems that it is completely nonsense. Yeah, the O Foundation has done a good job. I have decided to donate again this year. The second phase of the Green Planet project has been launched. If you're interested, you can go to the O Foundation official website. What? So fast. This is called efficiency. For a moment, the surge in visits to the O Foundation's official website is mostly due to people watching the excitement. After all, a one-time donation of $35 billion is absolutely unprecedented, and it is different from donations made by rich people. It takes a long time to spend it all, maybe even a lifetime. Spend all your money in one day and buy a single product. Anyway, O Foundation made the headlines again. There has never been a charitable foundation that operates in this way. Green Planet projects, why haven't they appeared before? It's simple because the foundation wants management fees. This project, no money is made. But charity, someone will eventually justify it. This is a public welfare, not a moral binding, not a tool for profit, and not a way to embezzle and manage property under the banner of justice. Open, transparent. If a charitable foundation is not thinking about how to spend money, but how to make the assets under its management larger and larger, then it's okay not to have such a foundation. So, I appeal. Strongly boycott high management fees and support the O Foundation. Every word hurts my heart. Some people stand at the forefront, while others are stepped on. Obviously, the OV Foundation has once again become a role model, a benchmark, and the conscience of the industry, and has been praised by thousands of people. Indeed, charitable. If we just accumulate charity money and make big inflows, but little outgoings, what's the point? Have a look. This is a conscientious charity fund. Decisive, direct, the more you bring in, the more you get out. We don't pursue unlimited growth of charity money, but only seek the most effective use. This is the attitude we should have in the industry. Therefore, a chorus of praise. The colleagues, on the other hand, were grimacing. Elder brother, I hope no one can survive. We provoked whomever we provoked. There are no management fees. You can eat and drink whatever you want. You don't like money. We like it. Now, we are directly breaking the industry rules. We are not muddy. The world is not just black and white. Come again. Seeing the prompt, Tang Qing shook his head. Speechless. In this world, apart from playing tricks, there is no fair way to defeat the opponent. It's really annoying. On the outside, you appear to be righteous and the holy light shines, but you have to do some small tricks behind the scenes. There is no pattern at all. Something went wrong. If it can't be solved, fix the person who created the problem. Snort. Court death. I'll give you a ride. For those who cannot adapt to the new rules, do not accept progress themselves, and do not allow others to advance, then there is no need to adapt. They will be eliminated and they will do whatever they need to do. Black and white. All in my hand. Gray. Do you dare to practice Taoism? The outside world is bustling. Exhibition hall. Everyone began to pay attention to the next item, which was the share of the prepared liquid. Currently, Myanmar has not announced the total number, but most of the people who are interested are companies who are looking at the stage eagerly. A strange man came on stage. Hello, everyone. I'm the president of Myanmar Agricultural Reclamation Group. Not much to say. The purchase price of the prepared liquid is the same as the pre-sale. The price is divided into 3 grades, 1 million per ton, 700,000 per ton, and 400,000 per ton. This year's total is 50 times the pre-sale. Instantly, a number popped up in everyone's mind, 500 billion. Last time, the pre-sale amount is 10 billion in liquid preparation. The total amount is 500 billion. Due to the reasons for blending, there is no single grade limit for the 3 types of prepared liquids. The total price reaches 500 billion Asian dollars. The reservation for this year's prepared liquids will end. Now, everyone can enter the requirements on the tablet. Same. The total order amount will be displayed behind me in real time. If you miss this time, it will only be next year. If you're interested, please hurry up. Thank you, let's start. Finally, there is a threat marketing. Don't say it. The effect is good. Be present. Most of them are already familiar with the effects of the prepared liquid, and many of them are using it. If the supply is cut off, the fruits and vegetables that are being watered now may become ordinary, and all the previous efforts may be wasted. 500 billion is a lot. But Not worth the huge demand. Needless to say, seeing this submit change color, the business owners quickly input their requirements. The 3 levels of purchases were relatively even. The business owners were busy placing orders, and representatives from various countries were busy watching. I marveled in my heart. 500 billion, plus Oasis. The nominal transaction volume at this year's exhibition was a full 2 trillion Asian dollars. After discounts, it is still about 1,780 billion. Such data has exceeded the GDP of most countries. Germany. Duha Institute. Office. Suck it. After reading the report, Fred took a breath. My heart was inexplicably shocked, and a trace of greed flashed in my eyes, but it dissipated within a few seconds. He knew in his heart that he could only watch. Replacement plan, already full of loopholes. Soon, it will become a scientific joke. Following the last hacking incident, the industry has long distrusted him, but the lid has not yet been lifted, so he can only bite the bullet and continue to play the game. Before, when attending various meetings, others are still enthusiastic. Now, underneath the enthusiasm is a distant attitude. There is no way to get rid of this label of liar, unless the rumors are broken and a substitute is really developed, but this is just a luxury. This show, Fred, out. Beijing. Master Chai, the order is complete. Yes, very good. Chiron hung up the phone. He bought some last time, but it was not enough for a year. Therefore, he planned to buy some this time. Not much, only 200 million yuan, but the tea garden at home cannot be stopped. Also, fruit grove, vegetable garden, also needed. From now on, every month, Myanmar Agricultural Reclamation Group will send a certain amount of prepared liquid. As for delivering it all at once, impossible. First, the quantity is too large and cannot be delivered. Second, the storage of the prepared liquid is a problem. People said it clearly. Not easy to store. Has a shelf life. 3 months. The shelf life of the prepared liquid is only 3 months. If special storage equipment is used, the shelf life can be extended to 1 year. However, that equipment also costs money. The smallest container is millions of dollars. The bigger, the more expensive. Prices increase geometrically and additional expenses are extremely high. USA. Geiji Aswang. Master, the order was successfully placed, 1 billion Asian dollars. The butler reported to Guzhong. Okay, he said. He was also browsing relevant news. The billion-dollar concoction was just SOSO in front of the Gu family's plan, including tea gardens, wineries, pastures, orchards, and vegetable fields. Needed everywhere. The population is prosperous. It won't be wasted. Say it again. This is the quantity for 2 years. Although the quantity sold is this year's share, there is no requirement to deliver it this year. It can be 3 years or 5 years, depending on the needs of the customer. Share. It only represents the amount released, but it does not represent the amount of output someone produces in a year. 1 billion Asian dollars. Do the math. It's just over 100 million US dollars. The Gu family's total assets exceed 160 billion US dollars. They can still spend 100 million US dollars on food a year. You simply can't spend it all because the interest accrues more than you spend. Safety? Joke. Others don't know. Wouldn't he know? Tang Qing has been eating fruits and vegetables cultivated in the prepared liquid for more than 4 years. I heard that not only Tang Qing, but also his family and even the vegetable shop in Qingyan City have been eating them every day for more than 4 years. What are you afraid of? Tang Qing is not afraid of death. Impossible. Judging from the relationship between Tang Kai and Mian Yao, they definitely knew more than they did. He ate it himself, but the whole family ate it, and nothing happened. Therefore, Guzhong was not worried at all. Xianan City. Exhibition Center. Offstage. In the crowd. Okay. One more step forward. Kanchin was happy in his heart, with a smile that couldn't be concealed on his face. The oasis was sold out in half an hour. To his surprise, it didn't matter how long it took for the remaining concoction to be sold out. This money. Anyway, I'll make it. TSK. However, amidst the excitement, there's a touch of bitterness that lingers. That is his mission this year, to get Mian Yao into the $1 trillion club. This is a goal that gives him a headache every day. Mr. Tang Qing, congratulations. Aside, the Thai envoy spoke. Envious. It's almost written on his face. One-day sales are estimated to exceed Thailand's annual GDP. His eyes turned green when he saw it. After a year of hard work, it is not as good as others for one day. Who can bear it, even if it's just for this day? But beyond Thailand is a fact. The year before last, Thailand was overtaken. Last year, the gap widens further. What about this year? Even if it remains as it is, it will still be ahead of Thailand. I have been here before and still have a sense of superiority. Look, Bangkok is bigger, more modern, more profitable, and how many tourists it receives every year. Now, the feeling of superiority completely disappears. In terms of scale, no city in Myanmar can compare with Bangkok. However, in terms of modernization, Bangkok cannot compare with Xi'an City. In the future, Xi'an City will expand. At that time, another crushing. Heaven, if you are so partial, our mentality will almost collapse. Thank you. Kenshin smiled. Regardless of whether the other party was sincere or fake, I took the words and looked at the projection. One after another orders flashed by, and the numbers kept increasing, which companies generally had orders worth hundreds of millions of Asian dollars. 30 billion, 50 billion, 80 billion. 5 minutes later, it had exceeded 100 billion. In terms of momentum, it was not as strong as Oasis, but it was not bad. Kenshin was satisfied. After all, the prepared liquid did not have a large number of national customers like Oasis. But, compared with national customers, the biggest advantage of corporate customers is that they receive quick payment. The order of 500 million is a big deal. Wow, 1 billion. So rich. Of course, they're the largest milk powder factory in the world. They're probably used to grow pasture. Anyway, the parents pay in the end. I heard that the batch of liquid preparation last year can greatly improve the quality of milk powder. Poor parents. Oh, another billion. This winery seems to have spent a lot of money. If it weren't for the concoction, it is estimated that in another 10 years, red wine will become a thing of the past. No matter how much Lafite or drink prices are sold, it will not be sold. I must seize the life-saving straw. Desire for survival. Yes. I don't know if it will return to glory. It should be possible. Red wine is already a culture. Although fruit wine is good, its background is poor. If it is of the same quality, I believe it will become popular again and become a mainstream wine. Fruit wine, you have found yourself a rival. That's not right. How much money can fruit wine make in a year? It's just a few billions. Selling the concoction is at least 10 times that amount in a year. More people use it, which is a lot bigger than the profit brought by fruit wine. In short, they've made a lot of money. While watching the projection, people were discussing. The emergence of concoctions has begun to have an impact on the global food industry. The taste changes that can be called mysterious have refreshed many people's perceptions. Food, drink, used. As long as it is related to people's taste buds and smell, it may lead to quality breakthroughs. Luxury companies related to plant extraction, such as perfumes and cosmetics, are beginning to realize this trend. Irreversible trend. Then, 5 billion. Holy shit. L'Oreal buys so much. Chanel, 1.5 billion. Unilever, 2 billion. Even as some companies sell pure chemical extracts, they all buy some in order to make the outside world think that we are not far from pure nature. Otherwise, how can we promote natural extraction? Therefore, they have good reasons to buy. Mengyo, 500 million. Ili, 800 million. Maotai, 1 billion. Wuliangya, 1 billion. XX Tobacco, 3 billion. Waha, 300 million. All major companies are on the scene. Those who came to the scene today have no intention of leaving empty-handed, because if they are sold out and they don't buy anything, the effect of the prepared liquid will explode in the next year. So, enterprises will be very passive. Therefore, even if not used, I bought it first, and I didn't say it would be delivered this year, so I just treated it as buying futures. It can be said that as long as the product manufacturing is related to plants, we should not be careless to avoid being eliminated. Food, drinks, alcohol, tobacco. Companies flashed on the projection. Then, those who were pushed down by latecomers were all industry giants for various countries. On the second floor, Tang Qing silently watched the numbers grow steadily. Even after some companies placed orders, they saw their opponents place more orders. Then, they all increased their bets. For a while, it was very lively. 200 billion, 23 billion, 25 billion. Half an hour. It has exceeded 330 billion. Compared with Oasis, which was sold out in half an hour, the sales of the prepared liquid seem to be poor, but this is already very good. It's just that Zhuyu is in front, which makes people feel weaker. Offstage, a group of 3 or 5. Chat, drink tea, check out the projection from time to time. Many people couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the concoction was not so outrageous. If it was sold out in half an hour, they would be so envious that they would vomit blood and their mentality would be completely broken. But, looking at this momentum, it's not impossible to sell out in one day today. Idle. Someone started a discussion. What do you think it will be next year? 8,000, 10,000, 15,000. There's no tax anyway, and soon, someone guessed 2 trillion Asian dollars. The reason is simple. It is generally difficult for people to go back to the previous aesthetic after trying a higher level of taste bud stimulation. For example, fruit wine. After drinking it once, other wines feel like they should be retired. Moreover, its obvious taste improvement is graded, rather than an absolutely high threshold. Therefore, I think it is a matter of time before the sales of Oasis are exceeded, and it may even be far exceeded. The man vowed, but not many people refuted it. They were all smart people. Why pour cold water on other people's territory? Even if you have different opinions, it's better to keep it to yourself. But most of the defaults are based on some recognition. What kind of company is this? I've never heard of it. Suddenly, someone noticed that a company they had never heard of floated by and bought 5 billion. Take a glance. Someone said, I know this company, a farm in Canada, is engaged in animal husbandry. It probably wants to improve the quality of meat. Behind it is a relatively low-key super rich man. It's worth tens of billions of dollars. It's just, I live in seclusion and rarely go out. I was lucky enough to go to that farm. I won't tell who it is because he doesn't like it. Here, they're always well-informed people from all over the world. I see. Rich. I'm afraid I didn't buy it 10 years ago. Who knows? Even though everyone was of high status, the content of the discussion was not high-end. It was gossip and nonsense, and they were not impatient because everyone was waiting for dinner. Where is this? No rush. There is tea. Have some snacks. There are chat friends. This is a good social place. 35 billion. 60 billion. 37 billion. It took a full hour to finally break through 400 billion, but only half of the afternoon had passed. Everyone seemed to see the hope of being sold out in the afternoon, with only 100 billion left. Outside, world, major television media broadcast live broadcasts from time to time. As you can see, there is only less than 100 billion Asian dollars in share left, but the momentum of new orders has only dropped a little. I heard that many companies have made additional orders after placing orders. A few tens of millions less. A few billion more. Even, some rival companies are like auctions. If you add a little, I will add a little. A Reuters female reporter in Myanmar excitedly faced the camera with a rich expression. Come to Myanmar. We really came to the right place. There's often good news. Good news is different from big news. The latter attracts more attention, but the former is more attractive. For example, the museum reported on new things for half a month. And every update, they're all very generous. I love them so much, especially the jewelry. Suddenly, there were exclamations from behind. Turn around. Reporters were also stunned. Sold out. What's going on? What am I missing? After coming back to his senses and quickly adjusting his mentality, the reporter looked excited. Unexpected incident. Not long after sales exceeded 400 billion, the prepared liquid was sold out. At this moment, the audience in front of the TV was also stunned. What? Sold out? 100 billion Asian dollars and more than 10 billion US dollars. Who is so stupid that he bought it all in a few seconds? In such a situation, except for super large orders, it is difficult to think of ordinary orders. However, the reality is so inconsistent with common sense. We saw from the recent order information on the projection that suddenly a large number of orders appeared, ranging from hundreds of millions to more than 1 billion. It was not just one or two huge orders that grabbed all the share. Currently, we don't know the reason yet, but we will continue to follow up. Thank you. This is the case. The reporter couldn't explain it, so he could only disconnect it first. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Tang Qing has come back, and the concoction has been sold out in advance, which is really beyond his expectation. There are many factors, including the sudden sense of crisis in major companies, the desire to compare, and a bunch of scalpers. That's right. Cattle. What he did was buy low and sell high. Those people are gambling. It is betting that the demand for the prepared liquid will increase in the next year, and the Myanmar Agricultural Reclamation Company, like the Environmental Protection Technology Company, says it will limit the amount so that it can sell part of it at a higher price. No matter what, it's not a loss if you sell it at the original price. Anyway, it's still there. No hosting fees. No handling fee. Tang Qing also laughed. The prepared liquid was actually completed as a futures product. Tang Qing had no objection to this. As long as he paid for it, he could sell it to anyone. It was an unexpected gain. 2 trillion. After discount, the actual transaction volume was nearly 1.7 trillion renminbi. Good. This is the share of international payments calculated into the Asian dollar. Due to the tax reduction policy for Asian dollar payments, anyone who is not a fool knows that converting to Asian dollars before buying can save a few percentage points. 1 billion orders can save tens of millions. Online, many people speculate on next year's share, but Tang Qing can only say it depends on demand. But it won't be less than 1 trillion. If you can't conquer the market in 1 year, you're looking down on this technology. And many countries have discovered other effects of prepared liquids. Next year, there may also be national clients. XIN and City. Exhibition Hall. After the 2 products were sold out, we started to sign contracts. Enterprise contracts and national contracts are separate, with completely different formats and procedures, and delegations from various countries have already authorized them. There is no need to go to the country to sign. How thoughtful. Everyone sighed. Dozens of countries. Hundreds of entrepreneurial businesses. Each one has a considerable number of people to receive it. National-level delegations are usually a team of 6 people. For companies, there are usually 2 people. There is no need to queue up to attend. Seating. Enthusiasm. Mother tongue. Make everyone feel comfortable. In the crowd, Mr. Hughes, the head of the Indian delegation, quickly came to a white man. He had been watching and waiting for a long time, and finally waited until there was no one around him before he dared to come over. Hughes, representative of the O Foundation. You are. This person. Hughes is unfamiliar. The person in charge quickly introduced himself. After listening, is something wrong? Hughes narrowed his eyes. This person was looking for him, obviously for non-official reasons. One listen. The person in charge smiled warmly. I don't know if Mr. Hughes has time. We in India welcome you to be our guest. Why don't you welcome him? Today's crazy spending of 35 billion US dollars is completely inhumane, although not its own money. But, so what? There's a big difference between ownership and control, but it does not prevent you from getting the respect you deserve. Hear the words. Hughes shook his head. Sorry, no time. India? What am I doing there? Nothing. He is an Englishman and a descendant of a noble family. Among his ancestors was a Governor-General of India. Therefore, there is no need to care about the other party's face. Even now, in India, the family also has considerable influence. The British aristocracy has a considerable sense of superiority towards the members of the Commonwealth. If you have something to say, just tell me. As for going to India, forget it. The person in charge smiled awkwardly. Dissatisfied? How dare? Hughes is a British and aristocratic man with a strong background check. The O Foundation is also powerful. It is strong in itself and has recruited a large number of European aristocratic children. These people are not short of money, and it can also continue to bring money to the foundation. It stands to reason. Other foundations can also learn from it, but that would be too low of a view of the education those aristocratic children receive since childhood. They were not short of money since they were young, and the O Foundation's great love deeply moved them. Then, it's getting bigger and bigger. Now, in Europe, the O Foundation can be said to have many umbrellas. Well, there's one thing. Can we make the decision ourselves if the fund is donated to the Oasis in India? You know, if you don't care, the people below will argue and the construction period will be postponed indefinitely. The person in charge was embarrassed again. No way. The Indian authorities did not buy much of the Oasis renovation this year, mainly because they did not know where to renovate it. Because of the serious land privatization, the government did not have much land in its hands and was in a dilemma. What about donations? More difficult, because many donations have designated states, but not which piece of land. It goes without saying that countless conflicts will arise, and it will be dragged around until the end of the year, and it is estimated that there will be no way to push it forward. It's too difficult. The absolute privatization of land is probably a big hole dug by the British for India, from which it cannot climb out. Perhaps it was designed, and he didn't want to see his subordinates with a huge population become stronger. Sorry. No. Hugh's face turned solemn. Our foundation operates according to the rules and will absolutely abide by the wishes of the donors and will not break promises. As for when the transformation will be completed, there is no rush. The money has been paid anyway. You can discuss it slowly. That's right. It is completely different from installment payment in various countries. But this is the way the project is stipulated, and Hughes thinks it is good. It is mainly to avoid unlimited liability. If it is not used for a long time, people may have to refund the donation if the money is left. All in all, it is very troublesome. Simply, one lump sum payment. Just supervise. No one would think that Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company would swallow this money. The person in charge. He was already cursing in his heart. Hold the grass. If it weren't for you, why would we be so passive? This day, the world was shocked. 2 hours. 2 trillion. I'm so envious that I can't sleep. +1. +1. In addition to envy, I am still envious. It is really open 1 day a year, eat 1 day for a year, and monopolize the business. It is indeed the most profitable. In Myanmar, there is no anti-monopoly law at all. In other countries, there is no monopoly, because, theoretically, they are only sold in Myanmar, and companies from various countries come to buy them, rather than sell them in the past. Even if they want to find fault, it will only have a slight edge with dumping, and it is still a far-fetched edge. Chatting. Commentary has changed. I suddenly want to immigrate to Burma. +1. +1. I still envy that kind of medical system. If you are sick, you can seek medical treatment quickly instead of making an appointment for days or even months. It is really unbearable. You are completely riding on people's heads to do things. An American netizen said, same feeling. There is no comparison. I really don't know how rotten our medical system is. Another American account complained, these people have often protested against Myanmar's medical pods recently. The conscience is broken. Deserve a beating. High income, high threshold but not condescending. Assholes. A group of indifferent people. For a moment, doctors in Europe and the United States who protested against the reduction in income caused by operating cabins were once again singled out and scolded. No one objects to them making money, but they just don't accept that for the sake of profit. They even abandon right and wrong. Finish scolding. You guys are talking about how to immigrate to Burma. I have a master's degree. Is that okay? I'm a doctor. I'm rich. I'm handsome. Soon, a basin of cold water comes down. Dream. In the past few years, do you know the number of immigrants that Myanmar has passed? Not one. No way. Really, Myanmar does not accept immigrants for the time being. whether they are investment immigrants or skilled immigrants. Even if you buy property in Myanmar, you only have the right to reside for a certain period of time without citizenship. And even if you marry a local, you won't be able to get citizenship. It won't be possible for 3, 5, or 10 years. You won't be able to enjoy citizenship rights. Only the children you have will be able to get limited citizenship rights. Limited? Yes. This is discrimination. How can it be like this? This is only for weaklings. Will true love care about this? If you have the ability, take people to your country instead of having to stay there and ask for Myanmar citizenship, which is embarrassing. Well said. Lively. Time. Just slipped away. Signed the contract. Pay money. It was all done in one afternoon. Very few of the Oasis advance payments came into the account, most of which came from the state. Even if the purchase decision was passed, it would take time to pay out the budget. The prepared liquid is much better. Most are businesses. It's not that troublesome. It only takes minutes to sign the contract and transfer the money. It's just that some national banks have closed accounts and are temporarily unable to make payments. But it only happened in the past 2 days, so the account balance has skyrocketed. Evening. It received more than $15 billion in advance payments. It's delicious. I can't stop it all. It would be nice to take it away. The banquet hall was bustling. Eating the food on the table, they became more convinced that buying the concoction would be a wise investment. Unfortunately, it was just one meal tonight, and they would have to return home tomorrow. Eat more. I would rather eat to my heart's content than pretend to be stupid. Eat enough. Drink enough. Just call it night? Of course not. With an order worth trillions, 2 meals seemed a bit stingy. The Myanmar National Art Troupe specially arranged a special party. Taking a walk, more than 1,000 people came to the huge building separated by a wall. Performance Center. It's so beautiful. It's different from before. Someone once came and looked up in surprise. Everyone looked up. I saw, over the oval building, huge and extremely beautiful sword-holding angels were projected, 12 in total, in a circle, with long hair fluttering and wings of tens of meters beating. All right, for a moment. The guests were smitten. Kakaka, a photo was taken. Far away. More people joined in taking pictures and stopped to watch. This was the first time this projection appeared. It had not been there 10 minutes ago. Seeing that the door was closed, but there was someone inside, they understood immediately. Special show. 2 trillion orders. It's a huge number even after discounts are applied, so there's nothing wrong with paying attention to it. Most of the foreigners present felt that this was reasonable because their lives were saved by others. Weekly. A large-scale charity performance will be held here. Free. Therefore, foreigners coming to Xiamen City. Whenever I have time, I will watch it once and rent it out at other times. Due to the huge flow of people, 3 world-class concert tours were held in just over a month. The venue was packed. Also, various performance groups are also vying to make reservations. It's not just foreigners who see it. Myanmar locals' incomes have increased significantly, and they have begun to have a lot of spending power, which many people have never seen before. Now, got money. Going to a show is also a form of social interaction. Otherwise, when you go out to chat, you don't know what others are saying. How embarrassing. As our material life is enriched, our spiritual life must also be enriched. This wonderful era cannot be let down just like this. Admission. Take a seat. After watching the show, it's 11 o'clock. As an invitee, you don't have to worry about having a place to live. There are so many high-end residential areas built in a new district, like hotels, that you can move in with your luggage, so you won't neglect these big customers. 1,800 people can be accommodated anywhere. Wow, this is a nice environment. Yeah. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. Certainly. It's not that I've never seen the world before. How could it be possible? I'm just amazed that the entire new district has such construction standards. There is no single residence in the world that is built to such standards. Area, furnish, environment, furniture, all are very good, and they're still used for low-cost rent. Even in developed countries, this is impossible because the congressional budget will not approve such projects, and enterprises do not have the ability. Therefore, they were amazed. What a pity. What? There is no entertainment. These words. It obviously has some color. Don't think about it. There is none in Myanmar. If you want to play, just take a plane and go back to China. The person next to him spread his hands. Although this place is good, it just controls some entertainment projects too strictly. I knew I would bring one here. Wow, that waiter is pretty. This guy, can you hold something clean in your mind? Bang. The next moment, the man slapped himself in the face. What's wrong? There are mosquitoes. Then you don't have to work so hard. It seems to be red. The man was also speechless. He was just thinking about something fancy when he slapped himself reflexively, which was very exciting. I was almost blindsided. Brain, left hand, what are you doing? Left hand, fighting mosquitoes. Brain, oh. Some people choose to rest, but more people go to enjoy the night view of Exinen City. The new area is defined as a living and leisure area, so it is not as lively as the main city of Exinen City at night. Even, foreigners are restricted from entering and exiting at night. After all, there are no hotels in the entire new area that are officially open to the public. They are mainly used for local residents. Even during the day, the streets are full of foreigners at night, which looks very inappropriate. Street. Hughes wandered alone. This is not his first time here. He came once with his friends after the city projection appeared. After the museum was established, I came again. This is the third time, so I am no stranger to Exinen City. Vitality. Lively. There is a future. This is his evaluation of Exinen City. Even though, one day, the original transcription solution is cracked, and the changes in this city and this country will not disappear, including roads, railways, docks, and airports. It won't change. 5 years. As long as it is not cracked within 5 years. One can imagine. The country's public infrastructure will be completely built. The construction of new rural areas will be completely completed, and urban construction will also be completed. By then, Myanmar's foundation will be very strong. Medical, educate, science and technology, agriculture, travel. All investments will continue to generate stable returns. Zero will completely ascend to the altar. Even if the president sits in his 70s and 80s, it is estimated that the Burmese people will not object. Walking around. Mr. Hughes. Ahead, a man in his 20s shouted in surprise. Huh, who is this guy? Do I know you? But, still respond politely. Hello. After the man introduced himself, Hughes understood. I really don't know this guy. I just met him once at a private collection appreciation meeting. I didn't know his father. Only, his father died 6 months ago. This stuff, he heard that he had inherited his property, sold it everywhere, and lived in debauchery, and a few of them ended up in the hands of his father. In an instant, he lost interest in chatting. So, it's you. Are you coming to Exinen City to visit? This question, Hughes was left speechless for a while. He doesn't even know what he is here for, and he probably doesn't know that he works at the O Foundation. For such a person, any further words would be a waste of his time. See this. Young people are also embarrassed. That, Mr. Hughes, I have a little trouble, the young man said hesitantly. Goodbye. Hughes stepped forward. Joke. Do I have angel written on my face? It's none of my business if you're in trouble. I like to do good deeds, but that is to help the poor. You are not poor, but you are extravagant and annoying. Looking at Hughes's back. Raise your hand. Final. He let it go again. Hughes was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Alas, it seems that there is no chance. The young man was helpless. He came to Myanmar not to play, but to recover his father's stolen collection. After his father died, he sold a large number of those collections. Hundreds of pieces. He felt, you can live on these collections for a lifetime. I started selling ordinary collections and made a lot of money. I spent a lot of money every day, but I didn't think anything of it. I just sold one piece for every money I got. However, a month ago, my home was robbed and I didn't dare to call the police because they were all extremely precious and of huge value. If he called the police, he wouldn't be able to get them out of the high inheritance tax alone. Underreporting the value of inheritance is also a way to evade taxes. This dumb guy is a loser. Just swallow it. However, a week ago, he saw from a picture on the internet that a stolen collection appeared in this museum, with the word imitation written on it. However, his father had never displayed the collection at all. Then, here he comes. Here he comes. He came flying with excitement. Same day, as soon as we got off the airport, we went straight to the museum. I thought, let's not go to the museum people first, but first determine the location, take some photos, and collect evidence to avoid fraud on the part of the museum. Excited. Go inside. Then, just got lost. The museum is too big, with many floors, and the Cultural Relics exhibition hall is like a maze. I searched and searched, but the hard work paid off. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I finally found it. That moment, there are countless complaints accumulated in my heart. Then, click, 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 one shot. Subsequently, came to the museum management committee. Bang! A few photos were thrown onto the opponent's table domineeringly. It's up to you. Insurer want money. Return? Inappropriate. Once there was a big fuss, he would be in big trouble just for the inheritance tax. He is very courageous. I feel that it can completely shock the other party. After all, there must be something wrong with the origin of the item. How can there be a replica of a collection that has never been displayed? Obviously, he is going to get rich again. Perhaps. It's safer to cash in here. When he gets the money, he will first pay off his debts, then buy a yacht, and also change his house. He gets excited when he thinks of the enthusiastic girls in the Netherlands. However, the wish is great. The reality is cruel. At last, go aside, although not so direct. But the meaning is similar. It was not that there was no explanation at all. The other party still gave a message. We only buy various realistic or imaginary cultural relics pictures, not genuine. Unknown. We will adopt it regardless of whether it is true or false. All of a sudden, he was blinded. What to do? They had good reasons and insisted that they were imitations. I don't believe it. I want to see the real thing. He questioned. No. Why, it's all fake anyway. If anyone can come up and find a reason to touch our imitations, our work won't be done yet. You can take a look if you want. First, please show evidence of the genuine collection. Second, please bring in experts with the ability to identify. Third, 10 items in a row. Suddenly, he was dumbfounded. Evidence? Even if there was one, I wouldn't dare to take it out, let alone none. Some photos can't explain anything. Expert? There are no pictures of something that has not been released to the public, so how can you tell whether it is true or false? Lawyer. Apply. Letter of commitment. Media. After playing the whole set, you will definitely get the qualification of 10 years of permanent residence in prison. Thinking of this, he only felt fear. Obviously, from the front, he was digging his own grave. Then, he asked where he bought it. No comment. Then, there was nothing more. If people continued to ignore him, his mentality exploded for a moment, and then he was kicked out by security guards. He stood outside the museum for 2 hours, whether he left or not. Hope comes. Left in confusion. Then, he thought a lot. Even if he learned the source of the drawings from the museum, he would not dare to come and ask for them. He could not afford to offend either thieves or people selling stolen goods. Dare to beep. Bang. For 1 peanut, you have to go see God. This world, the dark place, is an existence that he dare not touch. Just like this, these days, he has been wandering around Xian City, hoping to find a way to recover the loss. But the more he thinks about it, the more scared he becomes. Today, Methush. I also want to see if this powerful nobleman can do anything. Which material? People ignored him at all. Snored. He didn't believe it. There is no reasonable place in this world. The inheritance I inherited based on my blood, and the property I concealed based on my ability, even if it is illegal, I can't just accept it. Not willing to give in. The next day, it's another sunny day. Ding dong. A summons came from China. Boom, it's a sunny day. It suddenly felt like a thunderstorm. Finished reading. Swipe. His face was as white as paper, and the content was very simple. The museum asked their country if he had that collection in his name, saying that the museum suspected that he was here for blackmail. Check it out. It seems that it is not registered. Have to. When the public prosecution begins, Evading inheritance tax is a serious crime. Never go back. Once back, if there is a clear explanation, he is evading inheritance tax. If the explanation is unclear, then the museum's extortion prosecution will follow. No matter which choice he makes, he may face big trouble. Hold the grass. Why didn't I think of this at first? Book tickets. Tidy. Go out. Crack. There were waves of coldness on my hands. It's over. Shanghai Stock Exchange. It's just dawn. Tang Qing was driving to the park when a message flashed in front of his eyes. Tang Qing did not know about this in advance. The soldiers only sent this message after they finished their work. Tang Qing glanced at it. You deserve it. Prodigal son. Tax evasion. There is a list of other illegal things, and they even come here to blackmail and make fun of them. In fact, the so-called authentic product is indeed not in Tang Qing's hands, but has been copied by soldiers before. Why not take it? Cut. Are we short of it? There are mountains of warehouses. Under normal circumstances, people would not do things like stealing. When they sneaked in, they just wanted to see how many treasures were buried and had no intention of stealing anything. Of course, Tang Qing knew who stole it, but he has no interest in solving the case. Therefore, he's not a good person for blackmail. Nothing to say. According to the standards of a soldier, of course he should be beaten down with a stick until it hurts. Otherwise, there will be a buzzing in his ears, which will be very annoying. If you're more evil, tell him who stole the collection. Oh, know things you shouldn't know. D is his only result. Now, if there is no life to worry about, the soldiers are already merciful. However, this also reminds Tang Qing that these controversial things should be taken off the shelves. If they're kept, they will easily attract flies. If there are any remaining problems, replace them with new ones. Yes. Also contact contemporary artists from various countries to expand the exhibit library. Forget about those abstract works. Use realistic works as the standard. Anyway, Tang Qing couldn't appreciate a ball of paint. Then, Tang Qing added, also, these artist exhibits are allowed to be sold at their own prices or auctioned, but they must be exhibited for a certain number of days. Just because your own museum is not short of money does not mean that others are not. Yes, Commander. Park, accompanied by melodious music, the day's work begins. In the external hotel, many guests came in and out, and with the successive approvals from the cooperative research institutes of major universities, groups came again. It's raining. Tang Qing looked out the window. March. It rains lightly. It's spring again, and Tang Qing has never gotten rid of his old habit of watching rain. He can watch it for an hour at a time. Iman left this morning, saying he was going to Xiamen City to see big diamonds. Today, the headline in China was yesterday's big purchase. 30,000 plus 3,000. This means that China's deserts in Gobi will be reduced by another 2.5%. This is already a lot. You must know that the bend across the strait is only 36,000 square kilometers. Therefore, it means a lot. Xiamen City. What? Turning on the TV, Hughes was stunned. In the screen, the man I saw last night was on the morning news for allegedly blackmailing the museum. After reading it, Hughes could only say, what did this person think? Did he lose his IQ conveniently? Silly. A word of disagreement. Just force yourself to a dead end. I don't even think about the background of this museum, and why would they stupidly display stolen goods? I really don't know what kind of imagination led this guy to travel thousands of miles to get summons. Right? Last night, Hughes remembered that the man seemed to have something to ask of him. Isn't that what happened? Think of this. Hughes had a weird look on his face. Could that guy be trying to drag him into trouble? This made Hughes laugh angrily. You couldn't get any money from blackmail, but you still wanted to drag me into blackmail. Fortunately, he just left. Otherwise, there may be involvement. After all, if you knew about it and didn't report it, you wouldn't be considered an accomplice, but you would still be a problem. Forget it. He didn't implicate himself, and he didn't bother to add insult to injury. What happened in the end could only depend on his luck. Wash up. Breakfast. Hughes got on the train and headed for Dreen. It's a rare occasion. Done. Of course, he needs to take a break. The work of the foundation is usually not too busy. More often, he is supervising the use of donations. Therefore, he spends a considerable part of his time traveling in various countries. Semi-playful nature. Anyway, the job is quite comfortable. In the car, business class, looking at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, Hughes sighed for a while. Apart from the high-speed rail that has been opened in China, there seems to be no other country with such seats. This line is not a high-speed rail. Just used a high-speed rail carriage. Customized version. Hughes was very satisfied with the sound insulation effect. Although it was slower than a plane, he was not in a hurry. It was good to wander to Delin province. On both sides of the railway, he could see acres of farmland and villages. Neatly planned. Cement road. Villas are located in the distance. First time sitting? Left. An old white man across the aisle greeted me with a smile. Hughes turned. Yes. Then you were at the right place. This route, recommended by many people, runs through half of Myanmar from Xinan City to Delin province. You can completely see the country, different regions, and different features. The old man chuckled. Yeah, that's what Hughes heard. Outside the window, the railway runs parallel to a highway. Several years ago, there are mostly motorcycles on the road here, and there are few cars, and many of them have passed the scrappage period. Now that life has improved, the number of cars has increased greatly, and those that have expired have all been forcibly scrapped. Then, forced to change car. To this end, many people are in debt, but there is no dissatisfaction. The increase in income is overall. As long as you are willing to contribute, there are construction sites everywhere. The debt of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands is no longer a big figure. All this is a miracle, the old man sighed. I study sociology. There has never been a country that has undergone such a big change in just a few years. Unfortunately, it is destined to be an exception and has no possibility of generalization. No money. Everything is false. Yes, Hughes agreed. Money. Only then have the ability to change the world. The economic base determines the superstructure. The literal meaning is very appropriate. If you have money, you can have railways, villas, and other social security. The old man continued. 10 years ago, I thought that today, 10 years from now, China will be the only country with a growth rate that shocks the world, whether in industry or infrastructure. Now, there's one more. However, in terms of significance, China is bigger because it is a huge country with a population of more than 1 billion, and the area is more than 10 times that of Myanmar. Moreover, it has the possibility of learning in a real sense. But Myanmar can't learn. It has almost no reference significance for other countries. Next year, I'm going to publish a book. The old man was talking casually, and Hughes listened carefully. The old man probably didn't know him, but Hughes vaguely remembered that the old man was a professor at Harvard University, and he had heard the old man speak, but not familiar. So, he also pretended not to know him. 10 years from now, the situation of one superpower and multiple powers may be rewritten into 2 superpowers. The polar bear has lost the possibility of becoming a superpower in the future, and India is unlikely to rise. At least, not possible within 10 years. 20 years. It's still hanging. If we don't fundamentally solve the land problem and solve the internal system problems, let alone grow into a big country like China, it's time to burn incense if there is no internal chaos. Hughes was speechless. This, going further and further. Do I look like someone I can talk to? Well, he must be too handsome. To this respected old professor, Hughes did not interrupt and just listened and played. 10 minutes later, finally, the old professor also felt that he talked too much and said no more. 1 hour later, when the train left the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone, the environment changed a lot. The Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone was a place where we started from scratch, so the construction of new rural areas was completed first, but it was different elsewhere. There is fast, there is slowness. Although it is also advancing, it cannot match the speed of the special zone. As small as a village, as big as the city, countless projects are in progress, and I heard that Chinese engineering companies are contracting most of them. In fact, because there are so many overseas projects, Chinese construction companies are a little overwhelmed and are recruiting people like crazy. There's a lot of construction going on in the country. Anyway, tired, and be happy. March 5th, early morning. Ali. Ma Yin came to the company happily. Yesterday, Ali's business licenses were obtained in all 39 countries. The last one was India, which was nearly 10 days later than the second to last one. All right, understand. It was difficult to do anything there, and he no longer expected Ali to do much in India. As long as it didn't go bankrupt, it was hard to do. After all, Tata was also an important shareholder. That business, in India, still very influential. Director Ma, the Hummingbird meeting is about to begin. Okay. Ma Yin came to the conference room. The communication was connected. In addition to the current Hummingbird president team, there were also two people. The first was Tang Qing, the chairman, and the second was another shareholder. Before, Hummingbird has only two shareholders. One, Tang Qing. Two, Ali. Last month, Myanmar Asia Investment, China, Group became the second largest shareholder of Hummingbird, accounting for 22% of shares. Due to this acquisition, Alibaba increased its investment and the shareholding stabilized at 8%. Otherwise, after the shares are diluted, 5% is not bad. Now, Tang Qing is 70%, absolute holding. But if it goes public after dilution, it may drop to less than 50%. Moreover, there is an agreement with branch partners in various countries that is, before going public, some of the shares of the head office will be exchanged. In theory, it's an option. After all, if the head office goes public, you will not have any shares, and all the funds raised will be yours. It is impossible. Just like when Tang Qing's three major companies were listed, executives and employees also had original shares. Even if we divide it again then. Hummingbird. It will also be under Tang Qing's control. Myanmar Asia Investment, China, Group Company. Original. As far as Ma Yin knew, there was no word group. Later, when this company invested in various fields in China and became larger and larger, the word group was added. To this enterprise, Ma Yin had the same feeling. Trench, not short of money, backed by the Myanmar Bank Group. This giant monopoly group has a country in Myanmar as its backing. It does not need to raise funds at all because it has a father who can print money. These years, frequent movements, but most of them invest in the manufacturing sector and have almost no involvement in the internet sector. This is also the reason why he is not familiar with the other party. It can be seen from his investment behavior that he has a strong sense of national will, not to be offended. In what surprised Ma Yin the most, it's Zia. Cooperate with Huawei. 4G devices. Cell phone. Computer. Server. Blooming in many aspects, borrowing the light of Huawei. It shines in various fields. Although Xiao Dao disappeared and said that a considerable part of the key 4G technology was developed by Jia, he didn't believe it. Too exaggerated. For years ago, Myanmar is still an agricultural country. Now, someone told him to skip the primary industrial technology and have cutting-edge technologies like 4G and 5G being developed. As long as they are normal people, they will feel that the credibility is very worrying. Mr. Ma, Tang Qing greeted him with a smile. Morning, Ma Yin said quickly. Then, after saying hello to the other two, the meeting began. As of March 1st, the recruitment of management personnel in 39 countries has basically been completed, with a total of 5,379 people recruited. Currently, pre-job training is mainly carried out to maintain basic operations. These managers, mostly foreigners, nature. As with new employees, the first step is to become familiar with company systems. Among them, most of the managers will take turns coming to China in the next year for pre-operational internships. Otherwise, take a year off. The company is stupid. Most of the various warehousing projects have entered the survey and design stage, while a small number of them have completed bidding, started construction, and entered the earthwork construction stage. Orders for various warehousing dispatching equipment have been placed. This point, as a shareholder, Ma Yin knows. Hummingbird storage equipment was developed by Myanmar Asia Research Institute in China. Looking at the representative of the Myanmar Asia Investment Group, Ma Yin secretly said, the Tang family has a very close relationship with them. Certainly, this is a good thing. First, give enough money. This time, the share transfer price is close to 30 billion Asian dollars. Together with the investment from partners in various countries and loans in their own countries, it is fully sufficient to pay for the construction of each warehouse until the formal operation stage. Second, can contact for loan. After it is built, there will be no shortage of money for operations, and it can be obtained from Myanmar Bank. Third, not afraid of trouble. With a national-level background, he is not afraid of some coveted eyes. Anyway, Ma Yin clapped her hands to welcome this new teammate, because after investing in Hummingbird, Hummingbird also held shares in the overseas Alibaba branch. Indirectly, Ali was also connected to this big tree. Tang Qing made it clear. If Ali is generally short of money, he can go to Myanmar Bank. Was a general lack of money. It is of course operations or general investment. If you have to spend hundreds of billions to acquire other companies, don't even think about it. To this, Ma Yin is already very satisfied. At least, won't even be able to pay wages. A total of 21,000 truck purchase orders have been signed and will be delivered in December this year. The management vehicles have been purchased and will be fully delivered to the branch next Wednesday. Hummingbird Shipping is currently suspending expansion and only retains the original 2 large ocean-going cargo ships. In July this year, the last external shipping order will be completed and 2 months of transformation will be carried out. Tang Qing nodded. Last year, Tang Kai acquired a large shipping company. Nature. Hummingbird Shipping does not need to buy so many ships. After the transformation, it will only be used to transport Hummingbird products. As for Hummingbird Air Freight, there is also the possibility of fast cross-border commodity transportation, but it is still too early. Mid-year, this company will be established. In July, the 2 newly purchased commercial communication satellites will be launched one after another to provide commercial communication and positioning services for Hummingbird's various services, ensuring smooth communication under unexpected conditions. My inside. Trench. Dedicated commercial communication satellites, plus launches, will cost at least several hundred million. And, in addition to Hummingbird, Alibaba can also be used, but it is limited to special communications. For example, if a country suddenly loses the internet, at least using communication satellites, you can remotely connect to it and hold a video conference. Do the math. Tang Qing's companies seem to have more than 10 satellites in total. Tianyin, Zhenghutuai, Microcrystalline Technology, and Wanxing Mining are said to have more than 1 satellite. Alright, envious. Ali will also want in the future. A meeting. It lasted 3 hours. The head office meeting lasted for half an hour, and the remaining 2 hours or so were held with the management of the 39 countries and partners from various countries. It only took that long. The purpose of this meeting. First, familiar with management. Second, announced that the expansion of Hummingbird's 39 countries has entered a completely substantive stage. After, such meetings are held once every quarter. There are too many companies under his subsidiaries. If it were not for the great decentralization of power, or if he could be as diligent as Ma Yun, Tang Qing would have to hold meetings every day for a whole year. That picture, so beautiful. Hummingbird Congo DRC branch. 15 first-level warehousing centers have entered the construction stage. The winning bidder is Huaxia Xingyue Construction Company. It is expected to complete the construction of all factories by the end of August. Hummingbird South Africa branch has completed bidding for 2 core warehouses and is about to enter the construction stage. It is reported that the branch has received a support loan worth $1.5 billion from Standard Bank of South Africa. Hummingbird in the capital of Tanzania. The land acquisition for the core warehouse, covering an area of 3,000 acres, has been completed. The president of Tanzania and a number of ministers and commission officials went to the warehouse to preside over the groundbreaking ceremony. Hummingbird Saudi branch. Hummingbird Algeria branch. In the following week, Hummingbird was in the news every day. Domestic media paid close attention to the investment progress of the 39 countries. When local reports were reported, they were immediately translated and reprinted, and the number of clicks was very high. Great! This investment is worth hundreds of billions. Amazing! This investment is of great significance. In the future, it will drive at least trillions of commodity consumption. Many domestic companies will benefit from it. Tang Qing is seeking benefits for Chinese companies. I love my Tang to death. +1. +1. Online. Everyone knows that if you want to be rich, you must first build roads. When Tang Qing's hummingbird goes abroad, it is building roads in another sense. People can benefit along the way, and those who build cars can also benefit. Therefore, other entrepreneurs may be scolded if they invest abroad. In Tang Qing, I was almost praised to the heavens. Chinese netizens support Tang Qing. 1. It is beneficial to the enterprise. Second, long face. The former has little relevance to ordinary people. The latter is the main reason. Have a look. Hummingbird goes abroad, uses foreign money, and participates in the groundbreaking ceremony. Those who have the lowest status are all heads of departments. Generally, the president and deputy chiefs are present in person, accompanied by a large number of senior cabinet officials. Very long face. Beijing. Jingdong headquarters. Alas, Lu Dong sighed. In addition to admiring Tang Qing's work, he also admired him. At the beginning of last year, he thought that it would be very good if Hummingbird could spread in China within 2 years. Which material? Spread out a year. In the second year, it will directly expand to 39 countries, including China, which means 40 countries. According to the construction progress of the project, by the end of this year, a huge transnational Hummingbird network will be formed. These countries: China, 1.3 billion. India, 12. Forehead, just take a change. Nigeria, Pakistan, Brazil. These developing countries already account for half of the world's population. In other words, Tang Qing's Hummingbird will be large enough to serve half of the world population by the end of this year. Certainly, in the beginning, there won't be so many customers. But once it grows up, it will be a terrifying existence. Platform. Self-operated. Logistics. Once the 3 parties are established, supporting each other and complementing each other, Lu Dong can't imagine what kind of energy will burst out. However, even though he is envious, he also knows that JD.com will not be able to participate at all. Don't give up. Really can't. For example, even if JD.com has money, Tang Qing would welcome it. However, why would partners from various countries be willing to hold JD.com for self-operation? In terms of network technology, the difficulty of platform and self-operation is really not high. Therefore, only then has the current tripartite compromise situation emerged. Hummingbird, Tang Qing Holdings. Platform, Mayan Holdings. Self-operated. Various partners hold shares. Only in this way can the sustainability of the entire interest group be ensured. What will happen if an original brand like JD.com joins? There is no way. There is no basis for cooperation. Good thing. Tang Qing is not self-employed in China. Otherwise, Jingdong wants to cry. Jingdong is very busy now. Due to the emergence of Hummingbird, many people feel that they have seen an opportunity and want to challenge Jingdong's position. But he has the confidence to break through the encirclement. After all, JD.com is now backed by a big tree. In China, Alibaba and Tang Qing are not afraid if they are not self-operated. As for Penguin, they are now brothers in the trenches. ERV controls more than 40% of the shares of Penguin and JD.com at the same time. Therefore, don't worry. Alas, it's so difficult for me. At this moment, the web page refreshed, and Lu Dong looked at it with a wry smile on his face. On the morning of the 12th local time in the United States, Forbes magazine released the 2009 Global Billionaires list, in which Tang Qing ranks second in the world with a net worth of $319 billion. Gulu. Lu Dong's throat moved slightly. Really? This is another number that can only be looked up to, but cannot be reached. What is the market value of JD.com? It's not even a fraction of Tang Qing's worth. There really is no harm if there's no comparison. Reality, as cruel as ever. Outside world. As soon as the news came out, it was extremely lively. USA. It's that Tang second again. Damn it. Shouldn't this have been expected? What's all the fuss about? The only good thing is that the first place is always an American. Bill Gates and Buffett are so weak that they can't get up. That's right. Soft. Their time has passed. Yes. It's also the financial crisis. Bill Gates and Buffett's net worth shrank sharply. One lost more than 10 billion US dollars, and the other lost more than 20 billion US dollars. It's so ridiculous. You have to understand, both of them are old. Alas, the curtain call of an era. Amen. They're not dead. Actually, we should be happy because this means that the world is still full of miracles and opportunities, and ordinary people can become giants. Tang Qing and ERV are both proving this. Agree. You should be happy. Huh? If Tang Qing is the first place, you will still be so happy. The arrogant American is silly and happy. Anyway, the man standing at the top is an American, which is enough, but he is a bit depressed. Others have shrunk during the financial crisis, and the same goes for the ERV man. As for Tang Qing's wealth, it is very stable. Certainly. The reason is simple. The magazine has written about it. First, the business is expanding rapidly, and the emergence of its own business and new businesses with potential has led to promising market expectations, such as Tushio, smart space, and holographic projection. Second, newly grown companies, like a hummingbird. The above transfer price of the last equity financing, plus a little premium. The market value is no less than 30 billion US dollars. There is also Jinghua Real Estate, which was listed in October last year, and the stock price has been rising. Finished reading. Except envy. Still envious. Envy? No. The gap is too big for jealousy to arise at all. China. Great. 300 billion US dollars. It's a day. Look at this year's rankings. It's directly the sum of the net worth of the 3rd to 10th place. If we look at the Chinese list, it is estimated to be the combined worth of the top 70 or 80. That's awesome. I'm convinced. Number 1 in the country again. Tang Qing, it's so boring. People from all over the country, please donate 2,000 yuan to me so that I can surpass Tang Qing. Account number, XXXX. Afterwards, it's time to give full play to the power of the masses and send me directly to the first place. Catch an illegal fundraiser. It's scary. Only one person in the country can donate 2,000 yuan to surpass Tang Qing. Words are poor. +1. +1. Compared with the last time, the reaction this time is not that big because Tang Qing's ranking has not changed, still second, and the total assets have not changed much, still more than 2 trillion yuan. Forehead. All right. Compared with last time, there are as many changes as Ma Yun. But on the order of 2 trillion yuan, a Jack Ma is obviously directly rounded off. Everyone is looking forward to Tang Qing passing the next hurdle, 3 trillion yuan. Very much looking forward to it. 4 trillion. 5 trillion. 6 trillion. Forehead. The more I think about it. On the one hand, they thought it was impossible, but on the other hand, they thought it was possible. They were also shocked by this idea. If it reached 6 trillion yuan, it would directly rank first in the world. That's not bad either. Then. A post titled Reaching 6 trillion became popular on the internet at an extremely fast speed. They're not looking forward to how much money Tang Qing has, but they're looking forward to becoming the richest man in the world. First, of course it's from China. Reprint. At Finesse. Pinned to the top. All of a sudden, there was another wave of discussion, the most important of which was whether it was possible. The specific method is very simple. Pull out all the companies in which Tang Qing holds shares. Analyze only one problem. Does this enterprise have the potential to triple? Then, list. Analyze. Seeing the results, many people were deeply shocked. Shengtang Group, Tang Qing's first company, is mainly engaged in the clothing business. Currently, it is the largest clothing company in China. It is actively opening branches around the world and has more and more high-end brands. Potential, twice. Not high. The prosperous Tang dynasty. It's probably feelings Tang Qing has never abandoned it. Next, Tianyin Group is Tang Qing's second company. Its main businesses include various enterprise services, office software, big data, and cloud computing, based on its business development in recent years. Potential, 10 times. After being surprised, everyone felt normal again. Eye of Heaven. Although it only serves enterprises, Xiao also serves employees. Therefore, its huge number of registrations is itself underestimated because Tianyin has not yet been launched. Xiao also holds shares with Alibaba and owns the largest number of data centers in China, and its prospects are extremely promising. 10 times. Everyone thinks there is no controversy. Third, Zhongyu Tui is a security company owned by Tang Qing. Its main business is general security and personal bodyguard business. It has insufficient hematopoietic function. Although the financial statements have not been released, it should not be optimistic. Potential, 0. A security company. Truth. If it weren't for Blackwater, which had war business contracts, it would be really difficult. Fourth, Qingyang Sound Effects is a mysterious company with directional sound transmission technology that is unique in the world. No one has cracked or copied it yet. After several mergers and acquisitions, it has now become the world's largest supplier of sound effects equipment. It is not listed on the market, but it cannot be underestimated. Potential, 4 times. Fifth, Wanqing Mining. I'm sorry. I used to think this was a company founded by shooting on the head, but I apologize here. I was ignorant. This should be a big move made by Tang Qing, based on steel, cooperation, trade, inclusive. Ultimately, it will lead to common prosperity. Although there are no official statistics, Tang Qing's steel trade model has supported at least hundreds of domestic companies and promoted huge commodity trade. Here, kneel down. Potential, 5 times. Sixth, Microcrystal Technology is the only supplier of holographic projection equipment in the world. However, considering that the technology is not unique to the company and the products have no other special technologies except projection and photovoltaics. Potential, double. Seventh, Comic Group, China's largest video website company, involves online literature, celebrity management, film and television, publishing, animation, theaters, and phenomenal software like Tushio. Potential, 3 times. Eighth, Qingyuan Technology launched the first de facto smartphone era and successively launched many popular new products such as tablets, notebooks, and Anno 2. In addition, it has invested heavily in establishing a smart space and is committed to building the largest technology trading platform. Although no results have been released, it is undeniable that such an enterprise has huge potential. And there is also Tang Qing, a semi-idealist. Rich, talented, has the ability to execute. Potential, 5 times. Ninth, Hingneo Commercial, Storage and Transportation Group, the world's largest commercial and storage group, has been building branches in various countries in full swing. The valuation given by Forbes magazine is obviously underestimated. Potential, 10 times. 10th, Fenghua Microfinance Company. Potential, 10 times. 11. Jinghua Real Estate. Potential, twice. 12th. Alibaba. Potential, triple. 13th. WeChat. Potential, 10 times. 14th. Manson Oil Company. When a detailed counting was completed, everyone once again felt how Tang Qing's $2 trillion worth came from. It was created by industry giants and outstanding companies that hold a large number of shares. Not once, not overnight. It was long-term correct investment that made Tang Qing what he is today. Everyone, they all carry wisdom, foresight, and decisiveness. I thought it was too much before, but seeing that many outstanding companies have not yet been listed, I feel that the value of these 2 trillion yuan is completely underestimated. 6 trillion. It seems to be in line with the total value of so many outstanding companies. Hold the straw? I'm convinced. Kneel down and surrender. I'm so humble. How awesome is it to build such a huge business empire in just over 4 years? This is not a commercial aircraft carrier. It's just an aircraft carrier battle group. It's better to fully staff and strengthen it. Others have one family that they can be proud of, but Tang Qing has more than 10. I have to wonder if Tang Qing secretly bribed God with a pancake before he was born. Talent. Is it too late to bribe now? I'll offer 10, 20, 100, 1,000. Like an auction, 100 million were quickly called. If you have this money, you could just spend it. That's right. Lively. At last. How do you think we can speed up this process? 6 trillion is gone after many years. Stocks. Yes. 3 listed companies are the main evaluation content of Tang Qing's worth. I think after looking at this potential list, it is difficult to say that Microcrystal Technology, Qingyuan Technology, and Comet Group are definitely undervalued. Buy. Buy more. Stop talking, just add money. So, under this good news, Comet Group and Qingyuan Technology experienced a considerable increase in closing prices, and even Microcrystal Technology also rose a bit because many people said, I bought Tang Qing. What to do? Into what? Microcrystalline Technology has no new products now, and there won't be any in the future. In this case, why not take a gamble? Although many people don't like a Chinese to be ranked second in the world, they still appreciate Tang Qing's hard work. Why can't he get along with money? Comet Group. Headquarters. Haha, I made another profit. What about you? Of course. He looked cheerful. As an employee of the group, he was very confident in his own strength. Except for the original restricted shares that could not be cashed out for the time being, he basically bought his own group stocks using his salary and savings. Less than tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands more. Some even invested their family savings. In fact, the group did not encourage this, lest the stock price fluctuations would affect the company's office mood. But many people just didn't listen. Good thing. All the time, the group's stock price has fallen slightly and risen sharply, and everyone has generally made a profit. 16th floor. Department of Public Information. Get off work. See you tomorrow. After a day's work, Lin Jiaxue was ready to go home. Wait for me. Lu Yu caught up and thought. This in turn is really a little different. When others arrive at a new company, they're trying to find ways to integrate into the environment. Of course, Lin Jiaxue did the same. Aide pour water. Print documents. Have lunch together. Team building. However, there are very few more intimate behaviors, such as girls discussing clothes, cosmetics, jewelry, gossip, etc., or going to the toilet to have company. Another example is an invitation to go shopping. Rare. Not even that. All closeness seems to stop at private life. She invited Lin Jiaxue several times to go shopping and play somewhere on weekends, but she was always rejected as inconvenient. What was the inconvenience for? But didn't say it. All right, I guess she has such a personality, a quiet work style, a calm smile all the time on her face, and extremely decent speech. Every move reveals her lady-like temperament, and she is full of goddess style. Let Lu Yu, who is a woman. They don't even consciously want to get close. She hoped. There is one more girl like this in my circle of best friends. Jiaxue, have you bought it? What? The group's stock? No. Then hurry up. Our group will definitely reach a higher level in the future. Lu Yu kept recommending this newcomer. In this way, there will be one more common topic. A trace of weirdness flashed across her beautiful face. What do you think? Lu Yu asked. Well, buy it. Return to the villa. Jiaxue, a woman holding a child, greeted her. Sister Jean. Jean, she is here. Where's Brother Chai? Study, let's talk to Tang Qing. Jean, she looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. Although love is priceless in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Jiaxue's luck was almost beyond the sky. Met such a wonderful man. For years. The richest man. If it weren't for the first place, Bill Gates and Buffett were tied together, and even counting the last place, his net worth would only be 1/3 of Tang Qing's. How incredible this is. And, still growing rapidly. She watched 6 trillion. I think it's a bit underestimated, because most of those evaluations are based on the present. In recent years, Tang Qing's work style has not been step-by-step, but very jumpy, making it impossible to accurately predict. Step-by-step, still solid. To date, not a single mistake or omission. After, it is difficult to estimate because Tang Qing's company is not managed by a single person, but thousands or tens of thousands of elite think tanks and professionals monitor and guide its companies to move forward correctly. The foundation is strong. Equity fight? None. Tang Qing's core industry is almost an absolute controlling one. So, Tang Qing will not encounter most of the risks that a company may go bankrupt. The period of getting rich was skipped extremely quickly, and no one could covet Tang Qing's property. The road ahead was smooth and smooth. Its power is also growing steadily. Have a look. Just don't take action. One shot. It's a big deal worth hundreds of billions. But the most amazing thing is that according to the Chai family's investigation, those partners are all hidden predators in the country who can influence a country's policies. Surprising. Upstairs. Study. This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Chiron looked at Tang Qing with a wry smile. He was not surprised by Tang Qing's wealth, but by what was reported on the afternoon news. The content is not complicated. Myanmar Environmental Technology Company has released a new product. Water purifier. Simple. Rough. Just by listening to the name, you can tell what it does. It is said to be an upgraded product developed based on filtration solution. It has the purification effect on various complex water qualities. How is the effect? Leverage. Then, a lot of experiments have been done on television. Domestic sewage. Chemical. Wastewater. Mixed sewage. Anyway, sprinkle it down. Soon it was clear, and the water droplets were black. That picture has a strong smell of fraud, and it has a feeling of déjà vu. Without labeling it, Chinese people will definitely give a look of disdain when they see it. They're still playing this trick. However, labeled Myanmar Asia Environmental Technology Company. Everything. They are all very different. None of its products has ever disappointed the world. If it were just to precipitate various substances in the water, it would not surprise him because it is not that others can't do it. However, people spread it. Drinkable directly. By standard. Even in Western countries, the level of drinking water is adjustable, and minerals and microorganisms that do not cause harm to the human body can be treated differently and targeted. Hold the grass. At that time, Chiron didn't want to speak. The effect was too unreasonable. The most important thing was that the chemical substance could be recycled by special equipment in a targeted manner, which was of great significance. Most people don't need it. But it does not mean that there are few application scenarios. Waterworks, chemical wastewater discharge, domestic sewage, polluting rivers. It can be used in many scenarios. You can imagine that if you sprinkle these things into a stinking ditch, it will quickly become clear, the odor will disappear, and the pollutants can also be recycled. How useful this is. Apparently, it's as magical as it sounds. Myanmar. There will be another flagship product because it will further change the world. The filtration solution almost solves the problem of harmful gas emissions. This water purifier seems to solve the sewage problem. All right, the Myanmar Bank Group is really a conscientious company. Although it is a bit black-hearted, it makes people speechless. It charges very little money for the original transcription solution, and most of its other products are environmentally friendly. Truth. It's so annoying. Just get used to it. Tang Qing smiled. Water purifier. The project, which was established very early, mainly solves the sewage problem. Last year, Myanmar built 10 sewage treatment plants. This month, all of them started operation and started publicity. This business, very big. The water purifier, like the filter solution, is a consumable and can be cracked, but like the filter solution, you can shout to others, crack it at will. If the cost is lower than mine, I lose. Its sales targets are mainly governments and state-owned enterprises. It is not suitable for ordinary people's water purification scenarios because water purification agents are not universal and have different ratios for different requirements. In calculation, there are more than 40 basic scenes, and the derivative scenes are multiplied by 10, such as a pool for swimming, drinking, raising fish, and raising turtles. In other words, the purified water quality can be customized. Quite powerful. Its market. When it matures, it will be at least hundreds of billions a year. We have to pay again. Chiron smiled bitterly. Contaminate first. Post-governance. This principle has been changing recently. Once the superiors are interested, they will definitely spend a lot of money to buy it. Myanmar is also quite rogue. If it is released after Oasis, it is estimated that part of the funds may be used to purchase water purification services. Now, the most important thing is that unlike deserts, the demand for clean water is not entirely at the national level. Therefore, if provinces and cities take a look at this good thing, it is estimated that there will be a pile of application reports. USA. Here it comes, here it comes. God, another epic-making product. Fortunately, it will definitely not make us any money, because our technology is fully capable of treating the sewage discharged. Haha, you are stupid. Cheers. Third world countries are about to be knocked down. Comfortable. Let's celebrate tonight. A few days ago, after being stimulated by the 2 trillion yuan, you are welcome to make some sarcastic remarks now. Deindustrialization has caused most of the heavily polluting companies in the United States to move abroad, with very few in the country. Even if there is, it can basically be treated with low harm. Therefore, this water purifier wants to make money from them. Don't even think about it. However, the next moment, these people who look down on the future are as uncomfortable as eating flies. A director of the O Foundation said that if the effect of the water purifier is really significant, then the foundation may establish a charity fund project similar to the Green Planet. Sure, knocked out many people. I wipe. Indeed, even if the United States does not need water purifiers, it does not prevent some enthusiastic people from donating to other countries. If this is the case, it will not be a waste of American money to benefit the Myanmar company. Here we go again. Last time it was $35 billion US. This time, I want to be quiet. Asshole, doesn't this foundation have a basic position? Why does it always help third world countries? There are many poor people in Europe and the United States who need help. Why not spend the money on them? That's right. Traitor, I will never donate a penny. $35 billion US. Why? Almost none of it is spent in the United States. All of it is spent in third world countries. There are also good publicity by foundations. Each photo and each story really makes people cry. Earn tears, earn donations again, and gain fame. If you want to donate or not, go away, do charity, but there are no national boundaries. That's right. Great love has no boundaries. The requirement for donations is to be used for environmental transformation, not to relieve the poor, but for other charity projects. It is said to be used to relieve the poor. There is no other word to describe it except stupid. Idiot. Public opinion. The change happened quickly, almost overwhelmingly. The rhythmic ones were wiped out directly. In front of computers, watching everyone shouting and beating, they were all confused. Am I stirring up a hornet's nest? Waiting to read the comments. Like, yes, netizens teach carefully. Charitable. You can think about national boundaries in your mind, but you can't say it out loud. This is similar to XX discrimination. You also encourage misappropriation of donated funds. This is illegal, and it would be strange if you don't get scolded to death. Alright, no more attacking the O Foundation, but returning to the water purifier. However, the direction of the wind has changed, and their remarks can no longer make any waves. You think, which country buys the most? China. India. The two answers have almost the same number of votes. The former is due to industrial development, which inevitably brings about some river water quality problems. The latter is due to the huge number of people and poor sewage systems. China is doing quite well. At least it can guarantee drinking water, but India is not. The Ganges water alone has countless companies discharging sewage into it every day, and everything is in it. However, China has the money to buy it, and India is a little hung up. India also has money. Some people are dissatisfied. Immediately, he was taught a lesson. You have money, but you have to understand that the Ganges River, for example, is of great significance. It is not a question of whether there is money, but whether it can be done. Such large-scale changes can easily cause trouble. In addition, the sewage in major cities and villages is uncontrolled and untreated. It will take at least 5 years of fiscal revenue from the Indian authorities to solve it. In short, be cautious when donating to India because it may not last a week. That's right. Troublesome. That's right. I heard that the Oasis donation to India has also exposed implementation problems. There are constant debates within the authorities, and states are also gaming. The states that have not received donations are rioting. One word, chaos. Scared. Those who wanted to donate to India should hold off. China. Under the influence of Forbes, netizens did not pay much attention to the news about water purifiers. However, in the relevant sections, it attracted countless onlookers, and many people looked excited. Great, it finally appeared. Good stuff. Yes. If nothing else, let's just say that our village is not polluted by the factory, but it is polluted by domestic sewage. Every day, half of the village smells, and in summer, it is even more uncomfortable. There's also a smelly ditch near our village. It smells bad. +1. Same. It's the same in our ancient town. The water is getting dirtier and dirtier. It would be great if it could be purified. Of course, what's even better is that all sewage discharge companies should install water purification devices. Looking forward to legislation. However, sewage. This is something that many people see every day. City, rural, street, roadside, suburbs. There's a large amount of it that is difficult to eliminate, seeping into the land, and there is a stench. Although the treatment is in progress, everyone can see the effect. Now, if there is such a thing, don't be too good. I can donate money for this matter. Oasis. Most of the donors are overseas Chinese. The life of ordinary people in China is far away from the desert, so they don't pay much attention to it. However, when they go out every day, they can see the problems that are different. If possible, just donate it to the ditch outside the door. Anyway, a considerable number of people are willing to do this kind of thing that can directly improve their living conditions. Where can I donate? Of course, I'm looking for someone who doesn't have management fees. I don't want to donate it. Kaka, more than 10% of the money will be gone. The O Foundation also has an organization in China, and you could donate to it. Under normal circumstances, China will not easily approve foreign charitable foundations to come to the country to make money, but the O Foundation is an exception. The main reason is that this foundation has a very good operation model and will donate whatever it receives. Not like others. It's nice to receive money. Put money. But it was as if it was life-threatening. He received 10 yuan and spent 2 yuan. Moreover, this time he also brought a huge and special donation of 5.6 billion US dollars to China. No matter how you look at it, it is a different kind of fireworks. To this, domestic, many foundations side secretly. Don't be too happy if you charge a management fee of 120% for 35 billion US dollars. If it's tens of billions, you'd say it's stupid, but facts have proven that stupid people are blessed. Other foundations. Jealous. Hatred. Urgent. All useless. I didn't have a choice before, but now that I have a choice, I can't bear the things I don't want to endure. Just go and have your own fun. Brother, I won't wait for you anymore. Goodbye. No, not see. Damn it, the O Foundation. Don't let people live anymore. Damn it. We have to find a way to make it impossible. However, they can only shout that if they want a black family, they must first find examples. However, the main recipient of the O Foundation is not an individual. It's all about organization. Environmental friendly. Food. Health. Animal. It is never distributed directly to individuals, but to an executive organization. Even if it takes the blame, it is the executive organization. For example, the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company is the executive party. Hack this company? Disaster. And the consequences are unpredictable. What a thief! They curse secretly. This time, it will not work at all to find a victim to come forward and speak out, such as the Black Myanmar Bank Group, the WHO, the World Environmental Organization, the World Food Aid Organization, the World Organization for the Protection of Animals, etc. Even more so, he is seeking death. Mud. What a thief. But, 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 the Owei Foundation does not charge management fees, but it does not mean that these institutions do not charge them. In other words, in terms of final implementation, the difference is not big. For example, what is the profit earned by the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company? Paper? No, those are bills. Therefore, in their view, the Owei Foundation is a completely different concept. You have no management fees, but your recipients may not have any, and may even be eaten up by the company in the form of profits. How to say this? However, some people just buy it. All right, this year, I guess I won't be able to pay bonuses again. India, capital. Can the Ganges River water be improved? After reading the report, the senior management felt happy for a while, and then, as if they thought of something, a touch of bitterness appeared on their faces. In their view, the Ganges River water problem can no longer be ignored. But what can we do? First, money. A river can be said to be in good shape or not. If there's a dam upstream, water purifiers are constantly sprayed, but at the rate of pollution downstream. If water purifiers are sprayed 24 hours a day, how much money will it cost? Astronomical numbers. That's good. There is no sewage discharge downstream. However, it is almost impossible to implement it. There are people all along the coast, and there is no mature sewage system at all. There is no other place to discharge sewage except into the Ganges. It would be astronomical to change this. Second, habit. Everyone is used to this kind of Ganges water and thinks that water purifiers have polluted the mother river. No need to think about it. This will definitely happen. There have been talks before about using filtration technology to improve the quality of Ganges water. Result: big parade. Many people feel that the changed water of the Ganges is no longer sacred. Have no choice. At present, when it comes to having a complete sewage discharge or treatment system, there's only one city in India that has it, and that is the one built with a Myanmar loan. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with excitement. 1 year, one city. This construction efficiency blinded their eyes. It's better to slow down the matter of water purifier and solve the problem of Oasis first. Regarding the allocation of Oasis, it is not that there are huge differences among several high-level officials, but that the states are competing too fiercely for the national share. This is the only way. It's annoying. In the first half of the year, I feel like I don't have to do anything else. Life has become much more fulfilling. What the hell? Labor and management don't want such a fulfilling life. Whoever wants it will want it. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. This technology is good. When talking about the water purifier, Jean couldn't help praising it. Awesome. How about we donate some? She is a doctor. Through the transcription of the original solution, the surgical cabin, and multiple world-changing technologies, her love for technology has made her a fan of several core companies in Myanmar and Asia, with a high degree of trust. Okay. Chira nodded. Finished. Something moved in my heart. Do you think this technology can purify seawater? The water quality along the coast of Delhi province is so good. Is it related to this water purifier? Chiron couldn't help but think of the beaches of Delhi province. Clear, untainted. If possible, can China also transform such a beautiful coast? You must know that human life has a huge impact on coastal water quality. Many people overlook the sky blue sea and look up close. Can't bear to look at it. Offshore, it has been seriously polluted for a long time, which is sad. You guessed it right. Tang Qing smiled in his heart. Water purifier. It has been mature for a long time, but it has not been taken out. It is not used much in Delhi province. There are few people there, there are not many sewage discharge companies, and it is not on a busy route, so it is easy to transform. But Chiron smiled bitterly. If it really works, the investment will be huge. Dahai. It is not comparable to a river, nor is it a few smelly ditches or sewage canals, but a constantly flowing pit. Spending 180 billion on it can only have some effect. No, Jean, she said, complete transformation is unrealistic. The sea water is flowing. After the coast is transformed, due to the large scope of pollution, it will not be long before it returns to its original state. Just transform special areas, such as tourist attractions. Those places do need to be changed. Chira nodded. At least, let those who have expectations for the sea not be disappointed. How many people in the mainland have never seen the sea with their own eyes? Once they go there, they're dumbfounded. Where's the blue sea? The water quality is similar to the river near our home. So what? Then, I feel cheated. These words. While I was visiting Delhi province, I heard what some Chinese tourists said. It's quite helpless, because everyone's expectations are mostly based on the image of the Maldives as their psychological standard for the sea. How soon will you go to Myanmar again? Chiron asked. Graduate. Tang Qing said. Together. Okay. I want to sit on the yacht I bought in Wangsa. It's really expensive. It costs more than 1 billion yuan. I'll spend it as much as I want. Chiron has never been on a yacht worth 200 million US dollars. He heard that it is parked on the island all year round. Not very familiar. Too embarrassed to borrow. Thinking, together with Tang Qing, I can go up and play. By the way, is your yacht designed well? Chiron asked again. Almost when the time comes, we will draw lots and choose one. Tang Qing said casually. All right, still as productive as ever. For those who have difficulty choosing, drawing lots is definitely the best plan, leaving it to God to decide. After thinking about it, Chiron said, then after you finish drawing, I will choose one of the remaining ones. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be too expensive. Okay, Tang Qing nodded. The design drawings in his hand can be piled up. Each one is expensive, costing upwards of 300 million yuan. They are unique. After you choose them, the others are meant to be sold. What's the price? Zhanshi asked. Less than 600 million. Tang Qing said. Worldwide, the billion yuan yacht market is so small that it can almost be ignored. If no one may place an order for a few years, what are you selling? 600 million, which is the generally accepted limit among high-end people. No matter how high it is, value for money plummeted. That's good. Chiron was quite satisfied. It's less than 600 million, which is not outrageous. It's less than 100 million US dollars. Considering that it is made in China, the cost advantage, and the friendly price, this kind of yacht will not be any worse than the one in Wangsa. Wait for it to be built. Starting from high province, go straight out for a wave. Cool. At night. Rooftop. The moon and stars are sparse, and increasingly stringent pollution gas emission policies mean that the number of days when the stars can be clearly seen in Shanghai continues to increase. Tang Qing and Chiron lay on their chairs and looked at the sky. In the words of Chiron, no matter how high your status is, when you look up at the stars, the insignificance and ignorance that surge up can make you alert. The world is very big. The end very far away. Life is very short. Cherish the moment. The more you look around, the more awestruck. Tell me, what is the purpose of the universe? Chiron suddenly asked. Tang Qing, rolling his eyes. No thanks. Can I ask a normal question? I think it's about experience. Chiron thought to himself. Rolling eyes +1. You're welcome. I must go to Mars in my lifetime. Chiron's thoughts have already traveled to an alien planet. This could be a spaceship. In terms of difficulty, it's just that. If the life support system is ready, the biggest problem is power. At the current level, flying out of the solar system is very difficult. Therefore, the United States was able to land on the moon decades ago. These years, very low-key. The investment in space does not look big from the outside, but in fact the focus is on basic power equipment. Once it is solved, if you want to increase the number of space stations, it will be no slower than making dumplings. This plan, actually, is not a top secret among major countries, and they compete secretly. Most people think that space power is greater than the size and number of space stations. Behind the scenes, what major countries are really competing for is space power. Who solves it? Who is awesome? The ultimate in chemical fuels is there. Decades ago, scientists realized that relying on it would never lead to the interstellar era in the true sense. Therefore, they did not pay much attention to it later. Used as assistive technology only. In the future, one day, the United States suddenly said, my aircraft carrier can go to the sky. Note, please don't be surprised. This is a constructive tip given by the soldiers after summarizing the intelligence collected. At that time, Tang Qing was not surprised when he learned about it. This world, like him, most people have no idea how many large bodies there are hidden under the water. Same. Many of the top secret plans of various countries were completely science fiction, but they were carried out in secret. With only a few insiders, all Tang Qing could do was become the deepest hidden beast under the water. Just don't move. A move. Turn the river upside down. Afterwards, no one will know yet that he did it. Do you want to go to Mars? Chiron turned to look at Tang Qing. I don't want to. Why? Too easy. Tang Qing said softly. If you really want to do this, it is indeed not difficult. It just takes too long and the power technology is not mature enough. Therefore, like the United States and Russia, it will not be displayed. Let's focus on space power technology first. Otherwise, it will take another month to fly to Mars. What are you going to do? Digging up a pile of rocks? If you don't want to reach the technical level of a round trip of less than a week, you should learn from the major countries and keep quiet. Blow. Keep blowing. In response, Chiron also rolled his eyes at Tang Qing. You're welcome. Turn around. Continue to look at the stars. Bye. 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 That night, purchase calls from various countries were made to the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, and the result was that the product would be sold in a week. Those who shouted to buy it without understanding it were not the real target customers. The wolf is coming. At this moment, global sewage treatment equipment manufacturing companies are a little panicked. Just like the filtration solutions and filters, once they were launched, a large number of global harmful gas filtration equipment manufacturers went bankrupt. This time, is it going to be their turn? No. Have to save yourself. It is impossible to stop it. Under the general trend, it is moving forward. If you can't stop it, join it as much as possible and become a distributor like those manufacturers of harmful gas filtration equipment. That's right. Those companies went bankrupt, but they stopped doing technology research and development and became agents of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. If the water purifier is unstoppable, they have no choice but to get on board if they want to survive. Then, a letter of application was sent to Myanmar. 3 days later, Myanmar, Yangon, invited. Dozens of relevant companies from various countries sent inspection teams. On the plane, looking at the city below, Liang Hua felt a little melancholy. It seemed that the company's project would be difficult to continue. Sewage treatment has many directions. Biology, decomposition, percolation. These are the 3 mainstream directions. Their company uses chemical sedimentation to treat specific sewage, which is effective, but the number of products is still too small, but they believe that the future has broad prospects. Only, survival is a little tough right now. First, few products, less demand. Second, competition among peers at home and abroad. Anyway, the company was established several years ago and relies on state subsidies and orders from state-owned enterprises to survive today. Unexpectedly, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company suddenly jumped out and said that they had reached the end point they were pursuing. Suddenly, the boss couldn't sit still and asked him to come over and take a look. What are you doing down there? Beside you. The colleague looked out the window and suddenly asked, Come to your senses. Liang Hua took one look and said, Build a city. Before coming, he had done some homework. Yangon is now divided into 2 parts. One is the old city and the other is the new district. On the new area, a busy scene. Build a city? My colleagues were surprised. Looking at the area, it was so big. Liang Hua smiled. Now that I have money, Ling feels that the previous urban architecture is too backward and painting old pictures is too troublesome. So he built a new Yangon district directly next to it, which is about half the size of Yangon's old city. In the future, residents of the old city will move into the new district. Can be accommodated? A colleague asked curiously. Of course. Speaking of which, Liang Hua thought of Ling's madness. Now, the number of Myanmar residents in Yangon has been reduced to 1/3 of its original number. Therefore, the houses in the new district are definitely enough for them to live in. What about the old city? Demolished. Demolished. The colleague was stunned. Liang Hua nodded. Except for a few buildings with historical significance, all others will be demolished and rebuilt. From now on, just like Xian City, we will live in the new district and travel in the old city. For a long time, the colleague only said one word. Crazy. Originally, Yangon is the capital of a country, but it was demolished at any time. In addition to feeling the madness of zero, there's also Myanmar's current financial resources, and zero has the authority to speak out in this country. Get off the plane. Please get in the car. Thank you. Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company arranged accommodation and vehicles. In fact, Liang Hua could already imagine that the other party's purpose was to hope that they would become agents and follow the path of predecessors. In this way, the benefits are many. First, these companies already have many customers and can convert them very quickly. Second, use corporate channels to quickly pass the marketing approval of water purifiers. Anyway, the abacus is loud, and it's very tempting because the experience of the seniors tells them that the money they can earn as an agent will be many times what it was before. The seniors who used to be poor are now rich. Therefore, to say that there is little resistance, it's really not that big. Just like filtering a solution, what is created is a bigger cake, a market far greater than before. Even if you're an agent, you can make more money than before. There are so many foreigners. Liang Hua. Nonsense. You were originally in a foreign country. Soon, the car came to a luxury hotel located at the junction of the new district and the old city. The hotel was very new, but not high, and the environment was beautiful. After observing for a while, I found that it was not a business hotel. Just ask. Indeed, this is an industry owned by the Myanmar Bank Group and is mainly used for business reception of Myanmar Asia enterprises. At noon, I ate the free lunch and felt happy. This thigh was good to hold. Please use it slowly. Another big lobster was served. Enough. Thank you. Quickly. It got into the stomachs of Liang Hua and his colleague Sun Ming. It's not that I've never eaten it before, but this is the first time I've encountered it. Don't care about face. Only eat it in your stomach to avoid regret. Australian? Sun Ming asked while eating. I don't know. Liang Hua couldn't tell the difference. All I know is that Myanmar has an indefinite ban on fishing in coastal waters. The seafood you can eat here comes from all over the world. The indefinite ban on fishing has a huge effect on the protection of coastal ecology. Certainly, the prerequisite is that you have money. Otherwise, what to eat? I feel like I have a bit of a nouveau riche mentality. Sun Ming said, I buy everything, and I throw money away when I don't agree. It's normal. Liang Hua smiled. But if you just think that Burmese people buy things because they have more money, you are wrong. Their hidden purpose of using money to buy is to let the Asian dollar go out and be held by more countries. The new district construction you saw on the plane, is it just that people are panicking because they have too much money? Of course not. That is a disguised currency convection because the main contractor is a Chinese construction company. Only the more money China makes from Burma will it turn around and buy a lot of products. Oasis. It's a good example. If we just spend money, we won't be willing to do it. Only by buying each other, everyone will not feel at a disadvantage. Buying the oasis, both sides make money, building the city, and both sides make money. There's a whole set of national economics behind it. So, don't look at the problem based on simple appearance. The logic behind it is important. Liang Hua said slowly. This matter, it's not a conspiracy at all. The economic game between countries is actually just that. If Myanmar's various extravagant behaviors are just the mentality of the nouveau riche, it would be too small to underestimate Myanmar. Exist. That is reasonable. That's it. Sun Ming suddenly realized. He is a two-dimensional technology nerd and has never paid much attention to these things. After meal, tea room on the third floor. It's cool. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, just like on the airplane. The adjustable glass filtered out the scorching heat, and the warm light shone on his body. It was so warm that Liang Hua wished he could sleep here. Enjoy it. How about going out for a walk? Sun Ming suggested. Forget it. Liang Hua shook his head. Business matters. Let's go back after finishing things. Okay. There are much fewer people here than in the restaurant. Sun Ming's eyes wandered instead of looking at the bar. Two dedicated girls always paid attention to the guests' teapots. One of them is quite beautiful. 1 cup, 2 cups. The other guests left one after another, and the tea in the pot on the table between them slowly drained. Soon, the girl came over with a smile and added it directly without asking if she wanted it. Sun Ming couldn't help but ask, "Are you Burmese Chinese?" When ordering tea, the girl spoke Chinese very well. "I'm from Zhejiang province." The girl smiled sweetly. "Zhejiang province?" Sun Ming was surprised, and Liang Hua couldn't help but look up. "Yes. How come you are here?" "My family is doing business in Yangon, so I came here." The girl's parents opened a snack bar here. They used to help, but then they stopped because the money earned here was much higher than hiring someone. "Safety? Don't worry. Here, it has public security that ranks among the best in the world." "Awesome." Sun Ming finished praising. He said casually, "Working here, the salary should be very high." "It's not bad. I haven't been working for long, and it's only a little over 10,000. After that, the girl turned back to the bar, leaving behind a beautiful figure. When she said this, she had no feeling at all. Almost all of the people who came here to eat had business dealings with the Myanmar Bank Group. The treatment is naturally not bad. 10,000. It's really SOSO. On the seat, Liang Hua and Sun Ming were both stunned and looked at each other, speechless. Good. 10,000. Just arrived. Talent? I guess the money here is so easy to earn. In the past, 10,000 chats were converted into RMB, which was very little, but now it is almost 1-to-1, which is much higher than the salary of the two of them. Depressed. I thought it was 2 or 3,000, but it turned out to be gold. Not to be offended. Really, the rich units are just different. Of course, they're all so high, and the two of them don't believe it. This is the catering department. If the people who sweep the floors are so high, the mentality is going to collapse. Bar counter. Sister Xiao, fellow countryman? Another girl asked in a low voice in very inaccurate Chinese. No, Qin Xiao. Her name. Oh, he didn't ask any more questions. The girl didn't speak much Chinese. Looking at her, Qin Xiao couldn't help but touch her head. The girl in front of her was only 18 years old. Her family couldn't afford to support her when she was a child, so she was sent to become a monk until the age of 16. Later, God knows what method Ling used. These girls, who were forced by life to become a monk since childhood, returned to secular life and received formal education. After that, they were assigned to various units. They were very cute. No computers, no cell phones, no TV. Growing up in this environment. Real. Her heart is very pure, and she doesn't know whether this world of mortals and flowers is suitable for them. However, I heard that they can make a choice and can go back in the future if they want. Join the world. Born. It seems good, but those who have not cried bitterly all night are not enough to talk about life. Only when you have experienced the prosperous world and still stick to your true heart, as exquisite and clear as a pearl, can you truly say that your soul is pious. Afternoon. To the point. Let's go. Liang Hua stood up and came to the lobby, where hundreds of people had gathered and lined up to get on the bus. There are 8 extended buses with luxurious seats. Only 2 people can sit in a row, and there are only 18 seats in one car. Air conditioner. Drink water. Television. Waiter. This treatment. It was similar to the first-class cabin of an ordinary passenger plane. Liang Hua also experienced it for the first time and quickly took a picture. From the small details of the surrounding interior, it could be seen that this car is definitely a customized model. It's not mass-produced, let alone rented. All right, no matter how hard you try next, I won't be surprised. 10 minutes later, arrive at the treatment plant. Get off. Liang Hua was stunned. Aren't you coming to the sewage treatment plant? What are you doing here? In the distance, there is a huge building, reflecting a soft halo in the sun. No matter how you look at it, it looks like an opera house or a stadium. What? Do you want to hold a press conference first? However, the next moment, he glanced at the sign hanging by the door of the building. Liang Hua took a breath. This Are you serious? Welcome to Yangon number 1 sewage treatment plant. We are now standing above the treatment plant. The building in front of us is the control, management, and material delivery building of the treatment plant. I took the test. What? You call this a sewage treatment plant? Many people were shocked. They didn't know. They really thought this was some kind of art center or science and technology museum. But now they were told that this was a sewage treatment plant. All around, flowers bloom, lush vegetation, pavilion, rockery, fountain. Is your treatment plant built like this? It's so luxurious. Go into the lobby. Spacious, bright, clean. There's also a reception desk and sofa. Liang Hua had to suspect that this was simply a model project and other treatment plants should be average. Yes, that is definitely the case. No matter how hard you are, you must abide by the basic law. There's no smell in the air at all. Even, there's also a slight floral scent. Full underground type, whether it is the purification tank or filter recycling, is all completed underground, which ensures that the entire process will not have any impact on the surrounding environment. While walking, the technical person in charge of the treatment plant introduced that the spacious main control hall is information-based, data-based, and intelligent. No one can fully control everything in the sewage treatment plant without going down. Advanced, Liang Hua admired. Is the sealed environment below safe? Someone asked. Underground. It is not a new concept. It has been around for a long time, but it is not used much. The most important thing is the problem of microbial fermentation in a closed environment, such as a biogas digester. After a long time, there will be a little spark. Boom! No more. Therefore, this type of sewage treatment is mostly open air. Of course it is safe. First of all, our treatment method does not rely on long-term reactions, but completes the entire treatment process within 10 minutes of entering the treatment plant, reducing intermediate products. At the same time, the ventilation system is also very complete. Down below, our air quality requirements must meet the standard of unprotected breathing, so you can rest assured. The person in charge said loudly that even developed countries cannot do this. After listening, everyone present was speechless. Have to. It seems that there is no need to find fault. It is really not easy to meet the standard of unprotected breathing in a closed environment. What is even more frightening is the processing efficiency of within 10 minutes. It's too short. Come in. Filter. Go out. 10 minutes. I can't even think about it. 10 minutes is the minimum time, asked a technician from a German company. No. The person in charge shook his head. That's the latest. Theoretically, it takes 1 minute to test the water quality sample, 1 minute to prepare the water purifier ratio, 1 minute to spray, 1 minute to recover the filtered material, and 1 minute to transport it out of the factory. 5 minutes, it can be completed. 10 minutes, it is a conservative reserve. Everyone. God, only 5 minutes. What the hell? This is not about purifying a little water, but it is continuously coming in and being discharged, and it can be done in 5 minutes. This is so embarrassing for the technology that they use to claim to be advanced. It is so shocking. Please follow me. Quickly. When you come to a staircase, there's an elevator diagonally going down. Gee, after all, 2 large glass doors automatically slide open to both sides. Whoosh! The sound of water flowing. Everyone noticed. This floor is filled with countless cylindrical, transparent glass tanks, almost reaching the end. Against the semi-dark background, they look like countless blue light beams. This scene is completely different from what they imagined. Good. Science fiction. Everyone couldn't help but complain. Elder brother, there is no need to make the model project so dazzling. For those who don't know, they would think that this is some kind of cutting-edge laboratory, doing some experiments of great value that will affect the future of mankind. In the end, it's just sewage treatment. But I have to say that this is very pleasant to see and more interesting than looking at a large sewage tank. If that were the case, they would probably be disappointed because it is completely unworthy of the supporting buildings on the ground. In a glass jar, clean water, clear, bright. The underground floor where you are located is clean water that has been sent up after treatment. After the final testing process, it will be transported into the city's water supply pipeline and used directly. Try it, he said. They came to a glass jar with a water outlet, and each person poured a glass. Drink? Still not drinking? Of course it is. Drink. When you come to someone else's site, they tell you that it has been processed to drinking grade, so there's no need to hesitate. They are already in this business and have no mental barriers, even though they were told that 10 minutes ago this contained urine. Not bad. Very good. It doesn't smell like disinfectant. 1 cup per person. Taste slowly. Can you take a look at its physical and chemical indicators? Someone asked. Of course, he said. In front of the glass tank, the person in charge put his work ID on a scanning board. The next moment, all the physical and chemical indicators of the water currently flowing in the tank were displayed on the glowing glass tank. Speechless. Do you want to play such a high-end product? I thought it was ordinary tempered glass. However, it can actually display text. I don't know what to say other than saying, trends are inhumane. Do all your treatment plants have this standard? Lianghua asked. The person in charge nodded. Yes. Our treatment plant has been modularized and standardized. All our treatment equipment are unified. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to manage them if they are different. In the future, water purifier, recycler, and the entire sewage treatment system are commodities. We strive to change the world's understanding of sewage treatment. We hope that one day, the whole world will use our treatment equipment as the standard. Hear this. Everyone understands that this is to export standards. Be ambitious. If the cost is right and they're the bidding party, they will probably be willing to build it like this one. It has a beautiful environment, no bad smell, and sci-fi equipment. Every item will be worth extra points. All right. It seems that the products of my company are really going to be eliminated. From now on, just grab it and sell these devices directly. Of course, the premise is that the cost is not so outrageous. Although it looks good, it is impossible to spend several times or even 10 times the price. Then, there was a question about cost. Don't worry. The company's products are not only of one grade. What you see here are the highest grade, mid-range, and low-end products with similar appearance, but some smart hardware will be missing. Moreover, with large-scale production, costs will continue to decrease. Finish listening. Everyone can accept it. Subsequently, come to the next level. The images of sewage pools are still different from what I imagined. Instead, they are blender-shaped glass jars that are constantly rotating. The surface of the glass jar is blurred, making it impossible to see through the situation inside. Treatment tank. The purification process is completed inside. Quick reaction. Efficient separation. Rapid sterilization. This is our separation equipment for sediments, microorganisms, minerals, chemicals, a total of 12 items, which can achieve precise separation and will be sent to the secondary plant. Recycle those with recovery value, such as minerals. Use those with utilization value, such as high ammonia. Pending recovery value, store. Those with no recycling value should be permanently sealed after disinfection. This part accounts for a very small proportion in the sewage, less than 100,000th of the separated finished product, and the proportion is still decreasing. The world, as long as a use is found, then even a grain of sand is useful. This made everyone present couldn't help but nod. The processing ability is strong, but it is not perfect. Reuse is the key. 1 hour. Finished reading. They have no idea of competition anymore. Just saw it. It is enough to subvert the current sewage treatment industry and redefine the standards of this industry. Even under the strict standards of developed countries, this is beyond the standards and cannot be done at all. Then, everyone has begun to think about accepting the status of agent. Fight. Definitely looking for death. Shun. There's hope. When the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company proposed, "You will work with me," they each informed their bosses. They didn't think about it for long. That night, they all became distributors. Everyone changes the flag. After changing the flag, the change of identity brings about the change of thinking. Night. Do you still want to eat lobster? Sun Ming hesitated. We are guests at noon. From now on, but you have to rely on others to eat. Wouldn't it be bad to be too presumptuous? It would be like visiting a rich relative. Even though the family is rich, there is no reason for you to order expensive dishes at the table. So rude. Liang Hua hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth. Forget it. No risk. It's better to be cautious, so I ordered a few home-cooked dishes which tasted very good, and I actually enjoyed eating them. I longed for it. If I make money with water purifiers, my year-end bonus should be very generous. With money, eat whatever you want. After meal, the two left the hotel and took a walk to eat. Breathe. Liang Hua took a deep breath. Fresh fragrance. The hotel is located at the junction of the old city and the new district. An artificial river separates the two districts. It is not deep but wide, a full 30 meters. Both sides of the river are covered with flowers that carry fragrance all year round. Among the flowers, there are a large number of hidden floor lamps. Not visible during the day, night, but the flowers were illuminated clearly and colorfully. I have to say that this kind of lighting landscape project is really beautiful. Liang Hua has never seen such an exquisite landscape elsewhere. But there are many shortcomings, such as poor concealment and uncoordinated brightness. Some places are bright and some are dim. But here, flowers of different colors are blessed by different colors of light. Beauty, charming, accompanied by holographic projections scattered above. That moment, beauty, it's hard to describe. Even though he had no appreciation for flowers, Liang Hua was deeply shocked. Luxury, Liang Hua praised. He checked. This artificial river used to be a residential area, but it was a slum. Later, millions of people were moved away. A large number of houses were vacant in Yangon City, and they were relocated collectively. Then, dismantle. The bulldozer pushed it all the way. 1 month. This 10-kilometer artificial river has been repaired. According to the plan, there are parks within 500 meters of both sides of the artificial river. Except for the hotel behind it, there will be no further commercial development. All right. Entitled, Everything is Possible. After the shock. Let's go. After exiting the hotel's main entrance, crossing a bridge, and passing 500 meters of greenery, they saw the public road. As the road at the edge of the old city, it was extremely busy no matter the day or night. But there is no trace of oil smell. They are all equipped with filters. Sun Ming looked at the passing vehicles. Of course. Liang Hua smiled. After Zero came to power, he formulated the highest motor vehicle emission standards in the world. As long as you burn oil, you have to install a filter, but it is more user-friendly and the government subsidizes 90%. It's so hot. Think about it. Domestic subsidies seem to be less. It can't be calculated that way. Liang Hua shook his head. Domestic subsidies are not as high as those of Burma. That is affected by many factors. First, Burma has made profits from filtration equipment all over the world and is rich. Second, lead by example. How can you sell environmentally friendly products if you don't have high requirements? Third, the standards are different. For mandatory installation, you must give some discounts. Liang Hua believed. 10 years later, China's roads will probably no longer smell of oil. The control efforts in recent years have achieved remarkable results. The national industrial pollution gas emissions reached 0 a year ago. Cars have become the main source of air pollution. So, almost all the eyes above were on the car. A must for new cars. Used car subsidies. But not many people took the initiative to replace them. Later, major cities began to introduce further policies, starting from official cars and then to cars used by public institutions, step by step to promote the popularization of filters. Now, only civilian cars remain. However, different voices have emerged. Many people believe that since industrial pollution emissions are 0 and new cars must be installed, that if they are not installed on the cars they bought before, it will not cause much air pollution. This receives support from many car owners. Be reasonable. It is indeed difficult for those old cars to cause serious air pollution on a large scale. Therefore, Liang Huakai used the estimate of 10 years. After all, if the harm is no longer so great, It would be uncomfortable to ask people to spend a sum of money out of thin air. Considering the actual situation, the higher authorities will probably maintain the status quo and provide more publicity and encouragement rather than force. But overall, it's unimaginably better now than it was a few years ago. The next day, morning, signed in the presence of the media. For several years. Integrity. Rigorous. We never exaggerate the effects of our products, and we never have any quality problems. Therefore, even though they did not understand much about the technology related to water purifiers, they simply signed the contract. Kakaka. Media from all over the world arrived. Interview. Excuse me, as the second largest manufacturer of sewage treatment equipment in Europe, but it has become an agent. Does this mean that you admit that your technology has been lost to Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company? These words are stinging. Heartbreaking. However, the business owner smiled. Yes. The reporter was stunned. What? Why don't you struggle? Also, what's the matter with the smile on your face? Why is it so happy? Where's your sense of shame? Or is this a fake boss? Then, the man continued. After in-depth, comprehensive and thorough inspection, communication, and learning, we have to admit that the significance of water purifiers and related equipment to the sewage treatment industry is revolutionary. It is the future. It is the end point. We are a technology-based enterprise that seeks truth from facts and uses technology to speak. In this regard, we can responsibly say that the water treatment technology of Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company is #1 in the world. The reporter was confused again. This is breaking the pot? Still, are you flattering? Maybe both. Besides, how about your integrity as a business owner? Where's pride? You're kidding me about a comprehensive, in-depth, and thorough investigation. I heard that just yesterday afternoon. You were totally clueless. Open your eyes and tell lies. Where's the face? All right, maybe you come to Myanmar and leave these at home. After asking one question, the American reporter quickly changed people, hoping to hear a different voice, but everyone was a compliment, and everyone was a compliment. Then, only a half-day visit can fully verify a technology. Do you believe it? Special report. It appeared on the evening news in Europe and America. Snort. After half a day of inspection, you could be comprehensive. My report of a few minutes cannot be called a special topic. For a time, it aroused heated discussions, with constant doubts and many supporters. I think that a company that has developed transcription solutions and various epic-making derivative products is worthy of trust in its moral character in dealing with the issue of technical safety. I agree. I only know that without enough data, those companies will not become agents. For an outsider to question the vision of an expert, this is an extremely ridiculous behavior. Another irresponsible reporter. Contempt. Reporter. Exactly. I'm only responsible for the TV ratings. See the news. Worldwide. I don't know how many companies have regretted that this kind of agency opportunity does not come every year, but they missed it. If they had obtained the qualification to become a regional agent, they would probably have made a lot of money. Find out the reason. It still happened too fast. The day before yesterday. Launch new products. Yesterday. Take business tours. Today. Sign the contract directly. Depend on. What kind of miraculous efficiency is this? It shouldn't be so fast when turning on the accelerator, leaving no reaction time at all. While they were still waiting and watching, they were told it was none of their business. Immediately, there are companies calling. What are the requirements for becoming an agent of water purifier? Who are you? XX Group. Sorry, the number of agents in this country is full. What? The person on the other side repeated it. I'm not asking you to repeat this, but why? Calmly, although we have not done related business, we also want to contribute to the cause of environmental protection. At least give us a chance. Sorry. Our group has money. Sorry. We have connections. Sorry. We have complete sales channels. Sorry. Finally, all failed due to the apologetic voice of customer service. And since then, the value of water purifier agents has skyrocketed. For those companies that had contracts, people immediately offered to acquire them at high prices. If nothing else works, buy shares. Anyway, this car. Many people want to ride. They were very surprised. If they auctioned it, they should be able to maximize their profits. But the smart people quickly realized that this was the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, and it was trying to tell the truth to its peers. Hotel. Tea house. What buyer company? Not selling. Liang Hua's boss refused directly. Opposite him, Liang Hua and Sun Ming listened quietly and looked at each other, both seeing the nervousness in each other's eyes. What will they do if the company is sold? Now, still a company veteran. Sold. As for Tatami, he might have been fired for some reason. Yesterday's excitement has disappeared. This incident was something they didn't expect. Sure enough, happiness and pain go hand in hand. TCH. Think I'm stupid. Sell. Dream. After that. Don't worry, I won't sell the company. Looking at her two subordinates, the female boss smiled and said, yes, their boss is a woman in her 40s, and she opened this company because of her love for environmental protection. Atmosphere. She sighed in her heart. No auction. In addition to taking care of peers, it is to give them a chance to withdraw. After getting the contract, the company's valuation will immediately soar, and everyone can cash out and leave without going bankrupt directly. Conscience. In this way, it will not affect future sales. Why? Very simple. Once you're qualified as an agent, you can negotiate terms with capital. Capital's profit-seeking behavior will attract a large amount of capital. Strictly speaking, the effect is not much different from the effect of an auction. Final. Those with strength will eventually be able to buy some shares from those companies and become partners. Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company lost the profits generated from the auction process. Therefore, she just said it was grand. Once auctioned, the franchise fee will be over $1 billion or even more. Being able to give up calmly is not something that ordinary companies can do. Perhaps, because I have money. Right. It should be. A company with an annual turnover of more than 2 trillion Asian dollars can really say that funds measured in hundreds of millions are dispensable. Let's go. Since we are in Yangon, I will take you to see the Shwedigan Pagoda. An hour later, Shwedigan Pagoda. It's a little different from the last time I came here. The female boss squinted her eyes. This was not her first time here. What's wrong? The gold shone a lot. Suddenly, Liang Hua remembered something. I remember a news saying that last year, the Myanmar Bank Group donated 15 tons of gold for use in the Shwedigan Pagoda. Even the places that tourists can touch have been plated with a new layer of gold. That's it. The female boss suddenly realized. 15 tons. No wonder. And the craftsmanship must have been improved. If it were just gold, it wouldn't be so shiny. Immediately, she took out her phone and checked online, with a confident expression on her face. In gold paint. There's something else mixed in optical paint. But it is a more advanced natural optical paint, which is different from the inductive paint of XINU. It can enhance reflection under natural light. The stronger the sunlight, the better the effect, just like now. The entire golden pagoda is glowing. Gold. It's like adding special effects. Luxury. The female boss praised as she put away her phone. 15 tons. Worth billions. But even more luxurious is the museum that contains tens of billions of gold. These things in front of you seem to be nothing more than that. Even more impressive is the gold reserve of the Central Bank of Myanmar, which is more than 2,000 tons. At the forefront of the world. I really don't know how rich that secret gold mine is. Only a few years. More than 2,000 tons of gold were dug out. In China, a few tons of gold can be dug out in a year, which is considered to be a high yield. A dozen tons is enough to keep your nose up, but a few dozen tons is nothing. A single gold mine. There has never been one with an annual output of tens of tons. Finished shopping. Getting ready to go back. Suddenly, Liang Hua screamed. What's wrong? Lost something? Sun Ming was startled. The female boss also looked at him. No. Liang Hua quickly shook his head. Just now, Myanmar's National Environmental Protection Agency announced that it will complete the treatment of polluted rivers across Myanmar in the next 3 years. Clean and remove all dirty water potholes. Establish and improve a sewage treatment system covering the village level and monitor rivers throughout Myanmar. The total investment exceeds 50 billion Asian dollars. which will be allocated by the Myanmar finance. After listening, the other two were shocked. 50 billion. Heaven, this is a super big deal. Although I know that Myanmar will definitely support it strongly, it is too strong. Even dirty water potholes have to be managed, and the village-level sewage treatment system has to be covered. Rich, capricious, envious. If a province, no, a city in China were to undertake such a project, they would make huge profits if they won the bid. However, I guess it's just a thought, since it's almost impossible to cover the village level. China is too big, and it's not necessary either. Even if it is a village, if it is to cover villages, it should be a new rural area built in a centralized manner, rather than a very scattered rural area. Otherwise, this policy cannot be implemented at all. As for river monitoring, old news. In Myanmar, it seems that a year ago, professional equipment was used to conduct real-time monitoring of the water quality of mainstreams. This time, there is no mainstream in the text description. It seems that it is to be extended to all tributaries. Agent products. There is this kind of equipment, which is placed directly in the river. It can monitor the water quality of the river in real time. Once the pollutants exceed the standard, an alarm will be issued. If one is placed per kilometer. From now on, no company dares to discharge pollutants indiscriminately anymore. They will be found out in minutes. It's okay upstream. It's okay downstream. So, just focus on that 1 kilometer. It is very advanced, but too expensive. The lowest end model costs 30,000 yuan at wholesale, and the price is higher. Therefore, it is best to place one at least 3 kilometers or even 5 kilometers away. How long are the rivers in the country? Conservative estimate. Mainstream. Tributary. The total area of more than 100 kilometers alone is more than 100,000 kilometers. In addition, all kinds of small rivers and lakes will be monitored in real time. At least 100,000 monitoring equipment will be needed. Big business. But she only dared to think about it. Because it is impossible to get it, you can purchase it directly from Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company in China. Of course, you will not make nothing as an agent, and you can earn maintenance fees in the future. Better than nothing. Actually, real profits still come from water purifiers and sewage treatment equipment. A high-standard sewage treatment plant can cost anywhere from tens of millions to hundreds of millions, plus the long-term demand for water purifiers. TSK. Was a maintenance fee. Drizzle. No, it felt like pie in the sky. After signing the contract, I came to the Shwedagon Pagoda to pay my respects. I didn't believe it, but it didn't stop me from buying with peace of mind. Sometimes, I have to admit that life can always give people unexpected surprises. Let's go. Next stop, Chinatown. The female boss waved her hand. Liang Hua was speechless. Boss, just came from China. Go to Chinatown. Don't you think it's strange? Could it be that I was too stimulated today and my mind is a little wandering? Well, what a boss, that's all. I was stunned by the good news. What are you thinking about? Get in the car. Oh, Liang Hua quickly followed. Outside world. I was also stimulated by this news. India. 50 billion Asian dollars. I really hope we have a government that is so rich and willing to improve the environment. Indian netizens were completely shocked when they saw this news. Depend on, did we agree to be poor together? Suddenly, don't join us in muddying. We haven't even finished urban sewage treatment. You have to go straight to the village level. Moreover, do you even need to deal with dirty water potholes? I want to immigrate to Myanmar. Same. I can only think about it. They don't want it. This is the point. It is also the most disturbing. No matter what country you are in, whether you are rich or poor, people just close the door and don't let you in. Let's forget about Europe and the United States. We're so close. Why don't we do it so ruthlessly? I really hope the water in the Ganges becomes clean. Yes, immediately. Some people objected. No, that is a sacred river and cannot be polluted. But haven't we been polluting it all along? Industrial sewage and domestic sewage have seriously affected the water quality. Since we love it, we should keep it clean. No. Why? It's just not allowed. That's it. There's no need to talk. Soon, a shouting match began between the two sides. One side has good reasons, and the other side has a loud voice and has no reason to object. There is no winning or losing because no one can convince anyone. From their respective positions, one side is completely righteous. Capital: New Delhi. The senior executives had a headache. If you support it, but there is no need to be so cruel. Let the people of our country see how they can bear it. By comparison, the damage value is full, but it cannot be said that the country is spending money wrongly. Want to learn? No money. I still owe money on the Myanmar loan. Medical. City. 2 projects. It's tens of billions. Although buying weapons looks like a wealthy person, it's actually a loan. If you don't buy it, you won't be able to get a loan from European and American banks. Therefore, the money doesn't belong to them at all. Let the media report less, so as not to cause big trouble. Understood. Also, let the people at the Academy of Sciences gain some momentum. The president's side cracked the original transcription solution, failed, and prepared the filtration solution cheaply, failed, and the water purifier will also fail. There's nothing you can do about them. Well, in short, follow your conscience. After the meeting, the major media outlets in India quickly stopped the urge to report the news immediately. The press is free, but they must also consider the consequences. As reporters, our mentality is almost unbearable, and it is easy to cause trouble when broadcasting. Procession, gather, strike. It's already annoying, so I'd better not cause trouble for everyone. China, quite calm. One day we can do it too. Yes, we have money. It's a very simple logic. In the past, we were broke. At that time, Europe and the United States had big fish and meat, and we had rice and pickles. With our hard-working hands, now our small life is not bad. Not now. No rush. Everything will be okay. This is a kind of confidence. 50 billion? Is it a lot? As long as you are willing, you can get up to 500 billion, such as Oasis. You can buy it when you say it. Such a gesture, at least that time, is unparalleled in the world. Therefore, the discussion is completely different from that in India. 500 billion, I don't know if it is enough. Less. At least 1 trillion. More than that. I also think that 2 trillion is promising. China's area is nearly 20 times that of Burma, and its population is more than 20 times. With simple numerical conversion, 2 trillion should be able to get it. Absolutely. It's quite expensive. Yes, but it depends on the meaning. 2 trillion yuan is a good deal for a China with a beautiful environment. It's not impossible to get, and it can be built slowly over many years. A few hundred billion a year is acceptable. Yeah. Yes. Everyone calculated in their minds that although the total price is expensive, it is not expensive in exchange for a clean, beautiful China. Air pollution is solved. Water pollution is solved. What a great thing. Money. Isn't it just used to improve the quality of life? At this point, everyone is very open-minded. Just then, a piece of news. It's exciting. After Zhongyang's research, it was decided to allocate 10,000 square kilometers of oasis management share to control soil erosion on the Lus Plateau and completely solve the water quality of the entire Yellow River Basin. Last year, after buying the oasis, China was divided into 10 pieces, each piece corresponding to a different region and desert and Gobi with different soil quality. One of them was allocated to the Lus Plateau and the Yellow River. The effect is remarkable. Late last year, there are also special reports saying that soil erosion has been basically controlled in the treatment area of the mainstream of the Yellow River. There are also aerial views showing that both sides of the Yellow River are 500 meters long, lush and covered with green grass. Certainly, it's not completely clear yet. Very simple. The sediment in the Yellow River is not entirely brought by the mainstream. There are also many tributaries that merge into the Yellow River. These tributaries also feed sand and river water into the Yellow River in units of hundreds of millions of tons a year. Therefore, little has changed downstream. This time, with a treatment area of 10,000 square kilometers, we can completely solve the soil erosion of the Yellow River and its mainstreams. In the future, the breach and flooding of the Yellow River will be completely ended. From the source to the mouth, it will become clear. Finished reading. The Chinese people are extremely happy. The Yellow River, the mother river, is just a bit bad-tempered. It bursts every 3 years and changes its course every 100 years. But in recent years, through continuous management, it has become much better. Now, can be solved once and for all. Of course I am happy. Awesome, my motherland. Great kindness. This money is well spent. The internet was full of praise, and it quickly became the headlines. As the saying goes, jumping into the Yellow River can't be washed away. At Hoku Waterfall, looking at the rolling sand river, you will unconsciously think of this sentence. Thought, well, there's so much sand, no matter how clean it is, if you jump down, you will only be able to bring up a whole body of sand, which cannot be washed clean in the Yellow River. Suddenly, I have a vivid understanding of this sentence. From now on, the sandy river becomes a clear river. Good. Very nice. 3 years later, I will go to Hoku again. This suggestion, we have received countless responses. To be honest, after going to this kind of attraction once, very few people choose to go there a second time. Now, many people want to witness this historic change with their own eyes. Even, many people felt that they would no longer be able to see the Huangsha River soon, so they had to hurry up and go see it before it was restored. Suddenly, there was a craze to visit the waterfall during the May Day Golden Week. Suddenly, the locals were overjoyed. First, there is tourism income. Second, the money for governance does not need to be paid locally. The state is responsible. Happiness. Beijing. Relevant departments. The discussion about the Yellow River is not over yet. The oasis only controls soil erosion. To completely solve the water quality problems in the entire Yellow River basin, I think we can start to deal with the pollution sources along the river in a centralized and scientific way. Treatment. Control the sources. Attack on both ends. Real-time monitoring of water quality in the entire basin. 3 days of experiments. And everyone has seen the conclusion given by the Chinese Academy of Sciences that all known polluted water qualities can be perfectly cleaned up. 3 days ago, just released, the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company contacted us. For 3 days, experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences continued experiments to create various polluted water conditions in an attempt to test the processing limits of the water purifier. The results were helpless. First, I haven't tested the limits, I just know that I don't seem to have found anything that I can't handle. Second, the preparation cost is high. Even, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company provides a complete set of chemical compositions of water purification agents. However, after some testing, it is more than 80 times more expensive to achieve the same effect as the filter solution. That moment. Lost. Speechless. Even dinner doesn't taste good anymore. Agree. The coast of the Yellow River can be used as a pilot project, and strict inspections of enterprises along the coast can be carried out. At the same time, the water quality in the existing river basin can be treated, and the effect of the treatment can be monitored in real time. Sewage is secretly discharged into the Yellow River. Early years. Very rampant. In recent years, the effect of strengthening management is quite remarkable. But as the saying goes, the road is high and the devil is high, and illegal discharges are being carried out more and more covertly, with repeated prohibitions, and even long distances are not used, and pipelines are used to discharge discharges by car. A complete shutdown is not appropriate. Therefore, supporting sewage treatment must also be carried out. In coastal cities and places where industrial enterprises are concentrated, centralized sewage treatment plants can be built to subsidize sewage treatment. After all sewage discharge companies are required to rebuild their sewage treatment systems. Disaster. But build a pipe to carry sewage to a treatment plant. Easy. Even if the cost of the two is the same, the latter is more acceptable. In this way, there is no need to go door to door to inspect the industrial sewage treatment system and avoid the submission of a lot of corporate documents and reports. In theory, it also reduces the operational difficulty of the enterprise. From now on, you just need to check whether there are illegal discharges. Enterprises are relaxed, and the work of the local environmental protection department is also relaxed. As for those who insist on saving costs and polluting land, rivers, and underground water sources. Nothing to say. Severe punishment. The discharge of domestic sewage can be released temporarily. It has strong natural degradation ability. The most important thing is industrial sewage, which is difficult to degrade and eliminate. It penetrates into the underground and pollutes water sources. A few hours later, the discussion was completed. The next day, morning, a report, submitted by the National Environmental Protection Department. Order from above. We came up with a plan within a limited time and carried out it at the same time as the oasis management along the Yellow River. That's why it was so fast. No way. Water purifiers had only appeared 3 days ago. The decision to regulate the Yellow River had just been implemented together. Anyway, it was a long-term task, and it would not be fully implemented in less than 2 or 3 years. Soon, research passed, issued, along the main stem and tributaries of the Yellow River. Provinces. Relevant companies quickly got the news. So soon, we have to pay again. Some companies lamented. Afraid. It's not that you have to pay, but it's very expensive. But someone comforted me. Not necessarily. It depends on the specific document notification. It is just a guidance document now. From the site selection, design, construction, operation, and cost calculation of the treatment plant, it can't be determined for at least 1 year. Oh, if it is more expensive, life will be difficult. Yeah, probably not. I heard that Myanmar's treatment technology will be used. The cost will be reduced greatly, and the treatment capacity will be stronger. In this way, the cost of the treatment plant will not be too high. That's good. I hope. As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll accept it. Yeah, from now on. No need to prepare a lot of documents. Arrange directly. Relatively speaking, it is still a happy thing. It reduces a lot of administrative costs. The administrative fees, saved alone, may be able to pay for sewage treatment fees. There are many benefits. Environmental protection to check. I only need to prove one thing. All sewage is discharged to the treatment plant. Not a drop is leaked. Also, no more files are needed. Expect. Certainly. There are also unhappy people. Why do you need me to pay more if I sneak in a row based on my ability? No one in this group of people cares about the fact that the quality of the products produced by such a company is inherently worrying. If it is found out, it will be dealt with resolutely. March 18th, morning. An official inspection team arrived in Yangon, and envoy Sun Jiang also passed by. If everything goes well, they will bring back their first big order, 100,000 monitors, each 10,000 pieces. Take a look at both goals. Governance. Supervision. The latter can be much faster than the former. This is our Type 3 watershed monitoring equipment, which can provide real-time water quality monitoring services within a water depth of 20 meters. In the capital, you can monitor the Yellow River in real time. 18 Key project detection. Overlimit alarm. Data analysis. Stable transmission. Convenient recycling. Bien introduced. They were looking at the big screen here. It was the Irrawaddy River, the largest river in Myanmar. It was more than 2,000 kilometers long. It flowed in from China, passed directly through the north and south of Myanmar, and merged into the sea. Some operations. Indeed, you can see the water quality conditions along the line, various curves, and various lists. In other words, as long as you throw something down, you can immediately monitor the water. Quality of the Yellow River Basin in real time. I have to admit, this technology is very powerful. Do you manufacture independently? Asked the head of the delegation. No. The main technical problems of the monitor equipment are solved by Chinese scientists. As for production and manufacturing, considering the basic situation of our country, all these equipment are manufactured in China. Okay. Sun Jiang couldn't help but cheer in his heart. Producing in China has obvious benefits. Otherwise, if all imported, China is a pure consumer. Nowadays, if products are manufactured locally in China, even if they do not collect taxes, a series of economic activities, from raw materials to labor, can generate social value. Why can't we collect taxes? Joint venture. At first, when the filtration solution enters China, the equity of the branch company is transferred. In other words, the country can get a part of the profit from the filtration solution and filters sold in China, although it is not much. But it is an attitude. Later, an oasis appears. Same. Huaxia can also get rebates. At that time, the state directly granted 6 years of tax exemption. In a certain sense, the Huaxia branch of Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company is equivalent to a cooperative enterprise between the two countries. The status is not low. How long is the warranty period? 2 years. A bit short. After some negotiation, the warranty period was extended for half a year. What about the maintenance cost? About 3,000 yuan a year. What if it is stolen? The probability is extremely small, but we have also taken precautions. After fixing the position, moving more than half a meter in any direction will trigger an alarm and feedback to the control center. What should I do if the signal is blocked? Alarm. As the main purchase item this time, the two parties discussed the details of the underwater monitor for nearly 20 minutes. Later, as on previous days, the delegation was taken to the basement level. 1 hour later, finished visiting, the delegation was shocked. Thinking back to domestic sewage treatment plants, they felt they were several levels behind. The sci-fi visual impact alone made people feel like a future science and technology exhibition hall. Sewage treatment is incredibly fast. 10 minutes. No odor. There is no need to build it in a place with few people. It is estimated that as an attraction, you can charge admission fees and be lenient. There is no suspense about this. This gimmick alone is very attractive. And the most critical thing is the subsequent processing technology. Filter, reaction, separation. Depending on the separated products, they are sent to different secondary treatment plants to make fertilizers, extract some heavy metals, or further decompose them into raw materials with very little waste. Afternoon, they visited the secondary treatment plant. 3 in total. Metal, organic matter, inorganic matter. 3 treatment plants treated a total of 12 major categories of residues. They watched the wastewater containing mixed heavy metals go in and the metal elements come out from the outlet. The efficiency was so high that they were surprised. Alcohol, fat, protein, salt, acid, alkali. From waste, it turns into bags of raw materials. These things, when mixed together, become garbage that is difficult to process, but after being decomposed and refined, they become very useful raw materials with a wide range of uses. This, they didn't know it before, because only water purifiers and recycling equipment were sent to Huaxia for inspection. This kind of secondary treatment technology requires the equipment of the entire factory to be implemented. It is impossible to package the factory and send it there. One academician was very excited. Recycle. This goal, they have been pursuing it for many years, but the results have not been great. The precise extraction of complex mixtures is too difficult. Not completely impossible, but the cost has not been reduced. This is the biggest problem. Urgent question. What's the cost? Not low. Listen. Everyone present said. Sure enough. However, the next moment, the first cost is equipment. The price of the entire factory's equipment is more than 1 billion yuan. In terms of extraction capacity, it can completely meet the needs of a city with a population of 5 million. After profit and loss calculation, the annual subsidy cost is around 300 million yuan. Suddenly, everyone calculated in their minds 1 billion, 5 million. If it were the capital, it would need to invest 4 billion, and the annual subsidy would be more than 1 billion yuan, it seems. Not much. The majestic capital can't afford it. What's the source of profit? Of course, it's extracts. These extracts can be used in industrial production and can even be used as one of the raw materials for water purifiers. Our water purifier production plant can completely recycle them. So, overall, this treatment plant is losing money. Hearing this, everyone once again lamented that this recycling was done so well. In the end, the remaining waste was reduced to an incredible level, even though the investment was huge and subsidies were needed every year. Subsidy? Subsidy? Suddenly, they realized something seemed to be missing. This dam, it was really missed. You mean, it's just the secondary treatment plant that's losing money? The leader asked hurriedly. Of course. Does the residents' sewage treatment fees count? No. At this moment, everyone was speechless for a while. Holy shit. I thought the entire investment was going to be reversed, but I didn't expect you didn't consider whether there was a profit from the previous process at all. Water sales and sewage treatment fees are not considered. All right, you're really good. In other words, the combination of the sewage treatment plant and these secondary treatment plants, plus the charges for urban water supply and sewage treatment, the entire project is completely profitable. That's it, of course. Huh. This misunderstanding was a bit big. I almost thought I was going to lose money, but I didn't expect that I could still make money. They don't care how much they make. Urban water supply and drainage is a public service, and even losing money is not a problem. Now, if you can still make money, that would be great. Okay. The academician said 3 good things in a row. Environmental protection is difficult because it is stuck in cost. It is still profitable now, but it doesn't have to be too good. This trip was really full of unexpected joys and unexpected disasters. After all, it's time to pay again. Water purifier, recycler, treatment plant, secondary extraction plant. It's all about money, with construction costs often in the hundreds of millions. Although the other party says that most of the equipment can be produced in China, it's not a gift. If you want to buy it, you still need to spend real money. But it is better than pure imports. Looking forward to more cooperation with your country. There were smiles in the eyes of a group of people. Maybe they are looking forward to making money from us. I'm just a little speechless. After taking out the money, I just feel sad and don't have any bad feelings towards the company in front of me. Find out the reason. This company is still doing something good for mankind. A bit more expensive. It's not that hard to swallow. That night, hotel. After dinner, Sun Jiang and the head of the delegation were drinking tea. How can this company update new technologies so quickly? Forget about the derivative technology of the original transcription solution. The water purifier is a completely different technical system, even different from the filtration solution. I can't figure it out. The science and technology tree is also in order, but you jump to the fork, which is unscientific. Who knows? Sun Jiang spread his hands. However, existence is reasonable. At present, its main development direction is still related to the human living environment. If the solid waste problem can be solved in the future, the whole world will have to thank him. Huh, is it possible? The person opposite smiled. Solid waste. At present, no country has a good solution for electronic waste, construction waste, non-degradable substances, and refractory substances. A long list, much more difficult than sewage treatment. Not a level. Let's see, Sun Jiang said nonchalantly. Anyway, of the 3 major pollutants created by humans, gases, liquids, and solids, it could be announced that 2 of them have been basically solved. The last one is relatively less urgent than the previous ones. Gas can be breathed into the human body. Liquid can penetrate into the soil. Solid, as long as you don't have a good appetite, there is generally no problem, but it will stink. Moreover, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company has indirectly provided guarantees for the treatment of most solid waste. First, industrial-grade filter. Second, gas solid lock solution. There's the previous one. Most solid waste can be burned to generate electricity. Previously, industrial-grade filters could solve concerns about pollutant gas emissions. If you're worried about the strong smell of combustion products, apply solid lock solution. Perfect. This matter. There are already companies doing it. Combustion, condensation, adding locking solution. Those final combustion products can be used as raw materials, road construction, bricklaying, and more functions are constantly emerging. Therefore, in theory, the technology of this company has completely enabled mankind to control the damage to the Earth's ecology in a relatively cheap way. In view of this, Sun Jiang couldn't help but admire. The merits are immeasurable. But this company is good at everything except what they sell. Cost money. I want to say expensive, but I found it was a bit unscrupulous. True, the total amount is very high, but it also depends on the area governed. Sometimes it can be a country. In terms of unit efficiency, it is a completely reasonable price. For example, 1 square kilometer of an oasis is 15 million. Average down. 1 acre of land. Only 10,000 yuan. This has been modified to the extent that it can grow food and cash crops. Planting an acre of apples, or an acre of walnuts, or even wheat has not only economic significance, but also political significance. This is why countries have never collectively demanded price cuts. The next day, morning, the visit is not over yet. On the river, Sun Jiang stood beside the ship, still a little stunned. Just now, he was told that it was a water engineering ship. He still didn't believe it. From a distance, it looked like a super luxury yacht. But, after coming in, he believed it. And, the yacht renovation is by no means just a show-off. But it was like this at the beginning of the design. The appearance of the luxury yacht and even the interior design with a bit of science fiction shocked the delegation again. Think back. It's really the style of this company. On design. Practical? No. It must look good plus be practical. If we can make corrections in the future, we will definitely make corrections. They have experienced it, such as one of its specialty products workstations. A temporary residence must be made to look like it cannot be afforded. Which country was it made in? Sun Jiang asked. Huaxia. The main components are still imported from China. We are only responsible for design and assembly. This is thanks to your country's perfect industrial system, which allows us to not worry about manufacturing. Sun Jiang smiled and nodded. It's something he's proud of. Soon, when we came to a monitor, the ship stopped steadily without anchoring. The anisotropic power compensation system under the ship allowed the ship's horizontal movement range to be no more than a slap in the face. Hoisting, overhaul, replace. The whole process only took 5 minutes. Efficiency, everyone praised. The central plug-in module design means that if any module fails, it can be replaced with a new one, and there's no need to dismantle all the parts. A module can be removed with at most 6 screws. Pull out. Put on. Coupled with the professional testing equipment on the engineering ship, the whole process is extremely smooth. This day, the delegation successively visited several other sewage treatment plants in Myanmar, including Noi Baidu and Exinen City, and found that, as they said, the standards of the treatment plants were the same and open-air pools were completely abandoned. All underground. That night, returning to China with a contract and a thick product list. The Environmental Protection Department is very active, and it is unrealistic to roll it out on a large scale. However, if a pilot project is built in the capital, it will not be a big problem. After all, different from water purifier and recycler. Treatment plant. Secondary factory. China is very interested in the technology contained in the 2 factories, but they will definitely not sell it. If they want to know more about it, they will naturally want these 2 types of factories to be settled in China, so they can almost demolish them and take a look. Therefore, there will be no suspense in this pilot. After 2 days of busy work, Sun Jiang returned to his residence. His body was tired, but his heart was warm because the sediment in the Yellow River that troubled China would soon become history, and the Yellow River would be blue all the way. Also, there is also a solution to the water pollution problem. Although it costs a lot, the cost is incredibly small compared to before. It was originally estimated that it would have to be dealt with properly. Time. Money. No one should be missing. Now, the time can be reduced to goods arrival, water purification. The money is also many times less than previously estimated. As long as we follow the steps, there should be no more polluted rivers in China within 10 years at the latest. Blue sky, green water. Not easy. Beat. Turn on the TV. This billion-dollar contract is being broadcast inside. It is estimated that some people will be upset again. Although the media does not report it, Sun Jiang knows how afraid India is of news related to water purifiers. Fear it like a tiger. Oh, this game. No solution. The only one who can solve the problem is themselves. Moreover, in order to divert attention, in the past few days, the friction with Pakistan Railway has once again made the news in India, hoping to divert the public's attention. This operation. Bull. What else could Sun Jiang say? The verdict has been announced? Sun Jiang was surprised. On television. A trial was being broadcast. At the beginning of the month, a British man went to a museum in Xinan City to extort a huge amount of money. Later, he was reported to his country and found out that the guy was suspected of evading inheritance tax. Then, cross-border arrests. Then, after learning about it, Sun Jiang was also worried about his IQ. If you admit that there's such a thing in the inheritance, you will not be able to escape within a 10-year period. If you admit that you have fabricated it, you will have to face prosecution from Myanmar. You really know how to play. At the beginning of the month, countless people feel the same way. Now, after seeing the results of the trial, Sun Jiang knew that the man did not admit to having the relic after all. He hoped that Mian Yao would be given a light sentence. Mian Yao was also very humane and only fined a man €500,000 to show punishment. To this, the man kept thanking me. Sure enough, foreigners can play. There was a wave of presence and a criminal record. Certainly, logically, Sun Jiang still felt that what the young man said was true. Otherwise, unless you're stupid, this Englishman whose family is relatively wealthy would not come all the way. You must have found the wrong person. Sun Jiang sympathized with the robbery in his home, but it must have nothing to do with the Myanmar bank group. Joke. Money. People are the masters who could be used as firewood. The next day, Qingyan City. Chairman, big order. Expedited. Yes. In the office, Zhang Dongqing leaned on the boss's chair happily as he watched his subordinates leave. I sighed in my heart. Sure enough, there's a completely different difference between being protected by a group and not being protected by a group. I joined the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce last year and became the lowest member. In fact, he didn't expect to get many more orders because there were too many members of the Chamber of Commerce, and there was no shortage of craftsmen. Therefore, not high expectations. Which material? The reality made him overjoyed. A large number of orders came in like snowflakes. His factory expanded again and again before it could meet the demand. However, he later discovered that others had slowed down the dispatch of orders. Just ask. People gave reasons. Your company's rapid expansion may cause hidden dangers. What the Chamber of Commerce wants is for member companies to develop healthily and grow steadily, rather than spreading out a big stall that will be difficult to clean up later. If you want more orders, first, maintain the current scale and supply quality for more than half a year. Second, a comprehensive enterprise assessment report recognized by the Chamber of Commerce. We hope that members will not only have product competitiveness, but also management needs to be competitive to reduce the risk of members going bankrupt. After listening, inexplicably, Zhang Dongqing was moved. Have a look. What a great tree. After that, Zhang Dongqing decided on two things after a night of deep thought. First, to conduct a major rectification of internal problems in the group and invite Tianyin to make an assessment. People have said it. Eye of heaven. It can be regarded as a recognized evaluator. To this, Zhang Dongqing was not prepared to cheat. He was confident that even if the group had problems, they would be minor problems. Moreover, he, Zhang Dongqing, could not afford to embarrass this person by asking Tang Qing for help. Second, once again acquire some powerful precision companies. Expansion. Order dispatch is based on actual processing capacity and cannot be faked by other companies. It is not allowed for the group to take orders and distribute them to other small businesses like others. After all, this way, each member has almost unlimited processing capabilities, so the rules are messed up. Now, compared with last year, the entire group has grown a lot bigger. After the evaluation by the Chamber of Commerce, the number of orders has increased dramatically since the Chinese New Year. A few years ago, we had to look for orders everywhere, begging Grandpa and Grandma. Give gifts. Have a meal. Play with you. Smile apologetically. Rebate. Small profit. You may not get the money in the end. The difficulty of life is fully demonstrated here. But all this is completely different after having the big tree. Zhang Dongqing sighed. This is probably the only business that has such a comfortable business. These orders, from tens of thousands of companies controlled by members of the Chamber of Commerce. Don't run. Not sent. The only thing the group has to do is a few things. Guaranteed quality. On time. Excellent price. and you never have to worry about accounts. Even if the other party's funds are temporarily tight, you can postpone it if you explain the reason. It is legitimate and not intentional. But there is a limit, no more than 3 months at the latest. 3 months later, the Chamber of Commerce will pay in advance. At the same time, initiate an investigation, find out the cause, and conduct an evaluation. It is easy to say that the problem is not big, but it goes without saying that the big problem is, for example, the business owner suddenly lost his mind and gambled away the funds he should have. Dismissal. This kind of person, it's not that there are none. Zhang Dongxing alone knows about 2 cases, which were reported on the official website of the Chamber of Commerce. No member of the Chamber of Commerce sympathizes with this. This is a complete self-inflicted suicide. To know, it's not easy to get kicked out of a Chamber of Commerce. No money can be loaned. When operations are difficult and products are unsaleable, the Chamber of Commerce will coordinate with other members to help. In short, it is very difficult for a company to close down normally within the mutual aid system of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. Bet. The Chamber of Commerce does not prohibit it. Lost. Not prohibited either. However, misappropriating accounts payable to fill this hole makes it impossible to pay on time. Well, this is an extremely serious credit problem, and the Chamber of Commerce's usual method of dealing with it is expulsion. At the same time, recourse to previously provided loans. Bet. One size fits all. No forgiveness. Zhang Dongxing was happy despite looking down on the content of the order. The group received 14 parts for the underwater monitor, totaling 730,000 pieces. There are also recyclers, 16 parts, more than 3.4 million pieces. Big order. At least tens of millions of profits. And this, in a non-Chamber of Commerce system, there was actually a chance for orders that could not be obtained at all before. There were not so many members in the Chamber of Commerce, but now, due to the internal circulation, it is difficult to miss orders, especially high-profit ones. There are big trees. Very nice. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Early in the morning, something happened that made Tang Qing dumbfounded. On the table, it was a courier envelope, and the photo he was holding was in the envelope. The photo was, how should I put it, quite blurry, but it looked a bit like him having an affair with a strange woman. This life. Tang Qing never thought that he would receive such a photo. It's true, exciting enough. There's also a letter inside, an account number, and the amount of money written below. 100 million. Interesting. These past few years. Scam calls. Scam SMS. Scam emails. He had received blackmail letters before, but this was his first time. Well, let's not play tricks for now. Let's play Sherlock Holmes and solve a case. There are very few people in life who can bring such fun. Ordinary photo. Ordinary A4 paper. Ordinary express envelope. No fingerprints or smell. Final. Nothing was gained. Well, it's really not as easy as shown on TV. If you handle some ordinary things carefully, it is indeed difficult to find clues. Next, just to find this person, Tang Qing stretched his muscles. Where is the person? Already caught. Interrogation. Yes. Tang Qing seemed to have done a great thing. You do not say. Say. It also takes effort. Lower your head. Looking at the photo in his hand, Tang Qing flicked it, and in the air, the photo was strangely suspended for a second, as if another afterimage flashed on it, and then turned into a stream of shredded paper and flew into the trash can. It is 2 kilometers away from the villa area. Hotel. 4th floor. Let me go quickly, or I will sue you for illegal detention. You must think carefully, don't cause trouble for Tang Qing, and pay the money quickly, otherwise we will publish it online. A foreign man shouted. Maid, who tells me what's going on? I entered the hotel with my front foot and was pushed to the ground with my back foot. I wanted to scream, but the punch just now almost knocked him out of the air. It was too painful. It took a while to recover. Gulu, surrounded by 4 big men. So scared, but still muster up the courage. He tried to intimidate the opponent with his momentum, but it seemed to be of no use, because he was greeted with another fist and a cold voice came. You only have the right to answer. I won't say anything, he said firmly. The next moment, crack, the coldness on his forehead almost made him pee. Brother, you ask. Scared to death. What the hell? Why didn't the intelligence say this happened? Logically speaking, he shouldn't be afraid, because this is a hotel, and Tang Qing's men don't dare to move a finger just. It has a silencer on it. Damn, silencer. He had to be cowardly to install this thing. By the way, who can come out and stop it? Even if the law here allows bodyguards to be equipped with robbers, they shouldn't allow silencers, right? You asked. The man smiled stiffly. Speak for yourself. A big man said. What? The foreign man's voice was weak. The next moment, this. Taking a breath of air, the big man who grabbed it pressed the ejection button, and with a whoosh, he saw golden peanuts. He picked it up with his thumb, and one peanut popped out. It fell firmly into the hands of another big man. Then, click, put the box on. Crack, load the gun. Pointing to his forehead, he said calmly, just say what you think should be said. The coldness that didn't care about his life and death made the man almost pee again, with a look of horror on his face. Elder brother, please be careful. Don't get mad. I said. 10 minutes later. Goodbye. He finished. The four big men left the room. Click, close the door. On the chair. The man was stunned. Although he never thought that the other party would silence him, it was a little bit to just leave like this. How come the dance scene is so different from the imagined script? It's unscientific. For example, warn him not to tell. Or maybe, let him get out of the country quickly or something like that. No, not a word just left like that. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. No sign of coming back. Bang. The man slapped his forehead, confused by fright. He should have been leaning on the window just now to see if a few people had left. I took out my phone, took a deep breath, and dialed a number. This time I failed miserably. Did you succeed? An expectant voice came from the other side. These words, it left the man in a daze. No, I reported my number just now. Logically speaking, the person involved should have contacted the other party, whether it was a warning or something else, so he wouldn't have not made a single call. All right, as expected of the richest man, he doesn't play by common sense. Maybe, if they feel that the blackmail has failed, they will consciously give up. So, he briefly recounted what happened just now, without reservation, because he didn't know much. Being ordered by others. Specific. The man didn't know, and the other party was not stupid, so he just left a phone number. After listening, the other person was speechless. Pig? He also said that he was a professional. Depend on. Professional surrender. Forget it. Fortunately, this does not affect the execution of the main plan. It is just a little flaw. It's okay. It's so useless. Just go to hell and waste food while living. Wait for me 10 minutes. He finished. Then he hung up. Oh, he dropped the phone. Pack it up. It's not a good place to stay here for a long time. You have to evacuate quickly. It's too scary. He was talking just now. And while looking, he saw the big man's finger kept sliding on the trigger, and now his heart was pounding. Fortunately, there was no fire. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ooh, I have something else to ask you. Open the door. There was an impatient and fierce tone in his voice. Most people would definitely think that it was the big man who just came back, but the man was not stupid. Just the whole journey. The four big men all had expressionless faces. Cold. Frost. His voice had always been calm, and that kind of bone-chilling coldness was not at all as violent as it was now. In an instant, he understood that it was not those big men outside, and his face turned pale as if he had thought of something. Silence. Hold the grass. You black-hearted coal ball. Very bad. He actually wanted to kill the boss. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Come right away. His brain was running fast. In this case, the best way was to notify him immediately. Click. I haven't finished thinking yet. The door opened. I wiped. God is really trying to kill me. He hurried to the window. Then his whole body felt bad and numb. Why did I drive to such a high floor? If I jump, I would die. At this time. Like jumping off buildings. Behind him, a faint voice sounded. So familiar. Look back. The man saw one of the big men who had just interrogated him. Lying on the ground was a man wearing a black jacket. He looked unconscious. The man immediately understood that he had guessed correctly and silenced him. Only guessed the beginning, didn't guess the ending correctly. Besides, why do I like to jump off the building? Suddenly, with a look of horror in his eyes, the big man asked this question. Is it to create the illusion that we both jumped off the building? That cold voice sounded like it could be done. You must have thought of something, right? The big man pointed at the people on the ground. Kill me. Yes. What? You were meant to be sacrificed. It was just a link in a plan. Without us, you wouldn't survive 3 days. Now, you'd better leave quickly and hide for a while. The man was extremely angry. Asshole. He actually had no intention of letting me live. Damn it. Pack up, leave quickly, and don't come back. The big man said again. Okay. 1 minute. He packed his luggage and left quickly. When he went out and saw another big man at the door, he bowed. In any case, his life was not ruined in the hotel room just now. At the same time, I felt horrified in my heart. Tang Qing. It seems that he is not a simple rich man. In just a short time, he seems to have found out a lot of information about the killer and information about the plan, but he was just doing it. Cannon fodder. How embarrassing. Inside the house, there were only 2 people left. Wow. A basin of cold water chilled my whole body. The killer woke up instantly, sat up quickly, and looked around. His sore neck quickly revived his memory, and then jumped up with a sudden sound. Just as I was knocking on the door, I felt a pain in my neck and lost consciousness. It's too fast. It's a corridor outside, and it must be possible to launch an attack silently behind him. Live opposite. Right. That's right. It must be like this, otherwise I can't explain it, and I'm not blind. Want to die or live? Soul asked. The killer said nothing. Then, bang, crack, ouch. 3 moves. The killer knelt down. In the first move, before he could see clearly, he was slapped on the ground. In the second move, his hand was grabbed and his knuckles were directly dislocated. In the third move, the other hand was dislocated. He was immediately stunned. Depend on. This method looks more professional than a killer. At least, he has met few. I want to live. He readily gave up. Even if he died, no one would avenge him, because it was Tang Qing's bodyguards who took action. The whole world, even the killer world, had a basic understanding not to attack those with too high influence. Tang Qing is naturally on the list. Click. The killer discovered that the bones had reset. Thank you. Don't thank too early. Your life has not been completely saved. Now, immediately go to Malaysia. As for the target, we will send it to you when you arrive. Remember, please cherish this opportunity. After that, without so much as a question, the warrior turned around. Gone. In the room. The killer looked confused me. Why can't you understand? Also, what should I say if my employer calls me later? Brother, can you give me some specific tips? 1 minute later. Didn't come back. All right. We are not people without intelligence. Since we don't have relevant instructions, we have no principles. Take out your phone, take out the SIM card, and put it in your pocket, hey. How am I so smart? Malaysia. Capital. Kuala Lumpur. A large villa. Can't be connected. Can't be connected. Can't be connected. There are 10 calls on the face, all of which cannot be connected. Apparently, the killer knelt. Waika threw the phone down and was so angry. Last time in Davos, I wanted to cooperate, but was ignored by Tang Qing. After I came back, the more I thought about it, the more unhappy I became. So forget it and often rub salt into the wound. It's the hummingbird. The construction in Malaysia is in full swing and is often in the news. Every time I see it, it seems like I'm laughing at him and their family. No, after my mentality exploded, I started to think about it. Deal with a person. There are many methods. Against a rich man, there are many methods. However, when dealing with a super rich man like Tang Qing, there are fewer choices. First, Tang Qing is young, but he does not live in debauchery, and he lives in seclusion. Not many people really understand Tang Qing. Second, strong protection. Hold the grass. I didn't pay attention to it before, so I don't know. I recently checked and found that Tang Qing only travels by marching, and he never has less than 10 bodyguards. Vika couldn't help but despise This is too greedy for life and fear of death. Where's the backbone? Third, kill. But no organization will accept it. And even if there's a bold one, the price offered is beyond his ability to bear. Numb, with a net worth of more than 300 billion US dollars. No one will do it unless he has to pay for it. Fourth, business hit. Oh, stop making trouble in the world. Even if the consortium takes action, it may not bring down Tang Qing's business empire. As for the hummingbirds in the country, if they make things difficult for themselves, someone will come out to protect them every minute, unless the power of the family is used. However, he still did this without telling his family. At last, then there's only one way. Smear, spread rumors, and frame up. These are low cost and effective. Tang Qing's reputation has always been good. He is a youth idol. If he can make people sick. TSK. Vika was excited. Forehead. Even though he was not successful at the beginning, he actually still had his own thoughts. Sitting back on the sofa, Vika was thinking about what to do next. Neither of them could confess to him, so he was still safe. As planned, send photos to death. So, a black spot can be packaged up. Tang Qing maintained improper relationships with multiple women, was discovered by someone, asked for hush money, and later killed that person with a grudge. Rational. Evidence-based. There's something explosive. The truth? It doesn't matter. In today's world, popularity is everything. People who eat melon don't care about the truth. They only care about whether the show is exciting enough during the time they eat melon. That's all. At last, it would be useless even if Tang Qing washed it clean. Some things are imprinted in people's minds and cannot be erased. The higher the status, the more often they appear in the media, which awaken this memory again and again. Therefore, on cost, on the effect, spread rumors. It is completely a low investment, high return industry. This wave is over, and the next wave continues. In junior high school, Tang Qing got so pregnant, beat the elderly, and stole things from stores. Even, Tang Qing is so rich and there are no scandals yet. Here is a reasonable guess. Bisexual love. Don't go too far. Although you will definitely be cleared in the end, as long as the process can discuss Tang Qing. But, now, the first ring is stuck, and the subsequent effects are greatly reduced. Dry black. It may be completely ineffective. There must be incentives such as retaliation and killing to amplify the situation so that the subsequent steps can be taken smoothly. Otherwise, the masses will not surround you. On the sofa. Why did everything go wrong when I met Tang Qing? Vika was angry. At this time, the landline rang. I'm ready. The person opposite said excitedly. There have been changes. Vika said, this time, Tang Qing is disgusting. He also has an ally, each with their own division of labor. What? Discovered. The other person panicked. Who is Tang Qing? The second richest man in the world with a net worth of more than 300 billion US dollars. He really can't afford revenge. As for Vika, at least he has a family to protect him. That's okay. It's just that the first two steps failed. This time, the other side was also blinded. The first two steps were crucial, and even this could fail. He couldn't help but suspect that the person Waika was looking for was just filling up. For such a simple thing, he didn't even need to contact him. This can all be defeated. There's a lot of water. Should we pause? The voice on the other side weakened. No. Vika disagreed and paused, which meant admitting defeat. But hang up first. After that, he just hung up, thinking about how to find something for Tang Qing. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. Suddenly, Vika's eyes lit up. Yes. Huh. I'm still smart, Tang Qing. Watch how I reverse the trend and teach you a lesson. However, not proud for 5 minutes. Crack. 2 pairs of cold handcuffs ruthlessly dispersed all his joy. He opened his mouth, and his eyes were full of confusion. Officer, are you mistaken? I didn't kill anyone. And who did I kill? Vika was confused. Once in, without saying a word, the police showed an arrest warrant and handcuffed him directly. He didn't even react. Although he had paid to kill some people, they could not contact him. Handled very cleanly. Want to know? Yeah. Go back to the police station and I'll help you recall it slowly. The police officer looked at him indifferently. You know who I am, yet you dare to come to my house to arrest people. Wait, I must ask your boss to give an explanation for this matter. I am very busy, and I haven't implemented a golden idea yet. This is the time to bother me. Snort. Very brave. I want to make a phone call. Vika said, Okay, this is your right. If you fight on the road, get in the car first. Without any explanation, 2 Malaysian police officers took Vika into the car. Vika did not resist. The power of his family wanted to get out safely unless the evidence was conclusive. Little things. Just go in and take a stroll. So big. I have never been in it, and it is a good life experience. In the car, Vika dialed her father's phone number. What's the matter? There was a hint of warmth in the majestic voice. Father, I was caught, Vika said easily. As the youngest legitimate son, he had been pampered much more than his eldest brother since he was a child. The eldest brother had to bear the heavy responsibility of the family inheritance. And he, just don't go too far. What? Vika's father was startled. Caught? Who is so bold? He thinks much more than Vika. He dares to attack the direct descendants of their family without even saying hello. The logic behind this makes him frown. Father. Seeing the silence on the other side, Vika called out. What's going on? They said I killed someone. Who? I don't know. Vika hadn't asked yet. Vika's father was speechless for a while. You don't know who they are. Have you killed many people and can't remember which one? Probably not. Although Vika is a bit dandy, he's not crazy yet. Phew, take a deep breath. Let me ask. Okay. Hang up the phone. Waika hummed and looked out the window, thinking, if you have a mobile phone, take a picture of yourself. After such an experience, you should be able to get a lot of likes in the circle of friends and brag about it for a long time. Give a good friend a call to report the good news. However, the phone was taken away. What are you doing? This is mine. The police chief said calmly. Borrow it. You are under criminal detention now. You can only notify your family or lawyer. Others are not allowed to contact you. After saying that, he ignored Vika's rebuttal and gave the co-pilot a closing look. You. Vika was angry. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and he rushed forward, trying to snatch the phone away. He didn't believe these people dared to beat him. A long scream came from his mouth, and his whole face was twisted in pain. Whoop, whoop, a blow on the back. It feels like all the internal organs are a little displaced. Add 1, attack a Malaysian police officer. Co-pilot, a faint voice came. You bastard. With the courage given by his family, Vika pounced again, but this time it was the person who had just punched him. He couldn't care about anything else and must regain his face. Very smooth. A handful. Vika now has an iron guy in his hand. Then, what a tragedy. Before he could hold it firmly, his entire wrist was bent by a huge force. With a confused expression on his face, Vika pointed his mouth at himself, and then there was a touch sound. Gulu. Vika was frightened. Just. A peanut grazed diagonally upward from the edge of his eyebrow. If it was just a little more biased, he would. Maybe I have to go to see God, which is a complete walk on the line between life and death. Oh my God. God. Almost died. Hold the grass. Elder brother. You didn't turn off the safety and loaded the gun? Why did he dare to snatch it just now? At this moment, Vika had to be impressed by his own courage. Terrified. Almost died. One more thing. Rob a Malaysian police officer and rob him. The co-pilot. That annoying voice sounded. But Vika no longer had the heart to be angry, and her brain kept reviewing the moment just now. What if? Even if he is off by even 1 centimeter, even if he does not go to see God, he will still be disfigured. I want to go home. It's so exciting that I can't stand it. Other side. Vika's father contacted the commissioner of the Malaysian Capitol Police. Hello. What is Vika's crime? What? Vika was taken away by your people. Didn't you know? Vika's father said angrily. This director is from their family, and he dared to attack Vika without knowing it. He was so angry. I don't know. The director panicked. Check. Vika's father gritted his teeth. Understood. Wiping away the cold sweat, the director quickly investigated. However, after asking around, he didn't even know. At this moment, he was sweating even more. It was not the general administration, but probably which branch. And he couldn't help but wonder, was it the big family playing a game? If so, he was likely to become a victim. This speculation made his heart beat out of his chest. He quickly called each branch office one by one. Soon, he got information from the branch office closest to Vika. After listening, I almost lost my footing. Kill people. The evidence is overwhelming. Attack on Malaysian police officers. Fire breakout. Almost died. Word after word. The director was completely at a loss. His feet were weak, his hands were weak, and there was only one sentence in his mind. Something big happened. The evidence is conclusive, and there is no hint of conspiracy on his side. Critical. It's still that branch. Difficult. A few years ago, a police officer solved major cases in a row and was promoted almost in a leap. Later, the cases under investigation became more and more involved, and his predecessors were involved, and they resigned and cried behind bars. Then, he just took the position. After, I felt that this guy was too difficult to deal with, so I arranged to go to that branch directly, keeping an eye out of sight and reducing my chances of contacting major and important cases. Later, the guy's talent was indeed proved. Security in the area is getting better and better. A year ago, he was promoted to branch director. On the surface, he is his leader, but that guy is incompetent. If he wants to suppress this case, he does not have the ability. Moreover, what is even more difficult is that the case is in the jurisdiction of the branch. Therefore, it is simply impossible to force the proposal to the general administration. Headache. The director wanted to curse. What? Vika's father jumped up in shock. Kill. Fire. It was still the guy he had heard of. Of course, that kind of person would not be promoted by his family, but by other families. The director of the general administration was his person, but not the one above him. Malaysian Police Department. The second in command is theirs, the others are not. The importance of the judicial department in a country is self-evident. Therefore, this department is also the most concerned about by all the big families. In other departments, my family is very powerful. Even the vice president has it. However, this department is special. Although that guy was very good at causing trouble, he was still appreciated by many families. Therefore, he was promoted very quickly and reached the position of branch director in a few years. But, what to do with his son? That guy. He is notoriously difficult to deal with. If the evidence is conclusive, that guy will definitely bite like a mad dog and won't let you go. He doesn't care who you are. Moreover, he can't touch the other party with normal means. Extraordinary means? Disaster. This is not an ordinary person, and this matter will definitely be watched by major families. If they wantonly attack a person in such a position, no matter what, the family will not agree. The risk is too great. Yes, the pseudo family is very powerful, but we haven't reached the point where we can cover the sky with one hand, so we have many concerns. I'll go to the branch office right away. You have to go. Okay. The director quickly agreed. Now, major families in Malaysia have received the news one after another. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, ha ha ha, everyone laughed. For many years, no direct lineage of the pseudo family has been in trouble. Vika, they knew that although many things ended well, they still couldn't hide it from them. The foundation is not clean. But no one bothered to find trouble with Vika. Very simple. This may usher in the revenge of the pseudo family, and no party can withstand the counterattack of the pseudo family alone. Therefore, it didn't take Vika, the second son of the pseudo family, too seriously. Which material? Today, Waika has suddenly gained a sense of presence. Arrested. Good job. New Year's Eve drama. Interesting. Everyone is paying attention to the development of the situation with great interest. They have no intention of starting a war with the pseudo family, so they will not add fuel to the flames. However, each family can still do something to ensure the fairness of the law. And this case has begun to become more and more troublesome. Branch office. A number of luxury cars drove in. Immediately afterwards, several police cars also enter the branch. The director was sweating profusely and ran towards the middle-aged man at the door. He nodded and bowed and said, "Mr. Luo Shi, I'm really sorry. I want you to go there in person." Luo Shi, Vika's father, is currently the apparent helmsman of the Pseudo family. The old man is old, but he is not completely retired. He still has the final say on important family matters. Humph! Luo Shi snorted coldly. "Turn around. Go into the branch office." "Sir, director, please wait a moment. Our branch director is supervising the interrogation of the criminal." A fat police officer with a smile came up, took him to the reception room, and greeted the two of them politely. One listened. The two of them looked bad. Criminal. Supervision. Trial. Luo Shi hasn't spoken yet. "Didn't I tell him that I was coming?" the director said angrily. "Even if they didn't greet you at the door, they were still slow." Supervision. Criminal. Could it be Vika? Doesn't this guy know what leaving a thin line means? Even if Vika is arrested and sentenced, have you ever thought about how violent the Pseudo family's revenge will be? Really? Want to die? Why are you dragging me along? I still want to continue doing it. Director, please don't be anxious. The interrogation is not over yet. As you know, today's subject is a bit special. We must ensure that the entire process complies with the procedures and is fair and just to the parties concerned. Xiaopeng smiled. These words. This angered Rosie. He slapped Xiaopeng. However, he underestimated the opponent's vigilance, leaned back slightly, and simply avoided Luo Shi's slap. He thought he would succeed, but the slap that shocked the opponent failed. Luo Shi was stunned. Dare to hide? Sir, please pay attention to your emotions. At this time, the politeness on Xiaopeng's face disappeared, and he looked at Luo Shi sharply. You are quite courageous. Luo Shi smiled. This is angry. A little guy who appeared out of nowhere dared to give him advice. It's not bad. The director was almost scared to death. This was indeed not a good place. A branch police officer dared to be so arrogant. He, the director, was just beside him, but it didn't seem to work. Maid. Asshole. This was not a slap in Luo Shi's face, but his face was also stepped on the ground. I want to see Vika. The director said. No. Rejected. I have a right to see it. You have the obligation to avoid it. Xiaopeng said. Me? The director was surprised. He was the director. Although he could not intervene in the case, he could only supervise the interrogation. However, the law clearly gave him the right. Are the people here mentally rusty? Yes. Reason. The director gritted his teeth. However, the next moment the director was stunned. According to the investigation, your son was also present on the day the client committed the crime, and he had beaten the victim. Currently, we are preparing documents to extradite him in the United States. Now, there was silence. What? Pull out another one? Want to extradite? The director's mind went blank. I wonder why my child was involved in this. What time and what circumstances? He no longer cares about Vika. Slander. You are slandering. The director shouted loudly. The evidence is conclusive. For words, the director almost had a myocardial infarction. However, it still needs to be further determined whether the death was caused by Vika's attack or the beating by the noble master. We need to determine the principal and accomplices of this case. Vicar insisted that the noble master beat him to death. So, please cooperate and let the noble master come back for trial. If he escapes, then we can only judge based on the video that Vicat is the principal culprit in this criminal case and prosecute him. After listening, bang, the director sat down on the coffee table. Heartbroken. God, do you want to play with me like this? I'm here to get people. He even dragged his own child into it. What the other party said, why didn't he understand that if his son confessed, Vika might get a lighter sentence? No medical parole is required. No psychiatric certificate is required. No need to operate behind the scenes. Get away with it. If it becomes simpler, Vika may just lose some money and continue to live freely, while his son can only go in and cry behind bars. Thinking of this, the director looked at Luo Shi and his body went cold. Because there was a glimmer of fear in Luo Shi's eyes. Me? I've been wondering for a long time, but the director doesn't even know what to say. Extradition, that was his son. Although he didn't learn well and was not his only son, he was his own son after all. Why did he just give up? Not cited. So, Luo, she had to think of another way to exonerate Vika. However, nowadays, there is no way that is more convenient and simpler than letting his son return to Malaysia to take the blame. No, he couldn't think of it anyway. Parlor. There was silence. Click. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and a man walked in. Sorry, it's late. Looking at the man, Luo, she frowned. This guy was so courageous that even his son dared to arrest him without warning. Now that he heard a case with solid evidence, he could be exonerated. He felt that this was the step he was given by the other party. Snort. Quite interesting. Otherwise, if you dare to punish my son like this, I will definitely let you see God afterwards. At this moment, he had already made a decision about this matter. Let the kid go back to Malaysia to take the blame and settle the matter. You're good. Luo, she chuckled. A pun. It expresses both dissatisfaction and friendship. Thank you. I know you are here for Vika's matter. The whole thing stems from a case of drunken beating that resulted in death. The evidence is sufficient, but there are differences of responsibility in terms of fatal injuries. Vika punched the most, but the number of attacks on vital parts is not as high as that of the other person. Therefore, we have reason to conclude that there is a high probability that another person caused the direct consequences of this incident, followed by Vika. However, if the other party escapes, he will be regarded as the principal culprit of Vikit. If he does not plead guilty after extradition, he will be regarded as a co-principal culprit. After listening, Luo, she was very satisfied. Good. Escape? Does the other party dare? This is not a problem at all. Extradition. Plead guilty. Sentence. Luo, she planned step by step in his mind. The first problem was not a big one. The United States and Malaysia have an extradition treaty. At this time, the director next to me has no idea what to do. Please ask for mercy. It's useless. Luo, she will never care about his son, and that hateful guy actually thinks that his son is responsible. There is no room for maneuver. Plead guilty. Close 1. If you don't plead guilty, you'll get 2 sentences. Apparently, no matter what calculation method is used, his son's confession is the best result. Escape? Let's not talk about whether we can escape or not. If we try to escape, we and our son will be in bad luck. I know. Luo, she nodded. Can I meet Vika? No. Luo, I just wanted to praise you, but the next moment I was so disrespectful. Forget it. Now that the matter has been solved, it doesn't matter if we meet or not. And if you endure hardship, you can also temper Vika's temper. At this time, Director, the extradition application will be sent to the General Administration soon. The man said again. Director, adding salt to the wound. Pain. Take a deep breath. I will sign it as soon as possible and report it to the police department. For extradition, their general administration only has the right to take action. The police department can contact the United States for extradition. After, the two left the branch office. Get in the car. Luo, she looked at the director. You know what to do, right? Yes. That's good. Don't worry. You'll come out soon. Luo, she said, now, the most important thing is not to let Vika go to jail. Otherwise, even if he is fished out later, the family's face will not be saved. Thank you, the director said bitterly. This time, a criminal record cannot be eliminated. Originally, I wanted my son to come back from studying abroad and join the police system. Now it seems that there is no hope. This black spot will accompany my son for his whole life. Wash it off. Oh, easier said than done. Are there any accomplices? The major families were surprised. This case was really involved. The director's son was also involved, and he had to be extradited. It's just a pity that this good show has to come to an end. Give him time out. Yes, that's it. Jawika is the main culprit. So, if it is accidentally leaked, it can reduce a lot of pressure on the branch and watch the drama. However, with the addition of one more principal culprit, the situation is reversed, and any further actions will be of little use. So let's forget about it. I thought there was a big show. Yeah. Be content. It's not easy to let Vika in. Yeah. Although everyone is disappointed, they're used to it. Over the years, There have been countless people who want to see the pseudo-family's jokes, but the family can still laugh until now. So disappointment is the norm. It is rare to see a play. Pseudo-family. Pa! The old man slapped the table, and Luo, she was so frightened that his body trembled. Asshole! How dare you be so presumptuous, pretending that we don't exist? Of course, after getting angry, the matter still needs to be resolved. First, let the kid return to the country to confess his crime, fish out Vika, and then punish him. Yes, father. Luo, she responded. This matter. After all, the pseudo-family was disgraced. Who is the victim? I don't know. You. The old man blew his beard hard and went there. He didn't even find out who the victim was or what the situation was. He was really good enough. Where's my crutch? The file is currently in the branch office and cannot be accessed. Luo, she said weakly. Okay. What else could be said? The old man put down his crutches and said, let's settle the current matter first. Yes. Dang. Branch office. Vika was locked up, holding on to the iron door and looking outside. At this moment, he felt, it would be great if I had a mobile phone. How could I not record such a meaningful moment? Hey, Vika called to the guard in the distance. Shouts were heard. The guard turned his head. What for? A cigarette. No, I'm hungry. It's not time for dinner. After saying that, he ignored Vika and disappeared from Vika's sight with his handsome back. This made Vika so angry. Do I still have basic human rights? Asshole. Angry. One kick. He kicked on the iron door. Clang. What Vika didn't expect was that the entire iron door fell down. Vika has a big mouth, me. What did I have so much strength that I could knock down an iron door? Looking at her legs, breathing the free air, Vika decided. Pretend it wasn't me. Hush whistled. The next moment, I saw several police officers running over. You want to escape? Then, without giving Vicardo a chance to speak, several people rushed over and pinned Vicardo to the ground. Click. The handcuffs walked away. It hurts. A hand pressed his head and pressed his face to the ground. His hand was twisted violently. Vika was confused at the moment and yelled. I didn't want to escape. The door broke by itself. However, no one listened. Soon, he was taken to the interrogation room again. Why did you escape? I didn't. What happened with that kick? I was just angry, so I kicked him. Vika's face still hurts, and her wrists are a little swollen. She wants to cry. I have provoked someone, and the kick is equivalent to kicking myself in the face. Really, it's absolutely true. That door. I'll pay 10 times, no, 100 times the compensation. Your facilities are a bit old, and I think they should be updated. Then, when I get out, I will donate $100,000 to the branch for repairs. Vika quickly promised. One listened. The other person nodded. Well, it seems that it is indeed a misunderstanding. Then, Vika was taken back to the guardroom again. Why is it a group? Seeing that there were several people inside, Vika didn't want to go in. You kicked the door to the single room. It's the only one. With that said, Vika pushed it in regardless of whether he wanted to or not, clicked, closed the door, and left. No matter how much Vika shouted, it was useless. All right, the collective is the collective. Turn around. Vika looked at the 5 men and frowned. At first glance, these people were from the bottom of society. They were dirty and had a strange smell. Vika fanned her nose and wanted to find a place to sit. Scanned around. You come over here. He came next to a person. The person was sitting against the wall, and there was light coming in. For these people, Vika's sense of superiority is overwhelming. You are lucky to be able to share a room with me. Snort. It stinks like hell. However, this feeling of superiority did not last more than 3 seconds. Pa! The black shadow flashed, and Vika was slapped so hard that he couldn't find his way. After hitting the wall, he fell directly to the ground. His face was swollen, and his mouth was sweet. When he came to his senses, Vika couldn't help but screamed, "You bitches!" He didn't finish his sentence. Bang! Bang! Ouch! Ah! No! Without any discussion, Vika was greeted by several people with punches and kicks. A minute later, what are you doing? Stop, don't hit anyone. Vika seemed to hear the call of an angel. Woo! My handsome face and flowing hair are gone. It hurts. No hitting anyone, just stand there and don't move. Outside the door, Malaysian police officers are preparing to open the door. Where are my keys? He rummaged through his pockets. But, after touching it for a long time, he couldn't find it. He patted his head and said, I remembered it. It's in the drawer. Wait, I'll get it. After saying that, he quickly turned around and left. Vika breathed a sigh of relief and was saved. However, the next moment, stop, you, screaming. Continue. Tears flowed out of Vika's eyes. Woo, you're a bunch of unruly people. You don't even listen to the guards. No wonder you're locked up here. You deserve it. Help, someone come and save me. He shouted. Half a minute later, tap. The sound of rubber shoes tapping on the ground came, and the 5 people immediately stopped, sat back on the bed, and looked around as if they were not the ones who hit the person just now. Vika gasped for air and lay on the ground in confusion. So angry. Why are you still lying on the ground? Vika's voice trembled. Hold the grass. You think I am willing? They just beat me again. Vika complained. Really? The guard opened the door and glanced at no one. No. A man shook his head. How dare you? That's right. You asked to stop, and we stopped immediately. As for why he kept shouting, he probably wanted to blackmail us. We all saw it. He was rolling on the ground and didn't know what he was shouting. In his tone, with deep doubts, he looked at Vika as if he were a madman. Really? The guard looked at Vika. Now, Vika opened his mouth wide. His ability to confuse right and wrong was as good as that of labor and management. He got up, pointed at a few people, and shouted angrily, You are bullying others too much. You're bullying others too much. As he said this, pounce on him and prepare for revenge. With guard around, the other party shouldn't dare to fight back. Only, Vika once again misjudged the situation. Bang! Kick! He knelt on the ground, holding his stomach. As you can see, he was the one who started the attack. Several people expressed their helplessness. I was acting in self-defense. Soon, Vika was taken to the interrogation room. Now, Vika is devastated. My face hurts, my body hurts, and my heart hurts. God, in just one day, he entered the interrogation room 3 times, each time more miserable than the last. He felt that today was his own Good Friday. Got caught. Fire. Being beaten. In all my life, I have never been so miserable. Why fight? Asked. Moment. Vika's whole body was in bad shape, with an expression of you're blind, and he said angrily, I was beaten, not in a fight. I was the victim the whole time, the one who was beaten. Oh, the person on the other side said nonchalantly, and then asked, Then why were you beaten? Hearing this, Vika's face turned red with anger. How do I know? I am the victim. Again, I am the victim. Why was I beaten? Ask them. They're the perpetrators. You can figure it out. Oh, there was another faint reply. Wait a moment. Then, he turned around and left, leaving a confused Vika behind. Oh, hee. Vika was angry and laughed me. Calm, not like these people. It took a while for Vika's breathing to stabilize, and she was ready to criticize the other party later. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour passed. Where's the person? Vika realized something was wrong. Why he hadn't come back for so long. Here comes someone. Hey, why so slow? After 5 minutes of yelling, no one came in. Is there anyone? Come out. I won't criticize you. Let me go first. I'm hungry. I want to eat. I want to drink water. A few minutes later, I want to complain against you. I want to cry. It was forgotten. Wait and wait. 1 hour later. Clang. Suddenly, the door opened, and Vika was shocked. Are you still there? The visitor looked surprised. I was detained here. If I were not here, where else could I be? Wika couldn't complain anymore. They said that the average quality of Malaysian police officers was not high, but they forgot him in the interrogation room. Was a big joke? Besides, you finished the sausage in your hand quickly. What do you mean? I'm hungry. Vika condensed 1,000 words into one sentence. Wait a minute. I'll buy it for you. Wait. Vika wanted to order some food, but he disappeared. After There was only Vika left here again. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall this legendary day. It was so exciting. It should be over now, and there should be no more surprises. Coming. Soon. A lunch was placed in front of Vika. Hamburger. Fries. Cola. Vika was speechless, just perfunctory with me. I'll invite. You're welcome. This is not a matter of whether you invite or not. Well, forget it. Eat. It's better than nothing. Vika swallowed hard what she hadn't eaten in a long time, and resisted the urge to order a big meal. Eat enough. Drink enough. Continue about the fight just now. What? They said you insulted them and took the lead. They tried to persuade you to no avail, so they fought back. What? As soon as he was full, Vika felt full of anger. It's nonsense. They lied. I just asked them to step aside. I didn't insult them. They were the ones who made the first move. I don't accept it. I want to be confronted in person. Waika refused to admit it. Are you sure? What's wrong? There is no surveillance there, so the cause of the matter cannot be determined. According to general principles, the majority of people's confessions have a higher probability of being accepted. Do you have other evidence to prove it? Evidence, you... Uncle, there is no evidence for Vika. No, Waika said through gritted teeth. That would be troublesome. However, as the injured person, you can ask them to apologize to you. As for the medical expenses, how about we divide the responsibilities after you get back, said the person opposite. At this time, Vika just realized it. Numb. I'm a wounded person now. Hold the grass. If I had known earlier, I would have asked to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Why suffer here? Moreover, these guys who don't know if they're just charging for money. I was injured, and they didn't take the initiative to send me to the hospital immediately. Ouch. His whole body was covered in bruises and bruises. Pain. I'm going to the hospital. I need a nurse. I'm going to stay a few days longer. Okay. Vika didn't expect that being beaten would have such benefits. In the hospital, at least there is a bed, so you don't have to sleep on a hard bed or hang out with bad people. Even if you do bad things, you're still good. Not the same as those people. A senior one. A low level. After, Vika was escorted into the car and headed to the hospital not far away. Seeing the police officer grabbing his waist next to him, Vika shivered. Every time he recalled the life-and-death moment in the morning, he was frightened. Other side. What? Luo, she was confused. Medical parole? Why didn't I know about this? Someone got the news that Vika went to get an injury appraisal, and the report was quite miserable, but some people felt that this was the power of the Sasudo family. Soon, after Luo, she understands clearly. Bang! On the spot. Another phone call was sacrificed. Trash. Luo, she was so angry. First of all, he was scolding the branch office for not taking good care of his son. Secondly, he also scolded Vika. I had never noticed before that this kid also had an aura of hatred and attraction. Just went in. One sentence. He was beaten so hard that he couldn't find his way. Now, it was also mistakenly thought that the Su family was trying their best to prevent Vika from being detained, but that was not the case at all. When all parties investigated the reason, they would probably be laughing at it for a while. This is his father's face. So ashamed. Certainly. Luo, she couldn't completely believe that it was an accident, especially when he reached a certain position. Accidents could also be created artificially. However, there were too many opponents, and it was impossible to analyze them through analysis. Check. Yes. After a while, seeing the result, Luo, she frowned. Rogue. Ruffian. Scoundrel. Judging from the time, he was locked up 6 days ago and was detained for 15 days. Even the files of the General Administration contained files on several people, but they were all about fights, and there were no criminal cases. 6 days ago. Not today. So, it should be possible to rule out that someone deliberately caused the accident. Otherwise, if the accident was man-made, then it is a reasonable inference that the other party knew that Vika would go in and made arrangements in advance. Think about it. Not likely. With such an obvious clue, no fool would do this. Final. Luo, she still blamed it on an accident. Get the car ready and go to the hospital. Yes. Elsewhere. It made me laugh so hard. You really know how to play. This show is well done, well done. Huh. Vika really did not disappoint us. All the major families in Malaysia burst out laughing. They thought it was almost over and there was nothing to see. Unexpectedly, just after lunch, someone put on such a wonderful additional show. Interesting. However, just when they thought the excitement was coming to an end. What? Escaped. Missing. Another one. Wonderful news has arrived. In the United States, before the extradition application was sent out, the director's son escaped. According to his classmates, he packed up in a panic and drove away from the residence. After listening, all the major families looked strange. Escaped? Vika's scapegoat. He actually escaped. This is a meaningless act. What is the benefit to becoming a fugitive? Where can he escape to? Wanted by the United States, wanted by Malaysia, and the Pseudo family. How could they escape? But people just ran away. Is he stupid? Someone was curious. No. Then why? It's probably because he was frightened. He was willing to go back to Malaysia and go to jail in his 20s. It's understandable that his mentality was temporarily unbalanced. After all, not everyone is rational. Oh, I see. An investigation. It's true. He is a coward, bullies the weak, and fears the strong, and has a bit of a weird personality. When encountering something like this, they would inevitably panic and flee in fear of crime. Everything was logical, but it exceeded their expectations. It seems. This play, it will be exciting for a while. Hospital. Examine. Filming. The flesh wound is nothing serious. The doctor diagnosed. Just apply some medicine and you can go back. After hearing this, Vika quits. I have a headache and need to be hospitalized. Vika shouted. If he didn't stay in a hospital for a few more days, he wouldn't be able to deal with this injury and return to the cold detention room, full of dark memories. Absolutely no. Headache. The doctor looked at him. Yes. Vika insisted. Okay, maybe it didn't show up in the examination. Let's take another set of pictures. The doctor said that if the patient complains of pain, as long as he does not have a mental problem, he should uphold medical ethics and check carefully. No need, right? Vika shrank her head. Just shot. Come again. I heard it's not good to take too many pictures of that thing. This is for your own good. A speech that left people speechless. Okay. Vika had no choice but to agree. Open an order. Filming. No problem. After seeing the results, the doctor said, looking at Vikit, this looked frightened. Vikit, no, I don't want to take any more pictures. 3 times. God knows the shadow will not affect his excellent brain. Only. The doctor shook his head. No, 2 times is enough. Since you said it hurts, just stay in the hospital for observation for 2 days. After hearing this, Vika breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Thank you. You are such a good doctor. Vika thanked him. Soon. Come to the ward. 1st floor. Single room. It hurts. Take it easy. Hey, that's it. The nurse applied medicine to Vikit. Before, he might have been too bold to do anything. Now he no longer had this thought. Several people were greeting him all over his body, and it hurt wherever he moved. Wait. This account. I'll figure it out. Ouch. Soon. After the medicine was applied and the bandage was done, the nurse left. Oh. Vika felt extremely comfortable on the hospital bed. He had never thought that he liked the hospital bed so much. At this moment, a voice came from the door. He heard it. It was his father, and rushed to the door. Open the door. Father. Vika said in surprise. Are you okay? Luo, she asked. The guard at the door was not as tough as the guy from the branch. As long as he didn't go in, it was still okay to chat for a few words. Of course, he also paid a lot of favors. It's okay. Vika smiled. The doctor said you have a headache, Luo, she said. Yes, a bit. Vika's words. Let Luo make sure that everything is fine. This son, who still has some brains, nodded. Then take good care of your injuries. I will tell the hospital to observe you carefully and ensure your health. Yes. You still have room for maneuver. If the person pleads guilty, nothing will happen to you. We are currently going through the extradition procedures. I will use my connections to extradite you back to the country in less than 2 days. Luo, she said. Great. Upon hearing this, Vika's face lit up with joy. Really, the family is very supportive. Yeah. Just as he was talking, Luo's cell phone rang. He glanced at the number and answered it. Hey, then. His expression changed. What? Did he run away? A slap in the face. It came so fast. Just now, he said there was no problem. Now, the person actually ran away. Hold the grass. What happened today? Everything is not going well. Look, you must find it for me. You must. Luo, she yelled. Maid. This face. Got beaten again. Inside the door. I couldn't be happier for more than a minute. Vika's smile froze. Why didn't he understand that the person who confessed ran away? Suddenly, his whole body felt bad. The person who blamed the crime was not here. So he had to bear it all? No, I don't accept it. You stay here first. Don't worry. I will definitely catch him. Then, Luo, she left. Door. Vika opened her mouth and gradually lowered her raised hand. The joy of changing to a big bed disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was simply that the amount of information she encountered today was too large, and she was a little dizzy. Return to the hospital bed. Lie down. There shouldn't be anything more unfortunate than this. Drowsily, Vika fell asleep. In a dream, he was acquitted, returned to the villa to enjoy the food and beautiful women, and then drove out on the yacht, drinking wine, singing songs, looking at the blue sea with his friends, and wanted to roar. But, haven't yelled yet. Clang! There was a loud noise. Vika woke up, sat up, and couldn't help shouting. What's wrong? The two guards at the door quickly opened the door and saw broken lamp fragments on ground. It was okay with Vika. Why did you break the lamp? This question directly confused Vika. Damn it. What kind of judgment do you have? It's not me. Vika snorted. Really? That suspicious look left Vika speechless. With his violent temper in the past, if he dared to accuse him so unfairly, he would definitely be able to smash 10 of them to show the other party. But he was too unlucky today and didn't want to bother. Oh, he finished. Get ready to call someone clean it. Wait. I want to change wards. Vika felt that this room was unlucky. As soon as he came in, bad news came one after another. First, the culprit ran away, and then the light tube fell down for no reason. Fortunately, I'm fine. Do not believe in evil. What a pity life. Think about it. Just trust me once again. I'll ask if there are any. After collecting the money, there are still features to be found. Thank you, Vika said helplessly. Soon, he was assigned to a better ward. The first floor is spacious and bright, and it belongs to the real special care ward. After learning Vika's identity, the hospital did not dare to neglect it and was very careful. The Pseudo family is a big tree in Malaysia. It should have been like this. Inside the room, just after being frightened, Vika was no longer sleepy. She made a cup of tea, sat on the sofa, and turned on the TV to watch. There was a phone in the room, but it was disconnected. There was a bottom line for preferential treatment. TSK Tisk. Comfortable. Feeling pleased, Vika drank hot tea. Suddenly, boom, on the right. There was a tap on the window. Boo! Vika turned around and saw a sneaky figure outside, making a booing gesture. For a moment, out of instinct, Vika regarded this sneaky approach as one of his own. He rolled his eyes and looked at the door. No movement. Vika then stood up, tiptoed to the window, and gently opened the window. He also saw the person who knocked on the window, who was in his 20s, looking around with a cautious attitude of telling the truth. What's the matter? Vika asked in a low voice, thinking it was someone arranged by his father. Friendly forces. Come here. The man raised his fingers. Hear the words. Vika looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he leaned his head over. Then he felt a chill on his neck, and the words that made him dumbfounded came to his ears. Robbery. If you dare to speak out, you will be killed. Suddenly, Vika was stunned. Robbery? Hold the grass. What kind of fairy tale is this? I thought it was a friendly force, but to my surprise, it turned out to be a robber. I stupidly helped cover it up and even put my neck close to it. Woo! Why am I so unlucky? Now, Vika wanted to cry, but found out. Want to cry, but no tears. Everything is done by oneself. Everything is fine. Why trust a stranger? But, in the situation just now, it is really difficult to use logic to deduce. This is a robber. Go in. Vika was pushed into the ward. Then, The robber took out the rope and tied up Vika skillfully. Soon, Vika turned into a worm and could only squirm on the ground. A ball of pillow towel was stuffed in his mouth, so he couldn't make a sound at all. On the ground, Vika felt desperate. Once, he had also played this way with girls, but now it was him. Looking at the robbers rummaging through the house, Vika wanted to say, "Can you ask first before looking for her? I don't have any money here." Bedside, cabinet, under the mattress. After searching around, the robber returned to Vika and took off the pillow towel. "Where are the things?" he said coldly. "What? Of course it's something valuable. Why? You want money rather than your life." As he said that, the robber's knife slapped on Waika's face. The cold touch made Waika tremble all over. "No, I have no money. No, I have no money here. Brother, you may not know, but I was detained. I fought inside and then came to the hospital for treatment. There were 2 police officers at the door. If you don't believe me, look at the door. I'm not lying to you." At this moment, being beaten. For the first time, Vika said it was a fight, otherwise it would be too embarrassing, hoping to scare the other party away. Really, the face of the person opposite suddenly changed, and he quickly came to the door, looked at it for a while, turned around, walked to Vika, and squatted down. "You kid didn't lie. Indeed, it was unlucky. I thought it was a big fish. Let me go, and you give me a price." As soon as he finished speaking, Vika regretted it. Oh, a flash of interest flashed across the robber's face, as if he was looking at the big fish. "Make a price." "Huh, you're quite rich? Okay, then come with me." With that said, Vika was picked up, and the pillow cloth blocked her mouth again, and then the sheets were wrapped into a scarf, and the mouth with the pillow cloth was wrapped around it. Now, Vika already knew the other party's plan. Robbery. It's going to be a kidnapping. Woo, woo. Vika's eyes widened, and she struggled, wanting to report her family. Come to think of it, in Malaysia, there are black and white, and there are not many people who do not give face. If I had known, I should have reported it. Pity. It's late. Be honest, I don't want to kill anyone. Behind. A cold, biting feeling made Vika immediately calm down. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He no longer knew what to do. At this moment, he wished so much that the person he once hated would come to save him. "Let's go. Don't play tricks, otherwise I won't be able to guarantee your life." After that, Vika was pulled out of the window, which made Vika mentally scolded herself for being a bitch, saying that she had done something wrong and had to change the ward to the first floor. If it was on the second floor, such a thing would never happen. Woo! I missed the ward where the light bulb fell out. It's unlucky, and I like unlucky things. Woo! I missed the days in the detention room. At least, no worries about life yet. When encountering this unreasonable and cruel robber, Vikar's mentality completely collapsed. He found that every decision he made today was pushing him into a pit. Chain pit. And it's getting deeper and deeper, and there's still a tendency that I can't climb out. With the knife on his head, Vika reluctantly walked out of the hospital step by step. Now, the police may think that he has escaped again. Soon, come outside the hospital. What's going on? Vika found out that the other party had an accomplice in a dilapidated Toyota car on the roadside. When he saw him, he was also stunned. Then, he heard the robber explain a few words in a low voice, and the man hesitated. Suddenly, a shout came from inside the hospital. "Don't run." Suddenly, it was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In Vika's desperate eyes, the other party said something. "It's too late. Get in the car quickly." A kick of the gas. Chee-chee. The tires rubbed against the ground. With a sharp sound, the car sped out. The hospital was located at a crossroads and was caught off guard. When it turned, Vika, whose hands were tied and not wearing a seatbelt, hit the door. Bang! It hurts. Woo! Vika shouted in her heart. Hostages also have human rights. Oola! Oola! Suddenly, a siren sounded from behind the car. This brought tears to Vika's eyes. He was a little touched by the response speed of the Malaysian police. As long as they were not lost, please catch these 2 damned robbers. Very bad. Deceive him. If there is one, they will all be killed. Brother, what should I do? It's okay. This boy seems to be an important person. Is there any risk? Hearing this, Vika really wanted to move out of his family background, scare you to death, and dare to kidnap me, Master Vika. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. This saying, Vika's heart tightened. Yes, no matter what, we will die together. Hearing this, Vika was anxious. No, we can talk about money. Don't talk about life, I can't accept it. But he could only whine and listen to the two robbers talking about how to die together. Car accident. Knife. Block and grab. Flooded. High jump. Rope. The more he listened, the paler his face turned. He couldn't help but beg in his heart. Two brothers, please stop chatting. You seem to be very interested. This is not healthy. Can we talk about something else? Pity. No one can hear his voice. And, the more the two chatted, the more excited they became, as if they were eager to give it a try. At this moment, Vika finally knew that what he encountered was not just a robber, but a desperate robber who still had some brain power. Chasing so closely? It's okay. Look at me. On the street. The Toyota was speeding in front, and Ula's car was chasing after him. Vika could only feel the car swaying from side to side. He, who often raced, knew that it was traveling a high speed in the traffic. This moment, he suddenly hated racing. 7 crutches and 8 crutches. Vika's face turned pale because the sound of hurling behind him disappeared, which meant that he knew very well that the gangster had escaped the pursuit, and it would be difficult to catch up with him given the size of the capital city. Then, next, as Vika listened to the victory songs along the way, her heart became colder and colder. The other end. Luoshi is looking for connections and must find that American guy. However, as soon as I hung up the phone, I received a questioning communication from the top official of the Malaysian Police Department. Mr. Luoshi, is this inappropriate for you? What? Luoshi was stunned. Suddenly, he remembered that he had just gone to the hospital and said with a smile, "It's a big deal. Although it's a little inappropriate. After all, Vika is my son. As a father, please understand how I feel. Do you think it's appropriate?" The other person was incredulous. "Yes," Luoshi said firmly. "What's up?" "I'll look at my son and say a few words." "Do you still dare to arrest me?" Unexpectedly, the other party's voice changed. "Mr. Luoshi, do you know that this matter is a complete crime? I know your feelings for Vika, but this is not a reason for you to help escape. Please send Vika back as soon as possible. It can be treated as if nothing happened. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to handle it, and your old man will not agree." Now, Luoshi finally understood. "What? Vika escaped?" Luoshi almost shouted. The other person paused. "I'm not sure whether it's due to ignorance or acting. Please send Vika back as soon as possible." The other side said. "Say it again." "Please send Vika back as soon as possible." The other side is also tough. You are awesome, but it is not a reason to despise the justice. Generally, contempt is fine, but directly kidnapping someone is too much. Luoshi, that's not what I'm asking. Breathe. Take a deep breath. The situation you just mentioned, let me say it again, my Vika is not in the hospital anymore. Luoshi suppressed his emotions. "Of course," came the reply. Luoshi exploded. "What are you doing for a living? A big living person has disappeared under the eyes of the guards. What use are you two? If you don't hurry up and find him, something will happen to Vika." I roared, shouted, "Hold the microphone away from your ears." Panic? No. From the hospital surveillance, it could be seen that Vika cooperated with the other party to escape. If there was a motive, the pseudo family was the biggest, and Vika's change of ward was also due to the influence of the pseudo family. Therefore, the thief shouts to catch the thief. This is the highest possibility inferred from the information currently available. Moreover, Luoshi just admitted that it is appropriate and preconceived. Later, it can be determined that it is most likely an act. Both acknowledge and play with them. He was furious again and pretended not to know. Snort. Really, everyone is an actor. We will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. As for finding Vika, we will do our best. After saying that, he hung up the phone and could sit in this position and buy Sutoa's noodles. But that's in normal times. Now, it is completely challenging the bottom line of justice and slapping him in the face. We also have a temper. Listening to the beeping on the phone, Luo, she was completely confused. He really didn't send anyone to rob Vika. Could it be? Is it the father? Or Vika's mother? Headache. Being questioned like this, he couldn't help but doubt his own family. Wait a minute. Luo, she was excited. If someone from their family hadn't taken action, then Vika might have been in danger. Thinking of this, his eyes turned red. He took out his phone, contacted all parties, and tried his best to investigate. Suddenly, in the Malaysian capital, both black and white were alarmed. Same. The major families were once again stunned. This operation, no matter how imaginative they are, it is impossible to predict it. They do not completely suspect that the pseudo family sent someone to do it, but if it was an accident, that's too bad. One day, all kinds of stimulation. It's so cool. Even the movies are not that interesting. Suburbs. A yard. Click. The car door was opened. Come down. Vika was dragged down and looked around, his mood sinking to the bottom. What made him feel even worse was that there was a cellar in this yard. He was kicked down and ate mud. Bah! Bah! After vomiting for a while, the taste was gone, and there was still some dirt left in my mouth. Boy, what's your home phone number? Vika quickly reported a phone number. Yeah. Okay. Just stay here. When we get the money, we will notify you of the location of your family. If they don't pay or play tricks, it can only be your bad luck, not us. After that, just put the lid on. Suddenly, the light in the cellar dimmed, with only a few rays of sunlight shining through. Vika could only whine and could do nothing. The cellar was more than 2 meters long, and there was no ladder. It was not easy to climb out without being tied up. Plop! Vika collapsed on the ground. Woo! Father, I want to go home. There are too many bad people out there. Rossi's estate. Now, the servants were all frightened because there were constant roars coming from the living room. If they were angered, they would definitely not be able to bear it, and their wages would be deducted. Yep, angry people can't be so rational. Being beaten, got smashed, headache, and bleeding are all minor. Living room. Trash. Look for it. Mobile, you men. Each valid clue will cost you 10,000 US dollars. The first one to find it will be rewarded 1 million US dollars. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for the Luo family, but it is what others crave. Luo, she kept making phone calls, and all roads in and out of the city were checked. Of course, this was not entirely Luo Shi's power. People ran away, and the Malaysian police department was also very concerned. Only, more than an hour passed without any useful information. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Gulu, he drank a cup of tea. Think about it. Anyone else can help. Intelligence organization? Don't be kidding. Even an underground organization that specializes in trading intelligence would not have time to collect intelligence in such an emergency. Depressed. Congested. This feeling of being out of control is so uncomfortable. Suddenly, the phone rings. Take a look. It was an unfamiliar number. At this critical moment, Luo, she could pick it up and answer it no matter who called it. Hello. Are you? Whose family member? Rossi was stunned. What do you mean? Whose family member? Suddenly, he realized that this call was unusual. Who are you? Do you know where my son is? What are you going to do? Hearing this, there was laughter from the other side. Haha, it seems we got it right. Then, I'm happy to inform you that your son is fine. However, he said that you are quite rich, so we need money. As long as we give money, your son will be safe. I will give it. Luo, she said quickly. How much? How much? He hesitated for a moment, as if thinking. 3, 5, 1 million ringgit. Yes, just 1 million. As soon as he said this, living room. Luo, she was stunned. Ringgit, the currency of Malaysia. According to the current exchange rate, 1 million ringgits is nearly 2 million yuan. If converted into US dollars, is only about 300,000 yuan. This is it, just. He also offered a reward of 1 million US dollars to find Vika. Now, the kidnapper only needs 300,000 yuan. Although less would be better. Luo, she always feels that his son is to blame. So cheap. Could it be? The other party doesn't know who he is? Are you sure? Taking a deep breath, Luo, she asked. In order not to irritate the robbers, he still did not declare his family name and show off his family name. Otherwise, if the robbers knew that it was the pseudo family, they would feel dead. A dog jumps over the wall in a hurry. Tear the ticket. That way. But he really showed off his son to death. Less. A little too much. Luo, she said quickly. I don't care. It's just 1 million. Not even a cent less. I'll give you 2 hours to prepare. I'll call again in 2 hours, but don't use any tricks, otherwise your son's life will be... Okay, I agree. Luo, she pretended to be reluctant. Then he asked, how do I know that my son is in your hands? You have to ask clearly, otherwise, if you are deceived, you will be really embarrassed. When you go home, you will definitely be chased by the old man with a cane. That picture, very sour and refreshing. He told me your phone number. After that, beep, the phone hung up. Pa, a slap on the head. Luo, she regretted that if he had known earlier, he would have let people monitor and track the other party. Moreover, the reason given by the other party was not sufficient. Although the call was from his own private number, he knew a lot. Never mind. Believe first. 1 million. 2 hours. Luo, she felt a rush. Contempt. I can get you 100 million in 2 hours. Why? You only want 1 million from me. Luo, she felt that he was cheap. Possible. This is a disease. Get cured. A few minutes later. Luo. She took out 1 million cash from his safe and threw it on the sofa. This difficulty is not much more difficult than drinking water. Then, he called a group of monitoring experts and got ready. Look up the number. Pity. It was a roadside phone booth, and people must have left long ago. Moreover, the surveillance in the capital of Malaysia is not extensive. Only less than 5% of the phone booths can be photographed, making them very difficult to find. At the same time, teams of people were arranged to go out. Positioning next time. Arrive quickly and make the arrest. As for the police, Luo, she did not notify them. These kidnappers were so annoying. If they were caught, they must learn what it meant to be reverent. Wait. 2 hours. It's so hard. Seller. Who? Lying on the ground, Vika gasped for air. Only his hands were tied, and his feet could move freely. Relying on the skills he had learned, he quickly pulled out the pillow towel. The process was not complicated. The first step is to take off your shoes. Step 2, take off your socks. In the third part, I leaned my head forward and held the pillow between my toes. One pull. Just pulled it out. Breathe. Breathe. It felt so good to breathe freely. Waika had never thought that being able to breathe through the mouth would be such a blessing. Looking at the thin sunlight on the seal, Waika did not dare to roar. Afraid. If the robbers were up there, a beating would be indispensable, maybe. Looking at the socks on the ground, Vika felt a tremble all over. If this was stuffed into his mouth, he would be disgusted for the rest of his life. Never mind. Don't take risks. Don't lose the happiness you finally gained. At this moment, Gigi, the sound beside him, startled Vika. Rat. Vika quickly shut up, not daring to cry out. The psychological shadow triggered by the socks was still there, and she watched helplessly as a big rat followed by a group of small rats wandering past. Calm down. Calm down. Just mice. Oh, just mice. Vika kept comforting herself. Rats don't bite people, but how did rats dig down such a deep hole? Isn't the food on the ground delicious? Forget it. Mice can dig holes. What's so surprising about it? I tolerate it. I hide. I just pretend that I can't see you, but Brother Mouse, no, the mouse family. Can you stop running in circles around the cellar? I'm afraid you'll get lost and get into your pants. Oh my God, I can't think about it. Then, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Vika stood in the middle of the cellar, not daring to relax at all, let alone sit down. He forced himself to think about the memories of playing with his friends in the past to avoid falling into the worst speculation about reality. Think about it. If no one comes to save him. So, these mice. With him. It's the relationship between eating and being eaten. It's so profound and scary. Vika felt like she was almost nervous. Haha. I'm fine. I don't want to eat mice. At this time. Now. Vika misses the past days very much. Even if there are no beauties, no sports cars, no villas, no private jets, life is ordinary. A life of only money. He will be satisfied. I'm so sleepy today. That's it for this chapter. Arrive within the agreed 2 hours. Manner. The phone rang on time. Hello. Luo, she answered quickly, and the tracking expert he called began to work. He heard from the other side. I didn't expect you to be from the pseudo family. Huh. Don't think I don't know your preparations. Now, the ransom has changed, 50 million. After hearing this, Luo, she wanted to curse, but she didn't know it before. Asked, how do you know? What do you think? With so many people scattered everywhere, it's hard not to know. There was a burst of contempt on the other side. You said you can do something with 1 million, but you have to make it like this. I'm very angry. Really? You rich people just have no bottom line. You spend money to eliminate disasters, but you want to find us out for something that is small. Okay, you don't have a bottom line. I can only learn from you. Now, 5 hours to prepare. Better. Take your hands back. Otherwise, we would rather not have the money, but also teach you rich people a lesson. Let you see what it means to lose everything. Even though we have no money. But we have the backbone to be uncompromising. After that, without waiting for Luo Shi to speak. Beep. The other party hung up. This made Luo Shi dumbfounded. His careful layout actually made things worse. If he had known it earlier, he would not have sent people to stay everywhere. Now, a matter of 1 million has become 50 million. Besides, those impassioned words make it seem like you are the righteous party. Day, what is this thing called? Found it right here. Suddenly, the tracking expert sent good news. When he saw the location, Luo, she was overjoyed and quickly found the nearest guard. However, he made several calls but couldn't get through. Luo Shi's heart sank to the bottom of his heart. It seems the plan failed completely. Alas, Luo Shi had no choice but to have her hopes dashed. After a while, I received a message. The man squatting near the phone booth was just knocked unconscious and thrown in a corner. Did you see the robber clearly? No. Okay. To see clearly, it is estimated that they were not knocked unconscious, but silenced. At this time, another cell phone rang. Take a look. Luo, she trembled. It belonged to the old man. Father. Ow. Here, something has changed. The kidnappers suddenly asked for an additional ransom, and now they want 50 million. What? The other party was not easy to fool. 1 million, he thought it was so cheap at the time, but now the lion asked for 50 million, which was too big. When Rossi heard it, he knew he couldn't hide it. Then, briefly explained, clang, there was a sound of something breaking, and Luo, she knew that his father was smashing something again. Asshole. And you, stupid. In fact, he thought there was nothing wrong with this plan, but when things went wrong, someone had to take the blame, so he just cursed stupid and didn't say anything more critical. Listen to him, 50 million, give it. Humph. Take it with your life. No life flower. Many unlucky people come from this. Understood. Hang up the phone. Luo, she started to prepare money again, 1 million. There was cash at home, but for 50 million, he had to mobilize it from everywhere. Of course, it was not difficult at all. The company's reserves were much more than this. Suddenly, a thought arises. 5 hours, he murmured. It stands to reason. Knowing the pseudo family, then the other party should also know that for the pseudo family, this is not a problem at all, and there is no need for 5 hours of preparation. Then, 5 hours is not prepared for him. Rather, the robbers prepared this for themselves. Luo, she was shocked. That's right. That's for sure. After thinking about it, the next moment, Luo, she found that this speculation was useless. There were many things that people could prepare for. It didn't have to be running away or moving Waika. The location and method of the transaction all had to be arranged. All we could do is wait. At this time, come and report. The person who organized the game that night was a man named Lu Mao. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Luo Shi's eyes. His son was arrested. Of course, he wanted to find out who organized the bureau that day. For such a big thing, in addition to fishing out Vika, he also had to shock other people. Apparently, when you organize the game, something happens to my son. So, he must bear a certain amount of responsibility. Although the organizer is not legally held accountable. As a father, he also needs to remind Vika's friends to take good care of his son. Do you have any background? No, He's just a pimp businessman who opened a model agency to provide resources to young men and rich people in some Southeast Asian countries. And he also has a criminal record. Oh, Luo, she narrowed his eyes. How long can the sentence be? More than 15 years. Hearing this, Luo, she smiled. Okay, send him in. A pimp with no background. Now that he has been involved in this matter, don't even think about escaping unscathed. I'm in a state of distress here. It all stems from the fact that you organized the game that day. I'm not looking for anyone else. Yes. After saying that, the men leave. Kuala Lumpur, urban area. Lu Mao was extremely anxious when he jumped to the next level. Why can't we get through? He called every few minutes, but they all showed that the phone was turned off. He was paying attention to the progress of Tang Qing's plan. Vika said he would think about it, but after thinking about it, he turned off the phone. Worry. Now, Waika's arrest was only spread among the upper echelons of Malaysia. It hadn't spread yet. Naturally, he didn't know about it. Forget it. Maybe it's because the plan didn't go well. He went out to relax or went to sleep. Vika does it all the time. Alas, Lu Mao sighed. Everything went wrong when he met Tang Qing. 2 years ago, Tang Qing attended a charity party in Shanghai. He wanted to cheat and make some money in partnership with others, but he didn't expect that Tang Qing lost all his money. Don't donate. People made it clear. Then, he also made a mention, but Tang Qing didn't care and replied, "How do you know I wear shoes?" Since then, the charity fund he co-organized with others has gradually declined. Later, my luck seems to be getting worse and worse. First, his only son, it was discovered that he had no blood relationship with him. After checking several times, they were all the same. At that moment, he was in a bad mood and drove the adopted son, who only knew how to play with women, out of the house. Secondly, he was also defrauded of a large sum of money. Depressed. Even Tang Qing's mood for revenge is gone. On the other hand, Tang Qing has become prosperous in the past few years and has gradually become a world-class rich man, crushing the likes of Bill Gates and Buffett behind him. Then, Tang Qing's assets are less than 50 billion US dollars. Now, more than $300 billion. Envy. Later, when they learned that Wei Ka and Tang Qing were not willing to deal with them, they encouraged them. Finally, they reached an alliance and made Tang Qing sick together. If they could attract other Tang Qing's enemies, they would attack together. So, it's even more perfect. I want to see why you don't wear shoes, Lu Mao said with a cold face. Dong dong dong. Boo. Half a minute later. Crack. Feeling the coldness of the handcuffs, Lu Mao was stunned. Now, Lu Mao's eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on? Oh, wait, right. I didn't wait for Waika's call, but I waited for myself. Did you make a mistake? It's you. Wait, I want to make a call. No. After that, he picked up Lu Mao and took him outside. Lu Mao was in an extremely bad mood at the moment and didn't know what to do because the arrest warrant applied for this time had a lot of suspected content. Fight. Tax evasion. Organization XX. Strong X. Fan X. As a pimp, Lu Mao couldn't even remember how many illegal things he had done, but most of them were handled very cleanly. However, no matter how clean they were, there were still loopholes, and Lu Mao couldn't even remember many of them. Never mind. Fortunately, we have money to hire a lawyer and leave the brain-burning matter to them. However, Lu Mao has a bad feeling that ordinary arrests will not list so many charges. But now it's a long list. Apparently, this is a big move, and it's not good. General Administration. Click. Come on. Lu Mao was put into a detention room without anyone interrogating him. What he didn't know was that no one cared about what he told him. If someone wanted him to go in, someone would find a way to do it. Manner. He's been arrested. Luo, she received the news. Yeah. Seeing Lu Mao's file, he said angrily, "This scumbag has really done all kinds of bad things." Huh. It's this kind of person who led Waika to bad things. I'll notify him, and he must be strict and quick. The more he looked at it, more and more angry. This is a typical bad guy who brought up his own child. Yes. His subordinates took the order. He sneered in his heart. Now, it would be difficult for Lu Mao to figure it out, because some cases involved transnational cases, only some of which were in Malaysia. Therefore, as soon as the application for assisted investigation was sent out. Hee. 15 years guaranteed. 20 years will do. 30 years. 40 years. It all depends on whether Liu Mao has committed crimes in other countries. If the poor kid hadn't been involved in the Vika incident, his wealth and connections would have allowed him to spend the rest of his life comfortably. Now, he became the target of Luo Shi's anger. Seller. Wu, brother, don't. Have mercy. Vika burst into tears. Before the fright of being surrounded by rats had passed, a new fright came. A water pipe protruded from the hole above, pouring water into the cellar. This moment, Vika was horrified. At this time, there was a familiar figure standing at the entrance of the cellar, the man who tied him up. Hey, I have some tricks to get out the pillow towel. It's okay. Don't be afraid. We're just letting the water go. We don't mean to drown you. We also plan to exchange you for ransom. He said. The man smiled easily, but in Vika's eyes, he looked like a devil. Please, when you say this, please pay attention to your identity. When you pour water into the cellar, do you want to give me a bath? What's your name? The other party asked. Vika was stunned. Long time. You don't know yet? Well, it seems like you didn't ask. Vika. Oh, the pseudo boy is pretty good. The man smiled. The good words suddenly changed into as cowardly and useless as I thought. Without the protection of your family, you were just a moth. Waika opened her mouth wide. What? Do you know everything? You. Shut up. The other party interrupted Vika and continued. Without credit, no bottom line, and no morality, I want 1 million ringgit. Your father actually sent people to squat everywhere to catch us. Delusion. Even if you die, you won't compromise. Now, it depends on your father's sincerity. I want 50 million. If there is another moth, I will take you with me to see hell. Cursing and cursing. Vika's face froze. What? 1 million? Is this what you are worth? No. It was probably because the other party didn't know his identity before he started, and his father's big fanfare made the robbers get the news. From nowhere. But, I'm too irritated. Dad, can you be more reliable? 1 million things turn into 50 million. After complaining for a while, Waika had some brains and knew that his father didn't care about money. Just to be on the safe side, we sent people to stay on guard. Finish scolding. You kid, you're lucky enough to meet 2 of us who are so principled. Don't worry, as long as we take the money and we're safe, you'll be fine. Just be honest next time. The first part of the sentence. Vika also praised in his heart. Good. The second half of the sentence. Forehead, etc. What does it mean along the way? Brother, you want to take me away? Vika asked uncertainly. Of course. The man nodded matter-of-factly. So, here comes the problem. What does it mean to release water? Vika asked a question. When he heard it, the person above showed an expression of, look at how smart I am, praise me now, and gave a shocking answer. This is it. The main reason is that the cellar is too deep and there is no ladder. It is too troublesome to go down and get you up. I heard that the water is buoyant. When it is filled, you can come up by yourself. Don't worry, it will be fine. The pride was palpable. Suddenly, boom! Vika stayed where he was as if he was struck by lightning, and did it for a long time. You release the water because of this, your god's buoyancy, your uncle and Chuan. God, hurry up. A bolt of thunder descended and killed this stupid guy. I have wasted half my life's wisdom, and fell into the hands of such a person. Vika's whole body is not well, and she wants to be autistic. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Look up. Vika forced a smile. Brother, can we try another method? No idea. The other party's face turned cold. Do you think you are smarter than me? Vika thought to herself. Oh my God, this is such a difficult question to answer. If you say no, you will be exposed by this extremely stupid method. But if you say yes, you may not know how others will deal with you. Not to mention far away. Just say urgent urination. Ahem. No, it's too dangerous. The scariest person is indeed the most evil person. Vika grimaced and said, Of course you are smarter than me. There is no doubt about it. However, Being soaked in water like this will make the car wet on the road. After finishing speaking, Vika looked up expectantly. It's touching. The other party was moved and said thoughtfully, "That's right. After thinking about it. Then I'll pull you up with the car, throw a noose, trap your waist, and tie you to the back of the car. Pa, clap your hands. Good idea." Below, seeing the other person talking to himself, smugly, and enjoying himself, Vika was speechless. "Please, you guys are so tall, come down alone and get me up. Is it that difficult? Water. Car. Why bother them? I almost had a heart attack. Labor and management are not horses, and they are lassoing me. If the middle slips and the lasso gets stuck on my neck, it will be a proper pill." Suddenly, a siren sounded from above. "Run!" In a flash, the man above ran away. Soon, Vika heard the sound of the car starting and the siren getting farther and farther away. Vika's face was overjoyed and she was saved. However, the next moment, Vika suddenly realized her situation. Whoa, whoa, whoosh. Water flowed. More than. Vika's expression changed. Help. It was as miserable as killing a pig. It's the end of the month again. Please vote. Seller. Crash. Water. Keep flowing. After a while, it reached the ankle. It looked very slow, but Vika didn't think so. If the other party never came back, he would only have one result. That is, he would become a floating corpse. Help! Come here. I'm here. Ah, the last voice came from the friend whom I had just met. Due to the flooding, the mouse family was eager to find land, so they unceremoniously borrowed Vika's body to use it. Go away. I won't be polite if you come again. It's so dirty. Shouted, kicking, threatening. The mouse family was very persistent, threw them away, and swam back. Vika was already crying. He now faced a difficult choice, whether to take advantage of the shallow water and trample the mouse family to death. Otherwise, after the water is deep, the mouse will not crawl on the pants, but on the head. At that time, he only has one skill left, which is to bite with his mouth. He cannot accept whether he is bitten to death or drowned. Damn it, Vika cursed. Why is the rope so tight? What kind of knot is it? I want to untie it, but there is no way. Time passed quickly. 5 minutes later, the water reached my calves. For 10 minutes, submerged mid-calf. 20 minutes, up to the knees. The water is very cold, just like Vika's mood at the moment. At this rate, he will be drowned in an hour. Treading water? Just kidding. Without hands, the body cannot balance at all. Once it's over your head. Fast. 1 minute. Slower. In 10 minutes, I have to kneel down. Huh. Vika smiled bitterly. Today, it might be the day when God wants to play tricks on him. If something goes wrong, forget it and run away if you take the blame. Even all kinds of unsatisfactory things are full of surprises, and movies don't dare to shoot them like this. Help. Come here. Is there anyone? Don't dare to stop. If this is too tiring, and someone happened to be passing by and didn't hear it, it would be too disgusting. For the sake of your own life, if this good voice is broken, just call it bad. The most important thing is to be alive. Fortunately, his throat was dry, and he could drink water when he opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to drink more, otherwise he would definitely pee his pants later. Even now, because of the water he drank in the special care unit, he was holding back a bit. Ahem, my throat hurts. Help, suddenly. Ah, where did the snake come from? Vika wailed. Oh my God, this is the cellar. Even if there are rats, there are still snakes. How can you two still be neighbors? This is not scientific. Yelling, no matter how unscientific, the snake swimming in the water is real. Vika was frightened. No, he finished shouting. Vika forced herself to calm down and looked at the snake, her mind racing. Not a triangle head. And, when swimming with only your head above the water, the possibility of poisoning is low. However, this is also a snake, and Vika is very afraid of mollusks, which are not poisonous and non-venomous things. Don't come over. This is not land. Go away. Vika kicked the water hard to drive away the rats and snakes, hoping that they would have a fight. No matter which side won, it would be a favorable situation for him, but the two sides had no intention of fighting. Swimming. It also feels a bit leisurely. 50 minutes later. Help! Help, Galoo! Vika raised his head, and the water had already reached his chin. If he opened his mouth, he would pour it in accidentally. At this moment, after a battle, Vika had defeated several friends he had just met. The mouse family. Snake. The group is destroyed. In a desperate situation, people's potential is huge. In order to avoid the water reaching above the waist, it is almost impossible to kill them quickly, so I simply grit my teeth and trample them to death one by one at the water level higher than the knees. Otherwise, now, he could only watch as they rode on his head. That picture. Too funny. Suddenly. Squeak. A sound of brakes from outside called Vika back. From despair. Help! Vika jumped up and shouted. About 10 seconds later. Oh, are you still alive? The familiar voice was like a savior. Although the words were a bit ugly, Vika was satisfied. Oh, looking forward to the stars, looking forward to the moon, and finally looking forward to reinforcements. I was really unlucky. Help me. Okay. After that, drop a rope. Bite. Vika was stunned. Then, the man said proudly, the method I just came up with on the way. If your bite is strong enough, it won't be a big problem to pull it up. Now that you have the buoyancy of water, the probability of success has soared. Vika was all ready. I don't know what it means to be angry. Soaring? What a bad idea. All right, it's good to be alive. It doesn't matter whether the idea is good or not. Looking at the rope, Vika bit down and 2 of his teeth broke. It took 3 attempts before he was pulled up. Vika was lying on the ground. Who? The sun shines down. Alive. Very nice. Get up, let's go, the man said. Where to go? He finished. He was greeted with a roll of eyes. You are a hostage. Please pay attention to your identity and get in the car. These words made Vika understand his situation once again, but his mood was different from before. Start. Being tied up, I thought it was the worst. Later, being thrown into a cellar feels even worse. Just. Almost drowned. Now, Vika already felt a sense of being able to breathe air. Inexplicable happiness. What kind of friend, what kind of enemy, what kind of face, what is it? Between life and death, it's all trivial. In the car, almost exhausted, Vika slowly fell asleep. Wake up again. The sun sets. What? Looking out the window, Vika was confused again. What did he see? The sea, yes, the sea, and huge ships could be vaguely seen on it. Vika opened her mouth wide and felt puzzled. It stands to reason. The capital, Kuala Lumpur, should have carried out strict inspections for leaving the city. With the strength of the family, it is not unusually difficult to send oneself out of the city. But what is going on in this scene? Setting sun, blue sea, cargo ship. The cliff is the Strait of Malacca. Hold the grass. How did you get here? Also, what do you want to do? Going to sea? What kind of thinking is this? You kidnap people and don't think of ways to get ransom and prepare an escape route. But they have to take the hostages and fly away. Elder brother, if I don't play like this, I can't keep up with my thinking. 2222. In the distance, a fishing boat approaches. Vika saw a figure on the shore from a distance. It was the one he had not seen before. He had not seen him since he was pulled up from the cellar. Could it be that he was contacting the ship going out to sea? Why don't these people act according to common sense? Besides, are the people in the family eating shit? They are not still stupidly looking for him in the city. In that case, there is no telling how long it will take for him to be rescued. The reality does not allow him to think too much. Get down. He was pulled out of the car. Let's go. Don't you rich people like to go out to sea? Let's try it too. Vika was speechless. Is my going to sea the same as you're going to sea? I have a yacht and beautiful women, on which I can communicate closely and enhance friendship. This broken fishing boat in front of me has a completely different style. Kuala Lumpur. Manor. Why haven't you called yet? Luo, she walked back and forth in the living room. 5 hours. It's been 10 minutes. Suddenly, Dee. As soon as the phone rang, Luo, she quickly picked it up. Hey, I've prepared the money. Unexpectedly, the person on the other side was not a robber, but one of his men. No, they went to sea. What? After being stunned for a moment, Luo, she yelled. How is that possible? Hearing this, the other side quickly explained. We found a car abandoned at the beach. I guess that the other party knew that the money was difficult to get and could not be spent in Malaysia, so they simply took Master Vika out of the country. Luo, she was speechless. Really, the other party had prepared 5 hours for him, but it was a bit strange as to how the car managed to leave Kuala Lumpur safely and drive to the beach on the other side of the Strait of Malacca. Are you sure Vika is on board? This, without witnesses, who can guarantee it? Keep looking. Luo, she suppressed his anger. Yes. Bang. End the communication. Luo, she's family sacrificed another phone. The housekeeper silently picked it up, took out the phone card, and replaced it with a new one. Maybe the kidnappers are diverting attention and want us to think that people are on board. Yeah. Luo, she nodded, not ruling out this possibility, but not entirely sure either. Alas, he sighed with a wry smile. Today, it was simply crazy. Maritime. Chu tug. Thug. A dilapidated fishing boat. It is sailing slowly, like a twilight old man, with mottled rust, messy plywood, some dents in the hull, and the intermittent sound of the engine, as if it will stop at any time. On board, in the cabin dedicated to holding sea catches, Waiko was lying down, with a strong smell of fish hitting his nostrils. Human beings have strong adaptability. The difficulty in breathing at the beginning has disappeared now. Waika, half today too, lowered his head. It was all seafood, and an octopus kept crawling on him. Cuckoo, my stomach started to growl. It's delicious. It's delicious. Yeah, eat more. At this time, a voice came from above that made Vika even hungrier. Hey, he shouted. I'm hungry. Can you give me something to eat? His words were mostly requests, not requests. Joke. If these people knew that the hostage also had power, they would not have put him in the cellar, nor would they have released the water in an attempt to use extremely stupid buoyancy to get him up. Almost killed him. Mouse. Snake. Take turns. God, let's be honest. Are you hungry? A familiar face came up, and Vika shivered when he saw it. Mad, who could figure out how to use buoyancy to get him out of the cellar, couldn't afford to offend him. Brother, please, I'm so hungry. Yeah. The man nodded. Okay, starving you to death won't do us any good. Soon. Vika then saw his dinner, which was a piece of dough tied to the fence with a rope and hung down. It was rolled into a roll and could be eaten as long as he opened his mouth. He looked at it helplessly. No one. They went back to make hot pot. This shrimp is big. The squid is also good, but the grouper is too small. Vika lowered his head. Vika, I ate such food today just to survive, and it by no means meant losing my dignity as a member of the pseudo family. After some self-comfort, Vika opened her mouth and took a bite. It smells so good. Although I'm hungry, but still maintains his sanity. One bite at a time. Otherwise, while eating, the rope couldn't tie it up, and it would be embarrassing if it fell to the floor. Eating hanging food was already Vika's bottom line. If it fell to the floor, he would not eat it anyway. No way. 1 minute later. Hiccup. Choking. Hiccup. Hiccup. After a while, he stopped. After eating, Vika looked up like a frog at the bottom of a well. The sky was only as big as a square, and it was also sealed by a fence, making it impossible to escape. Even if you go up, even if he successfully seizes the ship, he won't be able to drive it. God knows where we are now. To the north is Thailand, but it is too far. The ship obviously cannot hold on. Then, there's only one goal. Indonesia, just across the Strait of Malacca. Very close. Thinking of this, Vika couldn't help but lose consciousness for a while. He was tossing around the country and tossing abroad. If he was not careful, he might be tortured to death. Suddenly, he felt that going to jail was not a bad idea. At least it's safe. What about this? A smart and a stupid robber. All terrible. If he had a choice, he would rather go to prison first. It was too dangerous outside, with so many bad guys and so many fools. Boom! The dark sky suddenly brightened. The next moment, wow! Rain. It pours down. No way. Looking at the raindrops hitting her body, the corners of Vika's mouth twitched. Come again. That scene in the afternoon left a deep psychological shadow. The wind gradually became stronger. In the sea, The fishing boat was like a sampan, with poor resistance, and began to shake. Wow! Following a pile of fish catches, Vika slid aside. Bang! The arm came into close contact with the cabin. Wow! The boat tilted to the other side again, and for a while, Vika bumped around. The injuries from being beaten during the day made things worse, but he was so uncomfortable that he couldn't speak just when he thought this was the limit. The ship is sinking. Vika almost vomited blood. Hold the grass. This is the hell difficulty. Before going out to sea, don't you have any idea in mind? At least check the weather forecast and check the ship's condition. Are you seeking death by rushing out in such a hurry? Aye. Clang. Above. The fence suddenly opened. Come up. Vicar was ecstatic and stood up, letting the man drag his expensive clothes and lift them up from the cabin. As soon as he got up, Vicar's heart sank to the bottom again, and his eyes were full of panic. I saw. The front half of the fishing boat has sunk. The water covered the plywood. Volvi, you guys are still clueless. Waika feels that he will not be killed by the robbers, but will be stupidly killed by this group of people. Lifeboat? None. There were only a few black tires, one of which was held by the captain, and one was tied to another robber. As for the one who pulled himself up, there was also one at his feet. This was a life-saving device. Then, under Vika's dumbfounded eyes, "You're free." After saying that, he cut the rope tied to Vika with a knife, then grabbed the tire and jumped out. "Sorry, don't worry, even if you die, we will find a way to get the money." Vika was dumbfounded. This is a lot of information. Rest assured, want money. I'm obviously a hostage, but how can I act like an accomplice? This hurts my heart. Hey, no, now is not the time to think about this, but how to survive in such a desperate situation. Look left. Look right. There is nothing that can keep people afloat. What cheat? Why not prepare 4 tires? It's the last day, please vote. Boom, boom. There was thunder, heavy rain, and huge waves. On board, Vika took a deep breath. Calm down. In critical moments, you must not panic. At this time, if you make a wrong decision, you may have to kneel here. But who cannot panic when the ship is sinking? Suddenly, Vika's face lit up with joy. Yes, there were several phone boxes filled with seafood in the corner. Without thinking too much, I ran over to them. The water had already reached them. When I opened them, I found that they were empty, one in each hand. Plop! Vika jumped into the water. Don't jump again. The whirlpool of the shipwreck will pull him down. Pop! With a foam box in each hand, his legs pumped the water desperately to stay away from the center of the vortex that was about to occur. The effect was good. After flopping for almost a minute, he finally got away from the danger zone. Vika turned back. Now, I saw the stern of the boat slowly submerging into the water and disappearing. Survive! On the water, Vika shouted in her heart. Woo! It's not easy. If it were later, I would definitely have to kneel down. The situation is not good now, but it is much better than Shanghai. At least I can still breathe, but this night will be difficult. And can't get caught again. To die. Also leave it to God's will. Turn around. Fetch water. Continuing to flop, the position where he just jumped into the water is opposite to that of the robber. It seems that the robber is also trying to stay away from the eddy. The two sides are a bit far away, and they can't see each other under the waves. Swim and swim. Swim and swim. Vika felt a little exhausted and stopped. Breathing heavily. Everything he looked around was filled with water and pitch black. Only the flashes of thunder and lightning from time to time could give people the ability to see for a short time. Fortunately, this was a tropical area, so the cold wouldn't kill him in a short period of time. Only, what to do next, Vika didn't know. Food, drink, communication. There was nothing left, and I could only hope that a ship would pass by and find a way to seek help before I sank into the sea. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. While eating a hot dinner, Tang Qing watched the show. It took a lot of effort to arrange so many programs for Vika in one day. It was so exciting that he might consider making a movie. Believe, it's sure to be a hit. Now, no matter what, Wai can never imagine that someone would follow him and take pictures the whole time, when he thought he was wandering alone and helpless in the sea. Looking at Waika floating in the sea, Tang Qing smiled. This was just the beginning. Only one day. How can I finish the show? Next. Wonderful. No closing time. If you dare to set up a trap for him, you must bear the consequences. Let Vika experience how happy it is not to toss. If you like to toss, it will go with your wishes and have fun. As for Lu Mao, never mind. It's an accident if one is robbed, but it's too weird if two are robbed. Let's just let them go to jail. The next day, early morning, a message. Once again, it hit the media. The O Foundation announced that from now on, it will establish the World Water Resources Environmental Protection Fund project, which, like the previous Green Planet, will raise donations from people who love nature around the world. Finished reading. Many foundations twitch their mouths. Because the introduction of the entire project is almost copied from Green Planet. Only some keywords have been changed. Such an inconsistent and lazy move. How dare it win unanimous praise from all countries? Save labor. Good. This is the reuse of information resources. As expected of the O Foundation, even the use of information advocates frugality. Great charity. Learning should be called for. Many people were speechless for a while. Talk. Your values are out of whack. This is obviously laziness. However, such voices were quickly submerged in the new term, information environmental protection, and its popularity increased rapidly. Then, one refresh. Holy shit, the donation amount began to skyrocket. The previous Green Planet charity project was not made public. Later, the donation amount of more than $35 billion scared many people and changed the rules. Public total, but donors are not disclosed. Brush it. Increased by more than $1 million. Brush again. It has increased by more than $2 million, and it keeps rising. At this moment, major philanthropic foundations around the world are almost red-eyed and holding grass in their hands. Is the world crazy? Are there so many stupid, caring people with too much money in the world? The reality tells them, yes. And it's right in front of you. Suspect? Silly. All of this has to be donated, so they can only cheat the small amount and only do it high if they're stupid. They watched helplessly as the total amount exceeded 10 million, exceeded 2,000, and exceeded 30 million. Lower your head. Time just passed. Half an hour. I want to be quiet. At the same time, the message area is full of support. Another technology that is beneficial to the world has come out. Before, I was still doubting its technology. Now that I see the O Foundation project, I have no doubts. $100,000. You're welcome. 150,000. 200,000. 300,000. Soon, the building was led astray, and it actually felt like a reward, but everyone enjoyed it. Being led by such a pace, many people who were not prepared to donate felt that they should contribute. Then, 300, 500, 3,000, 5,000. It's not much, but it's a piece of my heart that I can show off in the future. Hey, there's also an ocean. Really? Soon, everyone discovered that this water resource protection is not just for fresh water and oceans. The entire world's oceans are divided into tens of thousands of small pieces, and the water quality of the area is also included. This time, it made many people stupid again. Where did this data come from? It must be fake. So many countries have already predicted it. However, someone soon came out to explain. This is a global sea pollution survey conducted by the World Environmental Protection Organization last year. The O Foundation has applied for some data from it for display. Secondly, each country has measured its own data on offshore seas. The O Foundation will request it from relevant departments of each country. After listening, everyone was stunned. No wonder. Only a few organizations can do such public welfare things. Secondly, various countries will not give it under normal circumstances, but when the O Foundation asks for it, it rarely refuses. Otherwise, your country's coastal waters data are not listed above. Let's take a look. No pollution. That's good. If I don't donate it to you, it will cost you a lot. Therefore, these sea area data are relatively accurate. Looking left and right, I feel that this is a very good public welfare project. Myanmar. Ne bidu. Is there such a good thing? Tang Qing saw the news as soon as he got to work. Tang Qing was so happy about the assist from the Owei Foundation. He wanted to award hundreds of awards to the Owei Foundation. What a good man. These few years, over and over again, donations amounted to less than 10 billion US dollars, and orders of donations brought exceeded 40 billion US dollars. I hope there will be a dozen such angelic foreign foundations. 1 dozen is not enough. 2 dozen, 3 dozen, 10 dozen. Then this year's GDP target can be easily achieved. Of course, I can only think a little bit. There's only one O foundation in the world, and other foundations will not be so kind. Management fee, handling fee, some even get rebates. Not giving? Okay, then I will delay and decide when to pay. It depends on when you have done your homework. It is different from the Owei Foundation. As long as the agreed time comes and the agreed conditions are reached, the money will be given out quickly. Never delay. Readily. After a while, I came to the office. Tang Qing started a busy day, reading documents, signing, and having meetings. There was almost no time for rest. If there was any, inspections could barely count as one. Take a walk. Have a look. Listen. Every time he went out and saw the changes outside, he warned himself. He must protect everything that was hard-won. Fortunately, under the strong leadership of Zero, everyone is united. There is no such premise, no matter how good it is. It is also a delicious meal in the eyes of Western countries. Lower your head. It is a project progress document. The main body, pipelines, roads, supporting projects, etc. of the Indian Urban Loan Project have been basically completed, and final debugging, decoration, equipment admission, greening, and other projects are in progress. The construction can be delivered on time. Read this. Tang Qing nodded. That project was started at the beginning of last year. In a little more than a year, a small city was built. Of course, this is also because the houses are not high. Most of them are 3 to 5 stories high, and some are only 20 or 30 stories high. In theory, there are enough people, and 1 floor can be built a week. Therefore, as long as the construction started at the same time, it would not be difficult to complete. Among them, due to the thorough consideration at the beginning of the design, the construction of the entire underground pipelines and foundations lasted more than 2 months. Yeah, now it seems that the project is a success. Before, Tang Qing also worried about the other party's repayment ability. After all, this loan is different from a medical loan, but a local loan in that state. Relatively speaking, the repayment ability is not as strong as that of the country. But Tang Qing is not worried now, because the number of targets to worry about keeps growing. The ever-expanding commodity and project loans have added dozens of debtor countries to Myanmar, and India has directly become one of them. Have no choice. They say that if you have too much debt, you won't have to worry about it. It's true. And in the second half of this year, Linghuan plans to release more funds, focusing on urban loans. For African countries, Tang Qing has to suspect that the biggest reason for promoting this project is not friendship. Rather, you can spend more money, build a city. It can easily reach tens of billions. But the logic is very strange. Product and project loans can make Huaxia, a big customer, make money and come back to buy Myanmar products, but today's loans are already enough. Back and forth. More than $1 trillion. Let go. I really have never felt so miserable. I feel distressed, but inexplicably. Kind of cool. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Today's park is a little different from the past. There was a long queue at the West Gate all morning. Everyone had various documents in their hands and entered the park after inspection. Certainly, it's just an area of a few hundred square meters at the entrance. The park is a non-public place, and each research building is a confidential area. Not to mention outsiders, insiders also need to apply to go to other buildings. Otherwise, the access control cannot be cleared. Gate. A Shanghai TV reporter was looking into the camera. Words are exciting. I'm now at the south gate of the Smart Space Park. As you can see, there are people queuing up early in the morning. They come from all over the country with only one purpose: technical appraisal. Last year, the park was put into use. At the opening ceremony, Tang Qing said that he would build a professional technology trading platform. Now, more than 3 months later, this platform has officially begun operations. 2 days ago, we finally know its name, Tiangong. The meaning is direct. Tiangong. It is the highest praise for technological inventions. It is so ingenious that after it went online, the platform opened for registration, and a large number of companies, institutions, universities, professors, and citizen scientists settled in. Compared to social software that costs tens of millions, Tiangong does not have many users. However, the quality is very high. After registration and certification, they will be able to sell the technology they hold. At first, almost all of us thought it was the Taobao model. However, that is not the case. In Tiangong, all listed technologies must pass appraisal. It is detailed on the Tiangong platform that Tiangong's main purpose is to promote the commercialization of science and technology, rather than being a place of confusion. Appraisal, valuation, guarantee. Tiangong provides guarantees for both parties to the transaction. Now let's ask Tiangong's operations director. He said, the screen changed and there was another person next to him. Director Ma. Many people wonder whether Tiangong can accurately assess the value of technology. If someone thinks that his technology is worth 10 billion, can he set the price freely? After listening, the man had a smile on his face. This is also the reason why we prepared for 3 months before going online. In fact, the previous preparation was far more than 3 months, but several years. Only in this way did we dare to launch Tiangong. How many years? The reporter expressed surprise and cooperation. Yes. The director nodded. Authentication, to put it bluntly, consists of 2 items. First, the realization of the technology. Second, the uniqueness of the technology. The 2 together determine the value. We, Tiangong, have the most comprehensive patent database in the world. Globally, as long as countries have patent laws, we have their data. This greatly ensures the accuracy of the assessment of the uniqueness of the technology, and Tianyan has been doing this before. Enterprise services, all-inclusive, technology, management, information, valuation. Tianyan has accumulated a huge information database over the past few years. Therefore, after the establishment of the park and the identification of technology implementation, the 2 are integrated to ensure the accuracy of technology evaluation. Of course, if someone feels that our evaluation is inaccurate, we can also allow them to list their own prices, but below it, we will indicate the reference value of the technology. The platform must ensure the interests of both parties. In fact, the possibility of valuing itself at sky-high prices is extremely low. As for those who cannot accept the rules of the platform, we can only say sorry. The director was very tough. Heavenly work. Their boss has high hopes, and it is almost impossible to deceive them. The data sharing of Tianyan greatly reduces their work and is updated every day. Now, he deeply felt that what a strong backing means. It is difficult for others to learn a single word. Just a team of 10,000 scientists is a very high threshold. A scientific research team of more than 10,000 people. In China, it's almost impossible to find a few. Can't afford it. 10,000 people are still senior technical positions. If the monthly salary is 10,000, it will be more than 1 billion a year. This is still the labor cost, and the research and development resources used are even more countless. Billions. Tens of billions. None of it is an exaggeration. Therefore, there is almost no competition. In the past few months, some people thought they had found an opportunity. Taking advantage of Tiangong's delay in launching it, they prepared to take the lead and worked overtime to quickly build a website. Like Taobao, everyone can freely trade patents and technologies on it. At first, lively, a large number of technologies and patents were listed, and the number of listed orders soon exceeded 10,000, and the price was still rising every day. It was a great success, and I even got the first 5 million angel round. Valuation, 100 million. However, a platform without the support of technology is ultimately a castle in the air. This is not Taobao. If you buy a fake, at least the stuff is there, and you won't lose much. but this is technology, an intangible thing. Losing money. Not even a scum is left. Therefore, there were many sellers but few buyers. The next day, a technical transaction order worth tens of millions was suddenly exposed, which shocked the internet. The website's valuation rose again, becoming 300 million. Pity. Before long, it was proven to be fake. At the same time, its insiders also revealed that more than 80% of other transaction orders were faked by the company. It really fulfilled the sentence. Watch him build tall buildings. Watch him entertain guests. Oops. The building collapsed. This month, a large number of universities have signed cooperative research agreements with your company. It is speculated that as a result, the scientific research capacity of the park will be at least doubled. Is this true? The reporter asked again. Hear the words. The director smiled and nodded. Double? Less. 100 directly partnered universities are not just a boast. Yes. In the future, we will create a public technical cooperation and exchange mechanism to connect learning, R&D, and production, break down commercial barriers to technology, and maximize the value of technology. Among them, we will also train outstanding scientific researchers in a targeted way. From the beginning of their freshman year, we will help some outstanding students to train in the direction of scientists. This will be one of our priorities in the future. Interview. It almost became an exclusive interview. But just make it longer, as long as the heat is enough. You don't have to worry about the film being too long. Soon, the interview is over. The reporter came to the team. Hello. A glance. Found a gentleman standing in line. Hello. The man was a little nervous when he saw the camera. The reporter smiled and asked, Sir, what technology are you planning to sell? Upon hearing this, the man smiled awkwardly and said, I'm here to act as a teacher. Are you a graduate student? Doing a PhD, the man said. This time, he came specially from Hunan province to submit several technical documents and wanted Tiangong to estimate the value. Even his teacher did not have the energy to traverse the patent databases of so many countries around the world. And the key is valuation. Before, some companies want to buy, but the prices they give are all cabbage prices. They are real cabbage prices and cannot even recover the R&D costs. Therefore, a more authoritative valuation agency suddenly appeared. Of course, I have to give it a try. Technical field. There is too little of such an institution. Of course, the valuation may be even lower because the value will return to zero due to technological iterations. That's fine. I won't wait foolishly with empty hope. Then, it's a formulaic question. What do you think of Tiangong? Very good. The man praised. It solves a problem that has troubled us for many years. If the valuation is low, is it acceptable? The reporter asked. The man smiled and said, I believe that the heavenly union will give a fair valuation. Whether it is low or high, it all originates from a psychological expectation. This psychological expectation is hope and pain. Once, how many people held on to a technology until it was eliminated and fell into regret? There are also many people who were deceived and sold the technology at a low price and fell into regret. Today, with Tiangong, we at least have a fair technical value judgment standard for easy reference. At least, Tiangong can help us come up with a guaranteed valuation so that we will not be deceived. It can also make the slightly chaotic technology market orderly. In short, a compliment. Reporters are a little confused. Did you ask for help? In fact, of course not. She is not a scientific researcher and cannot deeply understand and appreciate the mood and bad things in this field. But to say that it has nothing to do with Tiangong is not complete. The man's doctoral supervisor is a co-professor of the university's cooperative institute. He also has this status, and his technology valuation is free of charge. Do you think the appraisal fee of 10,000 yuan is high? Not high. The man said in his heart, my teacher didn't pay for it. And this is what he says from his heart. He is a student of the teacher, so he naturally knows the technical appraisal process of Tiangong. The cost of the experiment alone is often more than 10,000, and with the evaluation, it is definitely more than 10,000 yuan. Compare with some other valuation agencies. Conscientious price. Elsewhere, the cost would definitely be many times that of $10,000. Moreover, if the appraisal fee of $10,000 is considered high, the value of such technology is worrying, and it can avoid unnecessary workload. After that, the reporter continued to ask people to ask the same question. The answers they got were all similar, and there was a lot of support. They had been waiting for it for 3 months, and they didn't want the technology to fall into their hands. Within the park. Now, already very busy. Although I was fully mentally prepared, I was still surprised by the mountain of workload. In a short morning, hundreds of technical verification tasks came down, and I was crazy busy. Verify. Evaluate. Placed elsewhere, a technology would take at least a day to produce results, or a week or even longer. So, seeing that their task list had been scheduled for 10 days, each of them smiled bitterly. This goes on to evening. Don't wait until 2 or 3 months later. All right, admitted. Who told us to do this? Moreover, they can be constantly exposed to new technologies, and the benefits to their personal growth are obvious. Many of their wonderful ideas have also been very useful to them. I did the math in my head. 1 year. In just 1 year, they can learn things that other units may not be able to learn in 10 years. They feel like they're the clairvoyants in the technical field, extremely training people. In the eye of heaven. 1 year. Most of them have several years of work experience outside. Same here. Dry. Pain. And be happy. Especially some technology enthusiasts. Their eyes are shining, looking at each task like looking at a beautiful woman, with only one thought in their mind. Understand, learn, and conquer. Certainly, the task is not entirely on them. The cooperative research institutes of 100 universities are not just decorations. They are divided into subtasks according to technical categories, situations, and tasks. Send it down. Suddenly, the huge scientific research network built in the entire Smart Space Park began to operate rapidly. Tiangong is online. Outside world, there are many followers. In addition to those with technology, there are also companies that need technology. They are paying close attention to the progress of things. Because technological innovation sometimes is revolution. Not keeping up. At last, may be eliminated. But since the verification just started today, there is no order on the website. Can only wait. While waiting and thinking, the more I think about it, the more shocked I become. This model has a huge training effect on the scientific research team. The experimental process is also a learning process. And the efficiency is extremely high. New technologies and new ideas will continue to stimulate their brains. High-end, low-end, full coverage, deepening memory time and time again, laying a solid foundation and improving it bit by bit. Very scary. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. If things go on like this will be a team with explosive combat effectiveness. Alas, countless sighs, envious, but they couldn't learn it. It was too expensive. At this time, they deeply understood that successful rich man is not scary, not even the richest man. What is scary is that he also values technology. Technology leads the future. This is not just talk. Park. In Tang Qing's office, in front of his desk, is a huge quadcopter projection. 1-to-1, Tang Qing's office can hardly fit in it. The huge fuselage is domineering. Now, Tang Qing's hands slowly moved in the air. The projection follows the rotation. Lift up, press down, enlarge, zoom out. It was completely completed by gestures, just like Tony's design of the steel suit. This kind of operation had appeared at the time conference. Later, a team was specially designed to design applications in various scenarios. It can be said, feeding a large number of people. The load is too small. Tang Qing shook his head slightly. How about, at a turbine power? Magic modification. Tang Qing's favorite thing, especially doing design work, is that he often has fantastic ideas and wants to make changes. However, the investment in general projects is huge, the cycle is long, and the cost of making repeated modifications is too high. But for Tang Qing, this is not a problem. 4 turbo shafts. 4 turbo shafts. It seems good. Tang Qing narrowed his eyes. In this way, the load-bearing capacity will be greatly improved, and the uses will be wider, such as bulk material transportation in areas with complex terrain. Medical. Put out fires. Especially for the latter, the load capacity of ordinary firefighting helicopters is too impressive. It is okay to deal with small fires, but once it encounters a big fire, it will be a drop in the bucket. Especially for mountain fires, it is difficult for ground firefighting teams to reach them. And quite dangerous. From now on, in the event of a major wildfire, our aircraft can be used. It's not much. The load capacity of 100 tons is not excessive. It is not difficult to implement a quadcopter or a large wing with a turbine. Only, be bigger. You could try it. The magic modification that others think is funny is a little difficult for Tang Qing. Scientists have started researching turbine engines very early and have updated the technology hundreds of times. Lightweight and high-strength new material. Smarter control. Do the math. It can reduce the number of parts by 86% and is more stable. Of course, it is definitely impossible for me to bring out the latest technology. It is an almost subversive technological innovation. Just take out some selectively. In this way, that should be enough. Estimate. When it is produced, it will be the largest helicopter in the world. Just do it, and soon a sketch will be drawn. Just like printing, it can be used as a design drawing. Scan. Yes. A red light swept across. Then, the original projection disappeared and was replaced by a new one, larger and more ferocious, but without losing the sense of technology. The oversized rotor became a telescopic type, and the turbine engine was on the side of the cantilever. In this way, it collapses and can be transported on the ground. Otherwise, gas mileage on the road can scare the fire department. The first picture was the appearance. Tang Qing continued to draw. After determining the appearance, it was the second item, functional pendant. The entire aircraft, such as the fire water tank, is not inside it. Otherwise, too bloated. It will also increase unnecessary fuel consumption in daily life. Therefore, the extended function rack is used if you want to transport supplies, put on the pendant, transport water, put on the pendant, or do medical treatment. Or put on the pendant. There are many benefits. The biggest advantage is saving time. Otherwise, if the fire is urgent, it will take 20 minutes to come back and add water. If it delays things, just uninstall the pendant and replace it with a new one filled with water. Rack and fuselage. It's too ugly to hang without a rope. Soon, another one completed. Scan. A few seconds later, under the aircraft in front of you, there is an oversized water tank hanging. It is multifunctional and can be sprayed at fixed points and quantitatively. With more water outlets, if you want artificial rain, that's no problem. At the same time, the huge video wall on the left wall flashed. In the flying attitude of the aircraft appeared 360 degrees, and it was painted in colors according to Tang Qing's request and even simulated the rescue scene of a forest fire. Talk about efficiency. The waiter is almost unreasonable. Very good. Tang Qing nodded. Fixed point. Mist. Rainy. Pool. For modes. The first is like a fire truck. The fourth is the current helicopter fire fighting method, and the second and third are auxiliary. For example, if it rains, it is equivalent to establishing an isolation zone, on the premise that the mountain fire itself cannot be extinguished in a short time. Mist is also very useful in controlling the speed of a huge mountain fire in a certain direction. The thick smoke of the mountain fire can kill people. After, drawings came out one by one. He paints. The waiter assists. Tang Qing does not need to design every part. It is impossible. He only needs to explain what is available in this place and what are the requirements. After, the waiter conducts a supercomputer simulation. It will prompt whether it can be done or not. Almost all equipment is ready-made. You can find the right one directly at Cooley and install it. Tang Qing never planned to wait for the production of the prototype machine on Earth, but it was in the factory in the training area. One day, 3 days at the latest, the prototype will be ready. After getting the complete test data, Tang Qing will come up with a step-by-step plan and let outsiders make it step-by-step. He has no choice but to think about it. Having subordinates who are too capable is also a worry. Lower your head. Continue. Water tank. Cargo box. Medical kit. Cooler. Sightseeing box. There are really many ways to expand the pendant, and Tang Qing enjoys it endlessly. New things are designed and manufactured one after another. The feeling is exciting, like cooking a delicious meal. If there's anything that can generate lasting interest in people, it is exploring new things and seeing new worlds. By noon, the entire design plan has been completed. Producing one. Yes, the waiter replied. Then, subdivided into parts, the data is transmitted to the machining center, standardized equipment, and even the stocking in the warehouse is directly called. Only some non-standard parts need to be processed. Noon. Canteen. Tang Qing didn't go home, and there was no one around. He usually ate here when he was at work. However, there were a few people in the cafeteria today. After checking, he found that there were too many tasks, and everyone was rushing to meet the schedule. A considerable number of people chose to order meals. You can't eat it in the lab, but the seating area is okay. Within the park, it provides food delivery service. It does not require much delivery. It is intelligent and contactless. The food delivery truck delivers the items to the first floor of the building, where there is special insulation equipment. You can swipe your card to receive the food. Canteen. Second floor. Tang Qing occupied a small box to himself. To this, there is no psychological burden at all. Although in order to show closeness to the people, it is okay to eat in the lobby, but many times you want to get close, but others will be very nervous, so why bother everyone? Simply, a separate small box. Life is not easy. Below, the employees who have been working all morning and still can't relax easily should talk and smile. It's good. Identity is a thing. Sometimes, even if you're close to someone below, there is still a gap. Jumping up and down is easy. Down and up. Disaster. Just arrived. The dishes were ready and served. Start eating. The glass of the small box is transparent, and many people know that this is Tang Qing's exclusive place. While eating, they would look up from time to time to look at their big boss, without feeling anything at all. Really come down. Everyone can't eat well. We are so lucky. Looking at the figure from a distance, an employee sighed. That's right. Yes. Yeah. His words. I have gained the collective recognition of the people around me. I am indeed lucky to work in the park and under Tang Qing. The salary is high and the environment is good. The key is that I can learn a lot. At the same time, there was a surge of respect in my heart unconsciously. Tang Qing, the richest man in China. Young, lots of gold. He is at the age when he is proud of himself, but he is down to earth and immersed in the field of scientific research. Such a boss, especially for scientific researchers like them, is simply in love with him. To be fair, what would happen to them if they had such a net worth? Villa, sports car, yacht, airplane, live in luxury and retire early. How many people can resist temptation and stick to their hearts? Do scientific research. First, I am afraid that I will have no money and the capital chain will be broken. Second, I'm afraid of a layman boss who doesn't know anything and can only set goals. If I have a boss like that, my workload will only increase and I will feel tired. A plan, change back and forth 10 or 8 times, it's so troublesome. Third, afraid of not having any projects. However, these 3 items, for Tang Qing, it was no problem at all. It was a perfect fit. Moreover, such a boss is very generous, which makes him even more likable. Many classmates and friends are envious and jealous. The canteen has a complete range of dishes and is delicious. Stay. Hotel standard, still in Shanghai, almost free. Work. Extra large office space, not only sitting, but also lying down. Leisure. Fitness, free personal training. Swimming, free coaching. There are also many hobby clubs that encourage the development of various interests. In short, they feel very warm here. Eat quickly. Yeah. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Finished eating. Return to work. There's a lunch break at noon, but there are many tasks today. They are not doing experiments, but making preparations. Scientific research is different from other jobs. In this industry, when you develop something, you really don't want to stop. Walk, bathroom. Even when I sleep, my mind is filled with this thing, which is quite depressing, but it is also a kind of happiness for scientific researchers. Explore, discover, verify, success. Every step is moving forward, and it is difficult for ordinary work to provide such a sense of progress. Naturally, employees don't want to work overtime at all. After get off work, they want to throw their work away. So for them, the 8-hour work system is completely a constraint, not a reward. This is a special feature of the scientific research field, but it makes people enjoy it. They have expressed their opinions on the working hours many times. 8 hours is too little. Later, allowed overtime has been increased from 1 hour to 2 hours. But, still dissatisfied, but the park has never added more. So, I have no choice but to accept it, but a line is still added to the monthly opinion form. I hope to get more free overtime time. But, it has never been approved. Second floor. Box. Tang Qing heard the familiar demand. In response, he rolled his eyes. Working overtime? Just kidding. You can work overtime as long as you like. If I don't work overtime, wouldn't I become a lazy boss? How can that be done? Think beautifully. You're allowed to work overtime for 2 hours, which is already the limit. You don't need to exploit your employees. Ahem. Okay. I can only say that I don't need to exploit natural workers. It's time to eat. It's time to drink. Time to play. It's time to learn. Just grow slowly. Don't rush. Anyway, there are soldiers supporting you, so there's no need to chase them away. In the end, even if you achieve brilliant achievements, you will inevitably have the image of a black-hearted boss. Not a good deal. No need. Lower your head. Same as in previous life. While eating. While reading headlines, I mainly listen to music. Tang Qing watched less and less other categories. The reason was simple. The main issue was content, whether it was quality or category. Science and technology? He is standing at the forefront of world technology. Car? There are so many training areas that even if it is a car that is limited to one in the world, if you want it, you can build in a day or two by just adjusting the blueprints. Military. Internationality. Record. Gourmet food. Digital. Tang Qing didn't even know what to look at when he went through these categories. Weapons from all over the world could usually be used as fireworks, but international matters were all the deepest intelligence. Landscape. African savanna. Sahara Desert. Arctic Glacier. Antarctic penguins. Pacific Island. Want to see. In the blink of an eye. And tourism in various countries. Well, Tang Qing felt that he had less and less fun because the level of information he came into contact with was far beyond what ordinary people usually come into contact with. At last, it's come full circle. In other words, music can be listened to repeatedly, and the more you listen to it, the better it becomes. Brushing. Ding dong. An advertisement appeared, JD.com. Home appliances sale. Tang Qing smiled. Starting in February, JD.com began to place a large number of advertisements on Tushio, attracting a lot of traffic. Alibaba was not to be outdone and started advertising on Tushio. To this, he didn't favor anyone. After all, Yarvi is the largest shareholder of JD.com, and it is the largest shareholder of Alibaba. There is nothing to favor. Beforehand, Alibaba will definitely have some ideas about allowing JD.com to come in. However, now, what can I take care of it? From February, Alibaba has officially entered the international stage. With business expansion in 39 countries, coupled with local investment in self-operated e-commerce, it can be said that Alibaba has moved to a higher level. The layout is much bigger. Therefore, he doesn't care at all, and Ali also has concerns. Yarvi is very powerful abroad. At the critical moment of global expansion, Ali will have a headache if he offends this envoy. So, in order not to cause trouble for myself, in order not to cause trouble for Tang Qing, Alibaba also does not want to compete with JD.com in a too low way. For example, asking Tang Qing's company not to accept advertising from JD.com is a relatively low-level approach and can easily stimulate the big boss behind JD.com. At present, this is a solution that is agreed upon by all parties and is in everyone's interest. In this regard, Tang Qing is also happy to see that if the gun is raised a little temporarily, competition will definitely continue to happen in the future. Eat enough. Drink enough. Back to the office. While listening to music and drinking tea, he watched the progress of Tiangong. On the first day, the process was not very proficient and the progress was not fast, but Tang Qing did not pursue speed. But be accurate. Low. It's the owner's loss. High. It's the buyer's loss, and Tiangong must balance it well in order to go further. Suddenly, Tang Qing smiled as a message flashed before his eyes. The content was very simple. A reality show actor was about to take the stage. As the director and the only audience, Tang Qing naturally wanted to support him. The next moment, the picture in front of me turned into a sea. Strait of Malacca. So hot. Tired. So tired. Vika held the foam box in both hands and floated on the sea, up and down with the waves. This was not a kayak rafting in one night, in order to avoid losing two of his most important partners. Dare not sleep. Tired. Sleepy. Tired. His eyelids were fighting, and Vika had never had such a difficult night. The heavy rain last night fell for most of the night. Fortunately, it was near the equator, and the rain was warm, so he would not catch a cold. One night, it's just a matter of closing and opening your eyes. Now, but he spent every second seriously. Vika felt that his life had become longer. He dozed off several times, sank, choked, and woke up immediately, and quickly found his two companions. At that time, Vika almost collapsed and couldn't see his fingers. If he didn't find it as soon as possible, he would definitely kneel down. The time interval between choking on the water and letting go is very short. Just pull around and touch it quickly. Stay with it. Stay with it. Finally, he saw the dawn. As a busy shipping route, although it was not on the main channel, ships passed by from time to time. However, he mistakenly underestimated the difficulty of calling for help at sea. There's a boat. There's help. I'm here. Help. Boom. A ship sailed past from a distance. Then, half an hour later. Ship. Come here. I'm here. Help. Wow. Another ship passed by from a distance. 3, 4, 5. These ocean-going cargo ships didn't see him at all. Come to think of it, the crew were staring at the sea for nothing. Then, hopes were dashed again and again. Woo. Vika grimaced. Gulu. He took a small gulp of water. I was lucky last night. Not far from the boat, I found an empty plastic bottle. I rinsed it and caught a lot of rainwater. The importance of a mouthful of fresh water is self-evident at sea. Pity. The bottle is too small, so you can't put too much in it, so you have to drink sparingly. Noon. The sun was getting more and more poisonous. Without sunscreen, the delicate skin began to get hot. Wyken knew that he would definitely get sunburn this time. His handsome face would face another devastation after being beaten. At this time, a black dot appeared in the distance. Vika laughed. Hope. Here we go again. After a while, he had to watch Hope disappear again. However, within a few minutes, he found that the ship's route was similar to his own position. If he was too close, his whole body would immediately feel numb. If it hits, it will be swept into the bottom of the boat. There are absolutely no other consequences. No. With a scream, Vicar swam desperately to the side, trying to get out of the ship's path. Since it was too far away, he couldn't tell the size of the ship, so Vicar could only try his best to increase the probability of survival. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swim and swim. Soon, he swam dozens of meters and lost his water bottle during the process, but Vika was not in a hurry and would find it back later. When he looked back, he saw that the boat was not too far away from him. Not a freighter. Small boat. Vika was ecstatic. Boat. Gotta be saved. A fishing boat, great. At this moment, he clearly saw that the figure on the boat seemed to have discovered it. He found someone and pointed at him. Vika was so happy at this moment. His life should not be cut off after all. World. He was still needed. There were so many beauties waiting for him, so much glory and wealth, and the previous despair was gone. He waved his hand to show that he was still alive. I'm here. Soon. The boat began to slow down and came closer. Save me. Thank you. I will definitely repay you. Vika shouted happily. However, the other party took no further action. Instead, he squatted beside the boat. A man who looked like the captain looked at him suspiciously. After a long time, he asked, Are you a good person? Vika was stunned. What's the problem? Of course I am a good person. Only a fool says he's a bad person. Oh, the man was obviously doubtful. Then why were you thrown into the sea? I heard. Vika opened her mouth wide again. What kind of logic is this? It's weird. People who are thrown into the sea are bad people. In movies, people who are thrown into the sea are usually good people. I accidentally fell into the water. Vika said, Admit to being kidnapped? Cut. Silly. It would make things more and more complicated, and it would take a long time to explain. Yesterday's experience was so legendary and dark. He really didn't want to recall it anymore. No one would believe it if he told it. Accidentally, he said. The man looked at the 2 phone boxes with an expression like, You're kidding me. Accidentally fell into the sea with 2 phone boxes. Who are you kidding? Come on, tell me honestly why you fell into the sea. Otherwise, I won't trust you to get on my boat. What if you were a bad guy? I'm not. Evidence. How can I be a bad guy with this face? Human face and animal heart. Do you have your satellite phone? I can call the police to prove that what I said is true. You first prove that you are a good person. Give me your phone number and I can prove it. I can't give you the phone number without proving it. Vika's face turned green with anger. It felt like she was trapped in a cycle. Bastards, this group of unruly people, when I go back, I will play a game with you on how to prove that you are a good person. Hurry up, or we're leaving. Wait, Vika shouted. Tell me. I was kidnapped, Vika reluctantly admitted. I was at home and was about to go out when the gangsters kidnapped me and demanded a ransom from my family. The gangsters took me out to sea. The ship sank last night. Change the version. Arrested. Fire. Being beaten. Take me to the hospital. Ignore all these little things and get straight to the point. After listening, the other party showed an expression that I understood and said with a smile. So that's it. It seems like it's God's will. Haha. Don't worry, little brother. We are good people and we will definitely save you. Don't worry. After hearing this, Vika breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. If nothing else happens, my bad luck should be over. Bang! A rope ladder was thrown down. The fishing boat was not small, not a sampan, and people couldn't climb on it. Abandoned 2 companions. Get on board. You're tired? A little bit. Go and have a rest in the cabin. We'll set off soon. Vika asked casually, where to go? Indonesia. What are you going to Indonesia for? Vika was stunned. Isn't this a Malaysian ship? Maybe. That's okay, as long as it's not at sea. But the next moment, Vika was confused. Let's discuss the ransom. Vika's eyes widened. In this world, are there already this many bad people? Now, Vika hesitated in his heart whether to take it or not. Jump back again? In the end, he resisted this suicidal impulse. In a vast sea, the probability of being rescued on the ship again was very small. And, jump down again. Won't they fish him out? Fine. Normal kidnapping. He no longer had the fear he had before. Compared to the fool he met yesterday, he still felt frightened by trying to float him up with water. A few minutes later, he would have knelt down. This wave should be better now. Take a long breath. Look at each other. Just now. Didn't you say you were a good person? Vika gritted her teeth. Hear the words. Just listen to the man smile. Of course at that time, we were good people, but now, after hearing that you are valuable, we have changed our minds. Don't worry, we are not bad people. We just have evil thoughts temporarily. That smile. There's also a touch of honesty and simplicity. Hold the grass. Shameless. Vika cursed in her heart. Listen, is this human language? Okay, little brother, don't be so grim. We won't break up the vote. Although you saw our appearance and heard our voices, we won't break up the vote. Vika, a chill rose in his heart in vain. Suddenly, he missed the silly robber before. In comparison, the one in front of him was simply incomprehensible. If you don't know how to tear up a ticket, you can't tear it up. Why do you have to emphasize it twice? It's very scary. There was a storm in Vika's heart. Come, don't be afraid. Relax. While laughing, he was about to put the rope on Vika's hand. Vika hurriedly said, I can't run and I don't have anywhere to run. Can you please stop tying me up? How much does it cost? You can ask my house directly. Okay. 10 seconds later. As before, Vika's hands were tied. Didn't you agree? Vika was speechless. Yes. The man nodded matter-of-factly. Of course it's good to ask your family for money. As for not tying you up, that's against the rules. Since you've changed your career temporarily, you have to be principled. This is called dedication. Vicare stayed where he was. Rule? In principle? Dedicated? Damn it, Grit. Vika didn't even know what to say. Come. Sit down. Tell me your home, contact information. Kuala Lumpur. Manor. Luo, she had nothing to do all night. After sleeping for a while in the morning, he was woken up by his father's phone call and scolded him. The kidnappers disappeared, Waika lost contact, and last night we received news that a fishing boat had sunk. Will it? No. Vika must be fine, but the robber never called again, so I had to think about it. And all this, to outsiders, is a play directed and performed by the Pseudo family. Kidnapping. Go abroad. Accident. It's completely the logic of saving people. Therefore, early in the morning, the person from the police department called again and said in a subtle way, You have gone too far. You kidnapped people, sent them to sea, caused shipwrecks, and wanted to let Vicar escape from trial. Too presumptuous. This way, Luo, she was embarrassed to say, Damn, this wasn't done by us at all. We were still looking for someone else, but the other party didn't believe it at all and even directly removed the inspections at each level. Have no choice. Things are getting more and more complicated, and Luo, she has a headache. Everything. They all originate from that person. Strict trial. Severe sentence. Yes. Unable to find anyone to vent his anger on, Luo, she blamed Lu Mao. No matter how good your relationship with Vika was before, you were the one who got it, and you had no background. As for your friends, snort. No one could save you. Bureau. Lu Mao had not slept a wink all night. He didn't understand what kind of power could make the Malaysian police treat him like this, as if they wanted to kill him. Talk about enemies. Phew. He is just a pimp. He pays attention to being friendly and making money, and rarely offends people. Of course, if you insist on saying that there's a lot of competition among peers, and even revenge from some girls who have been dragged into the water. Anyway, no clue. She is voluntary. Oh, but according to her description, you used violent means? I don't know this. Your reason cannot be accepted, even if you did not go to court. It provided a place for this case and an opportunity for the perpetrator to commit a crime. If you knew it but did not stop it, you are an accessory. At this moment, Lu Mao was devastated. Everything about sesame millet and sesame millet years ago had been dug up. It showed that a lot of effort had been put into it. If this continued, life imprisonment would be trivial. Maid, I provoked whomever I provoked. After asking, he finally met the lawyer. Only, he was greeted by a pair of sympathetic eyes. Mr. Liu, you have committed too many crimes this time. It is impossible to plead not guilty. At most, the sentence will be reduced by part of the sentence. In response, Lu Mao was also prepared. With so many things going on, it would be too difficult to plead innocent. How much can I lose? I heard. The lawyer thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure. It depends on how much compensation you offer. In addition to non-deductible cases such as Organization XX, your case is a violation case. The more compensation, the better. Of course. The premise is that your deposit is higher than the fine. He said. The lawyer looked at Lu Mao sympathetically again. He was Lu Mao's lawyer and had also received a greeting from the Pseudo family. Naturally, he knew that the Pseudo family did not want Lu Mao to come out of prison again. Therefore, it doesn't matter how much you pay, because there are too many charges in this prosecution, and the basic sentencing is very high. Even if the sentence is reduced according to normal procedures, Lu Mao will already be gray-haired when he is released after serving his sentence. And, speak from your heart, Lu Mao really deserves it. He has done too many bad things in the past few years. If you check it out, it's all a matter of fact. Alas, a long sigh. He had read countless people, so he didn't understand the meaning in the lawyer's eyes. He meant to go to jail. Even if he didn't, it was almost the same. Do you know who wanted me to go in? He raised his head. Lu Mao stared into the lawyer's eyes. He is not stupid. If the other party is really powerful, his lawyer will be a good bribe. If the court is too weak, he will be in bad luck. I don't know. The lawyer shook his head. There was no trace of color on his face. Just kidding. Doesn't this mean I've been bribed? Silly. There are some things that can be done but not said, and they can never be said. Who asked Lu Mao to get involved in a troublesome matter? Huh. Lu Mao smiled. Okay. I know. His voice became weaker and weaker. It seemed that he was really going to be a fool. He didn't know when Vika would come to see him. Tang Qing's affairs were so messed up that he made a mess again. Annoying. I'm leaving first. Yeah, get up. The lawyer was about to go back when he suddenly stopped and turned around. Lu Mao was thinking that the lawyer was going to give him some tips. Unexpectedly, he said, "Take care and stay calm when things happen." Take care? Calm down? I'll wipe it. Lu Mao felt a chill running down his spine. It was definitely not normal for a lawyer to say such things to him. In an instant, he imagined countless scenes in his mind, each one of which he used to enjoy. Could it be? Do you want to become a happy person? No, it can't be. Lu Mao's forehead was sweating. Think about it. It's really possible. What to do? I really want to escape from prison. The air outside is full of freedom. Look left, look right. Okay, I'm overthinking. Malaysia's economy is pretty good, and the police station facilities are very complete. Never mind. Not capable. Don't worry about it anymore. If you have the strength, you should think about who is going to mess with him. There is no sign at all for such a big move, and there is no show of force. Such an enemy is the most terrifying. Who is it? Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Tang Qing withdrew his gaze. It's raw. It's death. As luck would have it, Luo, she couldn't find Vika for a day, and Lu Mao was the one to vent his anger on. He was the type who got angrier the more he thought about it. If Vika didn't come back in the end, Lu Mao would definitely be worse off than dead. To this, Tang Qing was not sympathetic at all. It is benevolent not to add fuel to the fire. After watching a play, I got up, returned to my desk, and started my afternoon business. With a wave of my right hand, a long list was projected in the air. Look at the total. Tang Qing covered his forehead. Have no choice. This is his task list. Whenever he has a sudden idea and doesn't have time to do it, he adds it to this list. As time goes by, more and more ideas accumulate. 351. One a day. It also takes a year. Good thing. We have a lot of time and strong subordinates. If it weren't for the purpose of giving ourselves something to do, this list would have been cleared by soldiers with exaggerated execution efficiency. Sky Elevator. Very old. It's quite an interesting project. People are doing it in all countries, and whimsical and bold designs are constantly coming out. But the main problems are the same: cost and materials. For this kind of project, Tang Qing would like to say, just have fun. Really made. Just forget it. At least, it's really of no use to myself. This kind of project is originally designed to satisfy the science fiction dreams of some humans under low-tech conditions. Since it is difficult to reach the sky, why not build a road? Have this money. Sticking to power technology is not as good as building this thing. Therefore, designed by Tang Qing. Just to satisfy my love for design, if possible, I can produce a simplified version in the future for sightseeing. At an altitude of more than 10 kilometers, the picture is shocking enough. You could try it when you have some free time in the future. Sit down. Take out the pen. Swish, brush, brush. After a while of operation, an 8-claw-like base was formed. Under each claw, there was a foundation that was tens of meters deep. It was designed to be played anyway, without considering the cost, and was made as large as possible. Scan. Swipe. The projection appears in front of you. Look up. Hold your chin. According to the curvature of the upper part, calculate the stable height and automatically extend it. Tang Qing said. After saying that, he saw a huge concrete column with a very small inward arc starting to rise in the middle of the 8 claws. Soon, just broke through 1 kilometer. 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. It didn't stop until 15 kilometers away. At the tip, there was only 1 square meter left in the cross-section, and only one person could stand. After calculating the concrete volume again, Tang Qing waved his hand and threw away the plan. No way. More than three gorgeous dams can be built. Good thing. The fun of free design is just like this, constantly filling it with various whimsical contents. The process is more important than the result. Continue. The next one is still a pure concrete. Structure. Go sightseeing. Concrete is more reassuring, but strict calculations are needed. Otherwise, the cost of 100 million cubic meters of concrete, which is ultra-high standard concrete, is more than nearly 100 billion. Too expensive. Continue. One piece. Another one. Yeah, that's okay, keep it. You can have a revolving restaurant up there and eat on the clouds. It should be good. There is tempered glass under your feet. I think some people will be frightened when they see it. Let's add it to the skydiving project. Okay, that's it. The afternoon passed quickly. Yeah, Tang Qing put down his pen and smiled with satisfaction. It was another happy day. Suddenly, another message flashed before my eyes. Sure enough, there is someone above who can help. It turns out, Zero is still invited to this year's G20 Group of 20 Summit. Last year, in order for Zero to go to the United States, many financial groups tried their best to get the United States to send a summit invitation to Myanmar. This year, the situation is the same. Under the operation of capital, Zero was invited to participate again as a member of the observer country. Unlike Spain, which always goes to the meeting, this is an official invitation from the host country. Before that, it was the United States. This time it's the UK. But without any preparations, when the voices within the Western Consortium are inconsistent, it is difficult to pass actions against people like Zero. They were all enemies before, but now the situation has changed. In the short term, the internal divisions within the consortium are enough to prevent all drastic actions. This time, the British attitude is also very simple: to express goodwill. After all, many of Myanmar's lending countries are Commonwealth countries, and the younger ones benefit from it. As the older brother, he naturally has to show off. Take a seat, have some tea, have a chat. That's all. It's still interesting. Otherwise, Tang Qing also had to teach him a lesson. What does it mean to not eat the meat and make a mess? However, if he doesn't create trouble for him, he probably won't be able to live a happy life for a few more years. Brexit. A farce turned out to be true. It was true. Can play. Evening. Indonesia. Somewhere on the coast. Are you awake? When he woke up, Vika found that it was almost dark. Drowsily, countless memories came to mind, and the satisfaction of just waking up suddenly disappeared. With a grimace, he looked at the deserted coast not far away, and his heart sank again. Unlucky. Is there anything to eat? No. Waika opened her mouth, frightened by this answer. It couldn't be that she was going to starve him to death. She said she wouldn't kill him before, but she didn't say she wouldn't starve him to death, and the credibility of the previous sentence was still questionable. It's not ready-made, it has to be cooked, the other person added. Suddenly, the corners of Vika's mouth twitched. Could you stop being so naughty? Wait a moment. I saw. The other party brought a gas stove over, put the pot on, added water, lit the fire, and then fished out some fish and shrimp from a box on one side. Vika's eyes were gleaming when he saw it, and he dared to eat them raw. So hungry. Wait until cooked. Vika was dumbfounded. They were eating happily and had no intention of sharing any of the food. Brothers, I'm hungry too. Can you spread out a little bit? Hey, I almost forgot. Hearing this, Vika thought there was going to be something to eat. Which material? But they just said a word. I almost forgot to call and ask for the ransom. On board. The warm sea breeze blew by, but Vika felt cold at her heart. It was too much. He was ignored. He thought he had a share in the pot. Unexpectedly, they were just teasing him. Elder brother, learn about human rights. Subsequently, seeing the tall captain with a simple and honest smile on his face, Vika was frightened. This smile was so deceptive. God knew whether he would turn into a devil in the next moment. Want to eat? There was temptation in the voice. Yeah, Vika nodded vigorously. Then, sing a song, something cheerful. The captain smiled. Vika was speechless. Singing? I need to be happy. I was kidnapped by you. How can I be happy? It would be nice if he didn't cry. But looking at the other person's expression and not singing, he probably wouldn't be able to finish the meal. Gritting his teeth. Okay, I sang. All for food. Then, I sang a popular song at my best level and felt extremely ashamed. In the past, I would sing on special occasions or with women to express my joy. Now, but they are hostages. Pay attention to your expression and be professional. Yes. Smile. Yeah. That's it. Vika resisted the urge to put down her pick and persisted. He had played like this many times before, but at that time he was holding banknotes in his hand and facing beautiful women. Figure, appearance, effort, all top-notch. However, what happened just a few days ago seems like a long time ago. Here, the song ended, and Vika got the coveted fruits of labor. This method of exchanging food was similar to that of street vendors, but Vika suddenly felt a little happy. After hard work, you get rewarded, and that sense of satisfaction emerges faintly. Finished eating. Not full. Still want to eat? Yeah. Keep singing. No way. For food, Vika was just like those girls for their own money, posing and doing everything they could, but his purpose was just to eat, which he had never looked down on before. There is reincarnation in the way of heaven. Life. It's really full of it. Shocked. A song. Another song. Vika exchanged labor for food. Finally, I was mostly full before dark, and I was still full of joy, but the food was all gone. I thought I was going to spend the night here, but to my surprise. Get up. Get off the boat. The captain shouted. Where to go? Of course, to find a safe place. It's floating on the sea. How can we call and ask for ransom? Just now he said that he would be beaten, but he didn't. It would be terrible if it was positioned by satellite. After hearing this, Vika is helpless. You really are. You have farsightedness. Only, looking at the dark woods in the distance, Vika's heart trembled. Will he be killed by these people in the woods? Probably not. If you want to kill yourself, it would be more thorough to just tie up stones and throw them into the sea. There is no better place to bury someone than the sea. He breathed a sigh of relief. One jump. Step. Vika jumped onto a kayak and rowed toward the shore not far away. The moment he stepped on the beach, Vika was excited. He had been floating in the sea all night and spent half a day on the boat. It feels so good to be down to earth. Let's go. Oh, turning on the flashlight, everyone walked on a mountain road. At the end of the site, Vika noticed some lights flashing from time to time, like a highway. We walked on the rugged mountain road for nearly an hour. Finally, come to the roadside. At this time, there was a van parked there. It was a country dirt road, and there were very few vehicles passing by. Waika's plan to ask for help didn't work out. As for running away, forget it. I might hit a tree in the next second. The night is too dark. Come forward. The captain was chatting with each other. Patois. Vika didn't understand a word. He couldn't understand many of the Malaysian dialects, let alone the Indonesian side. He could only distinguish some simple sounds, which he heard from Indonesian girls. Pity. Just a few sentences, although touching, have no reference value. Finished. The captain turned his head and looked at him with a smile. Boy. You're lucky. Vika's mind was filled with questions. Lucky? What's your luck? Could it be that your conscience discovered that your evil thoughts disappeared? However, the captain's answer was, as always, beyond Vika's expectations. The stereo in the car is broken, and you have another chance to show off on the way. Don't worry, there will be food. After listening, the corners of Vika's mouth twitched. Oh, hee. My, where's the knife? This night, Vika collapsed. After singing for several hours, her entire vocal cords became mute. At this moment, he vaguely knew why the other party asked him to sing. It was not because he sang well, but because it damaged his voice. Think back to the beginning. He also asked a girl to sing like this. Hours. My vocal cords were broken. Almost irreversible damage. Only. Why? What's the reason? As a kidnapper, you should know that when asking for money, you must at least ensure that the hostage can be identified. My voice is hoarse. How can I confirm my identity on the phone? You can't take pictures, right? Early morning. Upon waking up, he was taken to a room. What? Vika was dumbfounded. Stool. Camera. Masked. This moment, he was a little broken. The scene was so familiar. It often appeared when certain people provoked the United States or demanded ransom. The emotion was not to take photos and kidnap, but to videotape. Besides, elder brother, what are you doing with a knife? I'm afraid. Sit on. The captain covered his face, pointed to the chair, and said comfortingly, don't worry. Just record a video and be more cooperative. It's best to look frightened and desperate. Yes, that's it. Keep it up. After hearing this, Vika had already sent greetings to his ancestors in his heart. Paralysis. The tip of the knife is touching my face. Can I not be frightened? This handsome face, although a little swollen from being beaten, is still better than most people's appearance, but it can't leave any scars. Yeah, let's get started. After that, ahem, cough twice. Then, by the way, what's your name? The captain lowered his head and asked. Vika. Vika was helpless. Okay. The captain nodded. Waika, remember. After saying that, he said to the camera, Waika's family, listen carefully. I have this kid in my hands. I want him to take good care of himself and pay for it. Otherwise, wow. Behind him, unprepared, Vika was doused with cold water. He jumped up immediately, and what was supposed to be a scream turned into a roar, and there was a pain in the throat. The double stimulation made Vika's face distorted. Brother, can you inform me in advance? I will cooperate honestly. Besides, are you holding the knife as a display? Scare is no better than a sudden bucket of ice water. You see, pay me honestly and don't call the police. Also, we only want old US dollars. 10 million. I'll give you 3 days to prepare. Very short. Waika didn't even let him say anything. He just hoped that his family could find out his location from the source of the video and carry out rescue. Humph, $10 million. His own value was far higher than that. But you untouchables have no right to spend. Malaysia. Manner. This is my son. After watching the video, Luo, she was stunned. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and his whole body was dirty. He looked miserable. What did Vika go through during the period after leaving the hospital? It became like this. Bang! The computer in front of me. Killed in action. Check, he yelled. Yes. Soon. The news came. Sir, in Indonesia, a newly registered email address, an internet cafe in a remote town. The Pseudo family has cultivated many professionals, and it is not difficult to find the source of the video. After listening, Luo, she thought, sure enough, we are not in Malaysia. Good thing. Vika is still alive and did not sink into the sea with the fishing boat, which is good news. The Pseudo family is not only powerful in Malay, but also in Indonesia. They directly ordered people to go to that town. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Who? Luo, she asked impatiently. Have you prepared the money? It's you. Luo, she gritted his teeth. He couldn't remember the voice. You're going too far. You did that to my son. I promised to prepare the money. Isn't it appropriate for you to do this? There was a confused voice from the other side. Moment. This time the transaction location has been changed. In Indonesia, 50 million is ready. Just follow the method I said. Listen. Luo, she was confused. He suddenly seemed to realize something. He couldn't help but be confused by his own guess. What's going on? 2 groups of robbers? Or this one was fake from the beginning? Hello. Is anyone here? Yes. Luo, she gritted his teeth. Shame. It's such a shame and humiliation that I was tricked by this wave of robbers before, allowing the real robbers to send Vikar away from Malaysia. As for the shipwreck, it may be a cover-up, who knows. 50 million. I'll give it. Luo, she didn't expose it. This person must be found dead. Refreshing. Then, the other party reported a place and how to pay. Okay. No problem. Okay. I just need my son to be safe. Luo, she hated it secretly, and her hands were trembling. I'm so angry that I've been fooled after working hard for a long time. When the time comes, this group of people must pay the price. This is natural. Beat. The other party ended the communication. After taking a long breath, Luo, she sat back on the sofa, his expression getting richer and richer. He was a damn robber and a damn liar. He simply bullied others too much and brought it upon the pseudo family. Now, all the major Malay families are watching, always thinking that the entrusted family directs and acts on their own. Whether they really think so or just want to see a joke is unknown. In short, we have to rescue him quickly. Besides, the culprit must be found as soon as possible. So annoying. Thinking of so many things, Luo, she had a headache. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. After breakfast, Tang Qing was basking in the sun in the yard. In March, the temperature was just right. Lin Jiaxue didn't go to work on Saturday. The news manager knew Lin Jiaxue's identity and didn't dare to make arrangements. Beep. The car horn sounded. Then, a red Xinhua drove in. The gasoline version was launched at the beginning of the year and sold almost like crazy. With low faults, high driving experience, good looks, and mid-range price, almost all new cars must be reserved. Second half of this year, the second generation Xinhua will be launched. To this, the outside world is looking forward to it, and it attracted a lot of attention at the auto show. It's just that it's still an electric version. The license for the gasoline version has also been sold to a Myanmar Asian car company, and it will go on sale half a year after the electric version. The only problem, it's plagiarism. Now, Xinhua has copied more than 3 models, mainly from some domestic manufacturers. If they make slight changes, they will not violate the law. Tang Qing is also helpless, and it is too disappointing. Copy, copy, copy. Can you get some energy? And forget about copying, but the copying is messy. This is what Tang Qing is more dissatisfied with. I'm not afraid of you copying, but I am afraid that my design will be ruined. Hi. Pushing the door open, a familiar figure got out of the car. All right, it's Zheng Ro. My family arranged an internship unit in Shanghai, bought a house, and equipped it with this car. I commuted to and from get off work every day, and my life was quite leisurely. I came here to have a meal. The beautiful name is accompanying Lin Jiaxue. That person from your family is gone? Tang Qing asked with a smile. That one. Naturally, he is Zheng Ro's boyfriend. He graduated from the military academy in 4 years and has been transferred to the Southern Fleet to serve. Maybe, in a few years, he will be able to serve on China's first aircraft carrier. He came to Shanghai a few days ago. These days, the two are tender and affectionate. We also came to the villa for dinner. He is a good person, has ideals, pursuits, ambitions, and abilities. With his abilities and the hard work of his family, the probability of becoming a general in the future is not small. I left yesterday afternoon. Zheng Ro said helplessly. Busy. Asking for leave this time is not easy. I'll go in first, he said. Zheng Ro entered the villa and chatted with Lin Jiaxue about secret whispers in her boudoir. Tang Qing continued to look at the sky, but his heart was racing everywhere. A large amount of information was collected every day, and even after screening, it was still a lot. Good thing, bad thing, happy event, tragedy, conspiracy, brilliance, sacrifice, accident. He could see the strategies at the top of the world, and he could also see the chaotic land, the deepest darkness of the world. The more he knew, the greater his power, and the more Tang Qing felt that his abilities were limited. Good thing, I don't have Mary's disease. Because of this, Tang Qing didn't feel serious about what happened to Vika at all. At least, he was still alive and well. Many people are no longer breathing, compared to the deepest evil in this world. Vika, it was a setback at best. It's basking in the sun. Suddenly, a message flashed before my eyes. 100,000. Not bad. Tang Qing smiled. It turned out to be the first day sales of the Anno 2 machine in North America. In China, the Anno 2 machine has been sold for some time, but overseas, communication products are severely limited. To this, there was cheering in the country. Because it was used before foreign countries, in today's world of smartphones, as the first landmark smartphone, Anno still has many loyal fans. All over the world. First, Once this name is taken, it will gain great advantages. As long as the quality of subsequent products is stable, it is certain to make money. Compared with the Anno first-generation machine, the Anno second-generation machine will naturally be improved. Appearance, performance, function. There is nothing to say about appearance. Powerful performance. Qualcomm's chips, ARM's architecture, and ERV series system all look foreign, but so what? Others think they are assembled. Strictly speaking, they are all self-produced. The feature updates are not small either. The addition of fingerprint unlocking has won the unanimous favor of users. It is precisely because of this that it is more difficult to enter the European and American markets, because it involves citizens' fingerprint information. It also took some effort. Just got it done. Now, the total global sales of the second-generation Anno phones have exceeded 7 million units, and the growth rate is much faster than that of the first-generation phones. As for the price, it is quite expensive, around $6,000, and the profits are as high as ever. 26%. Do the math. 7 million units, with profits exceeding 10 billion yuan. It can be said that among mass-produced smartphones, the profit margin is definitely the highest, and the profits of other mid- and low-end mobile phones can reach more than a dozen. And it is also continuously reduced in the price war. Previous life. The profits of major mobile phone manufacturers are almost single digits. Only Apple makes more than 20% and makes a lot of money. With a cash reserve of over 1 trillion yuan, it stands out among the rest. Incredibly moisturizing. Even if the market share of subsequent products continues to decrease and misunderstandings occur frequently, we can still live happily. If we don't make money or even lose billions of dollars a year, we can still lose money for 10 to 20 years. Many companies are so envious that they vomit blood. This life, although I can't completely copy it, I can still take advantage of it. USA. It's late at night. But on major social platforms, there is an endless stream of people showing off the phone, which was launched almost a month later than in Asia. Their mood is gloomy, as they are always the first to experience new products. To this end, many people wanted to buy it at high prices and even asked people to go to China to queue up to buy it. Customs also discovered a large number of cases of smuggling epic times into the United States this month, which blinded many people. Once upon a time, they were all brought by others from the United States. But they brought goods from China. The Anno 2 did not disappoint me. The packaging, appearance, performance, and details all made me love it. It also came with a cute mobile phone protective case. I like it very much. A girl posted a few photos. Box, accessories, pink mobile phone, and a Hello Kitty phone case. In the past, they don't have the concept of putting cases on mobile phones, but among Qingyuan Technology's official accessories, mobile phone cases and mobile phone films have actually become factory accessories. So, it was natural to accept it. Compare Apple, of Nokia. Sony only makes mobile phones, and Qingyuan Technology seems not to be doing its job properly. But no one thinks about it. If you think about it carefully, it is still the special nature of the era. The history of Qingyuan Technology is too short. Little to no technical background. Therefore, we do not classify it as a high-tech company, but as a technology integrator. If those old manufacturers even make mobile phone cases, they will probably be looked down upon by everyone. They will look ugly. And Qingyuan Technology sell miscellaneous, only in line with their psychological expectations. It feels really good. I prefer fingerprint unlocking and opening the screen in 1 second. That's right. This function is perfect, but it's a pity that the use here in the United States is too narrow. It can only be turned on, unlike China, which adds fingerprint verification for payment on the basis of mobile payment. At this point, there was another chorus of approval. Yes, IMB China's mobile payment. You don't need to carry money when you go out. I have to admit that the technology in the United States is very advanced, but at the commercial application level, it is unbelievably slow. In this regard, there are too many people complaining. Look, their commercial depth is simply changing with each passing day. If we look at the United States, we are still stuck in the same place when it comes to mobile payment issues. Even if we go to China, we feel like we have become low. But there are also objections. In the United States, mobile payment is still not suitable. After all, ask yourself, how many of you are using credit cards to spend, and how much are your bank deposits? This question touched the soul. Indeed, most Americans may not be able to withdraw as much cash as developing countries, and almost all of their purchases are made with credit cards. If they are used for credit card payments, mobile payment will be even more troublesome. But no matter how loud the clamor is, the banking groups still need to nod. Otherwise, mobile payment is difficult to take off in the United States. 300, 1,000, 1,002, 500. A deposit of this amount. I also move a piece of wool so I could take it out and touch it. As a result, everyone soon stopped worrying about this troublesome issue because they couldn't get rid of credit cards. You guys are so quick. I still have 5 days to reserve. 10 days, 7 days, 3 days, and there's a purchase limit. I can only buy 3 units. Those who got it can only show off, and those who haven't can only watch. Due to the delay in the overseas launch of the second-generation Ano machine, a large amount of inventory was directly poured into non-Western markets, resulting in a reduction in the originally planned supply. Therefore, reservations are required, and purchases are limited. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Basking in the sun and watching the discussions in Western countries, Tang Qing was very satisfied. Although it was the result of behind-the-scenes guidance, it was also based on solid quality and had been brewing for more than a year. Screen, videography, chip, battery. They are all top-notch on the market. ERV's Sirius system is much more stable, operable, and scalable than the previous version of Android. When combined, it's hard not to think it's excellent. Because it is the first landmark smartphone, it gives many people a preconception position. From now on, as long as the quality is not too bad or too salty, it will be easy to continue to make money. China. Early in the morning. I was instantly happy when I saw the news. Haha, congratulations to the American people for using the long-awaited mobile phone. In the past month or so, I have been very happy to see people smuggling Era products in the United States and asking friends to line up in China to bring the goods. Have a look. Our products have also taken off. What? Do all major parts come from other countries? What is this thing? Take advantage of others and make up for one's own shortcomings. This is passed down from generation to generation by our ancestors and written into textbooks. This is a lesson we will not forget. These years, introduction, learning, and progress, aren't they all absorbing the strengths of other countries? This is the skill. Therefore, such discordant voices were quickly drowned in the waves. These news simply gave him a face, and thus stimulated the sales of the domestic Era even more, although it was a bit expensive. But, just because of his long face, worth it. And, wouldn't it be better to go higher? If it's a bargain, how can we pretend to compare? It should be more expensive. If you want cheap ones, there's so many like Samsung, Huawei, ERV, Sony, Nokia. Don't be afraid of the price. As long as it makes sense. The quality of Ano's first-generation phones is even slightly better than that of current mid-range phones. It can be said that after more than a year of use, there are almost no quality problems. The appearance is also timeless. Preserve value. The after-sale service is also excellent and the charges are reasonable. Anyway, the price of about $6,000 is a bit expensive, but no one thinks it's not worth it. Do you think the sales of Ano's second-generation machine can exceed 50 million units this year? Hang, 30 million is promising. I think 60 million is also possible. The total global sales of the first-generation machine has exceeded 50 million. With the quality of Ano, there's a high probability that they will become fans. We can look forward to adding new users. That's the best. If it exceeds 50 million, how much can Tang Qing earn? Very quickly, someone figured it out. 70 billion. Not much. 70 billion. You also have to pay taxes and deduct costs, it seems. No, many people remembered that Qingyuan technology was still in the tax-free period and plus Ano 1 and Ano notebooks peripherals. Guaranteed 100 billion. Hold the grass. Wow. Thinking of my savings, my eyes turned red unconsciously. A lot of money. Thousands, billions. Living in a villa worth 30 million. I want to say, I am a fucking poor person, really. Bah, I want to be quiet. Haha. It's true that Tang Qing's wealth has refreshed my view of the world. Billionaires are outdated. In today's world, trillionaires are the ones who stand at the top. Oh, greedy face, great. 100 billion is still a profit. How enviable this is. A few years ago, the total assets of China's richest man were less than 100 billion. A few years later, they turned into the profits of a private enterprise. And it is still a company that has been established for several years. That's a lot. A miracle. Of course, NO is a bestseller all over the world, so it's strange that there aren't so many. And regardless of how much people earn and spend, the investment in the park will be a bottomless pit in the future that won't be filled up. Will it? No. Huh. No. If we don't get rid of it, scientific research will be a big hole. What's more, for a technology-rich man like Tang Qing, spending tens of billions a year on it will not matter at all. Just wait and see. Say this. Everyone gradually recognized it. Indeed, they have heard of Tang Qing's style. If you like it, you can ignore the cost. Other rich people don't have many hobbies to burn money on. Airplanes, yachts, manners, and dinners are worth billions. But playing with technology is really expensive. I like Tang Qing like this. Yeah, no bad habits, loves to study, and doesn't go to entertainment venues. Although he spends thousands of times more than the former, he spends it on the right path and supports it. Everyone's values are still normal. Scientific research lost 10 billion. Guaranteed to lose 10 million. Compare. Apparently, the former is understandably what people consider to be the right way. The latter touches the moral bottom line of most people. The value of morality cannot be measured by money. It's being discussed hotly. A piece of news came. I heard from its insiders that Xingyuan Technology is preparing to donate 10 billion yuan to improve the water quality of the Yellow River. 10 billion. Really or not? Damn. Handsome. Handsome is +1. Great kindness. I live by the Yellow River. Thank you. The management of the Yellow River has become a hot topic after the announcement from above a few days ago, but the management above is currently focused on consolidating the soil in oases. Also, that is to arrange monitors and then to demonstrate the possibility of establishing numerous treatment plants along the route. However, for the existing pollution, the authorities have not yet announced specific treatment methods and time. For a while, the news started going viral. Xingyuan Technology. Headquarters. There's someone on duty even on weekends. What? How come we don't know? Some employees were nervous. 10 billion, so much money the company can't afford, but if it is not the company's intention, but it is forced to donate. That's disgusting. This matter, but it has happened a lot. Although it has not happened to Xingyuan Technology, it has to be guarded against. So, I quickly asked the leader for instructions on whether to activate emergency public relations to deal with this matter. Otherwise, let ferment. Not donating will definitely affect the corporate image. Gritting his teeth. The company may donate some, but although it is a good thing, if you are forced to do it, you will never be happy. Soon, they all showed soothing smiles after receiving the reply. Real. It turned out to be true. Good. It's not just about being punished. Otherwise, allowing others to get their own way and losing one's own money can make people sick for a whole year. At the same time, I was also shocked by the handiwork of my company. It was 10 billion yuan, not 1 million yuan. Crazy. If it is used to pay bonuses. No, they shook their heads. Their consciousness should not be so low. They would still feel bad if the company had no money, but they were surprised by how rich the company was. Making money too fast. Too much. So much so, it actually makes people feel a little unreal. Last year, the company's profit was nearly 50 billion. Everyone had a good year. This year is expected to be even better with 10 billion. Anyway, if you don't donate, it won't fall into their hands. It will be used by the boss who is good at spending money. Think of this. There was another moment of helplessness. Tang Qing knew how to make money and spend money, but he could still spend a lot of money. I heard that he would invest huge sums of money to build 5 large and small smart space parks across the country this year. The location is determined. Beijing, Yancheng, the capital of Shu, Harbin City, Jiangcheng. It can be said that they're all large cities with a population of more than 10 million across China, east to west, north and south, each with its own industrial clusters and supporting educational resources, which is very suitable. Also, I heard that we're also planning to build several test bases, and the boss is also very good at playing with helicopters, satellites, and offshore drilling platforms. These projects are completely incompatible with the company's main business. But no one dares to question that their chairman is not wrong. Qingyuan Technology started its business by relying on technology, and the chairman invested heavily in it. They had no reason to feel bad. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Tang Qing glanced at it and smiled. Of course this was the news he had released. Otherwise, how could it have spread so quickly? The donation of up to 10 billion was unprecedented among Chinese private enterprises. Actually, it was also because he saw that there was too much money on the books, which could not be used up for the expansion of the park and this year's research and development. So he simply did some good deeds and improved the company's image. Who would dare to say that he was rich and unkind in the future? 10 billion. Just the beginning. Future. If necessary, you can add more. There is nothing wrong with the left hand and the right hand. As for other companies under the company, just think about it, because none of Qingyuan Technology makes money. Suddenly, Tang Qing, Zheng Rou's loud voice came from the living room. He pressed a button under the vice chair of the recliner with his finger, and the chair rotated to the right. He designed it to have many functions besides rotation. After a while, he will put this thing on the market for sale. I saw 2 women walking out. What? Look at the news. Qingyuan Technology is going to donate 10 billion. Zheng Rou asked in surprise. 10 billion. It was still cash, and the first thing she thought of was that it was a scam. Yes, Tang Qing admitted. All right, I thought too much. Even if there was a fraud, Tang Qing would probably be willing to spend 10 billion yuan to improve the water of the Yellow River. This guy knew how to make money, and he was also a master who didn't take money seriously. Earn hundreds of billions a year. Donate tens of billions. The proportion is not much, but the quantity is really large. It is estimated that many large companies are thinking about whether to keep up at this moment. Otherwise, if Tang Qing reaches 10 billion, they will not show any sign. Not suitable. That's fine. Some companies usually make so much money, so they should do something good. Only donate it to the Yellow River. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. For other rivers, the country has not officially started yet. We will donate when the time comes. Could it be? Are you also planning to donate to the Yangtze River? That's right. 10 billion, just the Yellow River and its tributaries. Depending on the situation of other large rivers, it is obviously impossible for one to be worth 10 billion. After all, you have been asked to do everything. What about the boss? The country is short of money? Of course not bad. Therefore, it depends on the specific situation. Zheng Rou sighed. I sighed in my heart. Tang Qing's consciousness was as high as ever, and he made big moves at every turn. Just like its wealth, others can only look up and see that it is out of reach and the gap is too big. Take a look at China's rich list. Horrible. Tang Qing excelled, and the second place was only a fraction of that. Today, when millionaires are still the envy of most people, a net worth of more than 2 trillion yuan is so shocking. It seems that everyone does not live in the same world. Even divided by 10,000 times. 200 million. It's also a huge sum of money. Well, let's go shopping. You can bask in the sun. Here, looking at Tang Qing, it is easy to lose balance. Okay. After that, the 2 women went out together. In the courtyard, Tang Qing continued to bask in the sun, finishing the front and then the back like a salted fish. At this time, the phone rang. Mom, you kid, are you too generous? I asked as soon as I came up. There were 2 words written in Tang's mother's voice, distressed. 10 billion yuan, what a huge amount of money. She donated it as soon as she said it would be donated. It was not that she objected, She just wanted to find Tang Qing to relieve her mood. Recall, 4 years ago, they are still earning an income of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a year. Spending 10,000 yuan would make you feel distressed for a long time. But today, my son quietly donated 10 billion yuan, which is really powerful. It's not bad. Tang Qing chuckled, still laughing. He said. Mother Tang also laughed and asked, can Qingyuan Technology really earn 100 billion this year? It was only when she saw this in the news that she thought so openly. Otherwise, she would have been really distressed for a long time. 100 billion. Be good. This is cash. Almost, Tang Qing said. Cell phone, computer, tablets, peripheral accessories, software. Each of the 5 major businesses is very profitable, and the profit margin is far higher than that of most peers. Especially after Apple's third-party developer software commission, it can be said that money is being made while breathing. If you don't learn, you won't learn. Certainly, it's definitely not as profitable as Apple in the previous life. That's for sure. Apple's appearance can be said to be extremely ugly. 30% is deducted for playing games, live streaming, and spending recharges. Simply, if Qingyuan Technology did this, it would have been scolded on the hot searches. Are there really so many? Tang's mother was surprised. Yeah. Then use it to pay off the debt quickly. Her logic is very simple. The debt ratio of some of Tang Qing's companies is not low. The 3 listed companies are okay, but most other companies are still carrying debt. This life, she didn't like owing money anyway. At the end of last year, I heard Tang Qing say that the liabilities of its various companies exceeded 150 billion renminbi, mainly Hummingbird Commercial Reserve and Wanqi Mining. One builds a warehouse. One built a steel plant and bought minerals on a large scale. Then, she kept this account in mind. She owed the bank more than 100 billion, which was too scary. Hear the words. Tang Qing chuckled lightly. Mom, no, the bank won't urge you, so don't worry. Just kidding. Why should you pay back the money you borrowed, based on your ability? Besides, if you pay it back as soon as possible, the bank won't be happy. Really? Of course. Then keep it. You'll have to pay it back later. You can't save it. What are you going to do? That's 100 billion. Mother Tang was startled. There's a lot of room to spend. The Smart Space Park needs to build branches, plus test bases. Each of them requires a lot of investment. There's also a scientific research investment of 100 billion, and at most 20 billion will be left. That's right. There's also a year-end bonus. After it is paid out, it is estimated to be over 10 billion. Opposite, Mother Tang opened her mouth. This was 100 billion. After a few words, it was almost bottomed out. Although the remaining 10 billion was quite a lot, compared to 100 billion, it was only 1 out of 10. Before, if you spend money on your children, you can also save a little. Now the money is earned by the children and used for the development of the company, which makes people speechless. In the end, they have no choice but to ask, it won't have any impact after spending it, right? No, Tang Qing affirmed. Influence? There also. That is to let the world see his wealth again. One listen. That's good. Mother Tang could only believe that the main reason was that the changes were too fast. For years ago, the Tang family was just a humble family, with a tile-roofed house in the village and a clothing store of about 20 square meters. Still selling no-name brands. Now, things that were previously unimaginable are now within reach. No matter what luxury car or villa, they can only be regarded as inconspicuous things in front of his son's wealth, and nothing he can't afford. Hang up the phone. Continue. After drying the front, dry the back. USA. Apple headquarters. Alas, seeing the anno's sales data, Jobs felt extremely complicated. He thought he had achieved great success, but unexpectedly, the anno came out of nowhere and crushed Apple's first-generation machines into rubbish. It's really scum. Appearance, performance, application, system. After the first-generation Apple machine was completely destroyed, the press conference that I had high hopes for turned out to be a joke in comparison. I have to admit that the Anno 1 machine is not comparable to Apple at that time. After, one step away, step-by-step difference. Anno has been so successful that it firmly occupies the concept of the first smartphone in people's minds. It also has a super good experience and has won unanimous praise from users and is a global hit. Such data. Excellent. However, if the Anno 1 machine is launched by Apple, Jobs is confident that sales will be more than double that of the current Anno, and the acceptance in Western countries alone will have an explosive effect. Jobs, you will be able to ascend to the altar. However, everything is hypothetical. After Apple was fooled by Epic, it is too difficult to achieve. Compared with performance, the United States has ERV, an unreasonably strong company that controls the core of microprocessors. Architecture. The chip design capabilities are also first-rate. Also, the Sirius system is the system that completely destroyed Apple. As a result, Apple's mobile phone has no advantages except for selling feelings. Now Apple has made Steve Jobs confused. There's no way to break through. Google, Microsoft, they are all making mobile phones, and these are all around them. Major foreign mobile phone manufacturers have not stopped either. In just 1 year, high-end, mid-range, and low-end competitors have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Era of success. I don't know how many people have the illusion. I can do it too, even if I don't have technology or a factory. Just one word. Chaos. A breath of cold air. Headache. Although the cancer has been cured and there is no need to die, the current situation seems to be more worrying than death. Looking up, there's an iron wall. Even if there are gaps, if you get in, God knows what they are. Or, imitation era? Alas, Jobs smiled bitterly. Imitate. The outside world would not know that he had been forced into this situation. Apple has always been a pioneer, but it actually made him want to imitate it. It really made him helpless. It was too difficult for me. Internal. Outside world. Own. Everyone is dissatisfied with Apple now. With Era, Qing technology has strongly entered the computer field, including PCs, notebooks, and tablets. Every product has achieved great sales, which is so annoying. Established 3 years ago. There is no technology. There is no factory. Being able to achieve such an achievement just by relying on technology integration made Jobs feel a strong sense of crisis. The speed of change in the future world far exceeded the limit of his imagination. The global division of labor promotes technological development and lowers the barriers to entry, indirectly making the rise of integrated technology providers inevitable if this model penetrates into various fields. God, covering his head. Really? The future is full of uncertainty. Think about it. In the future, a company will want to produce something. As long as the process, parts, and materials are standardized, there is no need for R&D technology at all. Only solution integration and marketing are required. Cell phone, computer, furniture, home appliances, even cars. Entry barriers to a large number of industries have been lowered. The era of mass customization will eventually come. Forget it. Let's survive the fierce market competition first before thinking about anything else. Back to topic. Imitate. Still, original? Since the era of the first generation, there have been peer models. Facts have proved that the effect is good. The appearance of the first generation is really good. With a few changes, it has a good appearance. Lower your head. Looking at the Anno 2 phone in his hand. Rose gold, curved frame, the appearance is better than the first generation. Even in Apple's appearance library, you can't find anything better than this, and some of them overlap. This is inevitable. Cell phone. It's just that big, so the operating space is limited. Thickness, frame, length, width, camera position. Even if we use the exhaustive method to design these things, it is not difficult to match the same design as the Anno 2 machine. However, others just came up with it first, and other people's can only be regarded as imitations. Very helpless, very realistic. A long time. Jobs still shook his head. If it loses innovation, will Apple still be Apple? What's the point of coming back on your own? There are 2 roads, so just take the harder one. It will make you feel better. Algeria, desert. Wanqing mining North Africa, industrial park. Get your cell phone. Instantly. The living area is bustling. Although Algeria is not a Western country, it is just across the Mediterranean Sea from Europe, almost at the doorstep, so it is inevitable to be affected. It's finally here. Ha, I got it. It's so beautiful. The company is great. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Now, when Europe and the United States open up sales, companies can ship large quantities from China. Otherwise, even if they are distributed to employees for free, it is illegal. The main reason is that there are too many, nearly 2,000. Get it? Everyone was beaming because the company said that after receiving the second-generation era, the 3-year ownership limit for the first-generation era phone was directly reduced to 1 year. That is to say, immediately. The work phone that was issued before belongs entirely to them. Happy. Working in such a company, even in the desert, makes people feel comfortable. The company's benefits are nothing short of great. Life is no worse than in China, but the salary is much higher than in China. Security building. Signature. Withdraw. Receive. Chu Sheng held the phone and looked at it repeatedly, with a flash of affection in his eyes. After waiting for more than a month, if the company didn't send it out, he was ready to buy a few. He didn't expect the company to be so impressive. 1 for each person. 1 word. Trench. Go out. Chu Sheng drove toward his residence in a car. It was not a bulletproof SUV from the security department, but an ordinary off-road vehicle. The company provided it to the management here. As the deputy manager of the security department, he had this qualification. Looking out the window, Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. A year ago, it's still a vast desert, desolate and uninhabited. After a year of hard work, it has begun to take shape. The construction of various factory buildings is almost completed, and the planned roads have been completely repaired. At the same time, the oasis makes everything green. If you don't drive a little further, you won't think you're in a desert. It is precisely because of the equipment installation stage that he has to travel to Algiers 4 times a month. Escort equipment. A 4-day trip. Back and forth, it lasted 20 days, which was quite fulfilling. What a pity. The construction of the Sahara Desert Railway, which Algeria borrowed from Myanmar, has just started. It will be at least 2 years before the train is put into operation. Otherwise, the transportation of equipment will be much more convenient, and there will be no need to deposit money. Same. Sky Eye Group, Comet Group, Shengtang Group, Microcrystalline Technology, Hummingbird Store. Almost all of Tang Qing's companies provide mobile phone benefits. Everyone has one, free of charge. No, major companies paid money to Qingyuan Technology and followed normal financial procedures. Only, the payment cycle is a bit long. Those with money gave cash directly, such as Microcrystal Technology and Comet Group, who readily gave the full amount. As for those who are short of funds, you can use it first and wait until you have money. To this, Qingyuan Technology naturally has no objection. Same boss. All brothers. Little things. Normally, there's a lot of cooperation between everyone. Tianyan is the steward of Qingyuan Technology. Comet Group is the advertising platform. Zhongyu Special Guard is responsible for the company's security, and Shengtang provides the company's uniforms. Hummingbird is the company's only logistics provider. Do the math. It's all a close, cooperative relationship. In the past, at the first joint annual meeting, Qingyuan Technology was almost a fool. In a few years, it became the largest company under Tang Qing. A sense of pride arose spontaneously. 2 days later, High Province, a deserted beach. Tang, this is a nice place. Pointing in front of him, Tang Kai said with a smile, it's only 3 kilometers away from my shipyard. The water depth is very suitable as a testing base for your underwater equipment. Here, his shipyard can also be seen in the distance. Since we only build small tonnage ships, the requirements for workshops and other equipment are relatively low. So far, only the final decoration is left. No, I knew that Tang Qing wanted to set up an underwater equipment testing base. Volunteer. Propose this place. Close. Good care. Otherwise, being a solitary shipyard, it also feels a bit deserted. Not bad. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. The test base is mainly for testing some projects of Qingyuan Technology, such as underwater sightseeing boats. Of course, the test base must be built on the beach with few people. Testing of the aircraft takes place in Nova Scotia. Also, we still need some comparative environments. In total, the number of test bases will not be less than 10 in the future, and they will all be large. I am used to seeing the huge training area, and I really don't like small ones. Okay, let's settle here. On the spot, Tang Qing made the decision not to build anywhere. This place is located at the southern end of Hainan province. The water quality is good, there are few people, and there are few routes. The area of testing sea area that can be applied for is large, which saves a lot of trouble. One listen. Tang Kai laughed. Let's go. Next stop. After a while, we arrived at the shipyard. The facade was very luxurious. As soon as we entered the door, we saw a very sci-fi yacht shape. Of course, this was a model and designed by Tang Qing himself. Streamlined appearance. Big, high, long. The deck has 3 levels. There is also an apron. The cost of building such a model is a full $3 million because it is made of full materials and is not just some iron sheets welded together to make up the money. Except for some expensive equipment, the interiors are all real. One sentence. Not short of money. Going around the yacht, there is a straight avenue leading to the seaside. There are flowers on both sides of the avenue, and there's also a huge exhibition hall. Looking in through the transparent glass, it is temporarily empty. But a few months later, there were exhibits here. On the way, Tang Kai looked left and right and sighed in his heart. A few years ago, he would never have thought that he, who was selling jewelry, would actually start building ships a few years later, involving more than 10 industries. Everything, like a dream, too fast. The process is so incredible. Myanmar, 0. Tang Qing, Guangzhou. The interweaving of various people and things brings reality to the forefront. How? Okay. Tang Qing could not say that he designed it himself. Although it's a bit out of the way, it's clean. Tang Kai said that the 4 seasons are like spring and the trees are lush. Anyway, it is used to assemble yachts and high value-added products, so the requirements for industrial clusters are greatly reduced. Shipping fee only. Small money. Blue sea. Blue sky. Beach. It's completely different from the average person's concept of a shipyard, and it makes you feel comfortable just looking at it. Since it is only assembled and has minimal impact on the surrounding environment, High Province readily agreed to the implementation of the project. Around, many employees saw them. For a while. Get lively. Look, Tang Qing. Where is it? Wow, it's really it. It's the first time I see a real person. Take a quick photo. Some took out their mobile phones and clicked them a few times to keep them as souvenirs. They also posted to WeChat moments and said something. Tang Qing was not easy to see. Suddenly, the message section exploded. Hold the straw, Tang Qing. Where is this? High Province. Why is Tang Qing going to High Province? Take a look. Explain quickly. This is a shipyard in Hainan Province. It is an industry of the Tang family. From now on, it will mainly produce yachts. Yachts will be on a market by the end of the year at the latest. Companies other than Tang Qing did not pay much attention to it. That's it. Yacht. Can't afford it. Can't afford it +1. Eat melon. In the excitement, it didn't take long for the news that Tang Qing went to High Province to spread. It didn't take long for a post called Tang Qing finally went down the mountain to become a hot topic. Hot. The word downhill is well used. Incisive. Since the beginning of the new year, I have been to Shanghai Park, going to and from get off work. As the richest man in China and the second richest man in the world, his every move has attracted much attention. Even if his chopsticks fall to the ground, he will become a hot search. Compare and see. Tang Qing is the most homely. Have a look. Other bosses were busy flying all over the country, holding various meetings, traveling domestically and abroad, and were extremely busy. On the other hand, Tang Qing was just walking around home and in the park, and was very homely. But it won numerous praises. To this, other business owners rolled their eyes. Not running? What to eat and what to drink. I think everyone is like Tang Qing, with enough money to use as firewood. If I had Tang Qing's money, I wouldn't run away. I would refuse any meeting. Wouldn't it be fun to fish at home? Pity. I can only think about it. It is too difficult to obtain Tang Qing's wealth. The weather, convenient location, people, and both are indispensable. At the early stage of the development of mobile internet, we launched ERA and opened the era of mobile internet. With this, we gradually ascended to the throne. It has a favorable geographical location and is backed by a market of more than 1 billion people in China. People, and naturally, it's Tang Qing's relationship. Overseas, domestic, they are all very good. For example, relying on Tang Kai, getting in touch with Mian Yao, and having the holographic projection of microcrystalline technology. As for domestic relations, let alone the comic group. A true top line. It can be said, take advantage. Future. Even if they want to break the bank, it is difficult for them to see the emergence of another era with huge opportunities like the mobile internet era. Naturally, it is still a dream to catch up with Tang Qing's wealth. Once you have this idea, go home. Looking at the Forbes China Rich list, all ambitions have come to naught. First place, Tang Qing is worth more than 2 trillion yuan. Second, third, fourth, 100. Altogether, none of them are as rich as Tang Qing. Even if there are many invisible rich people. So what? The reality is already so cruel. Do you want to dig deeper and experience how cruel it is? Forget it. Oh, it's unbelievable to think about it. The first place is more than the sum of the second to the 100th place. Is this still the real world? I feel like my worldview is almost unbearable. It's only been more than 4 years. More than 2 trillion. Do the math. China has a population of more than 1 billion, and each person contributes 1,600 yuan. Taking into account children, fathers, and the elderly, as a compromise, each family in China must spend 10,000 yuan to surpass Tang Qing. Think of this. Envious. High province. Shipyard. Tang Qing has arrived at the dock area. Its shape is completely different from that of ordinary docks. It is semi-enclosed, eggshell-shaped, and can be peeled off from middle. In terms of use, it actually doesn't have much effect. Just looks good. Nature. It is also done by Tang, and it is considered a face-saving project because these are for display. Customers must be in a good mood when they see a shipyard like this, just like a transparent kitchen. G. Press the button. The curved roof began to crack on both sides, and as light came in, it shrank layer by layer. It took a full 2 minutes before it completely separated and turned into an open-air dock, which had a very sci-fi feel. Yeah. Okay. Not bad. I'll work on a different shape then, Tang Qing said with a smile. There's also an eggshell in front of him in the training area, but it is bigger, and the transformation process is not that simple. Very complicated, but it is very beautiful. You can see countless patterns rotating. As for why you don't learn it, it is because it is not allowed in reality. There are domestic construction safety regulations. The more complicated it is, the longer it will take to pass. Therefore, just made a simple version. All around, the tool racks are filled with various toolboxes, which are very neat. Although not a single spare part for the yacht has arrived, the shipyard equipment has almost arrived and is just waiting to start work. Also, the preparation work was not over yet. The yacht was divided into dozens of parts. Orders were placed with different parts factories, requirements were passed on, prices were agreed upon, and some were even produced. Just waiting for delivery. Soon, it will get busy here. Second uncle. Pointing to the wall in the distance. I think it's directly connected. Starting from that wall, 5 kilometers to the west, by them all. Tang Qing said angrily. Others by land, based on acres, but he directly talks about kilometers. It's not expensive anyway. Deserted beach. Unmanned. How expensive can it be? Okay. Tang Kai said happily. He asked again, but it is so big, can it be used up? 5 kilometers, if the depth is 500 meters, is also 2.5 square kilometers. Not to mention the test base, the airport runway can be built. There are as many as there are. Okay. Tang Qing smiled and nodded. Testing, maintenance, assembly, and living all require space. I'm going to dig a very large pond. This way, I can avoid always applying to relevant departments during testing. In my mind, Tang Qing already has a plan. 200 meters wide, 3 kilometers long. Big enough, wide enough, long enough. You can play in any way. The sea in China is not that easy to swim in. The water equipment is okay. The key is the underwater equipment or the large man equipment, because it is similar to a submarine. How old is it? Tang Kai asked curiously. Which material? After hearing the specifications, I was speechless for a while. All right, calculating it this way, a 5-kilometer-long area seems really small. As long as Tang Qing likes it. Since he has money anyway, Qingyuan Technology's profits this year may exceed 100 billion yuan, which is enough to make 3 melons and 2 dates. A pond. Big though, but it can cost at most 1 or 200 million. Tonight, as soon as you close your eyes and open it, Tang Qing's enterprises will make money. If you calculate it carefully, every breath you take will bring in 10,000 yuan. Scary. Now that I've decided, I'll contact the county. Soon, someone from the county. He was still the leader. When he saw Tang Qing, he was very enthusiastic. When he heard that he wanted to buy such a large piece of land, he agreed without thinking. All year round, there are no companies investing here. Finally, Tang Kai was born. I am happy. Now, even Tang Qing is coming, which is great news. With his start, will other companies follow? I can't say for sure, but I can still look forward to it, and it makes me happy just thinking about it. Don't worry. We will definitely give you the best discount. He promised. Discount? Truth. He wanted to give away the land for free, but it was useless to put it there anyway. Although the test base was not a productive enterprise and would bring almost no tax revenue, it did bring project construction after all. There is construction. There is GDP. Nature. There will be results. I don't know. How much is the investment? 500 million. Yes. Shocked. With 500 million yuan, their county could complete the 10-year mission. They were so excited that they blushed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your support of our county. This amount of money is really beyond expectations. Jealous? Land price increase. Don't dare. Who is the identity of the person in front of me? He dares to play like this. He can change places in minutes. I don't know how many provinces and cities will come to rob him. What they want to rob is not the 500 million, but the connection with Tang Qing. Once this happens, the province won't just watch. They will definitely question him. Tomorrow, a team will go to the county. You can discuss it in detail. Okay. Even happier. Really, Tang Qing's work efficiency is as high as rumored. If he wants to do something, he can do it immediately without any ambiguity. After that, he rushed back to the county and informed other county leaders of the great news. Tang Qing. Really? Of course, he said it himself. Great. Worth celebrating. The county was shocked. Although Tang Qing is young, he has an excellent reputation. Since he said it personally, there will be no changes. He is really lucky. When he sits at home, investments fall. From the sky. Still a lot of money. Then, you report to the city again, but it's not a formal report. After all, we didn't even talk about it. It was just a routine talk. Otherwise, it would obviously not be in line with the rules to have to wait until the project is implemented before you talk about it. Are you sure? Sure. Well done. We must make this happen. Understood. The land transfer price is just a nominal fee. Yes. The city was also happy and warned him. Then, reporting to the province, the instructions were still the same. The investment must be implemented without any mistakes. Although it is just a testing base, it is also a high-tech test and is very valuable. It didn't take long. Word spread. Sure enough, Tang Qing didn't go there for fun, but for work. I feel sorry for my Tang Tang. 50 million, is that much? What do you think? Well, in the past few years, tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of investments have been made, and I'm almost numb. This sentence expresses the sentiments of many netizens, commonly known as Tang Qing effect. It used to be difficult to deal with the sea. Yes, that's the feeling. However, I really want to know what will be tested at the test base, and why is it on the seaside? When it comes to test ships, isn't his second uncle's shipyard ready-made? I don't understand. Same as above. Whatever, it must be interesting. What I like most is Tang Qing's idealism. Last year, he said he would build an unmanned supermarket. Not even half a year has passed, and I heard that all major shopping malls are being renovated. So fast. Yes. In Tang Qing's words, this is born for idealism, and there's a high probability that it will lose money. After it goes online, everyone will try to support it so that this kind of idealism can last longer. Definitely. Definitely. Go with us. I also want to experience it. Wish. This word is really well used. What people want is what the heart wants. There was support. Last year, on the opening day of the park, Tang Qing said that the unmanned supermarket project was not to make money, but to do some interesting things and use wishes to interpret the culture of the park. Now, half a year has passed, and the project has entered a substantial stage. Real. Too fast. Caught off guard, yet extremely looking forward to what interesting products Tang Qing's test base will have. They believe it must be extraordinary, because Tang Qing has never walked an ordinary road. Shipyard. Seaside. Breathing the sea breeze and eating lunch. The shipyard designed by Tang Qing was naturally nothing to say. The canteen was made the same as the restaurant. Tang Kai was not short of money and built everything without any changes. While eating, Tang Qing looked at the excitement. After solving mobile payment, unmanned supermarkets only need to solve two problems. First, the transaction commodity identification system, and second, anti-theft. There are not many technical difficulties, so the progress is very fast. As planned, at the end of April, the day before the May Day holiday, 36 unmanned supermarkets will open, mainly in major provincial capitals and municipalities, most of which are set up in Jinghua Plaza. Rent-free. In this way, the loss will be less. Unmanned supermarket. Truth. Is a good business model, but a good business model does not necessarily mean good results. After prosperity, it is easy to collapse. Therefore, Tang Qing did not prepare for large-scale rectification. 36 families. Just right. Province, including Taiwan Province. Autonomous region. Municipalities. Special district. 34 in total. Qingyan City, as my hometown, of course has to get one. The last quota was placed in the capital city, which is called the capital, so 2 families were occupied. In this way, it could be considered as covering the whole country, mainly to give everyone an experience. In this way, maybe they can still make a profit because they are all built in large shopping malls with a lot of people flow. Even if there is some loss, the profit from other products should be able to make up for this shortfall and sustain it. Future. Someone will definitely imitate. As for the results, is good, is bad, Tang Qing doesn't need to care. He just wants to make more interesting things in the world by building unmanned supermarkets, rather than casting a net to make money. 36, a pretty good number. 6636. Nationwide coverage. Foreign? Forget it. He wanted the Chinese people to experience it, not the people of the world. Eating. Suddenly, Tang Kai pretended to be mysterious and said, Tang Tang, let me tell you something. Tang Qing looked up. A few days ago, a son of a big family in Malaysia was kidnapped. I heard that he was accidentally kidnapped while still in custody. After traveling to 2 countries, there were 2 groups of robbers. It is quite legendary. From a version he heard, the word legend. Enough to describe. It can be described as bad luck. Hearing this, Tang Qing smiled from the bottom of his heart. Don't I know this? Watch the live broadcast every day. But he still pretended to be unaware, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Really? It's so chaotic over there. I guess he did too many unscrupulous things. In Malaysia, that person's reputation is not very good. He often does some outrageous things. If he is not protected by his family, he would not dare to do this. Prodigal son. Tang Tang. You must do a good job in educating your children in the future. Tang Kai muttered to himself. The Tang family only pointed at Tang Qing. He did not plan to have a second child. Having a daughter was enough. As for family property, little things. It's not time for me to leave an inheritance yet. Even if I leave it, I won't leave it completely to my daughter. Instead, I will set up a family fund. Otherwise, God knows which brat will take it away and deceive me. No way. Once people have something that is coveted by others, it is easy to overthink it. Money, right? Color. For example, if a beautiful woman sees someone pursuing her, her first thought is this person coveting my beauty? It's not that I really want to think too much, but I'm forced by reality. Growing up, I saw so much that I had to think this way. Same. Money, right? With these two things, the same is true. In his life, there will be many people who want to get close, not one by one, but in groups. The more money, the more people will make plans. Sincerity is enough. Then, when I was young, I felt that in the bloody dramas, the reason why the rich separated their daughter and her poor boyfriend was malicious speculation. It was because of being rich and unkind. It was the ugly face of the rich, and it was the rich's lack of humanity. Take a look now. All right, in this world, after all, the butt determines the head, and the position determines the attitude. From another perspective, having the same life experience will only make him more ruthless. For example, now, Tang Qing has to worry. Well, Tang Qing sighed. That's enough. Have a baby. Give birth to a girl. They all have to worry about this problem. They have things that ordinary people don't have, and they also have worries that ordinary people don't have. Looking at Tang Qing, fortunately, they have been related to Lin Jiaxue since childhood. Tang's father and Tang's mother didn't have this problem. Yeah, Tang Qing said perfunctorily. Child, it's early. I am not ready to be a father yet, and it is impossible to have an accident. As for the education of my children, it is not a big problem. Personality is shaped by the environment and experience, and it is trivial to set up a situation. Soldiers are experts. Strong, independent, autonomy, optimism, modesty, mild wisdom. Although it feels a bit weird, it is better than growing crookedly and causing harm to society. My own power is destined to be able to cover up even if the sky is broken by future generations. But what's the point of that? Want to live? Just give birth to a baby that is beneficial to society. Speaking of education, should we invest in it? Tang Qing stopped his chopsticks. Okay, any suggestions? You can make money no matter what. In the future, the education industry will grow faster and faster. This concept of not letting children lose at the starting line will give this industry huge opportunities. Tang Qing drank the juice and said calmly, educate. Even before his rebirth, it was still growing at a high speed, and it will get faster and faster. Various cram schools and training institutions have appeared in large numbers. In the future, this is an enduring industry. Hear the words. Tang Qing fell into thinking and murmured, English, forget it, I don't like English, and some people do it very well. Homework, no, it's just a bad memory. Shaking his head, he wanted to educate, not create a place for everyone to suffer. If it could bring more joy and more value, that's better. Musical instrument, she seems to be quite tired from studying. Not so good. A long time. Tang Qing raised his head and looked at Tang Qing expectantly. Tang, you said, how about only doing extended education and training? Those extracurricular tutoring in Chinese, mathematics, English, and postgraduate entrance examinations are too uncomfortable. If anyone else, of course, if you have money, make it. But the Tang family is short of money? Oh, just kidding. My assets are worth hundreds of billions and are still growing steadily. I can choose not to make some money. That's what I think. I mainly do extended training for all age groups. Safety, habits, skills, communication, collaboration, outdoors. Tang Qing became more and more excited. Tang Qing smiled slightly, nodded, and agreed. As long as his second uncle likes it, he can make whatever money he wants as long as it doesn't break the law. Besides, this is indeed a good industry direction. The training is really English-based, has no characteristics at all, and is not interesting at all. Okay, it can be done. Support. Seeing Tang Qing's support, Tang Qing smiled even more happily. With a lot of money, it is not easy to make some happy money. That's good. I'll ask Tianyin to come up with a plan when I get back. It has become a habit to go to Tianyin for business matters. Okay, eat enough. Drink enough. The two of them were wandering around the beach. The water quality here was pretty good, much better than that in Sanya. It was relatively primitive. There was also a beautiful shallow sea reef area, which was an absolute treasure for diving. Pity. Too biased. No one comes to develop it. Only shipyard employees can come and play. It's not as good as our island. Finished shopping. Tang Qing commented with a smile. Water quality. Reef. Coral. Beach. They're all top-notch over there. Hearing this, Tang Qing shrugged. First, it is close to the land. Second, it is close to the shipping route. Third, it has not been specially modified, so there is naturally a gap. Pity. It's been a long time since I bought it. The number of times the Tang family has been there can be counted on one hand. Same. Sanya's Sea View Villa has been deserted for almost a year. I'm going to stay there tonight, but I don't know how long it will be before I come back next time. After continuous efforts, he finally lived the life he despised in his previous life. Don't say it. It feels pretty good. 3 o'clock. The two got into the car and headed towards Sanya. We also got off the plane from Sanya when we came here. It's not that far from there. Even if we go slower, we could drive there in about 3 hours. If it's quick, it takes just over an hour. Business as usual. A marching car. There are multiple escort vehicles, not special vehicles. Tang Qing had not had the luxury of arriving in Hainan for a day, so he transported a vehicle, which was still rented. Zhongyu Special Guard has a special car rental business here. After all, there are many wealthy people who come to Sanya to travel. Thinking about it. Okay, 15,000 a day is not expensive, right? This is a luxury car worth more than 10 million yuan. It is safe, decent, and at such a people-friendly price. It has almost continuous business, and has even expanded its wedding car business. Quite popular. Do the math. It's quite profitable. It's a bulletproof car, made of full military-quality materials. It has a long service life and a low failure rate. As long as the business continues, it can pay back its investment in 3 to 5 years, and then it will be pure profit. On the way, earned another wave of attention. Hold the grass. What did I see? Marching. It's really big. Brilliant. I'm impressed by this designer. The marching is huge. Most people would exclaim when they see it. It is more domineering than a stretched Lincoln or even the U.S. President's car. The military-grade design concept makes it even more majestic. Envious. Even a Rolls-Royce has to be moved aside. It's not that the looks are superior, but the aesthetics are different. In the eyes of some people, they prefer domineering rather than the nobility of Rolls-Royce. Bulletproof. Huge. Lengthened. It was completely a giant land beast. Even if it was a truck on the opposite side, it would not be in harm's way if it collided with it. There were a lot of news about this, but the march never let them down. It was really going sideways. Then, overtake. Slow down. Overtake. Slow down. Just to take a few more glances, as for why not keep running parallel to each other, as if there is no car in the passing lane. In the car, Tang Qing looked out the window and read the news. Today, after the country sent an inspection team, Sanya formed another inspection team to test the efficacy of the water purifier. The purpose is simple. Improve the quality of several large beaches in Sanya. The water quality there used to be good, but has been declining in recent years. We can only look at it from a high altitude, but from a close look, the gap with Delin province is too big. Now, more and more people have traveled to Delin province. A comparison. Just complaining. There were a lot of complaints, and the city was also very depressed. Now that they saw the effectiveness of the water purifier, they immediately started thinking about whether they could improve the water quality of several large beaches. In this way, maybe I can save some face. Otherwise, after 1 or 2 visits, people stop coming. It's not far from Burma, visa-free, the local cost is very reasonable, and there are all kinds of food and entertainment. Soon, you can go directly to Thailand by train. The heat is almost overwhelming the Maldives. Never change again. Business is hard to do. With the same money, why would people come here to see the muddy water? Seeing this, Tang Qing smiled. It's good, clean, clear, and translucent. Everyone will be in a good mood when they come to Sanya to play. Good here. This is also what Tang Qing hopes. Development of Dream Province. Cool me. It is to enhance the international image and serve the internationalization of Asia yuan. Secondly, attract investment and boost the economy. Come 3. There is also a small expectation. Tang Qing cannot directly change some things. He can only use indirect methods to influence and set an example. As for whether he learns or not, whether he can live up to his expectations. Look, for now, the effect is good. At least, compared with previous lives, the quality of tourism here has improved. The crackdown on forced shopping, customer rip-offs, and unscrupulous tour groups has been unprecedented, which has greatly deterred those unscrupulous traders. Certainly, after all, they are a minority, and most of them are formal. The world is like this. If you do well, few people will report it. Once a bad apple appears, everyone will look at you. Melon seeds, watermelon, bench, keyboard, fingers are flying. Have no choice. You have done 10,000 good things, but one bad thing can be like a leaf that blocks your eyes, causing people to criticize you. This is obviously unreasonable. Do not over-exaggerate, and you cannot ignore the problem. Anyway, we must be objective and cannot deny the hard work and efforts of most people. As for those scenic spots that are really excessive, they can make a year's worth of money in a month. It depends on everyone's preference. Tang Qing read the news. Aside, watching the show again. Indonesia. On a road, 2 cars were chasing each other. The one in front was a Toyota, and the one in the back was a Honda. There were some bullet holes in both cars, and they were even shooting at each other while traveling. Bang! Clang! Crack! The rear windshield was almost smashed. On the back seat, a person was trembling. It was Vika. At this moment, Vika's heart collapsed again. Even after several days of training, he could not accept being in a hail of bullets. Woo! Father, I want to go back to jail. Real. It was too dangerous outside, with too many bad guys. Unexpectedly, after being kidnapped by the second wave of kidnappers, I encountered a third wave of kidnappers. This wave of kidnappers was very powerful and started fighting when they came up. Crack, crackle. A while of operation. Take him out. Suddenly, Vika's heart felt so cold. This was only 2 days ago. At that time, he was put in the back seat and greeted with peanuts from behind. He was so frightened that he peed his pants. Horrible. 2 days later, another round of twists and turns. Which material? As soon as they hit the road, there was a crackling noise behind them. Now Vika was also confused. Was this the previous wave of robbers or the new robbers? It didn't matter whether it was the former or the latter. Brain burning. Depend on, what have you become? After grabbing this one, grab that one. I finished it the day before yesterday and came again today. 6 days ago, he was slumped in the back seat. 4 days ago, lying down in the back seat again. 2 days ago, still so today. Not to mention, they were all in tears. Vika wondered if God had moved his progress bar. The same scene, experienced over and over again, was legendary. But he doesn't want such a legend. He wants to be righteous. No, prison life is fine anywhere as long as it is not in the hands of these bad people. God, hurry up and accept these evil robbers. Vika was lying on a back seat. Bang, clang. The sound never stopped ringing in my ears. Suddenly, crack, the rear door glass shattered, and the glass shards flew down and hit Vika on the head. He could only hold his head and scream, "I'm behind, don't hit me. I'm a hostage. I'm a fucking hostage." There was sadness in the roar. "Maid, do you still have professional ethics? I'm a hostage. Please be careful. If you beat me to death, you will not get a penny, and you will definitely face the pursuit of the pseudo family. Besides, are peanuts free of charge? However, bang, crack, the rear glass on the right was not spared either. Broken. Asshole, Vika yelled. Pity. No one paid any attention to him. Bang, 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 could not be stopped, as if anger had been unleashed. What worried Vika the most was that the car stereo was playing a dynamic piece of music. The melody was very familiar, and it was brisk and passionate. Damn it. This is not a blockbuster film, so I don't need a soundtrack. Vika shouted in her heart. The more I listened, the more distressed I became. Why didn't I cripple that damn stereo after playing for so long? I am depressed. Suddenly, the car lurched. Bang! Vika hit the back of the back seat. Gulu rolled under the seat. It's safe. The small space made Vika feel a sense of security, and then he felt the car roll over several times, hit the roof of the car, and then fall to the ground. Apparently, the car overturned. Fortunately for Vika, it only rolled in one circle. Otherwise, he might not have been able to tell what happened. His injured body was getting worse, but Vika no longer cared about the pain. Just get used to it. Just get used to it. Just came to my senses. Click. The car was pulled away. Come out. A loud voice shouted. Vika's heart sank. The voice she had never heard before sounded hoarse. Then, Vika's feet were grabbed, pulled out, and turned over. Vika couldn't help but open her mouth. I must be dreaming. It's all fake. Fake. I saw. The two faces in front of him were the same two who kidnapped him for the first time. Unexpectedly, they also came ashore and found him. By the way, if you are so well informed, why are you becoming robbers? Hold the grass. It's not good to do anything. Hi. We meet again. The man with a clear mind knelt down and looked at him with a smile. Vika's back felt cold. Elder brother, don't look at me like that. I'm afraid. Boy, you can make it easy for us to find you. The man next to him said. His hoarse voice was very different from before. Vika guessed that he might have a cold. Although Indonesia is warm, there are also colds. I didn't ask you to find it. Vika grimaced. Get in the car. Vika sat in the back seat again. A kick of the gas. The car jumped out and looked at the two people in front of them. The familiar scene seemed like a long time ago, and yet it seemed like it was just a moment ago. God, is there any royal law in this world? Looking out the window. Countryside. Dirt road. There was no one to turn to for help. Situation. Back to the beginning. Boy, you are so lucky. Vika. So do you? Don't worry. We will definitely find a reliable ship next time. As soon as he said this. What? Vika jumped up and hit his head on the roof of the car. He ignored the pain and looked at the two of them in confusion. Next time? And next time? Where the hell are you going to take me? Are you looking forward to it? I'm looking forward to your uncle, your whole family, me. Waika was so angry that she said, You could just ask my family for money. Why do you still have to walk around? Isn't it troublesome? It is quite troublesome. After hearing this, Vika felt happy. However, next sentence, he was so angry that his teeth itched again. But when it comes to making money, don't be afraid of trouble. In this world, money is hard to make, sex is hard to eat, and life is so difficult. Now that we have embarked on this path, we are ready to face hardships and dangers. There was a sense of motivation in his tone. The corners of Vika's mouth twitched. Maid, why does this sound so strange? Is it appropriate for you, a kidnapper, to be so inspirational? It makes it seem like you're doing something sacred, so you don't need to be so pious. Those who don't know think you're good young people. Don't. You will feel uncomfortable after all this trouble. Wouldn't it be better to take the money and leave quickly and live a happy life? Just like just now, if we do it again, there may be an accident. Waika advised. One listen. The other party was silent for a moment. It makes sense, but your father doesn't seem to be willing to give you money honestly. He just said that the people who came up to rescue you, after those people just robbed you, your family sent people to hunt you down. I'm really worried. So, staring at Vika, you rich people, you can't be gullible. Just now you were thinking of not bothering, but when you say that there must be a conspiracy, forget it, give it a try. Safety first, I don't want to die. After that, turn around. Leave Vika with a cool and elegant look on the back of her head. Vika opened her mouth wide. What? What did I just do? He actually got himself into a trap. Also, Dad, can you be more reliable and just send people to chase them? Just hunt down those people. Don't publicize it. Do this. Do you want me to go to God? Father, you don't want to trick your son like this. I don't want to get on the boat. No. Kuala Lumpur. Manor. Son, how many bad things have you done? Luo, she had been surrounded by various news in the past 2 days. He spent a lot of effort to find the gang and was told that someone had been robbed. Then, before they could catch each other, they ran away. After, search and search. Search and search. There's no clue at all. Just now, I got another news that the car used to rob my son was found, but the car overturned and the person was gone. There were many bullet holes and blood stains in the car. So confusing. Can make a blockbuster movie in one step. Luo, she couldn't help but guess how many bad things his own child had done to be so unlucky. Even if he was kidnapped, he would be kidnapped 3 times, no, 4 times in a row. What is the probability? No one is alive. No body is seen after death. Or, don't want this baby anymore? Ahem. Just think about it. If you dare to accept it, the old man in the family will be the first to refuse. He has a headache. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. He wonders if Vika can survive such a torment. Something seems to be wrong. At this moment, the major families in Malaysia watching the show were a little suspicious. Forget Luo, she's acting. There's no need to act so realistically. After the shipwreck, it would be over and no one would be speechless. But several days have passed and it is still acting, which is not normal. Is it possible? Really? All the major families speculated in their minds. Then, the next moment, I'm laughing so hard. Interesting. I'm still in the same mood as before, and even better. The original good mood gradually disappeared after he was taken away from Vika Hospital, but now, the excitement came back all of a sudden. Robbed, shipwreck, kidnapping, change hands, even across the country. This big drama, put together, is really thrilling. As for sympathy, a little bit, but not much. After all, Vika is not a good bird. He will still bring trouble to society when he comes back. Pay close attention. Yes, don't cause misunderstanding. We just want to know the truth. Understood. For a moment, the small bench stood up. At the same time, word began to spread through the grapevine. Hi, Province. In the car. Tang Kai's phone vibrated. Finished reading. What? He was stunned. Then, I can't help but feel helpless. Looking at Tang Qing, who was looking out the window. Tang. The latest news is that the unlucky young master was kidnapped by the first wave of robbers again. What outrageous thing did he do? Tang Qing shrugged. Who knows? Where did this go? Vika's fantasy journey has just begun. The Pseudo family should also pay their debts for some of their past actions. They didn't plan to do it so quickly. But who told you that you can't control your son? Some accounts. Buried in history. But that doesn't mean it'll be dusty forever. I think we need to add 2 more bodyguards to Nyener. This incident also made Tang Kai feel worried. Even if the probability of what happened to Vika was very low, it was not impossible after all. Certainly. It's secret. Okay. Tang Qing nodded. It doesn't matter. He has always attached great importance to his family's bodyguard team. They are all elite forces and guard them in turns 24 hours a day. Every time the system is upgraded, he will strengthen the bodyguards. If there are enemies, who comes? Only one word. Strafty. You too, be careful. Tang Kai warned. Of course. Tang Qing smiled. Tie me up? Just kidding. This level of difficulty is absolutely hellish for the kidnappers. Besides, no one would be so stupid as long as their brains are not twitchy. This world is for people at his level. It is protected. Dare to tie. Not to mention the Tang family. China will not let it go. In China, the richest man in China has been kidnapped. In this case, not only Tang Qing's face will be lost, but the country will also regain its face at any cost. Travel by yourself with a bodyguard. It's not protection. Only want to deter some bad thoughts. 5 o'clock. Come to Sanya. Didn't go into town. I drove directly to the Sea View Villa. No one has been here for a year, and it is still as white as snow. After all, it is my own palace, and I have 2 soldiers specially reserved for daily maintenance and cleaning. Far away. The same is true for Chai Ren and Zheng Lin's villas, but unlike their own, their villas are cleaned by the property management company because the entire villa area was developed by Jinghua Real Estate. Nature. So does property. Relatively speaking, Chai Ren and the others came to stay frequently. Chai family, Zheng family, Zhai family, Bao family. There are quite a few family members, and basically, someone comes here every month. Moreover, Chiron also obtained the design drawings of the villa in front of him from Tang Qing last time and built one in the capital. Far away. Pier. A yacht goes up and down the waves. What to do with that one? Tang Kai pointed to the distance. That yacht was given to him by himself. Now that he looked at it, compared to the yacht Tang Qing designed for himself, the gap was really big. Too small, although it is worth tens of millions. However, the boat Tang Qing got for himself started at 100 million yuan. Tang Qing said he wanted some things from friends, but the cost of spare parts just from him exceeded 100 million yuan. Quite expensive. Of course I'll keep it, Tang Qing said. Matter of factly, it's a gift from my second uncle. How can I sell it? Huh, okay. Hear this. Tang Kai laughed. Really? Our kids talk about friendship. Let's go. Food is almost ready. Yeah. Second floor. Enjoying the sea breeze and having dinner. Far away. The sun is already set halfway down the sea, making it look particularly magnificent. The sunset is infinitely better. It was only near dusk. I have to say that the poems written by the ancients are really good. 2. It has been condensed over thousands of years. How can it not be beautiful? In the whole world, Chinese is the only language that can condense such incisive words. The simplest words express the most beautiful meaning, which makes people intoxicated. Brother, I'm going to go after the college entrance examination. Not far. A huge screen was hung on the wall, opposite the manor in Qinyan City. At this moment, the second aunt and Tang Yin'er were finishing their meal. It wasn't much, just a bowl of porridge and a fruit plate. You can't eat delicacies from mountains and seas every day. Okay. Tang Qing looked at her with a smile. This year, Tang Yin'er and Qin Shiyu took the college entrance examination together, and they both made up their mind not to go so far away to go to school. Yin'an University was also very good. If you want to see the world, you can go there at any time without going out. Going abroad? Even less interested. Years ago, Tang Yin'er also studied in the United States for a period of time, but that was because Tang Kai's business suffered a big change, and he was unable to protect himself, so he sent it out. Tang Yin'er was not curious about foreign countries at all. Experience, knowledge, educational qualifications. Circle. These. For today's Tang family, it's all trivial. As long as you are willing, you can only know the top circles. You don't need to be like many parents who send you abroad or to a good school just for the sake of the circle. Tang family. Already at the top. Certainly, the foundation is slightly lacking. But, no matter how deep the background is, there is no need for Tang Yin'er, a girl, to worry about expanding the so-called circle. Tang Qing didn't care at all about this. What's the background? What is that? Is it as hard as my fist? Speaking of fists, Tang Qing squinted his eyes. So long. I have never shown too much strength, but if I continue to practice, my lifespan will be longer than that of a turtle. Naturally, I cannot let my family grow old slowly. Thinking of this, I secretly decided in my heart. This matter, it's time to put it on the agenda. It's not too urgent. If they eat fruits, vegetables, and meat grown in the training area for a long time, their aging will be much slower than that of normal people, and their body functions will be optimized. Therefore, even for a few old people, living another 20 or 30 years will be the same as playing. It won't take a few years for all countries to discover the efficacy of transcription stock solution in delaying aging. That's when. This is the golden age. The next day, morning, Tang Qing arrived in the capital. Welcome, welcome. A city leader came specially to greet Tang Qing with a smile on his face. The last time the park was located in Shanghai, the capital failed to catch up. This time there were 5 at once, and 1 was allocated to the capital. Even the capital, even if you have money, to investment, that is also very welcome. It is a high-tech project and is in line with the capital's planning. It's just that the land Qingyuan technology want is a bit large, 1,000 acres, and it's still contiguous, so it's really hard to find. But there is no need to look for them in the city. The districts below have already taken action and proactively reported. After repeated screening by the city, there are only 4 places left. Today I will take Tang Qing to have a look. 1,000 acres. Apparently. Don't even think about it within the 4th Ring Road. There is no such large, contiguous land. Even if it does exist, the price is prohibitively high. No need. There are not many choices within the 5th Ring Road. So, just go outside the 5th Ring Road. Then, Tang Qing made 3 requests. First, the environment should be good. Those who do scientific research do not necessarily have to deal with some rigid instruments and equipment in standardized buildings. Tang Qing has always valued the office environment. There are mountains. There is water. There is a view. Nature is best. Second, transportation is convenient. True, there are dormitories in the park, which are hotel-style. There is no need for employees to commute to and from get off work. However, their travel needs must also be taken into consideration. Many of them may have housing in the capital. After all, our salary is not low. Future, if it goes well, build a building and divide it into rooms. Third, the price is right. Otherwise, looking for a residential area specifically, the demolition cost is several billion, which is very disturbing. We have money, but it doesn't fall from the sky. The tax benefits don't matter, since you won't make much money anyway. Finish shopping. It's noon. The city arranged a luncheon, and the top leaders of the city were also present. As the capital, there is no shortage of investment. General investors do not have this kind of treatment. The top leaders of the capital have a very high status. But no one has too many friends like Tang Qing. Last year, the GDP of the entire capital city has just exceeded 1 trillion yuan. If you calculate it slightly, it is not even half of Tang Qing's worth. Who would despise such intuitive data? And it has huge potential. To this, Tang Qing doesn't have stage fright. Joke. It's not like I haven't met the big boss before. We don't ask for help, just be normal. This meal, eating for over an hour. Farewell. It's a pleasure to cooperate. At the dinner table, Tang Qing had already decided on a location, which is in Daxing. Although the location is quite remote now, it will be connected to the subway next year, and it is not far from the station. It is very good in all aspects. But the other 3 districts were not without success either. Comet, Hummingbird, Microcrystalline. The 3 companies also built several buildings there to serve as branches. Each investment is at least 5.6 billion. Although it is not as good as the park, other districts are quite satisfied because the 3 companies can pay taxes. What about the park? A giant gold-eating beast. Therefore, taken together, the actual benefits brought to the district by the establishment of the park and the establishment of the 3 companies are similar. 1 park, 3 branches, at least 20,000 jobs. The capital is very satisfied. After, Tang Qing came to Chai Ren's home. Once inside, Chai Ren made a cup of tea as if offering a treasure. Have a taste. My tea garden. He took a sip. Tang Qing nodded. Very good. No matter the cost, he still uses the highest grade liquid preparation currently on sale. Although it is still a little far from the training area, it is not far away, and this is what Chai Ren is more depressed about. Nothing tastes as good as your tea. Hearing this, Tang Qing smiled. It's normal. How long have you been planting it? It's less than a year. Compared with the tea trees that were 5 or 6 years old, it's naturally a little inferior. After hearing this, the depression on Chai Ren's face disappeared, and he showed an expression that was indeed the case. Before, I have never heard Tang Qing mention a year of the tea tree. It has always been a mystery. Indeed, people are 5 or 6 years old. I am only 1 year old. Yes. By the way, how was the inspection of the park? Chai Ren asked casually. It's settled. Where? Daxing. Lao Bao's cousin-in-law serves as the second in command there. If anything happens, you can call on him. Chai Ren said with a smile. The relationships in the capital were complicated and complicated. Familiar people are everywhere. I've seen it before. Tang Qing smiled. Morning. I had seen him when I went on a field trip, but he was not leading the team. The city leaders were accompanying him, and of course the district leader had to be present. He rarely spoke along the way, but there was goodwill in his eyes from time to time. Jinghua Real Estate. It can be regarded as a link of interests. Chai family, Zheng family, Bao family, Zhai family, and the Tang family. Horizontally and vertically, it connects more people. Now, the market value of Jinghua Real Estate has already exceeded 100 billion, and it is still growing. Under the economic crisis, the stock market plunged, but Jinghua Real Estate bucked the trend and rose, which is not unrelated to Tang Qing being one of the shareholders. At this time, Zhang Shi, who was walking his baby, came in. "Sister Zhang," Tang Qing greeted with a smile. "Wow." Before Zhang Shi could answer, her daughter rushed up. With excitement on his face and jumping up and down, Tang Qing was helpless, but he didn't release any annoying aura. There was no need. "They said," Zhang Shi rolled his eyes. "This girl, it's like this every time I see Tang Qing, but I have to say that Tang Qing's affinity is really overwhelming. Every smile brings a comfortable feeling. The most important thing is handsome. Appearance is justice. Just hope our daughter should not become a nymphomaniac in the future." Sugar giggle, a childish voice. "No, no. It sounds very nice." Chiron on the side shrugged. "Fortunately, he learned to call me Dad earlier than he learned to call Tang Qing. I wonder if it was because of the saying, everyone becomes smarter when he meets Tang Qing. It only took a few lessons to learn." Mulberry Heart, "Sister Zhang is on a long vacation?" Tang Qing smiled while teasing the baby. "Yeah, I feel like I'm losing the challenge." Zhang Shi was helpless. Now, the emergence of surgical cabins, the application of diagnosis and treatment cabins, and remote big data medical analysis have improved domestic medical efficiency by more than several times. No, more than several times, simply more than 10 times. The machine doesn't get tired. And accurate. Even tens of millions of cases are entered into a large database. And hospital data across the country are constantly expanding at every moment, making the entire system more powerful and more accurate. Then, Zhang Shi felt that he was useless. "Certainly, I'm not sad but happy. It is the doctor's duty to help patients get rid of their diseases. Now that a super doctor appears, it is everyone's luck and a great good thing. Efficient, minimally invasive. It also significantly reduces the need for hospital beds. What used to be a large operation is now less than 1 centimeter. After the operation, it is sutured directly and you can be discharged immediately." Quite simply, a few years ago, she never imagined that medical technology would be updated so quickly. Now, she finally understood what medical industrialization meant. The assembly line, large scale, and high efficiency have resulted in the number of expert accounts being few and far between, and all kinds of account dealers almost disappearing. Now, all tertiary hospitals across the country are popularizing medical cabins and surgical cabins. By then, seeing a doctor is difficult. Medical treatment is expensive. It will become history. Cancer and leukemia are no longer terminal diseases. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer scenes of one person's illness bringing down the whole family. After all, the original transcription solution is not omnipotent, but its ability to control the deterioration of the disease has been confirmed by the industry. Even if it cannot be cured, it can slow down the deterioration. 100 years from now, this term will definitely be engraved in the annals of human history. And it's an extremely heavy stroke. Its appearance, almost like penicillin, can live hundreds of millions of people. Afternoon, bird's nest, revisiting old places. More than half a year has passed since the Olympic Games, but there is still an endless stream of tourists here. Thinking back to August last year, Chiron looked at Tang Qing next to him. Microcrystal Technologies projection equipment was very eye-catching. Fireworks, light rain, giant, all are displayed through projection, and virtual fireworks all over the sky illuminate the night sky. But the sound is like thunder. The key is environmental protection. Otherwise, if real fireworks were used, there would probably be a dust storm all around. Green Olympics, Humanities Olympics, Technology Olympics. This time, it's a perfect fit. Now, the whole series of projection has penetrated deeply into people's lives. Advertise, travel, office, transportation, research. The uses are getting wider and wider, relying on commissions in various scenarios, and making money every day. It is impossible for Chai Run to say that he is not envious, but it is only a little bit. After all, he is already the beneficiary. Jinghua Real Estate, Comic Group. Now, it has become a trend. If you calculate it carefully, your assets have already exceeded 100 billion yuan, which is tens of billions higher than Ma Yun, who is nominally second on the Huruan list. Therefore, Chai Ren is very contented. The family is also content. Otherwise, too much is troublesome. Among the hidden rich in China, the Chai family only needs to stay in the upper reaches. It doesn't need too much. As long as it maintains its current industry, there will definitely be huge returns in 10 years. Look up. Looking at the huge steel behemoth. Tang Qing. How about you hold the company's annual meeting here next time? Chiron laughed. He also attended Tang Qing's first joint annual meeting and helped invite several big names in the industry. That was still the end of 2005. Now, more than 3 years have passed, and all of Tang Qing's enterprises have been operating separately and are small in scale. With Tang Qing's current industrial scale, the small gymnasium in Qingyan City is obviously not enough. Hear the words. Pushed up his glasses. Yeah, we can consider it, but would it be too ostentatious? Tang Qing said with a faint smile. One listen. Chiron shook his head and chuckled. How is that possible? After the Olympics, this place is a place for commercial performances. Most of your companies are industry leaders. Since they're the best, then naturally they must use the best venues. Swagger? A net worth of 2 trillion yuan is extremely ostentatious. What does this mean? In the history of Chinese business, most of those ostentatious entrepreneurs did not last long, but that was due to their own reasons. It has nothing to do with ostentation. Same. Okay, we'll see when the time comes. Tang Qing said. 5-year interval. In other words, it won't be held until the end of next year. It will be lively and lively by then. There is no need to invite external celebrities. The company has many artists. It will be enjoyable internally. There is no need to turn it into a commercial performance. Breathe. Chiron took a deep breath. Comfortable. No haze, no smell. At this time, Tang Qing lowered his head and glanced at his phone. Master Chai, I think we should go back. What's wrong? Over there. Tang Qing pointed in one direction. The sand and dust are coming. Really? There's still 3 hours, but we can continue shopping. The haze weather is gone, but the sand and dust weather in the capital has not completely disappeared. In March and April, it often rains. Chiron, continue shopping? Just forget it. Go home, Chiron said, calling Zhang Shi and his daughter who were chasing in the distance. He turned to Tang Qing and said, it should be better next year. A large part of the oasis purchased this time is to deal with the dust in the north. For this reason, the country has invested hundreds of billions. Generous. Kulme. Improve the environment. Secondly, also support your neighbors. Mutual benefit. It's a bit difficult to completely solve it. However, the country is currently studying, on the basis of the south to north water diversion, we will start to divert water from the east to the west, divert water from the Bohai Sea, and transfer water to the water-scarce areas in the west and north. Otherwise, the oases will be useless in the past. Chiron said, desert, Gobi. It can already be declared that it can be defeated by humans. The most important thing is that the land transformed by the oasis can be irrigated with seawater. Therefore, the theoretical basis of the entire idea is completely established. Divert water from east to west. Actually, not new. It was proposed decades ago and was demonstrated together with the South to North Water Diversion Project, but in the end it stopped at the 2 aspects of urgency and feasibility. Obviously, the North is more needed for the time being. The impediment to feasibility remains the source of water. Seawater. You can't drink it directly, and you can't water crops, so the idea was shelved, but it was not abandoned. Recently, this plan has once again been on the discussion table among the big guys. If it's quick, there may be results this year. After all, an investment of only 1 to 200 billion is outrageous, but it is not a big problem. Last year's 3 trillion stimulus plan was not considered enough by the higher authorities, and they were prepared to increase investment in basic investment. That's good. Tang Qing smiled. This time, make money again, and it can also solve the water shortage problem in the west and north. Even though there is water to drink now, The rapid drop in the groundwater level is becoming more and more obvious, not just a little bit, but in meters. This is unthinkable in the South. Fix it. Benefit the country and the people. Anyway, many people are complaining about the rising sea level. It can be said that water is diverted inland, and everyone is happy. Tang Qing really wants to see a day when the jungles in the west and north are densely covered, and the desert is completely transformed into a landscape. Return to the villa. Look outside. The sky is still clear, but on the satellite image in front of Tang Qing, a faint yellow is moving slowly. It's not a sandstorm, it's just sand. It doesn't move fast, and it's not harmful. It seems. We have to go out for shelter tomorrow. Chiron said. Where? Zhanshi asked. Sonia. Okay. The life of the rich is so free and easy. As for why you don't go to the airport now, without breathing in the dust, it's because you have an appointment with Zheng Lin and others to sit together in the evening. Tang Qing rarely comes here once. A few hours later, sand and dust are falling and the sky is gray. However, for villas with medium-sized air conditioners, there is no need to worry. The impurities in the air are filtered and fresh air is continuously sent in. Humidification is also provided. Inside the window, outside the window, two worlds. Also, the new generation of equipment also adds a flavor function, which can simulate various floral scents, grass, cream, fruit, and even the smell of the sea. It is obviously a masterpiece created by Tang Qing when he was bored, but it is not ready for commercialization. Do business. Make money. There are also risks. It is not difficult to add smell to the air conditioner. What is difficult is that if someone suffers from allergies, it will be a big problem. Chiron was not prepared to try it at his home unless he begged him. At this time, an international news item is being broadcast on the TV. The G20 summit was held in London, England today. After a speech by a domestic leader, he turned to the host. The UK proposes that Myanmar should liberalize financial controls. Generally black. Tang Qing sneered in his heart. Come again. America said. Britain said. Also, many experts in Europe are also clamoring. As for the interests they represent, it is self-evident. It's a pity that they haven't opened up financial controls and let some troublemakers in. It's a beautiful idea. Now, in some circles, short-selling Myanmar has become a hot topic, and the reason is very simple. Myanmar's economy is too simple and is only supported by one technology. In the eyes of those wolves, it is completely a single-tree branch city. Precarious. The next moment, it might collapse. Therefore, gearing up and preparing to make a fortune, Tang Qing was not even interested in cheating them, but his interest in playing tricks on them was not small and very big. Immediately, go down with an order. UK London. It's morning. After the host country finished speaking, the bosses of each member country came on stage one after another. As for Zero, a member of the observer country, it was naturally impossible to jump in line and could only wait for the end. In fact, it is almost the same as what was said at last year's summit. It is nothing more than getting out of the crisis, stimulating the economy, creating jobs, opening up the market, not using trade protection, as well as tariffs and international cooperation. One country, another country. Finally, it's Zero's turn. Once on stage, everyone raised their eyes, and the amount of eyesight also represents the country's attention. For those who don't have a high sense of presence, it will be good if 1/3 of the venue raise their heads. 99%. Very high. Before. That is to say, the United States and China have this rising rate. One has the strongest military power in the world, and the other has developed the fastest in recent years. Every move of the two countries affects the world. In Myanmar, it is a unique way to gain this attention. First, a technology that no one can imitate. Second, Kantas. At first, everyone thought that if Myanmar made money, it must be to make up for the infrastructure it owed over the years. In fact, they have done this, and beyond expectations, they have also done it for other countries. Truth. Many people don't understand. So much money. If you don't keep trillions of wealth for yourself and spread it widely, it's not sure whether others can return it. You are a small country, and you don't even have a decent warship. How can you do it? Therefore, look at Zero. The eyes were full of doubts and a little bit of sympathy, because if you keep playing like this, sooner or later you won't be able to hold on any longer, and all the money you've made over the years may be in vain, and the economic model can't push it anyway. Recent. What about the WDO? Oh, too good tossing. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the UK for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to stand here. The world economic crisis is not over yet, but we have seen the dawn of victory and global recovery will come. Under the crisis, we need to learn from each other and draw lessons. Otherwise, the next economic crisis will happen again. Bullshit. Nonsense. Bullshit. Rambling. After talking about the 20 countries, there is actually not much new content left for Zero, especially if it is relevant to the theme. Simply pick and choose what the previous people said. On site, everyone felt disappointed. There are words, no content. In terms of points, 30, no more. Moreover, seeing Ling talk so impassionedly, many people present felt strange in their hearts. Is there a so-called economic crisis in Myanmar? No, not at all. On the contrary, still thriving. Infrastructure, travel, trading. Everything is booming. Tourists are increasing instead of decreasing. Trade is rising steadily, and infrastructure construction has not stopped at all. Railways, highways, docks, airports, and the most luxurious thing is to build a city directly. Envious. Truth. Not many people here can learn it, just when they're drowsy. International financial cooperation is one of the actions a country takes to mature. Next, Myanmar will actively explore a way to open up the financial field that is beneficial to the world and keep pace with the times. Thank you. Finished. Zero steps off the stage. But the impact did not end, and many people were surprised. What? Relented? However, the happiest thing is to count some careful people. It seems that there is still a chance. Such Ling is a good person. As for Ling's open method, they don't care much. Just be open. There are seedlings. There are trees. In the end, there will be fruit. I didn't expect it to open up all at once, and Zero is not crazy. If they really say this, they have to think about the following. Is there something fishy in it to deceive them? Beijing. Evening. Zheng Lin's family came to the villa, and naturally the other friends were not left behind. What was more surprising was that Pei Yong also came. After asking, it turned out that it was a normal vacation and he happened to catch up. Mr. Tang, I respect you. Pei Yong drank it all. Alas, so cool. The requirements during work are strict, and although I can drink some, it is absolutely impossible to provide something like fruit wine. After drinking it so many times, even if I am used to strong liquor, I can't stop its charm. Young Master Pei, you drank half of my bottle. Chai Run pretended to be heartbroken. One listen. Pei Yong laughed. Just blow into the bottle. Gulu, pa, so cool. He drank the remaining half of the bottle like he was drinking beer. My family is not as rich as yours. We can drink every day. I am poor. Pei Yong chirped with an expression of I am poor, and I am justified. The last sentence made everyone present amused. Poor? Hee hee. The Pei family is not poor. But, compared with the current Chai family, that is really a big gap. Almost all of the Pei family are in the military and few are doing business. In recent years, they have been able to ride on the trend and grow to about 5 billion. Where's Chai Run? Hundreds of billions. And all of this is directly related to the handsome man not far away. Even after so long, Pei Yong was shocked in his heart when he thought about it. A dead horse was treated as a living horse doctor, and it turned out to be cured. Just one meal. People as far away as South Africa were rescued. Brilliant speed. Before leaving, he had tricked the other party once and for all. He still hadn't recovered from his emotions and didn't even know who had tricked him. Years later, he made a special trip to the border with Yin province. He looked at his old subordinates. Very nice. Have a car. There's a room. Have a career. Now, the baby is about to be born, and life is settling down. After having a meal, he came back. He did not go to Xinhua City. He was on active duty and under military control, so he could not go abroad casually. There's a background. There is no need to go beyond the rules at will. Tang Qing, I heard that you want to renovate the plane. Pei Yong asked casually. Yes. Can it be used in the military? Hearing this, Tang Qing nodded and shook his head. It's possible, but I don't have any plans. I just want to make something interesting. I don't intend to have anything to do with weapons. However, if the country is interested, I can change it myself. On the bright side, Tang Qing never thought of becoming a weapons dealer. Sell that stuff. The risk is high. Silly. If you want to make money, where can you not make money? Oh, Pei Yang's eyes lit up. These words. It also shocked everyone present. Because it contains a piece of information, Tang Qing's aircraft may be favored by the country. Otherwise, he, who is always cautious, would not say such words. But a perfunctory sentence. Now, but he said it was okay, but he didn't want to make it. Most people would say it as arrogance, but when Tang Qing said it, no one would think it because the man in front of him had created too many miracles. High IQ, strong ability, and money. It also has a huge scientific research team. If 5 parks are established across the country, it means that Tang Qing will have more than 60,000 scientific researchers, which is a very astonishing number. Once you master technology, it's no surprise that you can come up with something good. Suddenly, I'm so looking forward to it. Chiron rubbed his hands. Zhenglin, same. When will the first flight be? Pei Yong asked. The end of the year. Tang Qing said. So soon. Several people were stunned. The end of the year? Are you kidding me? Even for helicopters, your technology accumulation can only take 1 or 2 years. If you think about it this way, Tang Qing can achieve results in 1 year. My heart skipped a beat. It seems a little too happy too early. What? Is it quick? Tang Qing took a sip of wine with a puzzled expression. Several people looked at each other, and Pei Yong said suspiciously, I'm talking about real aircraft that have been modified for military use, not little guys. He thought that the thinking of both parties was wrong. Which material? Tang Qing looked like I thought the same thing. Yes, what I said is that it can be adapted for military use, and it's not a little guy. Mr. Chai should have seen my airplane model. Hearing this, Chiron nodded. Naturally, he remembered. Yes, I've seen it. It's very big. I seem to have forgotten to ask you how long it will take you to come out. Tang Qing, this is an airplane, not an ordinary means of transportation. If you want to fly into the sky, you must be careful. Stability and safety are very important. Chiron warned. Too quickly. People have to worry. This is natural. Tang Qing smiled. Unless there's an operational error, it is no exaggeration to say that the reliability of our own helicopters can definitely be ranked first in the world, and I have no interest in building an iron coffin. That's good, Chiron said. At this time, Pei Yong added, this is the first official test flight. Remember to call me. Okay. Where is the location? New province. Tang Qing said. The place over there is big and empty. I'm going to build a test base there. It is located in the Gobi and will not disturb the people. Otherwise, it will take a long time to get approved. Yes. Pei Yong nodded. Flying things are strictly controlled in China. Generally, drones are fine, but the helicopter itself carries fuel. Once it crashes in a densely populated area, the consequences will be very serious. Drinking, eat, chatting. We didn't talk about any major national affairs or policy information. Everyone here has passed the stage where their minds are full of money. They mainly talked about some anecdotes about life and gossip in the circle. Eating until early morning. After the banquet, everyone goes back to their homes. Outside the house, the slightly bright night sky was hazy, not fog but dust. Naturally, Tang Qing couldn't sleep. He turned off the lights, and in a flash, he came directly to the always bright training area. Another flash. Arrive at an airport. It was not far from the uninhabited city. This was considered a supporting project, which saved the soldiers a lot of work. However, it used to be a civilian airport and was too small, so Tang Qing had to change it. Hangar. Track. Try harder. Anyway, the land is big, and the hangar is still multi-story, otherwise it would be a bit too crowded. Over the years, Tang Qing bought it, plus his own magic modifications. The number can be said to be huge. Even if a lot of it is recycled, there is still just as much left. Now, on a tarmac, the huge steel monster was parked there, with military green paint, an oversized fuselage, powerful cantilevers, and dark propellers, exuding a powerful aura. Tang Qing was very satisfied with this masterpiece. Designed a few days ago, put out the fire, medical, transportation, all-terrain, whole environment, forehead. It cannot be used underwater, only in the sky, but can perform surface rescue and hover on the water. Even if it sinks 2 meters underwater, as long as the rotor is still on the water, it can easily fly up. It is not easy for such a huge thing. All the materials are the best at hand. After testing for several days, there are no problems at all. It has been improved even after several modifications. Go up and play. Tang Qing was very interested. In front of me is the prototype of the second magic modification. Haven't opened it yet. Soon. Come to the cab. 1 master. 3rd mate. This is designed for ordinary people to use. As for Tang Qing, it is enough for 1 person. Sitting in the main driving seat, there is no manual operation. Various buttons and devices are automatically turned on, and the body trembles slightly. I saw the shape like the sweeping wings of a swallow moved, and 2 huge cantilevers rotated forward. After a while, the 4 cantilevers had unfolded, and the rotors began to rotate slowly and continued to accelerate. 1 minute later, carrying strong winds, the plane took off into the sky. Then, in the middle of the rotor, a circular device began to rotate. Within 10 seconds, boom, the entire helicopter accelerated toward the distance at almost the speed of a passenger plane taking off. This was the result of the magic modification. In a design a few days ago, the turbine engine was mainly used for vertical takeoff and landing. Later, I found it was a bit wasteful. Why not make it a rotating one, which can not only accelerate up and down, but also accelerate in parallel directions? Then, this is the current version. The effect is good. In theory, the speed can reach 750 kilometers per hour. At the end of last year, the American Sikorsky Company launched a new generation of high-speed attack helicopter X-2 with a speed of more than 400 kilometers per hour, which is already twice that of the Black Hawk. 1.5 times that of Apache. 705. It's just a little slower than a passenger plane. Sky. The aircraft continued to accelerate, and a violent pushing sensation came from the back. At full speed, Tang Qing pushed the accelerator lever all the way to the limit test. At the end, he turned off the rotor and ran with the turbine engine. I saw. Fuel consumption soared. But don't worry, it's such a big volume and has a big fuel tank. It can run 1,500 kilometers once it's full, which is enough for Tang Qing to fly in the sky at full speed for 2 hours. It's just enough to kill the night. A few days later, Black Province, Sichuan Province, Yangcheng. Tang Qingdu went there in person because he had a lot of free time. He walked around to show his importance to the project and expand his network of contacts. Everywhere he went was lively. Province, city, district, all the top leaders were present. Tang Qing had been too homely these years. He only wandered around a few places and let his subordinates do everything. His status as a student provided him with a good cover. Now, still a student. Master. PhD. At least 5 years of study. Therefore, after finally coming here, I naturally wanted to express my enthusiasm. When people go to the capital, they're always entertained by top leaders who are still half a level above them. April 7th, afternoon. After nearly a week of walking, Tang Qing returned to the Shanghai stock market. Qingyuan Technology followed closely behind and signed more than a dozen land purchase contracts with a total amount of more than 10 billion yuan. That's right. The land cost alone is over 10 billion. No way. Too big. The 5 parks are all big cities and all start from 1,000 acres. Each test base is larger, and many of them use square kilometers as units. The total number of them adds up to only tens of billions. After its design, at this time, many design Dean's side. Can't eat again. It's a pity. I can't envy you. It stands to reason. They should be excited about such a big deal. However, When he thought that Tang Qing had a royal design company, he could only give up this idea. Facts have proved that this design institute is very good. The design of the Shanghai park is textbook-like. Can't compare. Actually, if there was enough time, maybe we could catch up, but there wasn't enough time. Tang Qing is too particular about efficiency. For example, the expropriation and leveling of these 5 parks will be completed this month, and construction will start in the middle of next month. Time is tight. The task is heavy. High difficulty. So, it's better to wash up and sleep. However, just then, the Design Institute suddenly sent out an invitation, saying that the design task this time was too heavy and they wanted to invite colleagues to design together. The specific content was that each of you would design a type of building independently. Design Institute picks. Qualified. Just selected. If it is approved by Party A, that is, Tang Qing, the design fee will be a penny. As soon as the news came out, many design institutes were excited. This was a time to test their design capabilities, and they attached great importance to it. Good man. Resurrection with full health. As long as I win the bid for one building, I will be satisfied. Yeah, the park is like a creative competition, where experts gather, and winning the bid for one building is almost equivalent to a prize. Moreover, the reward is generous, unlike ordinary party who only pays for everything. Soon, an email arrived. Many. The 5 parks involve more than 400 large and small buildings. As for the overall planning, it is done by which design institute? Each design institute only does architectural design, and each building has the same requirements. Unique. To this, major design institutes expressed no pressure. It is unique. It is extremely difficult to design a super high-rise building within a limited time. However, these are no more than 10 or 20 floors, so there's more room for development. They like it very much, gearing up and getting ready for a big fight. Soon, they took out some reserve designs and passed them on first. As for whether the other party would plagiarize them, they were not worried. There were so many people watching such a big project that they would not dare to do so. Park. Office. Tang Qing looked at the designs one after another. How should I put it? They were all uneven. This time, design institutes were invited, not because they really lacked design capabilities, but just because they wanted those companies to make some money. None of it is easy. Also, the park in Shanghai has been completely designed according to his design, and it is also his main workplace. Therefore, Tang Qing does not want to decorate every building in the other branch parks by himself. Certainly, bad design is absolutely unacceptable. Not good. Bad review. Mediocre. Repeat. This is okay, but not bold enough. While watching, while approving, Tang Qing will also mark some that can be passed with minor changes. This is good. I'll take it. Tang Qing liked it at first sight. The most important thing is that the details are extremely well done, as well as the interior and some hand-drawn pictures. You can see the designer's skills. And sincerity. Take another look. It was not a professional design institute, but a small studio. The next moment, everything about this studio flashed before my eyes. Finished reading. Tang Qing smiled. Not bad. I have ideas and abilities. Then, I looked at 4 more design drawings, all of which are from this studio. Each one is very unique, taking into account both aesthetics and practicality. With a stroke of a pen, I want all 5 designs, one for each park. 1 hour later. Done. There are more than 5,000 drawings, and you can't finish them all in 1 second. However, for Tang Qing, what he can do in 1 second is more than 10 times that of the average person, and this is not Tang Qing's limit. Generally, Tang Qing can't even open it. Otherwise, thinking about problems for dozens of days a day is very tiring, and it feels like time is out of order. Tang Qing even wonders if one day he is stronger, will he really reach a state where his days are like years? How miserable. Don't want. Shenzhen Market. An office building with 17 floors is the first thing people feel when they come up. Chaos. It is a simple 1-story building, but it is crowded with more than 20 companies, and various leather goods companies have set up offices here. Nothing else. Have a face. Deceiving people can give you more credibility. East side, a partition room. Yume's studio is hung at the door. In the small room of more than 10 square meters, there are only 2 workstations visiting side by side. Mu Yu, who is wearing black-rimmed glasses, holds his head and stares at the computer, mouthing in his mouth, God, Buddha, Bodhisattva, in God's will, please be sure to win. One is enough. Otherwise, I will have to look for a job next month. Mu Yu grimaced. She liked designing architecture and also looked for a job after graduation, but after working for a while, she really didn't like it. Were you designing? Commercial housing, or commercial housing. 9 out of 10 projects are the same. These are almost the same routine in major design institutes. You can take a template set, modify it, and you can produce a drawing. As long as it is not too ugly, developers will want it. For some, developers can't live with it anyway. That's about right. Even if there were some special requirements, it was not beautiful at all. Therefore, Mu Yu was confused. One day, on the way home, she looked at rows of similar, square, residential buildings. I made up my mind. Resign. I quit. What are you talking about? Is this girl's life going to be spent on these things? He refused, so he submitted the report the next day, left, and started his own business. Together with my best friend and classmate, we set up a small studio. At first, like most entrepreneurs, I am full of confidence, but the reality is cruel. Just because something is good does not mean that others will want it. After all, if the temple is small, people are more willing to believe in the big design institute. And there is no cost advantage, and besides, there are a lot of assholes in society. Then, 9 months. There was no business for more than half a year. I hid under the quilt and cried countless times, but I still persisted. Who would show my cowardice these days? She didn't believe that good designs had no chance of success. This time, I also heard discussions among classmates. Gritting his teeth, I passed on the 5 very satisfactory and almost impeccable design drawings in my hand. They were all office type from the inside to the outside, and were accompanied by well-designed interiors and renderings. This is her last hope. But I don't have much hope in my heart, because the competition is too great. In the past, I only competed with a few design companies, but now, I compete with thousands or even more design companies across the country. The difficulty is not generally high. Stare at the screen. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour later. I'm so stupid. No matter how fast I am, it's impossible to reply today. There's so many designs, and it will take several days just to do the preliminary selection. Mu Yu grimaced, but this was the last straw. She was thinking about it and couldn't take her attention away. Dinner? Don't eat. If you don't win the bid, what to eat for dinner and lose weight. At this time, click, there was a sound of opening the door. Although it was separated by glass, there were only 2 girls inside. There were many companies on this floor, and it was complicated, so the door was usually locked. Mu Yu looked up, saw her partner, Yin Xiaomei. Yumi, beautiful. Listen to beauty, think about beauty, and look at beauty. Pity, not a pretty day. She and Yin Xiaomei have different majors. She is good at appearance design, and Yin Xiaomei is good at decoration and color matching. If Yin Xiaomei hadn't often taken on small outsourcing jobs in graphic design, the 2 of them have long since eaten dirt. Ow! Yin Xiaomei walked in. I don't believe it. Don't worry, it's only been a while. Yin Xiaomei put down a document in her hand. A factory was going to build a new building. After asking about it, she went to discuss it. As before, she was disgusted by some people again. Nothing to say. Talk fell apart. What about you? Mu Yu asked. One listen. Shrug. Same old. Yin Xiaomei was helpless. She once thought about recruiting a man to run the business, but a few came with mediocre business skills and evil intentions, which disgusted them again. Later, an accident. The money that could have lasted for 2 or 3 years is gone, which is why we are so embarrassed. Otherwise, no matter how unreliable it is, you will not rush out to start a business without even preparing to spend a year's money. Not stupid. Forget it. Mu Yu sighed. At least we tried hard, and it wasn't us who was wrong. Yes. Yin Xiaomei nodded. Growing up, the price is high. Although she has never made money, at least she has experienced it. She has always appreciated Mu Yuyu's talent, and she loves those designs so much that she has persisted until now. Pity. The probability of dreams becoming reality is too low. Finished. There was some silence in the room. Suddenly, Didi, the email sounded. Lower your head. Mu Yuyu glanced at it casually, and the next moment, her pretty face changed, and she quickly opened it to finish reading. Ah, screamed. Yin Xiaomei was shocked. What's wrong? A rat. Memory. In other words, the mice would make Mu Yuyu scream, but the cockroaches were not afraid. After panicking, Mu Yuyu saw a happy expression on her face, as if, I picked up 100 yuan, and her eyes were shining. What's wrong? Yin Xiaomei asked. Hear the words. Mu Yuyu raised her head, with an unconcealable smile on her face, and her voice trembled a little. It. Mu Yuyu stood up, grabbed Yin Xiaomei's shoulders, and shook her hard. Yin Xiaomei struggled to break free. Soon, she understood what Mu Yuyu meant by hit. Really? Yeah. Mu Yuyu nodded vigorously. Great, Yin Xiaomei said excitedly. Let me just say, your designs are impeccable. Even if the other party has high requirements, there will always be one chosen. Ha! One can last for 2 years and can still recruit people. Not just one. Mu Yuyu shook her head. Suddenly, Yin Xiaomei's smile froze. There's not one. Then you're the winner. No. You mean? His eyes got bigger and bigger. Yes. More than one. But there was a pause. I want them all. After Mu Yuyu finished speaking, Yin Xiaomei's eyes had widened, and she lost her voice and said, I want them all. It's not surprising that she was so surprised. You know, just a winning bid will cost a lot of design fees. Only. Doubts ensue. Wait a minute. Whether it's a finalist or a winning bid, and if party A doesn't agree, it won't be a success. I calmed down, thinking that it had only been a day, and there was no way that Design Institute would give party A drawing. However, Mu Yu shook her head and smiled. Winning the bid. It's not shortlisted, and party A has confirmed it. What? Yin Xiaomei screamed again, her heart beating faster, and she quickly walked around the desk and came to Mu Yuyu. She looked at the unclosed email on the computer and read it carefully word by word. Hello. Your studio sent us 5 design drawings in total. After Party A's screening, 5 of them passed. Please come to our hospital to sign the contract within 3 days. Thank you for your support. It was short. The content that can be included is substantial. Pass. Still want it all. As for the price, Yin Xiaomei is not worried because that Design Institute publicly stated that no penny will be paid for designs won by other design institutes, and all will go to the designer. Therefore, that's why everyone was so generous in bringing it out. Otherwise, what should I do if I haven't negotiated the money yet, and I've been cheated? Ha! We did it! We did it! Yin Xiaomei smiled extremely happily. Finally got through. With 5 designs, the design fee will not be less than 2 million yuan based on the designed area. But even if it is halved, it is still a profit. Million. It's only been 9 years, but it's a big number. Woo! In the evening, instant noodles with sausage. Pooh! Why not eat instant noodles or have a barbecue? No matter how luxurious it is. Forget it. Wait until you get the design fee. Save some money now. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford the ticket to that design institute. Didi. At this time, the email came again. What's wrong? Mu Yu came over. Pray in your heart. Don't just say, sorry, the email just sent was wrong. Take a look. Fine. Reality did not give another critical blow. A link. It was sent from that Design Institute. When you click on it, you will see a website with the logo of the Design Institute on it. In addition, there's a list of names. This is the list of Party A's winning bids after the preliminary selection. But there are only 12 of them. Their studio names alone account for 5 of them. Wow, I'm going to be famous. Yin Xiaomei smiled from ear to ear. Yes, Yumei's studio has become famous. There are thousands of design institutes across the country. Thousands of designs were sent to them. I thought it would take several days to review, but I didn't expect that it only took one afternoon and they responded to the email. Don't want. No, not satisfied. A lot of no's made them very depressed. Later, they were sent a link and they felt much better. There were so many design institutes and thousands of drawings, but only a dozen passed the review of Party A. Think about it. It's not that I am incompetent, but of the 12 that passed, only 8 units were awarded, and one of them actually won the bid for 5 projects. This attracted the attention of almost all the major design institutes in the country, and they all looked at the screen blankly. Where did it come from? Never heard of it. And it's also a studio. That's awesome. As for questioning Party A's results, how dare you? Because the problems were clearly pointed out in the reply email and are unavoidable. Obviously, the screening was very strict, and there was no perfunctory response. In this way, regarding the announced list, they all believe that it is really excellent. A large design institute. Finished reading. The dean immediately ordered his men. Check out. Yes. Apparently, this studio is very capable and can make Party A's eyes light up and make a decision immediately. If possible, see if you can cooperate or recruit, but you also know that the hope is small because there are too many concerns. This world. A timely help. Very few. The icing on the cake. Lots of violence. How many people's talents are buried before they have time to bloom? But as long as they get a chance, they may soar into the sky. Not surprisingly, this studio will be one of them. At least. Now, in the Chinese architectural design world, it has created a wave of presence. Unfortunately, the website did not announce what the winning bidders looked like. Otherwise, everyone can learn from it. See what kind of designs are easy to win the bid. At the same time, many design institutes are making inquiries. Those with strong connections will directly check the registration location, while those with weaker connections will ask colleagues. The relevant groups are suddenly lively, and most of them say, "Who knows Yume's studio?" The answers are similar. Have no idea. Not impressed. Never heard of it. Just kidding. There are so many design institutes across the country, and the industry can only remember the names of a dozen or 20, let alone a small studio. Who would pay attention to it if they are bored? Spreading. Another wave of attention came. Yume's studio. Now, the 2 women were already in a state of joy and wanted to celebrate with a glass of Coke. Let's go. Eat skewers first, then barbecue. Yin Xiaomei said, no matter whether you can eat it or not, we will wait until the goal is set. Okay. Before leaving, I have also booked a flight to Shanghai for tomorrow. The Design Institute is in Shanghai and has always been very low-key. If it weren't for the park project, not many people would know about it, and it's a bit mysterious. Tidy. Go out. Walk out of the office building. Suck. Muyu took a deep breath. The air felt the same as usual, full of fragrance. I took a few big breaths and felt comfortable. The 2 women held their arms and walked in the wind. Everyone on the road had kind faces. Their world. It's bright. Soon, when they arrived at their destination, the 2 of them started eating like crazy. It had been a long time since they had eaten, and they missed it very much. As long as they got the design fee, they could eat every day from now on. Yin Xiao happily reported some good news to her family. However, but it was a rush to get married. Bah, hang up. Not to be offended. What a joke. Marry? The good times are just about to begin. How can you fall into the trap so quickly? After being a daughter-in-law, she becomes a pregnant woman. After being a pregnant woman, she becomes a parturient woman. After being a parturient woman, she becomes a housewife. The housewife becomes a resentful wife, and the resentful woman becomes a shrew. How to relieve worries. Only get rich. We're about to do it. Eating. Mu Yuyu's cell phone rang. Take a look. Unknown number. Hello, is it Mu Yuyu? A middle-aged man's voice sounded enthusiastic. Who are you? Mu Yuyu asked. Soon, after listening to the other party's introduction, then I found out that it was the boss of the Design Institute where I worked before. He came up with a lot of compliments, rambled on, and finally said the purpose, I don't know if you're interested in coming back to work. Don't worry. The salary is good, and you have a separate office. Assistant. A promise. Just. When he saw the list of 12 winning bidders, he immediately thought of this girl. She was capable and had ideals, but her ideals were too ideal. Later, she resigned and started a small studio. I heard that I hit a wall everywhere. Once. There are mostly jokes in the hospital. In the design industry, although talent is important, it is also about platform. If you have great ability, if you don't have a stage, you can only be ignored by everyone. This is the reality. A studio. No one. No money. It doesn't matter. It's useless if you only have passion, because you can't even get through many thresholds, let alone compete with others. Unexpectedly, Mu Yu, who had always been regarded as a negative example, turned around. 5. A total of 5. The design fee is not important. What is important is why among thousands of designs from thousands of design institutes, only 5 of the 12 preliminary winning bidders were selected. This is a big slap in the face. Therefore, he wanted Mu Yu to come back. Otherwise, this face really needs to be slapped. After listening, Mu Yu smiled slightly. Sorry, I still like freedom. Go back. That's where I came from. It was precisely because I had nothing to miss that I came out. Why did I go back? I can sleep when I want, go to work when I want, and design whatever I want. Doesn't it smell good? High salary. Assistant. Platform. Of course tempting. But this is not what she wants. It's fine like this. She used to suspect that her path had gone astray, but what happened today told her that if she had not gone astray, the world would eventually see light. Final. My earnest persuasion was of no use, so I had to give up. Turning to the topic of cooperation, he wanted Mu Yu to agree, saying that he would be affiliated with the studio under their design institute, so as to increase his popularity. Same. Mu Yu refused. At last, he even offered to take a look at the design drawings, but was immediately rejected. Mu Yu is not stupid. If he showed it to her, he would be criticized later, saying that he had stolen the design from the design institute, which would be disgusting. During this time, she was disgusted many times anyway. Therefore, very cautious. Then, this conversation could be said to have ended on bad terms. Other side, Mu Yu's former boss smiled bitterly. Well, it didn't work out, but it's different from the past. If nothing else, just saying that the design fee this time would allow her to have enough food and clothing in the short term. And more people are paying attention. The conditions he offered may not be the best. As for taking a look at the design, it's not that dirty. I just want to see what elements make party so satisfied. He immediately agreed. But it seems that I am overthinking it. Mu Yu, grow up. Society. It taught her what reality is and also taught her some survival skills. It seems that only when the project is completely confirmed will the Design Institute announce the status of all the winning buildings. They won't be given the chance to cheat. Depressed. Had known earlier. There was no early knowledge. All those who knew early were just trying to be a rogue, but the target was time, and what they wanted to get from it was the medicine to treat unwillingness and regret. Pity. There is no such possibility in the world. Subsequently, more and more people were asking about Mu Yu's phone calls, almost one after another. As soon as he hung up the phone, he came again with higher offers than the last, and some even proposed acquisitions. No matter what, invest in shares. Can't see it. She also made almost the same request as her old boss to get affiliated and take a look at the design drawings. Nature. Mu Yu didn't agree to any of them. At last, I was so annoyed that I turned off my phone directly. The busy business I expected before was not like this. Today is a good day. Eat well. Food and work are the only things you can't live up to. The next day, wake up. Ouch. Mu Yu pinched herself. Pain. After confirming that it was not a dream, he picked up the bedside computer and read the emails that he had read dozens of times last night, with a silly smile on his face. It took a while before things returned to normal. Xiaomei. Hurry. Don't sleep. Mu Yu, who got up early, patted Yin Xiaomei beside her. In order to save rent, the two of them rented a single room with a bathroom. The dazed Yin Xiaomei slowly opened her eyes. Let me sleep a little longer. I just dreamed of eating lobster. It's all your fault. The lobster is gone. Mu Yu was speechless and fell asleep again. Contract. Shanghai stock market. Several million. Hear it. Yin Xiaomei, completely sleepless, sat up suddenly and clenched her fists. Get up. Washington. Have a meal. Mu Yu opened her phone and saw that Hua had another bunch of missed calls, WeChat IDs, Penguin accounts, and a bunch of friends added. The text message icon actually showed 99+. All right, Thumbs up for your persistence. But why don't you focus this persistence on design? Noon. The two women arrived in Shanghai. They had no choice but to fly. It was their first time to fly, so they arrived at the airport 2.5 hours early for fear of being delayed. Plus, the flight would naturally arrive at noon, more than an hour later. It's so big. Arriving at the entrance of the Design Institute, Mu Yu sighed. A little off. But the place is huge, not like a design institute, but like a factory still at the headquarters level. Looking from the main entrance, there is a strange-shaped office building in the distance, but it is blocked by trees and cannot see the whole picture. Door. Who are you looking for? We are here to sign a contract. We have made an appointment with your company. My name is Mu Yu. Before leaving this morning, she called and made an appointment directly for work time this afternoon. 20 minutes left. Let me take a look. He finished. The security guard took out a tablet from nowhere, operated it a few times, and nodded. Yes, I do have an appointment for you. Okay, let's go in. Go straight this way and go in and look for the front desk. Thank you. Mu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Come in. Look left. Look to the right. The two of them are designers. When they arrived at this mysterious design institute, they naturally wanted to take a closer look. This is a professional habit, and they had to admire the impeccable design here. Soon, enter the building. After explaining their purpose, the two were taken to a living room on the first floor, which was like a private dining room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling curtain wall was a fish pond with various fish swimming in the shallow water. It's comforting to look at. What would you like to drink? A waiter dressed up came up. Whatever. Hearing that, the waiter smiled. You can choose, he said, placing his hand on the table between the two of them. In an instant, the table lit up, and the originally black and clean tabletop suddenly turned into an ordering table. Take a look. They were a little surprised. They were just looking at the fish and didn't notice this. It turned out that the table would light up when they touched it. I have to say that they were stunned by the scene in front of them and felt that it was very high-tech. Take a closer look. Almost everything they can think of is available. Tiguanyan. Bilyuakan. Yeah, the two of them usually don't drink tea, so they simply order something suitable for the place where they sign the contract. When the waiter heard this, he smiled and said, Okay, do you want dessert? We have small cakes here. The two women were stunned. Lower your head. There was a cake, and it only had a name, not a price, which made them uneasy. Yin Xiaomei thought about it and asked in a low voice, Well, may I ask, how much does a piece of cake cost? Hearing this, the waiter smiled and shook his head. Free. Then have one. One for each person. Free. Too lethal. Of course I wanted to, but I was really not full from the airline meal at noon. I felt in my heart that big companies are different, so luxurious. Soon, tea and cakes were served, and the two began to taste them. It's delicious. It's delicious. Wait until it's finished. I still want to have a piece. Yin Xiaomei whispered, saying it was a small cake, but it was not small, but it was so delicious. Even if she was full, she couldn't help but want another piece. It was free anyway. Pay attention to your image. Mu Yu wiped her mouth clean and warned. Oh, after the waiter cleaned up, the other person also came, a man and a woman, wearing suits and looking capable. Mu Yu and Yin Xiaomei quickly stood up and introduced themselves. Please take a seat, both of you. The woman smiled. I think you read the contract yesterday. Are there any problems? No. Mu Yu shook her head. Perfect. Not a single word of the problem can be found. That's good. Take a look. If there's no problem, just sign. The woman handed over 3 paper contracts, and the two of them read them on the spot, mainly to check whether there were any discrepancies, and they were not worried about being cheated, but still maintain a rigorous attitude. Finished reading. No problem. Signed his name. It's a pleasure to work with you. Shake hands. We have seen the design capabilities of your studio. The unique style and originality are all rare works. In the future, I hope we will have more opportunities to cooperate. Okay, Mu Yu said with a smile. Chat a few more words. The person left without recruiting or relying on them. This made the two women sigh in relief. They really wanted to bring it up and refuse the embarrassment. Now it makes them feel extremely relaxed. Let's go. Where to go? Find a hotel, to stay first. Mu Yu said grandly. The contract stated that 1/10 of the design fee would be transferred to their account within 1 working day after signing the contract. Otherwise, I can't even talk about the hotel. But a hotel. As for the rest, it will be paid in one lump sum after Party A's entrustment is completed. Since Party A's demand is very urgent, the remaining balance will be available by the end of next month at the latest. Normal. It is impossible for Party A to pay once for each successful bid. Advance payment from the Design Institute? Dream. There are more than 400 buildings, and the total design fee is no less than 400 million. Not to mention this Design Institute. No design institute in the country can advance it. It is conscience to give 1/10. Full of sincerity. After leaving, the two women found a hotel nearby. Double room. Let's do it. Sitting side by side. Turn on your computer and get busy. There is still 1 month before the deadline, so they still have time. If they work hard, they may be able to design 1 or 2 designs that Party A will like. That is money, real money. How can they not be tempted? Want a rest? After a month, the design fee will arrive, and you can have a good rest. Afternoon, 6:30. Ding dong. The text message prompted. Mu Yu glanced at it and quickly picked up her phone. Ah! A scream startled Yin Xiaomei at the side. After understanding the reason, she felt happy. Just now, 1/10 of the design advance payment had arrived. 360,000. Much higher than expected. 360,000. Quite a lot. After all, they only do architecture and interior design. Although structural design can also be done, such as how many steel bars to put, it is a tedious task. In the past, it might have been done, but now. All right, with this time, winning another bid will obviously be more tempting. Therefore, after much deliberation, I decided to leave the money to the Design Institute to earn some money. Do the math. It is also the opportunity and platform provided by others. Otherwise, their designs can only be enjoyed by yourself. Haha, a lot of money. It's paid. The two women hugged each other excitedly. Neither is sitting. Neither is the station. They walked back and forth in the room to release their excitement. After a while, the two of them calmed down and said, "Don't be happy yet. Keep working. It would be better if you can win another one." Okay. Then, the two women became busy again. Back to Shun? No. If you have money, you can definitely stay here for a month. If you win the bid next time, you won't have to travel back and forth. Even if you don't win the bid, it's not bad to stay here for a month. The environment of this hotel is quite good. And it is also to avoid trouble. Someone may block the door when you go back. Telephone. WeChat. Short message. It has not stopped until now. As you can imagine, it is not difficult to find their studio. Just now, they received a call from a neighbor in the office building saying that there were many strangers at the door of the studio. Simply, the limelight is over, come back again. Very hard-working. Park. Tang Qing smiled. He didn't have surveillance everywhere, but the two people's computer operations were recorded indiscriminately by the waiter, so he knew what they were doing, and he was somewhat looking forward to it. If good, it will be better to give it a little more chance. If so, feel sorry. We don't pay for works we don't like. The information flashed by. This matter. It only gave him a second to think. Now, he is in a meeting. As of yesterday, all the first-level warehouses of Hummingbird Commercial Storage in the 39 countries have been started, and 83% of the second-level warehouses have been started. The construction of all warehouses will be completed by the end of the month at the latest. Last month, the transfer of senior executives from each branch to China went smoothly. Hummingbird regular meeting. The current president reported eloquently that as the project progressed, more and more things happened. In 39 countries, the first batch of warehouses exceeded 600, and 600 factory areas were constructed. TSK. It is a nightmare for any company. Manage, coordination, training. There were a lot of things. Tang Qing shook his head. Fortunately, we have many subordinates. Otherwise, just one company can make you miserable, and you have to worry about problems within the company all the time. The top of the mountain. Bureaucracy. Usually, when a company reaches a certain level, human problems will become bigger and bigger. But now, There are loyal warriors who control and supervise in secret, and the eyes of the sky supervise and guide openly. One word. Cool. This day, that's what a cheater should be. In fact, Tang Qing was also thinking about a question, that is, what to do next. In state units, basically, many are capable until retirement. But what about private enterprises? 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. It depends on the lifespan of the company. Once it goes bankrupt, a large number of people will lose their jobs. It's okay if you are young, but it will be very difficult for you to get re-employed as you get older. How to solve this problem? Yes, in theory, it has nothing to do with him. How can a businessman manage his employees for the rest of his life? Older, useless, expelled. What a simple thing. But Tang Qing couldn't convince himself of such behavior. And if a businessman didn't even think about it, would he still have a conscience? At least, Tang Qing felt that something was wrong here. At least, something has to be done. Think about it. Recorded an entry in the notebook. After the meeting, Tang Qing connected to the sky eye. Little boss, Do Jiao, who is already a mother, has a hint of mature tenderness in her smile. One thing. Then, Tang Qing explained his idea. After listening, Do Jiao's eyes lit up. It's a good thing, but it costs a lot of money. In this world, money can solve most problems. Tang Qing's suggestion is simple. Stay with me as long as you work, and stay in charge as long as you want. Worked for 3 years. Resign. Good. I can continue to help you pay Social Security for 3 years. By analogy, no matter how long you work for me and later resign due to various reasons, I can help you pay Social Security for an additional period of time. More than 15 years. Resign. Okay. Direct payment to retirement is considered one of the company's benefits. Even if it is limited to payment and cannot be cashed out, it is still a very good benefit. But in this way, it will cost a lot more every year. With Tang Qing's industrial scale, 10 years later, at least several billion yuan more will be spent every year. After all, everyone has his own ambitions. Marriage, family, personal, dream. There are many reasons for people to quit their jobs. No problem. Tang Qing smiled easily. Just money. Billions, even tens of billions, is that much? I'm afraid you don't even dare to think about how rich I will be in 10 years and how big my industry will be. Just talking about it now, it is not an exaggeration. We who are poor only have money left. And, you see, it's only 1/10 of the wealth I have. Even if I lose, I don't have to sleep on the street. It's hard to lose. There are people everywhere helping me make money and printing money to spend. You think it's okay? Of course I support it. Do smiled charmingly, looking at Tang Qing. The more I look at it, the more I like it. This little boss has a good heart. Moreover, this is just the beginning. God knows whether other insurances and other types of money will be added in the future. Is crazy. Made money. No expense spared. One word. Handsome. Let's just say he is a businessman, and he doesn't care about businessmen. He treats almost all of his own people well and treats his employees extremely well. You say you're not a businessman, but you're really good at making money. All right. A mysterious man. Just last year, Tang Qing's companies issued year-end bonuses worth billions. Based on this year's performance and scale, it may exceed 10 billion from time to time. Oh my God, 10 billion. Years ago, before Tang Qing became famous, the richest man in China was not much more than this. I heard that Tang Qing is also looking for an employee housing fund. This is another huge amount. It's simply incredible. Fortunately, walk with him yourself, witness, and participate in all of this. Okay, you guys formulate the details. Tang Qing said. Okay. Do Jiao was extremely happy. After, she called several vice presidents and several related department managers. As the eyes of corporate services, they had the business of helping customers formulate company benefits, as well as specialized departments. This time, Tang Qing obviously wants to rectify all his companies, so the top management of Tianyin needs to know. After all, Tianyin, as Tang Qing's eye, is implicitly the steward of other companies. Are the new benefits? Social Security? Double. After listening, stunned for a moment, The senior executives of Tianyin became lively, and their eyes were shining with anticipation and shock at Tang Qing's generosity. This is no small benefit, because the base is too large. At present, under Tang Qing's banner, the total number of major companies has exceeded 100,000 people, and there may be more in the future, and they involve so many countries. This is definitely using their own pockets to subsidize the welfare of all employees. Really? Too trenchant. Certainly. As senior executives, they don't expect this kind of welfare to live, but it represents a kind of care. Tang Qing's concern for his subordinates makes him feel warm in his heart, even if he doesn't need it very much. Follow a boss like this. Comfortable. I called you here to discuss the details of the personnel who enjoy the benefits. Dou Jiao said. One, listen. Speak one by one. There must be restrictions. They must be long-term employees. Moreover, at least half a year. Less than. Then 1 year. 1 year, no more, no less. It didn't take long. A unified opinion was basically formed. The secretary sorted it out and sent it to Dou Jiao. Dou Jiao read it once and forwarded it to Tang Qing. Then, within 3 minutes, she received a reply from Tang Qing. Then, the mailbox flashed again. I saw. Tang Qing forwarded it to the presidents of all his companies and added at the end, each company will add this benefit and it will be implemented on May 1st. If you have any questions, please report it. Qingyan City, Zhongyu Special Guard Headquarters. What? Gao Ming couldn't help but be startled after reading it. He looked again and saw that he was not the only one to receive this email. There were a bunch of familiar names, all of which were presidents. Obviously, this was meant to be implemented together. This, joy, naturally happy. But, money. The hematopoietic ability of the Special Guards in the Central Military Commission was seriously insufficient, and they could only barely maintain it now. Tang Qing knew it, but he still gave the order. Naturally, there was an arrangement, and he felt relieved. Then reply. No problem. After that, call a management. Have a meeting. Such a benefit will be implemented on May 1st, which is very urgent. Thinking about it, it can make the subordinates excited for a while. According to this standard, as long as you work here for 15 years, you don't have to worry about personal social security. For many people, this is a huge guarantee. Shanghai Stock Exchange, Qingyuan Technology Headquarters. No problem. After reading, Luo Chong replied directly. Just kidding. We're making a lot of money every day. This little welfare expenditure is nothing to worry about, and it is Tang Qing's handiwork at first glance. Otherwise, how would Tianyin dare to mention it? This is the fault of the boss. This is only possible if Tang Qing takes the initiative. Therefore, how dare you say no even half a word? Support. 15 years. Think about it. If you graduate from college at the age of 24 and work in the company for 15 years, you will be 39. If you cannot enter the management level, you may not be able to adapt to the high-intensity frontline work, and you will face a quick choice at that time. If you resign, the company can be regarded as thanking him for his 15 years of dedication. Social Security will be paid until retirement, which is not excessive. As for his subsequent life, to be honest, 15 years is enough for an employee to accumulate a certain amount of wealth. Salary, welfare, stock, bonus. Tang Qing's companies are all excellent. Even if he retires directly after working for 15 years, it probably won't be a big problem. After all, according to Tang Qing's plan, employee-funded housing will be built on a large scale in the future. Even welfare housing, house, car, tickets. If you work hard, there will be no shortage. Therefore, this age is just right. After replying, I chatted with Pu Chaodong again. Of course, there was no problem there. Comet Group's profits were not low. In the early days, the expenditure on this welfare was not much. After all, the company has only been started for a few years, and people always resign. The real peak period will be more than 10 years later. At that time, it will probably be a different story. Others don't know, and Luo Chong certainly doesn't know, what a devilish genius his boss is, and his current achievements may be just the beginning. Soon, the news spread. It was not a secret, and it had skipped the research stage and was ready to be implemented. A series of meetings continued, and there were still so many companies. Keep it secret? Disaster. Suddenly, the internal groups of major companies are lively. Have you heard? The company is going to implement new benefits. What? Say it quickly. Hey, I just heard that as long as you're a regular employee of the company, plus the probation period, which exceeds 1 year, you can enjoy the qualification to continue to pay Social Security for double the period of time. What does it mean? It means that after working for 3 years, you will receive 3 years of Social Security benefits after resigning. During the resignation period, if you find a job and the other party pays Social Security, then the benefits will be suspended. But it won't disappear. I'll renew it for you when you lose your job next time. Shou Chow, is it so good? Really or not? Yes, is it reliable? Absolutely reliable. And do you know that not only our company, but all the companies under our chairman will implement this benefit, starting from May 1st this year? And as long as you work for 15 years, the Social Security company will cover you until you retire. Hearing this, boiling, touched. Thank you, Mr. Tang. That's great. I don't know how to describe it anymore. I can only say, Mr. Tang, thank you. Director Tang, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Such news is comparable to a salary increase, or even better. In 15 years, they have reached middle age. Considering the number of highly educated people in the company, 15 years is enough for many people to enter the company. At that time, if you can't go up, can't get down again. Very embarrassing. Changing jobs may not always go smoothly, and after a lot of hard work, you may reach the age of knowing your destiny. Without the stability of a national unit, if you have this layer of protection, you can have less worries. Such a business. Such a boss. Real. It's touching. Outside world. Waiting to see this benefit from Tang Qing's company. Suddenly, half a frying pan. I'll go, what did I see? He must have not woken up. No way. It should be a rumor. Which private company will have such benefits? If you pay twice as long as you work, wouldn't it mean that if you work for 15 years, you can slowly start to live a retirement life without worrying about food? That's right. I don't believe it. Not necessarily. It only pays Social Security, not money. Retirement is not easy, but if so, it is a good thing, but the company will be so good? I doubt it. Tang Qing, after all, he is still a businessman. Yes. But what if it is true? This question, like a critical hit. Fake. You can also despise it. Real. If true, this will be a turning point in the reform and change of China's private enterprises. Small businesses do not have the confidence. Large private enterprises will have higher stability in the future. But, I guess, the world. There will not be too many entrepreneurs with such good intentions. Such great news. Like fire. It quickly set the internet on fire. As more and more employees under Tang Qing broke the news, everyone gradually became convinced that it was true and that Tang Qing really wanted to provide benefits to more than 100,000 of its employees. No cash. But it's more shocking than cash. If it is cash, it may take a minute to get it. But Social Security payment is a long-term benefit. If you work for 1 year, you'll pay for 1 more year. If you work for 15 years, you will be paid directly until retirement. It is so generous. Envious. Think back to your own company. Shake his head. Can't compare. Study? Hee. With his boss's instigation, how could he be willing to give out such benefits and enjoy the benefits without deducting them? Although he was envious, he still remained rational and knew that only a few large companies could do it. Small companies have no money. It will be nice to be paid on time. More? Powerless. Mighty. This is going to create history. Okay. There should be no company in the world doing this. Although I doubt this is a show, I hope there will be more shows like this. I have to say that Tang Qing is so good to his subordinates. Yeah. Our Tang family is still very atmospheric. I'm a fan. I must go in for this interview. I really don't want to squeeze into an office space of 1 square meter per person, and I also want to have free afternoon tea. In April, during the graduation season, many graduates were looking forward to it. There is no contrast. It doesn't hurt. 1 square meter. 5 square meters. Apparently, the latter is more attractive, And there is even a grading of each office environment online, first level and second level. Level 5, Tang's level, because all under Tang Qing's banners have the same standard. Average down, is far inferior to other companies. It was lively and full of admiration. Certainly, netizens are excited, but many bosses are frustrated. What? Isn't this putting them on the fire? Although there won't be any big strikes like in Western countries. But if you do so well, how will everyone think of them in the future? Black-hearted boss? Unscrupulous businessman? Annoying. Then, many business owners are lamenting. What a shame. Isn't it good to save money if you have money? That's right. It's okay to give out year-end bonuses. Why do you want to provide such benefits and completely ignore our feelings? One day, I'll see if you can still be so cool when you go bankrupt. 100 billion a year. Why didn't I see the prospect of smartphones at the beginning? I didn't think that it could be assembled. I can only curse in private. Online, if you dare to say this, you will immediately be drowned in verbal criticism. In the end, you can only pretend that you didn't see it. You Tang Qing is rich, you can do it yourself. We are not that rich, so we won't follow. Survival is not easy. We still have to live. As for expecting Tang Qing to go bankrupt, just think about it. They're all bosses, so they naturally know what kind of companies Tang Qing is. If they want Tang Qing to go bankrupt, the probability of them becoming rich is as high as that of them. Congested, depressed. Go home, drink some wine, take a nap, and pretend nothing happened. For this kind of thing, just get angry for a while, and the heat will dissipate in a few days. Everyone does whatever they are supposed to do, and most people can only watch. Comic group. Headlines. Department of Public Information. Our chairman is extremely handsome. Perfect. Hearing the compliments from his colleagues. The corners of Lin Joshua's mouth curled up slightly. This kind of thing was in line with Tang Qing style. It was as if he didn't know what the cost was. As long as he could get it, he would do it. As long as he had it, he would spend it. Have a look. 5 parks. More than a dozen test bases. Tens of billions of investments were made without blinking an eye. She didn't feel distressed. At all. Looking back, she found that she really couldn't spend much money in a year. In this case, why did she save so much? At least, in her mind, just enough is enough. Look around. Smiling faces. I guess this is what Tang Qing wants. At this moment, the head of the news department sent a message with a simple content, asking her to publish a press release in this regard. Okay, she replied. Then, asked Oh Jiao for details. Finished reading. Start writing. Where did you come from? At this time, a colleague next to me came over and said in surprise that even within the company, it was only circulated and the specific documents were not released, but looking at Lin Joshua's document, it was very clear word for word. Chill. Lin Joshua hissed. Keep your voice down. Oh, a clear look. No need to explain. She had enough brain power to think that it was from the head of the news department, asking her to write the news accordingly. However, the company had not yet issued an official document, and it was not appropriate to spread it. She shrank her head and laughed playfully. Understood. He said, I read the details on the side. The more I look, the more joyful it is. Really, this should be the complete version of the new benefits received by major companies. Who dares to modify the documents issued by Tang Qing? If it is not so fast, there is a high probability that it will be the original version. Our chairman is so kind. Lin Joshua smiled with her beautiful face and lowered her head to write. Hangzhou, Alibaba headquarters. What do you think? We can follow suit. The annual expenditure is actually not much. Alibaba has a lot of resigned employees, but they're all very capable and young. After resigning, the probability of being unemployed for a long time is not high. If so, okay, the worst I can do is give you a working life limit. Therefore, the burden is not heavy in the short term. Okay, we'll fix it too. Mayan agreed. This matter, it is very good for improving cohesion. As the largest shareholder of Ali, although Tang Qing did not send this email to himself, he also made a judgment in his heart. This is indeed a very conscientious thing. Yes, looking at the excitement outside, Tang Qing was very calm. Although his actions could not change society. He had to set up a torch to bring more light to the misty world. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In this way, it's not like I have to do it all over again. At this time, melodious music resounded throughout the park. Get off work. Tang Qing stood up, humming a song. Walking out of the office, there were not many people outside at this moment because most of them were working overtime. Tiangong was online, and there were so many technical verification tasks and evaluations that made the park crazy busy. But no matter how busy you are, only 2 hours of overtime are allowed. These days, as reports come out one after another, they have attracted widespread attention in the industry. There are more and more projects for sale on the website, and the number of transactions is also rising. Of course, many people are dissatisfied. Come with joy. Go with a frustrated look. To this, the park also has countermeasures. Not convinced? Think the assessment is low? Okay. Appeal. Come to me and explain it to you. In the end, these people can only be convinced. Tang Qing feels that this is a bit like antique appraisal. There are always many people who are obsessed with themselves. But those who engage in scientific research are mostly rational, and there are not many people who are messy. If you feel that you are dissatisfied, then there is nothing to say. You can buy and sell freely. You and I are willing, and we will not force it. Although its establishment time is short. But the name of Tiangong, they have already gained some fame in the world's technology industry. Number 1, naturally because of him, he is the second richest man in the world. Without ERV, he would be number 1. Second, there's also a lack of technical trading platforms in all countries. Then, scientific researchers from some countries have contacted each other to see if they can monetize their technology. You must know that even in developed Western countries, the commercialization rate of technology is not high, developed with great pains. Cool. This is so distressing. So, after seeing a relatively fair technology trading platform, they all started to think about it. It is not expensive anyway, so they should give it a try, even if the final answer is that it is completely behind the times and has no value. Okay, it was just a thought. Ever since, the park is busier. Fine. Only technical appraisal was done, and appearance patents were not included. Otherwise, that would be a mess. Technically, there is evidence to follow, and the uses, costs, benefits, and markets are all clear at a glance. But the appearance is difficult to evaluate, so we simply won't do it because, strictly speaking, it's not very relevant. No experimental verification is required. Therefore, sellers can set their own prices, as long as they are not too outrageous. But judging from Tiangong's data, there are almost no patent transactions in this part, and most customers prefer technology transactions. Appearance? Never mind. If you have the money, wouldn't it be better to hire a designer to make some changes? Have to admit, the strength of patent protection in this area is a bit weak. If you change some details of a car, it will not violate the appearance patent. As a result, everyone is really not interested in originality. Soon, arrive home. Lin Jiaxue hasn't come back yet. Relatively speaking, the park is much closer to home. Second uncle. Just walked in. Tang Qing received a call from Tang Kai. Tang, I just saw the news that you have a new employee benefit. I think it is very good. I'm going to learn it. I'm calling to ask if there are any follow-up benefits. Tang Kai asked. 3 risks. 5 insurances. There's 1 more gold. I don't know if Tang Qing wants to take care of everything step by step, or if he only plans to include Social Security. Not yet. Tang Qing shook his head. 1 listen. Tang Kai on the opposite side nodded. That's right. Being able to do this is already the most benevolent thing. If you pay all the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, it would be a bit excessive, and the burden on the company will become heavier and heavier. And Tang Qing also said it is temporary. Okay, whatever you do, I will do it, so as not to ruin the reputation of our Tang family. Tang Kai smiled. Now, many of the welfare policies of his companies are imitated by Tang Qing's company. Kulme, demonstrate benevolence and righteousness, lest anyone say that being rich is unkind. Secondly, reflect consistency. Tang family. Naturally, we have to advance and retreat together. Although it is a bit tiring to follow Tang Qing, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. The Tang family is a whole and cannot be pointed out by outsiders. Not sure of money. Okay. Tang Qing smiled. That's right. Just today, a large number of parts have arrived at the shipyard one after another, and the construction of your yacht will begin tomorrow. Tang Kai suddenly remembered this and informed Tang Qing. Said, he also reported a series of numbers. Monitoring code. You can see the construction process of the yacht, which is also a special service of the shipyard. It is to build high value-added products, and there are many customized ones, so it is natural to provide extraordinary services. Okay. We chatted for a few more words. Hang up. As for monitoring? Cut. Look at what that thing is for. It is built for fun anyway. How can your own car be made by an outsider? This is just a cover. When the time comes, this yacht can only be parked in the waters of the training area. Destroy? No. Reserve for later use. After all, if a friend borrows the boat, it will be used as waste. Now, training area, see area. A finished large yacht has been parked quietly. It has the best materials and the best technology, and is also equipped with weapons and defense systems. It looks like a bunny on the outside, but it is a giant beast full of teeth on the inside. Contemptuous. Everyone has to pay a price. Certainly. I hope I will never encounter such an opportunity. Just today, the test base next to the shipyard has been acquired. It didn't cost much. The county almost sold it half and gave it half, and acquired nearly 6 square kilometers of land. The design work was completed quickly. The end of the month. The construction team will arrive. Everything. All went well. In a good mood. Check out the show. This is India. Trembling. Looking at the land, Vika said weakly. At first, he thought the two brothers were taking him to another place in Indonesia, but never expected that. India. Why is it India? Hold the grass. Do you speak Hindi? Just come here? Isn't the goal more visible? Waika didn't know whether to be depressed or happy. The happy thing was that it was better to be more conspicuous and easily found by the family. What's frustrating is the toss-up along the way. Malay, Indonesia, India. I hope he won't run away again. If he runs away again, it might be Africa. Although these two guys are more conspicuous when they go to Africa, they will sell him out if they don't keep it together. On the way, he heard this more than once. Sold. Cash out. Leave. At that moment, Vika refused. Don't. The torment along the way was too miserable. It would be too difficult for me to deal with another group of robbers, but my small body would not be able to withstand the tossing several times. At the same time, I was still a little angry. Maid. The ship sailed into India without any obstruction at all. It was so unreliable. Could it be that it was confident that no one would smuggle it into India? Is this self-confidence your reason? All right. I endured it. Looking at the shore. A desolation. No one. No car. No room. Vika was helpless. Didn't he say that India has a large population? Why is the seaside not filled up? Making a living by fishing is no better than crowding into the slums. Looking around, there is no one who can detect anything unusual about them. At this time, just listen to one of the sermons. Not bad. Same as usual. No one. We can hide for a while. Vika, have you been to India? Come in. How many times? Once. Why are you here? Come. To experience the customs. Vika said euphemistically, recalling that wonderful trip, looking at the tragic reality this time, and the huge gap. He couldn't help but sigh. Have I sinned against God? Otherwise, how could it be so miserable? It's unscientific. Get off the boat. Pop. Vika was thrown directly into the water. Fortunately, it was not deep, only knee-deep. The slightly turbid water showed that the surrounding area was not a real no-man's land, but there was no one here. 2. If there is no man's land, there is not even a base station, supplies are scarce, and they must not starve to death. Faintly, when Vika heard someone say that she was here last time, her heart skipped a beat. Damn, last time? It turns out that we didn't just pick a beach at random. No wonder it went so smoothly. But what did you do last time? Talk. You are a thief, and you have cross-border experience? Puzzled. Don't even dare to ask. Get off the boat. Just walk a dozen steps. Ah! Vika screamed. Bang! The person next to him kicked him, and he fell into the seawater. He was caught off guard. After being fed 2 mouthfuls, Vika managed to struggle up, panting heavily, and met 2 pairs of cold eyes again. See this? Vika thought the other party suspected that he was calling for help. Explain quickly. Something bit me. Oh, I heard. Their expressions softened. Get up. Vika raised her feet and saw a crab hanging on it, holding her trouser legs and not loosening at all. This made Vika so angry that I was so unlucky and everyone bullied me. So did you, the crab. Do I still have dignity? Just wanted to get rid of it. The crab was caught by one of them, and the crab waved its pincers arrogantly several times. Yeah, not bad. Additional dinner tonight, he said. He also gave Vika a strange look. This glance made Vika's heart sink. He didn't think he thought I could attract crabs and let me be used as bait. Such a weird idea was not impossible. I have learned many lessons along the way. This way, it can be described as a legend. With anxiety, Vika went ashore. It was the same as what he saw on the boat. It was deserted. There were no footprints on the beach, only some dead branches and leaves, and a bush in the distance. Subsequently, the 3 of them moved forward. 10 minutes later, finally, came to a place. The cave is not deep, only a dozen meters, but it is very high. Quack, there's a nest of seabirds here. The nest is very high, and it is difficult to drive it away. Okay, let's stay here for the time being. Vika, don't run around. There are a lot of thunders around here, which were laid in the past. After that, Vika jumped up immediately. What? Thunder? A sharp voice echoed in the cave. Are you kidding me? He looked horrified. Oh my God, could it be that we just walked through a minefield? Hold the grass. Hold the grass. Zhou Chao, you're not that brave. You're all here. As for how there's thunder here, don't think too much. After, I saw a man stepping out of the cave and taking out a sign. Gula. Vika opened her mouth. Real. It's true. The text was incomprehensible, but the black skull and 2 bones were printed on it very conspicuously. There were 10,000 curse words in Vika's heart, but when they came to his mouth, he swallowed them. My heart was beating wildly. Made her no wonder. There should be people living in this place, but no one was seen. It turned out to be really thunderous. So who would dare to come here? Looking at the 2 of them, Vika felt a chill in his heart. They were madmen, 2 complete madmen. Kidnapping is kidnapping. Transnational is transnational. But he even dares to break into minefields. What kind of MMP is this? Don't worry. We know a safe way. It's okay. But if you run around, that's not necessarily the case. The thunder here is not like on TV. If you step on it, it won't explode until you lift it up. If you step on it, bang, our money is gone. Volvi. I know it's a minefield. I still run. Silly? As for the common sense mentioned by the other party, I naturally know that the demoning on TV is originally a film and television version to create a tense atmosphere. Most real minds will not be alive to those who step on them. Understood. I will be honest. Vika smiled bitterly. Yeah, know the current affairs. After that, when he saw one of them go out, leaving the slightly stupid one behind, Vika shrank. What he was most afraid of now was being alone with this stupid person, for fear of being accidentally killed. Real. The psychological shadow lingers. The man suddenly smiled. Brother. Vika smiled uglier than crying. Just now he was worried that this guy would use him to catch crabs, and now he was worried that this guy would ask him to go to the mines. Although the probability was extremely low, he had to worry about it here. This is stupid. It's impossible to speculate using common sense. Don't be afraid. Vika trembled. I have good news for you. What? There was a thunderbolt under the rock you were sitting on. Oh. Vika jumped up directly. Her face turned pale and ran to the door of the cave, looking at the place where she was sitting with lingering fear. Oh, why should it be so scary? I just sat on the thunder. Although it is a dumb thunder, it's also thunder. Oh my God. Can you please stop being so exciting? Vika couldn't help but glance at the stupid big man with fear and wondered in her mind how could an ordinary little thief have the opportunity and courage to come to such a place. Could it be? Have the 2 been soldiers before? Yes. Otherwise, how to get a robbery dare to fight with others, and even sail a boat. He is versatile and can evade pursuit. From Malaysia to Indonesia, and then from Indonesia to India, it is not something ordinary people can do. For a while, the background of the two people was figured out. Malaysia. Now, Luo, she was already quite calm. The son was kidnapped. Day 1. Yuzhong. The next day. Yuzhong. Day 5. Yuzhong. Day 10. Forehead. 2 weeks later. I feel used to it. Because it was useless to be anxious. Otherwise, after being anxious for so long, his son was getting further and further away. He felt that he should calm down and calm down. You can't stimulate yourself, nor can you stimulate the robbers. We can no longer mess around. All the major families are watching, laughing secretly in their hearts. Waika has almost wiped out the reputation of the pseudo family. This is dangerous. There are too many jokes, and the awe is gone. There can be no chaos. Calm. Otherwise, he couldn't save anyone, so he made people laugh. They sat in the courtyard, drank a sip of tea, looked at the scenery, and looked confident. They took a step back and said, "We are more than just Vika's son. Can't stop it. Master, it's not good." The housekeeper rushed in with an anxious look on his face. "What's wrong?" The old man passed out from anger. Holding the grass. Luo, she stood up. "Dad, your psychological quality has also been kidnapped." He quickly walked toward the building not far away. The pseudo family's manor was very large, and there were many family members living there. Walk, instead of running. Why? Because these days, the old man faints every 3 days, and he's used to it. There was specialized medical staff around him, and the world's most advanced equipment was only 100 meters away. It was not easy to die. "Dad!" 20 minutes later, Luo, she was kneeling on the ground, roaring heartbreakingly. Dead. So suddenly. So unexpected. So fast. He was completely confused, one wave after another. Could it be that this year was the year of disaster for the pseudo family? First, his son had an accident, and then his father had an accident. The backbone of the pseudo family was gone. Own? Yes. The pseudo family has the absolute right to speak. However, the death of the older generation will have an important impact on the entire pseudo family's relationship network. Many relationships are only as stable as the previous generation. The next generation wants to inherit. Not easy. This time, one more thing that gives me a headache. It didn't take long. When the news came out, the old man of the pseudo family was also a legendary figure in those days, and his reputation was not small. His death shocked all forces in Malaysia, and many people could not believe it. Too sudden. What? Dead? Just now. After receiving the news, many families thought it was false. After repeated confirmations, they sighed. It seemed that they were angry about Vika. In the past few days, they had heard of several faintings. Every time there was a near miss. Only, this time his luck ran out and took away his old life. Regret? Quite a bit. Even though he was an opponent, he was not defeated by them, but by an accident, which made people sigh. At the same time, he also sighed. The knife of time will eventually take him away. There is no escape. Can't avoid it. Can't get it back. Is there no news about Vika yet? No. Now, I guess the pseudo family doesn't want to worry about Vika. The top pillar collapsed. Although there were other pillars, it was still a big blow to a family like pseudo. Now, it is estimated that the collateral members of the pseudo family wish that Vika died outside. But this has little to do with them. What has more to do with them is whether they should do something under the new situation. They are not interested in the wealth of the entrusted family, but are interested in the sphere of influence. Black, white, ash. 3 paths. The pseudo family occupies a considerable position. Over the years, they have also worked hard and placed many of their own people among them. If they operate well, they may not be able to dig out another territory. Think of this. The hearts of each family gradually became active. Now, pseudo's house, collateral line, direct lineage. They all came in a hurry, their faces solemn, and many people sighed. After today, the pseudo family will face a different world, and their comfortable life may change. Certainly, collapse is unlikely, but you may not be able to act arbitrarily. Relying on the old man's connections in Southeast Asia, It doesn't matter if you go sideways, but without these connections, you won't be able to sell noodles. Friends from the older generation. Take care of one or two. Can. But when it comes to bigger things, people have to weigh things up. Vika. Someone gritted his teeth. Asshole. He will cause trouble. Why doesn't he die outside? What a big loss. Now, the ransom rose to $20 million. Depend on. Not to mention losing money, the old man also suffered a loss. If you can come back, you must be severely punished. Naturally, he was angry with Vika because this was the direct cause of the collapse of the pillar. Who told you to get drunk? Who told you to beat people and beat them to death? This is how the following series of things happened. I felt angry. Snort. Even if Vika can come back safely, he will be looked down upon by most of the family. A playboy who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun will be a drag if he doesn't create value. Kuala Lumpur. Once out of a simple dwelling. Ahem. Ahem. A rickety old man coughed and stood up from the bed shakily. He poured a cup of hot water and took a sip. This relieved the discomfort in his throat and lay back on the bed. Breathing heavily. Every breath was a bit laborious, and he didn't know how long he could breathe. Older. A cold could take him away, and he felt very unwilling to do so. Staring at the ceiling, his eyes were dull, as if he was lost in memories, smiling from time to time, and he was alone. If he said the most precious thing, it was the memory in his mind. Also, this is the place to stay. Soon. Maybe it's the place of death. Lie down for a while. Turning on the TV, due to physical reasons, TV was the only way for him to understand major events in the outside world, and he only watched one channel, which was the news, although most of it was boring news. But it can make a quiet room seem more popular. Suddenly, the dim eyes shine in vain. At 18 o'clock this afternoon, the famous entrepreneurs, the Pseudo family, rescue efforts failed. At the end, the old man sat up suddenly, his face like a ravine squeezed into a ball. Ha, cough. The old man's laughter was filled with helplessness, resentment, and a hint of relief. The growth of the Pseudo family was made possible by countless people, including him and his family. Then, when doing business in Indonesia, he was cheated a lot by the Pseudo family, which directly caused the family property to shrink by half. The accumulation of decades became theirs, and his father died in depression that year. After effort, try harder. 10 years. I got up again, and just when I was getting better, a large-scale accident happened. I thought it would end soon, but I didn't expect that it turned out to be like that, and the entire family was gone. Wife, child, relatives, all dead, and it was a tragic death. Many forces took this opportunity to fish in troubled waters and specifically targeted some wealthy Chinese. They were premeditated, organized, and purposeful, and the Pseudo family was involved. If he hadn't overheard it, he wouldn't have believed it. Too poisonous. He was lucky enough to survive. He came to Malay and wanted to take revenge, but he was weak and had no money. It was very difficult to take revenge. He had done many bad things, and the other party's security was very tight. Tried many times. Sneak into. Assassination. All to no avail. Almost got caught. Day to day. Year after year. The hatred did not diminish, but there was nothing that could be done about it. He watched the Pseudo family's business grow bigger and bigger and became stronger and stronger. 11 years ago, he accidentally broke his right leg. Since then, revenge is completely hopeless. Wasted. The only thing that can be expected is the news of the other party's death. Death from illness, old age, or being killed. It doesn't matter. He is just an ordinary person. How do you expect a common man to be angry? It also needs to be healthy. Today, finally waited. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't kill him with my own hands. I'm sorry, right? The old man muttered as he looked at the photo on the wall. It was the only remaining photo of his family of more than 10 people. Don't worry. I won't let him rest in peace. Like the old man, the Pseudo family has a lot of debts, but because their power is too huge, they have no choice but to choose the most helpless and powerless way, waiting for the death of the other party. Crackling. Firecrackers celebrated. And this. Let some forces from the Pseudo family come to the door. What are you doing? I like it. You. Facing a person of such an age, they really didn't dare to make a move because there were many people around watching. Don't let go. Okay. The next moment. Crackling. Another string came in front of me. This is outrageous. Okay. You are awesome. After a while, let's settle the accounts again, and then we walked away. There were firecrackers behind them again, which made their hearts beat loudly and gave them an unpleasant feeling. Maybe it's an illusion. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing was paying attention to all this. In fact, it was not his fault. He just created some conditions. For example, his personal doctor had a new assistant a few days ago. It's hatred, the kind of sworn enemy. Malaysia. Manor. Now, is being shrouded in an atmosphere of sadness, but how much of it is true is unknown. In the event of sudden changes, many people are concerned about the new infrastructure within the family. There are many people. There are many thoughts. These years, the old man is not a bowl of water. In a normal and harmonious atmosphere, there's not a lot of grievances. There are disputes between direct and collateral lines. There are just as many people who want the old man to die as those who don't want him to die. And there is no resurrection after death. Have this time. It is better to think about more realistic issues. The incident was too sudden, and the aftermath has not yet been explained. The remaining disputes may break out after the funeral. At this time, inside one of the buildings. Waste. Useless rubbish. Look, what have you done? I gave you so much money every year and the most advanced equipment. Not only did you not save the old man, but you didn't even see his face, you bastards. Damn it. Why did I raise you bunch of wastes? Waste of money. A middle-aged man cursed loudly, and a row of white coats opposite him lowered their heads and were being scolded honestly. They were the old man's full-time doctors, and they had an indelible responsibility for the old man's death. Everyone is heartbroken. This time, big trouble. In such a big family, if an important person dies suddenly, it is not a natural death. The clan members will definitely not let it go. Although they will not be buried with them, they will never take it lightly. Well, high wages also represents high risk. But one of them had a look of self-blame, with a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. This time, if he hadn't tampered with the equipment, the old man of the pseudo family probably wouldn't have died. The doctors here are top-notch, experienced, well-equipped, timely rescue. Want to die? It's not easy, but if some devices are manipulated to make extremely dangerous values look good, then even with rich experience, it is difficult to think that the data is lying. Then, he succeeded and felt happy. Death is not a pity. You are lucky to have lived for these extra years. There is some debt. It will be paid in the end. The revenge of exterminating the family. Inseparable. It was also his good luck that the former chief doctor's assistant had an accident and the old man fainted many times. Due to the long-term trust established, he was transferred here as an assistant, mainly doing chores. Take inventory of medications. Clean the ward. Check the equipment. Only then did he have time to do something with it. Who would have thought that in addition to being proficient in medical skills, he also taught himself electronics and programming? As expected, his skills were not overwhelming, and they came into great use at the critical moment. Think back. He was recruited at this moment, and he could only blame it on God's will. The old man of the pseudo family had done all kinds of bad things and had no conscience. At such a critical moment, he allowed himself to make up for it. I did not live up to God's expectations. Repair the knife. Still successful. Ha. Father. Mother. Names flashed by. I've avenged you, the man said in his heart. At this moment, the second head of the pseudo family in front of him, Luo, Shi's second brother, finally finished scolding him. Just wait, my father's death was delayed because of you useless guys. After that, he walked away, leaving a bitter look on his face. Hey, unlucky. What went wrong? Why did he die suddenly? It's unscientific. Hearing this, the man smiled inwardly. This is science. But on the surface, he still pretended to be mourning. How can this be a good thing? Yeah, this year will be in vain. They were all confused. They were not sure about the death of the old man, because they were kicked out by the bodyguards after the death was confirmed. They were also confused about the specific reason. No one thought about the equipment. To this, the man was relatively calm, because this kind of data modification was not permanent, but temporary. After knowing that the old man was going to die, he pretended to erase the data inside, unless the manufacturer comes to restore it. Otherwise, there was no evidence inside at all. In another house, more than a dozen people were watching a video. It showed the live video of rescuing the old man from all angles, with no blind spots, and it was also high definition, frame by frame. Nothing abnormal. Nothing wrong was found. Same. The rescue procedure is very standard. It's not a doctor's mistake. Listen to the report. Luo, she frowned. Everything was fine. The surveillance showed that all the data were normal. He shouldn't have died, but he did. The surveillance was checked over and over again. Everything works fine. The operation is correct. Every step can be regarded as a standard process. But people just die. Not scientific. Conspiracy? He didn't want to believe it. First of all, there was no evidence, and his father was indeed old. It was not impossible that something unexpected happened. Secondly, if it was a deliberate murder, then? No, won't. If it was murder and it was aimed at the pseudo family, the other party would definitely make the next move. The result would be terrible. It was not something ordinary people could do if they dared to murder their own father. Maybe he was overthinking it just then. The phone rang. Hello. A familiar voice. Familiar tone. Familiar anger suddenly made Luo, she explode, and she was so angry that it was these people. Without them to tie up Vika, there would not have been a series of events that followed, and her father would not have died. What tricks are you trying to play again? Luo, she gritted his teeth. Sorry. The other person came in vain. Luo, she was stunned for a moment. Then, just listen to the other side. We are deeply sorry for the death of your old man. Please express our sincerity. In this way, it is impossible to avoid the ransom. How about you watch half of it? After listening. Luo, she was angry. When are you still talking to me about money? Do you have any conscience? What the hell? If you are really sorry, just let Vikado go. You guys, you're going too far. Luoshi's heart was filled with anger. When had he ever been so angry? Since he was a child, he had everything he wanted, relying on the world created by his fathers and letting him run wild. Smooth sailing. But, as a middle-aged man, he was bullied like this. Is he bullying you? The person on the other side suddenly laughed. Mr. Luo, please don't be ignorant. We are so sincere, but you have always been sincere. You sent people everywhere to arrest us without telling us, and I heard that you even issued a so-called fatwa. Why? Your life is valuable, but our ordinary people's life is cheap. You are chasing. I am running away. Who bullied whom? Can you be reasonable? You are eating well at home, drinking well, and sleeping well. We are fleeing for our lives outside, sleeping in the open air, eating wild vegetables, and drinking unclean water. Who is bullying whom? The voice became louder and louder. Get it clear. Don't give face. Not everyone wants to give face to your pseudo-family. I'm in a bad mood. We'll talk about Vika in a week. You can solve the problems in your hands first, and then think of ways to deal with us. But please be careful. You must bear the consequences. What does it cut it? The last sentence. Very quietly. But Luo, she really listened. Bang! The phone hung up. Beep beep. Hearing the beep in his ear, Luo, she was stunned. What happened just now? I was actually yelled at by a robber, a pariah, and finally hung up on, feeling extremely annoyed. Asshole. Cursing, another phone call was sacrificed at home. Inside the room, Roche's roar echoed. Next to it, the men who were checking the video carefully lowered their heads, knowing that they were angry with the robbers again. They were also a little impressed by this wave of robbers. Not only could they hide, but they could also run around. Review what happened to Vika before. Got caught. Being beaten. Robbed. Into the sea. Shipwreck. Indonesia. It was also fought over by several waves of robbers. It was like an item, constantly changing hands, and finally returned to the hands of the first wave of robbers. It was miserable. They guessed that Vika was almost collapsed now. Pitiful? No. Vika's arrogance is also reflected in his treatment of his subordinates. These years, I was very angry about it. In Vika's eyes, I'm a pseudo-family's dog, barking and barking, and that's it. Work is like this. There's nothing to say, but sometimes it is really irritating and it is hard to remember. Now, the old man was so angry again. Snort. Even if he comes back, don't think about the good old days again. Let's just say that now, the scapegoat has not been found. Therefore, if Rand comes back, he may also face jail time, which is really a relief. At this time, Luo Shi's second brother walked in. Brother, what's wrong? It's okay. Taking a deep breath, Luo Shi said, having just been yelled at by a bitch. So embarrassing. Don't want to say. Ransom halved? This is not good news, and it's not that he can't get it out. What can make him happy now is that the two robbers have been caught, and he must torture them to death in all possible ways to relieve the hatred in his heart. He can also avenge his father. Ow! Refers to checking the video. No problem. Luo, she shook his head. It seems. It's really not the doctor's responsibility. The second brother narrowed his eyes, but, as he said that, he pulled Luo Shi out of the room. In her puzzled eyes, they must be responsible. Oh, Luo Shi was stunned. Puzzled. The next moment, I heard the second brother explain. In the final analysis, this matter has nothing to do with Vikit. If some doctors are responsible, it can also make Vikit less blaming. There are too many people watching from the outside. After listening, Luo Shi was shocked. Yes, I was so angry that I didn't expect this, so I couldn't help but nodded. You're right, I know how to do it. As he said that, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Someone had to share the blame. Yes. The second brother nodded with satisfaction. Although Vika is a bastard. But he is also his nephew, and he still needs the help. It is impossible to remove him completely, but it is possible to reduce his responsibility a little. If he doesn't say it, Luo Shi may think of it later. Subsequently, he turned and left. Behind, Luo Shi thought about it and called the housekeeper over. What? We made a mistake. How is it possible? Slander. After listening to the butler's words, the private doctors became anxious. They just reviewed all the procedures, and there was no problem. Even if they were announced, it would definitely be the most standard rescue implementation plan. Now, but was told it was a medical accident. Humph. The butler's face turned cold. What are you arguing about? Your incompetence killed the master. This is a fact. He recovered quickly from the previous fainting spells, but now he died directly. You want to stay out of it. Have you asked our pseudo family? Later, we will announce it to the outside world. I hope you keep your mouth shut. The words fell. The butler walked away, leaving everyone dumbfounded. At this time, now, if you don't understand what it means, you will have lived so many years in vain. The pseudo family wants to forcefully throw the blame and throw water on them. As for the motive, it doesn't seem that difficult to guess. Vika, so angry. Medical malpractice. Apparently, the latter will turn some of their attention to them. They are really a big family, and they are good at calculating, but they have nothing to do except getting angry and itching their teeth. Their arms cannot twist their thighs. That's fine. Taking responsibility is not entirely without benefits. In this way, there was no need to worry about being silenced. Thinking of this, the resistance was much lessened. They looked at each other, and the middle-aged man, who was the leader of the medical team, let out a long sigh. Now, it's useless to say anything. Admit it. From now on, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, the pseudo family will not be easy to mess with. The leader agreed. Everyone nodded and accepted it. It looked like they could not keep this high-paying job. As one of the men nodded, a sneer flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, this is the pseudo family. It's not over yet. Malaysia is bustling with activity. China. It was already evening. After dinner, Tang Qing was watching the news in the living room, lying lazily. Even the 13 sets of news broadcasts in a day were not 1/10 of what Tang Qing read in a day, and they were still important information. Most of them are considered confidential, even top secret. Say something. The kind that will definitely lead you to jail in this country. This kind of thing is a bit like the average person who can't stop reading the headlines. There are new content every day, and if you don't watch it, you will feel like you will fall behind. At this time, there is a news broadcast on the TV. Recently, due to the powerful effect of water purifiers, major tourist attractions in China have begun planning to purchase and carry out technical purification of water bodies that have been polluted due to various reasons in the region. Taihu Lake, Chaohu Lake, Dianchi Lake. The three major freshwater lakes have been included in the local environmental protection improvement targets. Regional fundraising, government allocations, and international donations are three sources of funding. It is expected to achieve initial improvement before the end of the year. Listen, Tang Qing smiled faintly. Good. Quite efficient. Just look at the nearest rivers and lakes to see how serious the pollution of inland water bodies is. Especially in densely populated areas, it is difficult for natural water bodies to remain free of pollution. There was no way before, but now there is a way, and it is very effective. Naturally, we can't wait. It won't be a big deal if we wait any longer. The key is to worry about others taking the lead, so everyone can compare. Look, you do nothing. Then, followed up one after another. Also, that is to say, there is a new solution to the funding problem. In the past, it was only financial allocation, which was very painful for the local area. Now, there are international donations and local fundraising, which has greatly reduced the financial pressure on the local area. Until now, almost every river of some size in China is on the donation list of the O Foundation. If you look it up, you will find that there are quite a few, especially the more well-known lakes. It can easily reach hundreds of millions more. Therefore, the local people immediately became interested and looked forward to it. It would be great if all the donations could come out. All this, it also made Tang Qing happy. First, made money. Second, these water pollution problems have also been solved. I have been to some scenic spots in my previous life, and most of them were disappointed. Even after 10 years, or even more of treatment, there was no fundamental solution in the end. Green mountains and green waters. Soon, it will truly become the norm. Green hills, green water, blue sea, blue sky. There is hope. In the past few years, against the background of the explosion of human science and technology, there's been a transitional demand for nature and a lack of effective governance methods. Now, this is no longer a problem. 10 years later, this land will have a completely new look. Tang Qing thought to himself. Air, body of water, desert, all have been solved technically, but the cost will be a bit high. It is impossible to improve desert land on a large scale. Even if the east-to-west water diversion project is implemented, it will not be enough to meet this demand. No, not even 1/10 is enough. Therefore, the main direction is to stabilize the existing vegetation coverage, block desertification, and transform some suitable places, such as the Lus Plateau, which has its own water, so it is not difficult to convert it to forest land. As for farmland, it is not too urgent. The country has had bumper harvests year after year and has sufficient reserves. Although staple foods are imported every year, the proportion is very small. On the contrary, more cash crops, such as soybeans, are imported. Tens of millions of tons are imported every year. Before Rebirth, the annual import is nearly 100 million tons, which is a terrifying figure. To this, it cannot be said that it is absolutely good or bad. After all, the food strategy is mainly to ensure self-sufficiency in staple foods and import a small part. For other things, it's okay to buy product from other countries. Otherwise, how to spend the foreign exchange earned. International trade is not about hamsters hoarding food, but about benefiting from the process. What does benefit mean? Money? No, that's paper or even just an electronic number. Mineral, food, raw materials. Only when these are in hand can we benefit. The more foreign exchange reserves are not necessarily the better, but to serve the overall economy. For example, in Myanmar, if the foreign exchange reserves are enough, spend more. What is real. Certainly, this theory is beyond the reach of most countries because of them. No money. Not only do I have no money, I also owe a lot of debt. Of course, the more the better. This is something that can only be thought of at a certain height. Just after this news, the scene changes. On the 17th of this month, heads of state from 47 countries around the world will gather in Myanmar to visit and participate in the establishment of the Hudot. The host said, just a few sentences. But the content is very rich. Tang Qing smiled faintly. After more than 2 months of preparation, it was finally finalized. It was so efficient and extremely fast. In the past, no large international organization had gone through many years. Discuss. Negotiate. Again. Finally, an organization was brought together, but this time, for more than 2 months, the speed was completely blinding. This was due to the hard work of the soldiers, but also to very practical factors. Money. In the past, other organizations were established, most of which were of a trade nature. They had never spread money all over the world like this. Therefore, what was really anxious was not zero, but the countries that were in urgent need of loans. Visit. Join. The host just said these 2 words. Apparently, the meaning is different. Part of it is really jumping right in, and part of it is coming and seeing. There's a lot to consider. To this, Tang Qing didn't care. He had no hope. This organization preferred mutual aid, that is, loans. This was best. Loan. The purpose is to increase the circulation of the Asian dollar. If there is one more big money to seize part of the share, it goes against the original intention. The Asian dollar lends money outside, and China earns the money to subsidize environmental protection expenditures. Just right. Perfect. Each takes what he needs. At this point, it has also been clearly explained to Sun Jiang that, therefore, this delegation is just there to sit around and support the scene. In addition, many Western countries have been invited, but not many have agreed to come. Britain. Law. Virtue. There will always be a deputy chief. Polar bears are quite respectable. In fact, there is very little trade between Myanmar and polar bears. Burma has a vast land and rich resources, no deserts, few people, and not serious pollution. Come here. It can only be said to be a global strategy that serves polar bears. Old America? Great face. To say you don't have time. Busy. Tang Qing narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the new president is very busy when he comes to power. At the last Davos Forum in Switzerland, the United States also said they were busy. The world paid for the economic crisis they caused themselves, but they did not care about the recovery cooperation of various countries. Also understand, after all, this time go. We may just hear dissatisfaction from all parties, but this is no reason to escape. The last time Lao Mei said she was busy, she seemed to light a few small fires in her backyard. This time, do you want them? Yes. Otherwise, the American media will definitely denigrate the WTO from top to bottom in the past few days. This is not a guess, but many media articles have been written, and the news in the past few days is also warming up. Just when it started, they went on stage to sing a big show. He also knew that his boss would not go. Otherwise, he won't be so arrogant. Okay, you guys should use the manuscripts you have written next time. Tang Qing curled up his lips. Instead of letting these Western media make trouble, I'd better give it a big news. Just go around. Tang, here, on the 16th, give them big news to divert their attention. Yes, Commander. Soon. Come to the 16th. Today. Big bosses from many countries are already preparing to set off, and the Western media are excited. People like Burma, who have a little money and no foundation, but dance very happily, are their favorites. Like a rich man. Get rich suddenly. Whisper. Spread money everywhere, and even set up an organization to spread money, which is mostly filled with poor people. How to see? How stupid. I would be sorry for my words if I didn't despise him. However, before dawn, a piece of news exploded on my internet, and all the major media hurriedly called out my subordinates. Finished reading. What? After being stunned, his eyes shined. Scandal. An absolute scandal. Their favorite. This is a message about a new cabinet member. Quite exciting. In the United States, there are many things that cannot be repaid, such as those involving major financial groups and their sponsor dad. or undisclosed state secrets. Others, there are almost no taboos. What they like most, apart from celebrity gossip, is the scandals of politicians. Both of them attract huge attention. Even if the other party is the president, they dare to talk about it in large numbers. Now, who cares about this broken organization? Today, you will mainly report on this. Don't worry about Asia. Understood. The supervisor was pleased with himself. Cool. This matter won't be finished until it lasts for 3 to 5 days. This is what the American people like to hear and see. Although Zero jumped a little bit, there will always be opportunities to use those manuscripts in the future, so don't worry. Future. WCO members have loaned out so many projects. It involves a lot. There will always be problems. It will happen if the stall is too big. When the time comes, we will write a special report. For a while, the American media in the early morning became lively. As time went by, more and more inside stories were revealed. Next time, Tang Qing, who was far away in Shanghai, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Cut. That will have to happen at this time next year. The World Health Organization gathers once a year on April 17th next year. Even if it is bad news, it will not have as much impact as when it was established. You could do whatever you want then. This world, it was quite boring without any flies. Busy, huh? Now it's not just perfunctory, you are really busy. Tang Qing said with a faint smile. The person exposed this time was not a random person. The reason was that this guy blocked the way of the warrior. Certainly, it's not a warrior trying to replace him. That's impossible. No matter what, it is impossible to push a soldier to such a height so quickly. The key is that he is too eye-catching. The dignified leader of the Department of Homeland Security of the United States has a past that is completely under the sun. The warrior has one major shortcoming. Resume, family, classmate, friend. Even if you can forge your identity, you cannot forge your memory. However, there are always some soldiers who can forge in a targeted manner to match some missing persons. But you must understand that there must be a reason for disappearance. Killed. Accident. There will always be someone who knows this person. Therefore, there are very few who can truly integrate their true identities. Less than 1 in 100. Among these warriors, there are only a very small proportion who can use their existing identities to push for suitable high positions. Good thing. Tang Qing never thought that it would be good to push a large number of soldiers to the middle level. There is not much difference between being in control of execution and having the right to speak, especially in some very special organizations. This time, the guy is too jumpy. As soon as it comes up, just because there are festivals, he wanted to replace the soldier's current boss, and this current boss was preparing to promote the soldier. After a while, he became involved in a serious relationship, so we might as well let him step down. Get another one. Anyone can do it. This department has great power. Secret Service, General Administration of Customs, Immigration Service, Sea Guard. It is composed of a large number of agencies with considerable power, with an annual budget of 40 to 50 billion US dollars and more than 200,000 employees. In terms of actual power, it is considered to be quite high in the U.S. administrative system. Nature. They are also the focus of care. USA. What? When the boss woke up, his original happy mood disappeared instantly. Can you suppress it? It is already spread on the internet, and the media will not buy our account on this matter. It would be good if we don't blackmail them, and this is not a secret. It is a personal matter. Even if you find a consortium, they won't care. A long time. Then he uttered, F-U-C-K. What's this? It's so disgusting. Don't even think about having a leisurely weekend. It's not easy to clean up such a big scandal, and it has to involve a lot of people, which will cause trouble. Should have known. We agreed to go to Myanmar. Take cover. Otherwise, it will be like now, with a headache waiting for the press conference later. It's only been a few months since I started, and I haven't covered my butt yet, and something like this happened again, and I'm in such a bad mood, it's really hard for me. Have to. Now I am really busy. Countries. What? Seeing this situation. Many people were dumbfounded and wanted to see a lot of jokes. They were mainly not from developed countries, but those with an unbalanced mentality, We agreed to live together, but why did you stand alone? Too unloyal. There are haters. No one laughs. This is a common human psychology, and it's not shameful. After all, we used to eat glutinous vegetables together, and in the blink of an eye, you would eat big fish and meat, but I was still eating steamed buns. It's strange that it feels so good. No, it's just been warming up for a few days, and I'm getting ready to watch a show. Which material? I changed the program temporarily, but I still didn't like the one. I'll go. The small bench was moved in vain, and the prepared melon seeds were no longer fragrant. I could only sigh that Ling was lucky. It was estimated that the storm was over, Ling's affairs were also done, and it was still in a happy atmosphere. Washington, go to sleep. I'll have to get up to eat it tomorrow. Where are the steam buns? 9 years. October 17th, Myanmar. Naypyidaw Airport is heavily guarded today. Planes take off and land one after another, including heads of state. Civil aviation is not allowed to take off or land this morning. We were notified a week in advance. Therefore, it didn't cause any dissatisfaction. Welcome. Welcome. Please. Long time no see. Tang Qing was busy greeting her at the airport. I've been preparing for today for a month. I got up before dawn today and rushed to the airport to greet the first batch of arriving big guys from various countries. Red carpet, flowers, formation, a lot of the same. As for salutes, bands, etc., they won't be played here. As for whether it's a bit formalistic, Tang Qing doesn't think that all countries have done this for so many years. Etiquette is important. Otherwise, what can you do to show your attention? Just go up and shake hands and say a few words of greeting? That's when things get messy. Human beings create a series of etiquettes, not to be idle, but to express respect. Please, get into the car, specially accompanied by diplomatic personnel. He is at the airport. 0 at the presidential palace. Otherwise, he couldn't bear to take them one by one personally. This conference is the first large-scale international conference that Myanmar has undertaken. As the organizer, everyone attaches great importance to ensuring safety. Road closures. Set card. It's all inevitable. Roadside. Look at this waiting for driving. What's going on? What happened? First time seeing you. There are always some tourists who don't pay attention to the news. They wander here and see that the main road is blocked. The roadside is full of security bureau personnel in police uniforms. The main reason is not to restrict the entry of motor vehicles, but people. Good thing. This is a new city. Many intersections are planned to have underground or above-ground passages. There are railings on the roadside. On the railings, there are rows of tourists from all over the world lying on the railings. Seeing a long queue of motorcades, I can't help but be curious. Nothing happened. It was a conference with many countries participating, someone explained. General Assembly? The World Organization was established on Myanmar's initiative. For what? Countries help each other, but mainly Myanmar helps other countries. The American man pushed up his glasses. I can't understand Myanmar's behavior. It feels quite stupid. These words. It has also been recognized by surrounding tourists. Indeed, they're not optimistic about this so-called World Cooperation Organization. There is no shortage of various groups in the world, but most of them are regional or led by big countries. The scope of the World Cooperation Organization is too broad. Poor cohesion. Therefore, not much is promising. I'm following you now, but what about the future? Street. In a tea house on the 2nd floor. Today is a good day. It's been a long time since it was so lively. Yeah. Although I don't understand it, I believe it's not a bad thing. Yeah. The Myanmar people are extremely supportive because this is Zero's decision, and it is also the first time that as a host, big guys from various countries are invited to come, just like hosting the Olympics. Is an achievement. Very concerned.